Chapter 851 Ambush. Looking at Jessie, it has been 9 months, and she will give birth in 1 month, but she is still walking fast and busy. Xiao Feng really has a strange emotion in his heart. The presence of this woman suddenly made him feel like home in this house. He even wondered whether or not to transfer her back to the country and stay with him after Jessie gave birth. But thinking about it again, who is here to sit here with the ability of the people around him? No matter who is transferred, he is not at ease. It seems that a few cloning economy experts and management experts have to be trained, so that after Jessie is transferred, I can rest assured. And these clones will not betray themselves, let alone mess around with themselves. He only returned to the Ithacan area from Lijiadao this afternoon. Jessie knew that after he came back, he didn't arrange work this afternoon and stayed with him at home, is helping herself to wash clothes, and she is busy cooking. These living servants can do it, but she has to insist on doing it herself. Although Xiao Feng also knew that there was a show-making element in it, but somehow others can do it in front of him, and do what makes him feel extremely comfortable. Just having this intention is enough. I will go to Risco Island in 2 days. Would you like to go around with me? Xiao Feng took Jessie, who came with the fruit plate, into his arms, and asked her with a smile. All right. It's been a long time since I had a holiday, and the doctor also advised me to do more outdoor exercises before giving birth to help the birth. Jessie will naturally not miss the opportunity to accompany Xiao Feng. She knows that this tycoon has never lacked women. Although I want to give birth to his first child for him, it is always good to have more opportunities to strengthen the relationship with him. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. Then let's go the day after tomorrow. I know you are tired of staying here in Ithaca. Let's have a holiday in the 5th grade together. After a while, you will have a baby before going out to travel. But it's not that easy. Yes. Jessie smiled and buried his head in Xiao Feng's arms. Although this city of Ithaca is the headquarters of their Southern Cross Bank, there has been a large-scale urban construction recently. There are construction sites everywhere, and the roads are dug with potholes. This makes her very uncomfortable. She has long wanted to return to San Diego where conditions are better. There is also a reason why Xiao Feng has to stay for 1 day. He has just collected so much gold and billions of dollars from Nantai Island. He's also a waste in his space. It is far better to put the money in the vault of Southern Cross Bank. With these assets, the professionals of Southern Cross Bank will soon be able to double the size of the bank several times. The next day, Xiao Feng, accompanied by Jessie, went to the bank headquarters, which was the tallest skyscraper in Ithaca. He went to the vault, where he left a portion of gold and $2 billion. At the same time, there was a clone financial expert who came over with him. He will stay to assist Jessie. When Jessie is not in the Ithacan area, this financial expert named Pablo will be the highest official here. At the same time, there are 2 security supervisors who will replace the original security supervisors. After all, so much money is put here, and Xiao Feng is not at ease just relying on the Russians and the locally hired security guards. The 2 security supervisors, Lorenzo and Souza, were left. Xiao Feng was more assured, and the 2 men would regroup and train the locally hired security guards. In this security group, some new immigrants from the mainland will be hired in the future. Xiao Feng has already contacted Guan Haibo and asked him to contact his unsatisfactory comrades in the country, and issue them visas for them to come to Ithaca to work. Compared with the lazy locals, Xiao Feng believes in the hardworking Chinese. I hope these people can grow up quickly under the training of Lorenzo and Souza, these 2 cloned security experts. The other is the Blue Bonnet Security Company, which will also undergo a major exchange of blood this time. 10 security experts he cloned will be inserted into the company. It turns out that the head of the security company is the Russian Ambrov, but to be honest, he is not very satisfied with the workability of this guy. It's not that this guy is not loyal enough, but that he is more suitable for fighting on the battlefield. Sitting behind his desk and strategizing, this job is a bit too difficult for him. And Ambrov was very happy that Xiao Feng sent someone over to replace him this time. Mao Xing, These guys are not like the Chinese people who have the problem of official fans. They are all straight. As long as the boss has the money in place and he is happy, there is no problem, and he will do whatever he wants, and he will never be crooked. And Xiao Feng happened to be such a boss, so when Xiao Feng said that he had sent Fort to replace Ambroff, Ambroff readily agreed. As for his companions, those who are willing to stay can stay, and those who are unwilling to stay can also go with Ambroff. So there were 10 people who chose to go with Ambroff. They planned to go to San Diego first, and then wait for Liu Qin's instructions from there to see if they were to go to Venezuela or the Middle East. The remaining 20 people will continue to stay in the security company as security guards. Now that the city of Ithaca is booming, the security pressure in the city is still quite large. The cloning experts that Xiao Feng brought this time are all the Chinese mixed-race faces. They look like the natives of Ithaca, and they are not much different from the Tongo people. A cloning expert like this is not easy to arouse the resentment of the locals. Is also easy to accept the hearts of those local clones. When Guan Haibo's comrades in the country are in place one after another, this security company will continue to expand. When the scale reaches a certain level, Xiao Feng will have the capital to protect himself. It took a day to complete a series of assets and handover of work. The next morning, Xiao Feng took Jesse and set off on the road. Their first stop was San Diego, where Xiao Feng had to put something in the vault of Southern Cross Bank. Then I boarded the yacht from there and went all the way south to inspect all the islands they had bought before. There is Yanjuo, an expert in animal husbandry, and Ontar wants to stay on the side of the Caribbean archipelago and continue to investigate those islands. Yanjuo will follow Xiao Feng to inspect all the other islands he has acquired this time, and then design a reasonable island breeding plan. There are 2 other experts in marine aquaculture, one named Andre, and the other named Stevenson, clones of Nordic appearance. The purpose of their entourage this time is to go to the southernmost tip of Copper Country with Xiao Feng to investigate the sea area and choose a suitable salmon farming area, and wait for the fishery to be in place, help with the installation together, and stay to supervise the work of the offshore fishery, and give a more reasonable improvement design plan. Ambroff and the others also planned to set off with Xiao Feng and others. Taking into account the safety issue, Xiao Feng also deliberately brought a 10% security team, all composed of clone security experts. But it is not Chris who leads the team. Chris stays in the Karapag Islands to protect his industry there. This time, the leader of the team is a clone security expert named Brian, who is also very skilled in military technology. In fact, Xiao Feng himself is an interstellar warrior, but considering that the Li family has been planning revenge recently, and Jessie is still pregnant, he can't help but pay special attention. A group of people boarded 6 Chevrolet Suburbans all the way south from Ithaca City to San Diego. I have to say that although this Chevrolet full-size SUV is very expensive to drive, it has a large interior space and is really comfortable. Especially the car Xiao Feng and Jessie rode is still a fully bulletproof model, which is much cheaper than a Mercedes-Benz of the same level. The convoy departed from Ithaca at 9 o'clock in the morning. At 10:30 in the morning, the car entered the mountains. The whole mountain road is more than 100 kilometers, and there are 7 or 8 tunnels in the middle. There are not many cars on the road. After walking for 7 or 8 kilometers, he finally entered the first tunnel. This tunnel was 1 kilometer long, but he had entered the tunnel for some reason. Xiao Feng felt something was wrong. He took out the earphones and put them on Jessie, and then motioned to her to lay down, and Jessie knew what was going on and acted obediently. Xiao Feng picked up the walkie-talkie and opened the general channel. "Be careful, you may have an ambush." As soon as the voice fell, I heard a bang in front of me, and the leading car that had just walked to the exit of the tunnel was directly blown up. The huge air wave drove the car several meters high, hit the top of the tunnel hard and fell off, and the people in the car couldn't save their eyes. Scrapped vehicles crossed the road www.mtlnovel.com and blocked the road in half. At the same time, a series of explosions were heard from the tunnel mouth. Rocks on the mountain were constantly rolling down, and the tunnel entrance was immediately blocked. More than half a row of cars behind suddenly stopped suddenly. Ambroff in the second car jumped out of the car with the team first. In several cars, some team members jumped out of the car one after another. Only the car Xiao Feng in the middle and the car behind the expert group did not open the door. At this moment, there was a roar of motors behind, and several dump trucks rushed up with the rumbling. And looking at this posture, there was no intention to stop at all, and he ran into their convoy directly. If the general security saw this situation, I would have been crazy, but Ambroff, who had been behind the dots, calmly opened the trunk and took out an RPG from it. Aimed at the rushing dump truck, the rocket shot over. Boom! With a loud noise, the huge dump truck was blown to pieces on the spot. This time it was the turn of the dump truck to panic. What's the situation? The other party is even equipped with a rocket launcher. Is this an ordinary security guard? The speed of the 3 dump trucks behind immediately slowed down. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Chapter 852 Hepatobiliary. Although the tunnel entrance in front was half blocked, the sniper who was ambushing on the opposite hill could still shoot through the half of the tunnel and shoot into the cave. It's just that his shooting method is not very good. He fired 2 shots in a row, but he couldn't knock down a single target. But he quickly attracted the attention of the snipers in the convoy. The cloned security experts that Xiao Feng brought with him all had the qualities of interstellar infantry. Dealing with these wild road killers in the future is simply a piece of cake. Especially the Captain Brian, who led the team this time, is also a master of sniper. When the first shot came from the opposite mountain, he noticed that there was a sniper on the opposite side, and immediately shouted to his teammates to hide. It was this kind of action that made the sniper's second shot without success. He had only fired 2 shots on the opposite side, and he had already discovered the sniper wearing auspicious clothes and hiding on the hillside opposite the tunnel. He pulled out the AN-94 casually, facing the opposite hillside, and pulled the trigger 3 times in a row. The sniper on the opposite side also saw the reckless security guard in the scope. When he saw this guy rushing out from behind the car door, he couldn't help but joke that this guy was a lucky mess, that he could find himself for the first time, especially when he looked at him holding a rifle that didn't even have a scope and fired at his side. He even laughed secretly that this guy is a sand sculpture. But when he thought of the opponent's first 2 consecutive shots, he hit the dust in front of him and interfered with his next aiming action. The second 2 consecutive shots directly knocked out the observer around him. After the third 2 consecutive shots, the sniper had no idea, because his head was directly exploded. He didn't even want to understand until he died. Why did the opponent's gun shoot so accurately? Of course he can't understand it. Although these security guards have gunshot wounds without a scope, their modified eyes are actually automatic scopes, with infrared imaging and night vision functions. Ambroff arranged 2 security team members to touch the front hole to check the situation outside the hole, although the sniper was knocked out. But he must have other ambushes outside the cave. In order to avoid being flanked by both sides, the ambushes at the entrance of the cave have to be dealt with. 2 cloned security experts, with a machine gun, are enough. Their main purpose is not to kill the killer there, but to suppress them. When they solve the killer behind, the front will naturally disappear. 2 clone security experts rushed to the front hole and began to suppress firepower. Brian immediately arranged 5 other people to protect Xiao Feng and the technical experts in the next car, and then took 3 people to join Ambroff's camp behind. Ambroff was now leading 5 team members, fighting battles with the killers rushing from behind. In the front car were 5 of his men, who were sent to the sky by these killer bombs. At this time, the remaining 4 members of Ambroff were extremely angry. They were carrying AN-94, and they were fighting a PPK-16 against the assassin coming from behind. Mao Xung's combat power is very strong, and the guns in his hand are also very sophisticated. Although there are only 5 people, he can suppress the killers behind him and cannot move. However, there are so many killers. Although they were suppressed for a while, they did not give in. There were a few other guys who climbed onto the roofs of those dump trucks, set up machine guns on the roofs, and started shooting at them. Ambrov took out the RPG again, but this time because of the opponent's machine gun suppression, his rockets lost the aim and only destroyed one dump truck, and the other two dump trucks were unharmed. The killers looked at Ambrov's side. They were not launching rockets. They couldn't help calling out happily. They had no rockets anymore. Then the dump truck started its engine and drove towards them rumblingly. These modified dump trucks have steel plates added to the front. The AK and light machine guns in their hands hit the steel plates, and there was a clanging sound, which could not harm the members inside. The two dump trucks rolled over like tanks, which brought a very strong mental pressure to Ambrov and his team members. At this time, Brian brought two other installation experts to support him. He barely looked at them. The three of them raised their guns at the two dump trucks and shot them. Two steel plates were welded in front of the windows of the cockpit of the dump truck, and only a long observation hole was left in the eye of the driver. But Brian and their bullets were shot through the downloaded observation hole. The speed of the dump truck stopped immediately, and then came to a halt. Slowly, the door of one of the cars was opened, and then a corpse was pushed down from the driver's seat. After the car moved again quickly, but it was less than 1 meter ahead, and the driver was shot to death by Brian and his marksman again, and the dump truck came to a standstill again. The addition of these three sharpshooters greatly reduced the pressure on Ambrov and his team members, but at this time they had already rushed to the dump truck, which was only a few tens of meters away, which still brought them heavy pressure. In the rear part of the dump truck, huge steel plates on both sides are welded, and behind the steel plate is a machine gun. Such a dump truck becomes a firepower assault vehicle. This kind of operation is very common in the Middle East and South America, but generally, the machine gun and armor are welded to the pickup truck. And this time it was obviously for a surprise operation. The killers welded this equipment to the dump truck, and because the dump truck has a larger rear bucket, they welded two machine guns in the rear compartment of each dump truck. At this time, although the earth tank could not be moved, the four heavy machine guns on the car were still shooting bullets at them. A distance of several tens of meters quickly suppressed Ambrov and the others immobile, and even the Chevrolet SUV they were riding in was smashed into a sieve. At this time, Brian and the three cloned security experts were not afraid of the rain of bullets from the opposite side. Brian squatted down beside the car door in a very standard manner, and fired at the machine gun positions with his gun. AN-94 has two consecutive shots with superb characteristics, which he has brought to the fullest. Although there is no scope, the distance of tens of meters is as simple as playing a game for him. Even if the machine gunner is hiding behind the armor, there is only a 5 centimeter wide shooting observation hole in front of him. This is not too difficult for him. The bullets he fired almost went headshot. The machine gunners hiding behind the armor had no time to finish the bullet chain, so he blew their heads. The same goes for the other machine gunners. Even if they escaped Brian's attack, they couldn't escape the attack of the other two sharpshooters. After a while, the Kung Fu machine gun went out of flames. Without the suppression of firepower, Ambrov and the others were morale boosted, and when they picked up their guns, they continued to pour out firepower at the killers. These killers, although they have also received some military training from Lee Yun, they talk about fighting quality. It may be enough to deal with the killer who is doing flower with his colleagues, but it is not enough for Ambrov and the guys who are rolling on the battlefield. After a short time, I was knocked down 7 or 8. In this scene, Lee Yun, who has been supervising the battle behind him, gritted his teeth. What, the our angels in front of them haven't rushed into the hole at this time and copied their back path? Boss, Angel and the others buried too much explosives, and the falling rocks blocked half of the tunnel entrance. Even if they wanted to rush inside, it didn't go so smoothly. Galgado, who had been following Lee Yun, explained to Lee Yun aloud that Lee Yun slapped his thigh fiercely. What a waste. After speaking, he snatched the walkie-talkie in Galgardo's hand. "Garcia, Garcia, charge me inside, and immediately arrange for someone to take over the machine guns and regain the superiority in firepower suppression. In addition, let Maycon prepare. Bombs are really not good, so don't let them live, and kill them directly." Seeing that the men in front were knocked down one by one, Li Yun's eyes were also red. It was time to desperately. As soon as he put down the walkie-talkie here, he saw a shaggy head directing the attack in front of him, waving his hand behind him, and constantly yelling for the players to go to the dump trucks to take over the machine guns. But he only yelled a few words, and a blood mist burst from his head, and then the whole person fell down like noodles. But the other killers did not panic. Until novel.com, his deputy quickly stood up and continued to command people to climb up the car, but took over the machine gun. But the guys who climbed into the car, before they could touch the machine gun, were blown to the head by the bullet from the hole. This series of operations stunned Li Yun at the back. The sniper in this hole is too powerful, right? Guns and guns headshot. It's so amazing. When he was serving in the special forces, the marksmen in their team were not so accurate. The opponent's gun is still biting the flesh, and there is a rhythmic burst of fire in the hole, and every time it rings, a killer will fall down on his side. The elite assassination camp he brought with him this time has been reimbursed on the 20th and 30th in just a while. In this scene, he has a broken heart. He is a killer camp, but he is one of the elite of the Li family. The command is himself, and the other backbone captains are all officers who have served in the army like him. The other killers are also orphans who have been adopted and cultivated since childhood. After their training, their fighting qualities are all extraordinary. The big flower dealers in Colombia and Mexico have suffered under their hands. It can be said that they are on the South American continent, second only to the presence of elite troops in those countries. Even so, he was beaten up by the bear mercenaries in the cave. Li Yun was dumbfounded by this scene. Is it possible that there is such a big gap between them and these elite mercenaries? How to fight this battle? The opponent is just a few people, but they have more than 100 numbers. Just can't gnaw. Chapter 853 Apostasy. With such a hard consumption, he worried that his team would be wiped out by the opponent. When he thought of this, Li Yun was a little shaken. But when he was hesitating whether to retreat, he suddenly saw the teddy bear on the opposite side rushing out. Under the cover of the marksman, two bears climbed onto two dump trucks and controlled two heavy machine guns. Then turned their guns, and started firing frantically at their team, the assassins who had been hiding on both sides of the road. The beaten ghosts and howling wolves, and the few guys who didn't pay attention to hiding, were beaten to pieces on the spot. In an instant, his assassin group collapsed, and countless assassins were like ants, thinking that the rainforest behind began to retreat frantically. The bears on the opposite side became more and more excited, operating this heavy machine gun and slamming at the assassins who fled. Countless assassins who fled were swept to the ground. Seeing such a situation, Li Yun couldn't help but sigh. The rabble is the rabble, even if they train for a long time. Although these guys are all dead men raised by the Li family since childhood, their fighting will quality is really bad. Has not been tempered by a regular army. Even if they have trained these people by military means, it is still useless. This group of guys may have some effect when they face other bandits of the Flower Gang, and they are even more unstoppable when they fight SF. But once they meet the crazy warriors like Teddy Bear, they are finished. The hard bones didn't gnaw off, instead they collapsed and filled with teeth. Boss, what should I do? Do I have to go on top? Not only did Li Yun look stupid, but his deputy Galgardo also looked stupid. When they were in Colombia, they also fought against the government forces that encircled them. But even government forces supported by the US military are not so fierce. There are only 8 people in the other party, but they kicked their heads with more than 100 people. This scene is simply unforgettable for him. Fart. Tell them to retreat, Li Yun said to Galgardo with a sullen face, and turned his head first and left. Galgardo picked up the walkie-talkie. Retreat, retreat. The battle was over in less than half an hour, and the intensity of the battle was not low. Even in the Middle East, there were few encounters like this. If it wasn't for Brian and the 3 sharpshooters to come to support later, Ambroff guessed that these 5 people would definitely be here to explain it. Speaking of this, he glanced at the poker face next to him. Where did the boss get these guys? This combat power is too strong, right? Ambroff is not an ignorant person. When he served in the Russian army before, he was also an elite with many battles. Although he failed to enter the FSB, he is also a member of the elite signal flags of the FSB and has experience in dealing with them. He knows how good those guys are. Is the American SEAL that blows everything from the sky to the ground, and it is not necessarily a bargain in front of the signal flag. Looking at the performance of these poker faces, Brian and the others, he felt that even if the elite of the signal flag came over, in front of these poker faces, that was his younger brother. These assassins on the opposite side are not ordinary assassins. Compared to the gangsters he had fought against in Venezuela before, or the spies lurking in the United States, he was no more convincing, and even better than them. But they still can't dodge the bullets of Brian and the others. These guys are like killing machines with no emotions. He watched Brian next to him with his own eyes, then squatted on the ground and shot at the gangsters on the opposite side. You must know that the guys in the hands of the gangsters are not rolling pins, submachine guns, assault rifles, or even light machine guns. The firepower was fierce. Even if he had always been brave enough, he didn't dare to squat on the ground and shoot at the opponent without cover. But Brian would dare. What's even more terrifying is that this guy is not only brave enough, but his marksmanship is amazing. Not only did the bullets fired by the opponent fail to interfere with him, but the bullets he fired also bit meat. Almost every burst can kill a valuable target, either the gunner or the commander. The reason why the gangsters collapsed so quickly is directly related to Brian's shots. Because they came up, they knocked down the other's command. At the same time, there were a few brave guys who were also knocked out in the first place. In this way, the gangsters quickly fell into a situation where there was no leader. Later, Brian also asked Kasimov to grab the machine gun. It was this operation that became the straw that finally crushed the killer group. Thinking of this, Ambroff suddenly didn't rush back to Venezuela and Russia. It seemed that it would be a good choice to be able to fight alongside a warrior like Brian. At this time, Xiao Feng also pushed the door and got out of the car. The tunnel was full of strong smell of gunpowder smoke. It really made him tolerate a meal just now. As an interstellar warrior, seeing this kind of battle scene, but seeing him boiled with enthusiasm. If it weren't for Jesse in the car, he would have gotten out of the car to join the battle. But because of the pregnant Jesse, he didn't get out of the car. After all, Jesse at this time is very special and fragile. If he is not around and something happens to her, he will regret it. Fortunately, no accident happened to Jesse, just a little nervous. He got out of the car and came to the front of the battlefield. At this time, Brian and the others had pulled over several assassins who were slightly injured and could not run away. Who sent you here? Ambroff stepped on the guy's wound and asked loudly. They are mercenaries, people who are not protected by the Geneva Treaty, and these killers are the same. The killer wailed loudly in pain for a long time, and then said as if he poured beans from a bamboo tube. Got the verification from the killer's mouth. Xiao Feng was relieved. He was indeed from the Li family. I have been waiting for them for a long time. He picked up the phone, found a number and dialed out. Li Yun took Gal Gadot and walked on the streets of San Diego. The failure the day before yesterday was like a nightmare. He hadn't closed his eyes for more than 20 hours. More than 100 elites are gone. He doesn't dare to return to Colombia now. If he let Leaf know that his action was defeated and he lost so many manpower, Leaf must kill him. Li Yun shuddered at the thought of Li Fei's methods. He must get things done before the news goes back to Colombia. Otherwise Leaf will not let him and his family go. So after retreating from the scene that day, he did not rush to take people back to Colombia. Instead, he arranged for them to hide, and he took Gal Gadot to San Diego with him. He came here to find someone, that is Li Zane. This guy used to be the #1 horse under Li Fei's brother Li Kai. and was also a celebrity next to the boss. But since Li Kai died, this guy lost his power. The boss didn't send anyone to kill him, he was already very kind. Although he was assigned a Li family, in the name of the captain of the Copper Country, no one had no guns, and no money. His position was more like a polished commander. To tell the truth, if it weren't for being forced to helplessly, Li Yun would not come to him. But now he really has no other way. He can only contact this guy to see if he can get some help from him. After all, this guy has been lurking in Copper Country for more than half a year after that incident. How could he collect some useful information? If he can get his intelligence support, he plans to fight again to see if he can gain anything. The place he and Li Zhen met was a cafe behind Victory Square. Li Yun walked very carefully along the way. The first time he played against him, he could be regarded as seeing the talents of the Chinese boss. He was surrounded by capable people. For the past few days, he has been wondering where those people came from. He was sure that Mao Xung's mercenaries certainly did not have that kind of fighting quality. Finally, after thinking about it, he came to the conclusion that they should be the most mysterious Chinese special forces. Only they can have that kind of ability. The opponent is not only covering the sky in Ithaca, but also in San Diego. Their Li family is now the bereaved dog of the Copper Country, so he can't be careful. Cautiously arrived at the door of the cafe, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, but did not rush in. Instead, he took Galgado to sit in front of the cafe for half an hour, and then went around the cafe again. 3 laps. Then he took Galgado into the cafe, but his face changed as soon as he entered, because beside the table in the middle of the cafe, not only is Li Yun sitting, but also the Chinese tycoon. Asshole. Li Yun and Galgado only had time to scold www.mentalnovel.com, and then they were put their heads in the back with guns. Welcome, please sit down, Mr. Li Yun. Huago Tycoon raised the coffee cup and gestured to Li Yun with a smile. Li Yun reluctantly bit the bullet and came to the table to sit down, while Li Zhen, who was opposite him, smiled and said to him, "This must be known to you too. That is the goal of your trip, to recognize the boss." Li Zhen, don't be proud, you betrayed the clan. The patriarch knows that he will punish you. Li Yun hadn't spoken yet. Galgado beside him couldn't help it. And Li Zhen smiled slightly, and then suddenly raised his hand and shot Galgado to the head. If you don't tell me, no one will know. Then he smiled and turned his head towards Li Yun. You said that, Brother Yun? There was a smile on Li Yun's face that was more ugly than crying. That's right, Brother Zen. Is this what it looks like to know the current affairs? Now, here is a map. If you show me where Leaf is hiding, I won't be embarrassed. If you are willing to do it with me, I promise you prosperity and wealth for half a lifetime. Does Li Yun have another choice? Obviously, he didn't. Chapter 854 Destruction. Leaf is 42 years old this year. It is a good time for a man to be young and powerful. He is tall, fair-skinned, thick-haired, and a native white mother who has provided him with good genes, making him look more like a rich man than a flower dealer. In his bones, he happened to inherit the tyranny of the patrilineal family. His idol is Pacho, one of the 3 godfathers of the largest flower group in Colombia, Herrera. When he was young, his father took him to meet Pacho. Since then, he has been fascinated by this handsome, but cruel boss. So much so that the template for his later growth is to imitate Pacho all the time. Of course Pacioli, Herrera and his Kali clique, and their subsequent collapse, also gave them these latecomers a sign of the previous car. In order to avoid the end of Pacho and Escobar in the end, they can only do more secretively than those predecessors. Fortunately, since the 1990s, to be precise, after 1994, a strong man has emerged in Mexico, and that is the Dwarf Guzman. The Sinaloa flower group created by him has replaced the original Colombian Cali group and Medellin group in the flower industry. In addition, they acted arrogantly and used fierce methods to destroy the whole family at every turn. and also cut their heads. It is precisely because they acted so cruelly that they also attracted the attention of all Americans. This gave these flour tycoons in South America a rare respite. Although they have lost their dominance in the flour market, there are tycoons in front of them to help them. From transportation to sales, they don't have to worry about it. They only need to be responsible for production, which saves them a lot. Of course, most of the profit in the flour market has been taken away by the Mexican group, but with the inflation in recent years and the growth of the US market, they have not made much less. The Mexicans take a third of the $80 billion in flour trading share in the United States each year, while the large and small groups in Colombia can take a quarter. As a medium-sized family, the Lee family can get about $5 billion from this $20 billion share every year. Excluding all kinds of labor and miscellaneous expenses, their family's annual net profit can be $3 billion. That's right, the flour market is so profitable, otherwise there would not be so many people with their heads on their waistbands. Originally, the business was doing well, so Leaf asked his brother Lee Kai to return to his hometown of Copper Country, preparing to uproot the other powers and completely turn Ithaca into their Lee family's private land. With their family's financial resources and strength today, it is not easy to say that they want to accomplish this, but there is not much resistance. What he didn't expect was that Cheng Yo-jin was killed halfway. The Chen family didn't know how to indulge in a local tyrant. The most hateful thing was that this local tyrant seemed to have a very deep background and strength. In the end, the raptor who crossed the river actually crushed their ground snake forcefully. Everything happened too quickly. That is, in one night of effort, the other party turned around, not only killed his brother, but also destroyed their Lee family's base in the Copper Country one after another. In just 1 month's effort, they have cleaned up their Lee family's power in the Copper Country. He organized counterattacks several times to retaliate, but was easily dismantled by the opponent. This made him disgusting as if he had eaten a fly. In addition to his competitors here in Colombia, many of them heard that something happened in their home in the Copper Country, and wanted to take the opportunity to come over and make trouble. This involved a lot of energy, and it took him half a year to level his opponent. Then I finally got the energy, and pulled back to deal with those people. Before sending Li Yun out this time, he paid a lot of money and commissioned a third party to collect information about the Chen family and the Chinese tycoon. After formulating the battle plan, his heart has been very disturbed. Actually, he was forced to go back this time by his cousin Li Xingkai. Actually, in his heart, Ithaca's hometown is not that important. He now eats well and sleeps well in Colombia, earns money every day, and has a happy life. There are Mexican top mines on it, and his side is like many good brothers and brothers in Colombia. Why do you have to have a hometown that can only farm except for fishing? But his cousin Li Xingkai didn't think so. That guy was from a financial background, and his family has always used money laundering as the main livelihood. The uninhabited Karapag Islands are very valuable in their eyes. Ithaca, which is not attracting attention, is worth $10,000 in Li Xingkai's view. Such a backward and wild land, a secluded and unobtrusive corner of the world circle, best meets the needs of these underground financial crocodiles. Countless black money flows in and out of his hands every year, and he desperately needs an unobtrusive place to hide his money. Think about that. Back then, the banks of Escobar and Oakland put it down, and in the end they had to bury the money underground. When I was finally chased and killed, I didn't even know where my money was hidden. How pitiful to live. And if the Carapago Islands are in hand, then the money will be hidden on those islands. Who can find it? That island is still their place, including Ithaca. As long as they continue to maintain a backward and wild state, their Lee family can rely on financial resources to continue to be the emperor of the land. Therefore, the Lee family is actually the most opposed to foreign forces entering the Karapag Islands, and at the same time the most opposed to developing in the Karapag Islands. Of course it is expected that it is the Lee family, rather than Li Xingkai. Because Leaf also had a lot of assets that needed Li Xingkai's help, he had to send Li Yun to take over this task. The best task can be accomplished, but if it fails, then Li Yun and the others will have to retreat, or else Leaf will suffer a big loss. The action team led by Li Yun, but his leaf line is the foundation of his life in Colombia. Chinese ancestry of the same root, plus years of training, these guys are the knives in his hand, and they are also the object of fear of other flower families. If Li Yun and the others can't come back this time, then he will have to run away. Thinking of this, Leaf went back to the bedroom, removed the portrait on the head of the bed, opened the safe at the back, and took out a cloth bag. There are hundreds of green emeralds everywhere from inside. These emeralds have a crystal clear green, and under the highly saturated green, there are hidden emerald fluorescence that is hard to be felt by the naked eye, and this is also the only meaning of emeralds. Everyone knows that Colombia is a country rich in drug lords and flour, but they don't know that it is also the world's largest emerald producer. And the Museo emeralds here are the best among the best. On the world emerald market, emeralds from Colombia are 3,040% more expensive than emeralds from other places. The emeralds produced in the Museo area are about 3,040% more expensive than emeralds in other mining areas in Colombia. Unlike the diamond scam, this emerald is a real gem at a fair price. About emeralds: Chinese people like emeralds, while Europeans and Americans prefer emeralds, followed by tourmalines. The emeralds from Colombia, the pigeon blood rubies from Burma, and the cornflower sapphires from Sri Lanka are among the top 3 gems in the world. And these 3 kinds of gems are the objects of the wild pursuit and collection of the major royal families in Europe. Especially the emerald produced in the Museo pit, it is the object of the European and American rich people vying to pursue. In recent years, due to the exhaustion of Museo pit resources, and the Colombian government's strict control of mining and gemstone outflow, this Museo emerald has become more expensive. Now on the market, more than 3 carats can enter the auction house. The quality is good. Basically the starting price of each carat starts at $350,000 And his bag of emeralds are all top quality emeralds from the Museo mine. Some he grabbed them, and some he bought them with flour and people. If he can't get along anymore, he plans to take this bag of emeralds to Switzerland. This bag of emeralds is already worth $3 to $5 billion. Is enough for his children and grandchildren to eat for a few lifetimes. Today, he doesn't know why www.mentalnovel.com just feels restless, so he took out these gems and wiped them one by one. Just then, there was a knock on the door suddenly, and he hurriedly put the gems away. It was his godson Li Xing who knocked on the door. He opened the door and told him that Li Yun was back. Leaf immediately stood up and went to the front living room. He happened to see Li Yun, who was all in a mess. When he saw Li Yun's state, his heart felt cold. "You failed?" "Yes, boss. The opponent's defense is too tight. We were in an ambush, and my team was broken up." "Asshole, why do you have a face back?" Originally wanted to suppress it, but how could he suppress this fire with his perennial domineering personality? With a bang, he lifted the table down, but didn't notice a look of disappointment flashing in the eyes of Li Yun opposite him. "Why didn't you die?" "Why is he dying?" A voice suddenly entered the lobby, and Li Fei's expression was horrified, and he drew a pistol from Li Xing's armpit and pointed it at the door. When he could see the person, he was even more angry. "Li Zhen, why are you back?" "Huh? I won't come. Can I just watch you take the Li family to a dead end?" Li Zhen walked in from the door. He raised his hand with a shot, hitting Li Fei's forehead. Leaf didn't even want to understand until he died. Why did Li Zhen dare to treat him like this? After Li Zhen shot, a group of people who rushed in from behind immediately started a massacre under Li Fei's remaining men. Chapter 855 One Shi Shuang Xiao Feng sat in Li Fei's bedroom, playing with the emeralds in his hands. I'm afraid Leaf never thought that he had treasured the treasure for a lifetime, and he would eventually become Xiao Feng's plaything. Of course, this guy has a lot of treasures. These billions of dollars worth of emeralds have been found out from his vault. There are a lot of rubies and sapphires. Although these gems are not top-notch, if they were sold, they would probably be worth 7 or 8 billion US dollars. In addition, just below the underground wine cellar of this manor, they also found a huge underground vault. The wall is thicker than the bank. There are billions of dollars in cash hidden inside, and there are billions of dollars worth of gold bricks. With these properties, they are already richer than some small banks, which makes Xiao Feng speechless. In the next few days, Leaf's accounting in Colombia was picked up by Li Yun and Li Zhen one after another. According to these accounts, Leaf has hundreds of real estates in Santa Fe, Bogota, Medellin, Arauca, Barranquilla and other big cities, ranging from skyscrapers to prosperous shops, or a villa with a beautiful environment. Everything is available. In other provinces of Colombia, there are dozens of large and small plantations, mainly planting coffee and other cash crops. Of course, the most profitable business is the wheat plantation hidden in the deep mountains and old forests. It took more than a week to count the assets of Leaf alone. After the final liquidation, an amazing number was reached. If all these assets are converted into US dollars, they are worth tens of billions of dollars. But it's normal to think about it. When Escobar was the most beautiful year, he could rank in the top 10 of the world's richest list, earning tens of billions of dollars a year. The current Colombian flour merchants, although they do not have the glory of the era when the Escobar and Cali group duo compete for hegemony, they also have the benefits of local wealth. As long as it is not arrogant, billions of dollars a year can still be earned. The Li family has been doing this business for decades, and it was natural to save so much in the first place. Took over Li Fei's property, Xiao Feng naturally asked Pablo, the financial expert on loans left by Jesse, to send it over. The cash and gold here will be transported to the vault of Southern Cross Bank through him, and the real estate and plantations will be handled by Pablo. The opinion given by Pablo is that gradually a holding company will bring all these plantations under its name and manage them in a unified way. Colombia is also a biocene country, with fertile soil and abundant rainfall. It is a country very suitable for the development of agriculture. Of these plantations, Xiao Feng intends to use part of them to raise cattle and sheep, part to grow coffee, and the other part to grow various cash crops as a base for supplying extracts of raw materials for healthcare products in his 9th laboratory. As for the properties in the big cities, those buildings with good geographical locations, high appreciation space, easy to rent, and shops in good locations will naturally be left. Pablo will form a property company to manage these properties in a unified way. As for those villas that cannot be lived in, he plans to auction them all, and part of the recovered funds will be handed over to Southern Cross Bank. The other part is left to Li Zhen and Li Yun, and bonuses are given to them, and it is also used as financial support for the continued operation of the Li family. Although Leaf was killed, the Li family still needs to exist. After all, this family can control the channels and markets of billions of flour business every year. The most important thing is that people like the Li family must be raised. Otherwise, if these people lose their jobs and fall into the market, it will definitely cause serious damage to social order. If someone has a grudge against the Chen family and him, let them sneak back to Ithaca and the Carapag Islands, and destroy them every day. They can't handle it. So it is better to raise these people, and these people can help him from time to time to thank the dirty work. There is another important reason for leaving these people, and that is that he wants to leave an ambush in South America. What if the Chen family's ambitions swell, or the next generation of the Chen family will suddenly have a brainstorm someday, and they don't plan to continue cooperating with him? He has to leave someone who can replace them, and the Li family is just right. Li Zhen and Li Yun have been completely controlled by him. This kind of puppet is just right. And leaving such an ambush soldier has another meaning. That is, the political situation in South American countries is always not so stable. Whenever there is an economic crisis, there are always one or two political forces that will indulge the people to oppress the Chinese and smash Chinese shops. This kind of thing is not once or twice, and it is not convenient for Huago to come forward at this time. If he hadn't been to South America before, Xiao Feng wouldn't care too much, but now his power has penetrated into South America. In case one day in the future, Witch Brain will draw politicians to connovate those mobs for his own votes, and endanger his interests. Then he has to respond, and sometimes the most powerful way is the simplest and rude counterattack, because for these South Americans with insufficient brain capacity, fist is always more effective than legal and moral persuasion. Don't think this is an exaggeration. In fact, the way South Americans do such things is far beyond everyone's imagination. From 1976 to 1983, during the Galtieri military government ruled in Argentina, in order to combat the left-wing opposition leaders, they hired a special team to help them deal with those competitors. Over the past 7 years alone, more than 30,000 people have disappeared in Argentina, including adult men and women, and even children. And the way many of these people are dealt with is even more unbelievable. There are many secret police, because the killing has caused psychological problems. On the one hand, they are afraid that they will have a nervous breakdown if they do too much, but on the other hand, they cannot refuse the order to go up the peak, and the huge benefits that follow. So many people simply choose the objects to be killed and grab them, tie them to the plane, and then drive the plane to the Atlantic Ocean and kick those people directly off the plane. The kind that doesn't give parachutes. Then while kicking people down, the executioners will stand at the door of the cabin, praying for those kicked down. Pray that they will have good luck and be blessed by God and be reborn. It sounds ridiculous, but this is a real incident. South Americans are so romantic even to kill their opponents, and they are full of wild imagination, and even when they end up in the end, they will pray for each other. Therefore, Xiao Feng felt that when facing such a person, the law and morality are useless. Only fists and blood can make them remember. The economic environment in South America is such a virtue. The gang of take turns to behave, and there will be turmoil every 10 years. Every time before, the people who paid the bill were Chinese who would not resist. But this time after Xiao Feng came, he decided to change this situation. We must let those politicians know that in the future it will not be an era when we can ask the Chinese to pay. If that is indulging the mob to rob Chinese shops, hey, I'm sorry, Xiao Feng intends to let him taste the disappearance of his family. But at this time, it is inconvenient for him to come forward. So it would be most appropriate to have such an ambush soldier to help out. So he decided to keep Li Zhen and Li Yun and take over the personnel left by Leaf. As for Leaf's immediate family members and those who walked closer, let Leaf and Li Yun take care of them. Anyway, he will not be bloody. I believe that Leaf and Li Yun naturally know what to do with those people. After spending more than a week in Leaf's manor on the outskirts of Bogota, Xiao Feng finally realized the pleasure of jiaking Emperor Zhao Hixinlao. This Nima, don't be too cool. There are surprises every day. Someone reported to you today that they found another manor where Leaf was hiding. Tomorrow someone will tell you that they found a mansion left by the Leaf family. If it weren't for killing Leaf, who would have thought that a flower dealer could have saved such a rich family background? Of course, during this period, there are naturally some other people who have heard the wind of changes in the Li family, and are also wondering if they want to share a piece of the pie. These flower dealers are not very politically sensitive, but they are very greedy and have a good appetite. Li Jiak controls a quarter of the current export share of Colombian flower market. Especially they control a few fertile fields hidden in Medellin.mtlnovel.com. Which has always been coveted. The Medellin area is a mountain city, the origin area of the Andes, and it is surrounded by mountains. The air currents from the Pacific and Atlantic converge in the mountains, causing frequent rains in the area. The hot and humid environment happens to be the favorite natural environment for wheat, so the ravines around the area have always been the main producing areas of Colombian wheat. Is also the most popular area for flower tycoons in the past. The Li family controls 3 plantations over there, which can create huge profits for their family every year. Now that there is news of civil unrest in the Lee family, how can those people sit still? Can't help but feel eager for this plantation. Another reason Li Ziyang didn't rush away was to stay behind and help Li Yun and Li Zhen settle down. Li Zhen was only a side branch of the Li family before, and Li Yun was even the adopted child of the Li family. Xiao Feng was afraid that if he left too early, these two people would not be able to survive the Li family's remaining line. And he stayed, helped Li Zhen and Li Yun and the others, fought a few beautiful battles, stabilized the decline of the Li family. Not only can scare away the enemies outside, can also help Li Zhen and Li Yun to quickly gain a foothold. Then he can free his hands to deal with Li Xingkai, the other leading figure in the Li family. Chapter 856 Villain Alliance. Gonzalo has been closely following the development of the Li family recently, and the reason why he is like this is also because the Li family has always been the sufferer of their family. Gonzalo Hernandez, born in the Hernandez family, was a small landlord in Medellin before, was first dependent on planting potatoes and raising cattle for a living. Later, Escobar rose up, and he brought a brand new crop to the small landlords in Medellin, wheat. So the Hernandez family also participated in the vigorous wheat cultivation movement of that era, and joined the Medellin group. But because the family territory is too small and there are few people, the status in the group is not high. It can only be regarded as a short mule running errands. Later, everyone who had read books of him was photographed by Escobar and became Escobar's accountant, specially helping Escobar to hide money. Putting money into oiled drums and containers, and burying them underground was the idea that his brother came up with back then. Later, Escobar was killed and the Medellin group fell. Their family dug up a lot of money hidden by Escobar back then. With this money, their family quickly grew and became a member of the Medellin area. Xioba. How can I think that there is still the Li family who has grown and grown as much as their family? The Li family back then was nothing more than a small family around Escobar specializing in helping money laundering. But it was precisely by swallowing a large amount of Escobar's legacy that it became a post-Escobar era. A tyrant in the forest area. Because you have money, you can hire enough desperados, and you can grab enough sites and plantations. In the years since Escobar's death, the Medellin area has been under constant fighting. In the end, there were three families, and Escobar's legacy was divided. The Li family gained the most, followed by the Rico family, and the Rodriguez family. As for the Hernandez family, at the beginning of this feast, they still took a little advantage, but they were later driven out by the powerful Li family, was even driven out of the Medellin area, and could only hide in Puerto Girardeau in panic. Puerto Girardeau is a port city located more than 300 kilometers northwest of Medellin, below Panama and adjacent to the Pacific Ocean. Although it is a seaport city, its economy is not developed because it is very unlucky and it is close to Panama. Basically all the ships going through the Panama Canal, so there are basically no calls at Port Girardeau. There are only a few fishermen and trading companies, and there are only 100,000 people in the small town. Is a place where no oil and water can be squeezed out, because it is adjacent to the Pacific Ocean, where rainfall is extremely abundant, and floods occur every year, so the planting industry is not very developed. The only main reason the Hernandez family can take root in this port city is because of their relationship with the Rico family. Gonzalo's wife is the youngest daughter of the Rico family, and his son's wife is also the niece of the Rico family. The two families have always been related by marriage, and the flour that the Rico family planted in Medellin usually departs through their port and goes all the way north, has been sent to Tijuana, Mexico, and then shipped into the United States from where. And the Tijuana family, but another big flour group in Mexico that has not dealt with the Sinaloa group. However, their strength is relatively weaker than the Sinaloa group, so they gave Colombian raw material suppliers more reasonable prices. It was the import and export business of this port that allowed the Hernandez family to survive in Girardeau over the years. And a few years ago, they just infiltrated Apartado, a small city on the Atlantic side of Colombia and on the Caribbean coast, is also Colombia's largest port below Panama, and it is also the closest large port city to Dorado Port in a straight line. Is said to be large, but in fact it only has a population of 2 to 3 million, who is unlucky for Colombia, too close to Panama. The benefits of shipping are almost all taken up by Panama, but the Colombians can't get any benefits. They can only watch the Panamanians charge a large amount of money to cross the river every day. Whenever I think of this, all Colombians hate the Americans. If they hadn't fooled Panama to separate from Colombia, the Panama Canal now belongs to Colombia. So in fact, in Colombia, many people secretly support the big bosses smuggling flour into the United States. Because if the United States hadn't messed up the political situation of Colombia's economy, the people of Colombia would not have had such a miserable life. Of course, the international political situation is not what Gonzalo is most concerned about now. What he is most concerned about is the development of the Lee family. He has heard a lot of news about the outbreak of civil unrest in the Lee family, which makes him eager to move. On the one hand, he wanted to repay the Lee family's revenge for driving them out of the Hernandez family in Medellin. On the other hand, he also greeted the Lee family's 3 large plantations in Medellin. There are many tropical rainforests in Colombia, but it is not so easy to open up such a suitable plantation in the rainforest. The most important thing is that these plantations are not so easy to be discovered. This is the most important thing. Although the main energy of the Americans is now on fighting with the big groups in Mexico, their satellites still fly over Colombia from time to time. The eyes of those satellites are sharper than the eyes of monkeys. If you don't hide well, they will find your planting field. They will notify the government at that time. Although there are many senior executives in the government who have contact with them, they have to send someone over to burn their wheat fields for the sake of face. So regardless of Colombia's many tropical rainforests and the appropriate climate environment, it is not so easy to find so few, stable, high-yielding, and safer plantations. And the Lee family now has 3 pieces, located in the deep mountain and old forest northwest of Medellin. One of the most famous ones is Cacosa, which is a plantation field that countless flour traders have coveted. It is said that there can be dozens of tons of annual output, and the annual output value is more than $7 billion. Now that the Lee family is in trouble, countless people are eyeing them, thinking they want to take this plantation. Gonzalo studied in Dorado for more than a month, and finally couldn't help but quietly returned to Medellin and directly lived in the manor of his pro-family family. The Rico family controls the other 3 plantations in Medellin and is also a big local household. Although its strength is slightly inferior to that of the Lee family, it is also considered deeply rooted. Since the leaders of the Medellin group and the Cali group were arrested, the owners of these small estates have been fighting each other. Everyone unites from time to time and sometimes splits up. Although they don't have the momentum to order the world back then, they actually live a happy life. The above are also unhappy that they will maintain this state of division. After all, do the Americans want face? Anyway, the big boss is knocked out. As for the amount of goods sold by the following men, will there be more goods? Sorry, that is not what the Americans are concerned about. Gonzalo soon met his wife's brother, Carapa, who is now one of the big 3 in the Rico family. Capa, who has the classic South American mustache, was sitting on the porch of the mansion and drinking coffee. When he saw him entering the yard, he smiled and waved at him. Gonzalo sat down, and Capa smiled and asked him, "How many people have you brought here this time?" "I have brought all the elite of the family, more than 200 people in total." "Very good." Capa smiled and stroked his mustache. "How many people have you prepared?" "Almost 200 people, right? And we have already contacted Pacho Rodriguez. They will send troops with us at that time." Before he came, Gonzalo had already received the news that this time the Rico family, and the Rodriguez family, planned to join forces to end the Lee family together. In this way, 1/5 of the supple share of the Colombian market will be surrendered, and most importantly, they can divide up several plantations of the Lee family. And Gonzalo can be assigned to at least one of the Lee family plantations. This is also the main reason why he rushed back to help out. An anti-Lee family alliance was formed under the drive of interests.untilnovel.com. When will it start? Probably tomorrow night. Pacho and others are staring at the movements of the Lee family, planning to find the right time. Tomorrow is said to be the day when the Lee family is preparing for the funeral. It seems that the Lee family's struggle is settled. This time it is estimated to be a grand funeral. Caper smiled and touched the mustache under his nose. These Chinese people just like infighting. Hey, thanks to their bad habit, otherwise they haven't had a chance yet. Ha! That Leaf is usually so arrogant. He deserves it. I'm afraid he didn't expect that he would die in the hands of his loyal dog. By the way, how is the Lee family's current combat power? Gonzalo couldn't help but ask again. He was very afraid of the Lee family's action team, the action team led by Lee Yun, among their flower dealers in Colombia, but a famous group of lunatics. His brother was killed by this action team. Their family was driven out of the Medellin area that year, and it had a lot to do with the Lee family's action team. The retaliatory actions they blocked several times were ultimately broken in the hands of this action team. The fierce revenge organized by the Lee family action team has caused fatal damage to their family almost every time, and those memories are almost all nightmares that make him unforgettable. Not only is Gonzalo very afraid of the Lee action team, Karapu also feels a headache when he hears the name. Because of the Lee family's action team, not only did Gonzalo leave an indelible meeting, their Rico family also suffered from the action team. Chapter 857 Lie. Why it is said that the Lee family's action team was wiped out in an operation in Copper Country. When Caper said these words, he suddenly felt relieved. On the other side, Gonzalo's expression at this moment heard this, and it seemed as if he had drained the stool that had been held for a few days at once. That's great, Caper. The news alone is worth a few drinks. Ha ha, yes. This news is worth celebrating. Katso, bring us the bottle of red wine. Ha! South Americans are so unrestrained. They don't need food at all to drink. As long as they hear the good news, they are worth a few drinks. What's more, this news is simply enough to make them enjoy a drink. To be honest, Karappa, what kind of person did the Lee family offend this time? Will they be expelled from the Copper Country? I heard that their family is also a century-old family over there, and it is deeply rooted. Kind of it. After a few glasses of wine, Gonzalo couldn't help but ask more questions. And Caper shook the glass in his hand. It's the Chen family. The Chen family? The Chen family hasn't mixed the flower circle very much in the past 10 years. I heard that it seems to be out of power. The flower is sold well, so I want to learn from other people to follow the right way. What is the right way? Easy to go? Gonzalo drank the remaining half glass of red wine in one sip, and couldn't help but sneered. The flower circle is a river and lake, and many people in this circle have been doing this for generations. Want to quit? How easy is it? It is true that many people intend to quit, but few can really quit. How did the leaders of the Kali group look like that? Didn't they also develop a detailed exit plan? But what's the end? Haven't the two brothers been put in prison by the Americans? There are also those domestic politicians who open their eyes to them when they ask for money, but when their American masters tighten the chain, they will vent their anger on the flower dealers. It's a real mother. So in Gonzalo's view, it is to do a line of love, strive to be bigger and stronger in this line, and to achieve the same achievements as the Escobar predecessors is considered a success. As for quitting, he didn't even think about it. It's just that he didn't want to understand how the Chen family came to a comeback by relying on the strength of the Lee family. I heard that the Chen family introduced a tycoon from China as a strong aide, and overturned the Lee family and drove the Lee family out of the Copper Country. Chinese? The Chen family are really courageous enough to collude with Chinese in South America? Gonzalo, who has dealt with Americans all the time, obviously doesn't look down on the Chinese, but Caper next to him doesn't think so. Shut up, Gonzalo, are you drinking too much? Caper became angry. And Gonzalo closed his mouth quickly. But I was cursing secretly in my heart. I don't know what these Chinese people are afraid of. They are really bastards. But he didn't know that he, Uncle Karappa, was very jealous of Chinese people. Previously, his buddies kidnapped 2 Chinese engineers who helped build communication base stations in Bolivia. I originally thought that this time I tied a big ticket to blackmail the Chinese people. How could I think that I stabbed a hornet's nest this time? The Chinese don't know how to talk to the government. The government actually sent troops directly into the mountain and threw his brothers who were hiding in the old forest deep in the mountains. In his anger, his brother simply chopped off an engineer's hand and mailed it back, threatening him not to chase him anymore, and quickly get the money. How can I think that this group of people would be annoying? Every 2 days, his brothers hid their parents in their hometown, together with the second and third rooms in the city. All of them were kidnapped by a group of masked men. Then they chopped off the hand of his most cherished bastard, and mailed it to him, with a sentence, and quickly let him go. His brother played a whole life travel and did a whole life kidnapping. It was the first time he encountered such a thing. After that time, he knew who could not provoke him, so he quickly put the person back. And in the end his youngest son was detained by the other party. The other party left a sentence. This time it was just a warning, and the next time his family will be destroyed. Even his dog will not let go. This is really to punish the 10 people. After that, the guerrillas in the mountains of Bolivia and Peru were honest, and no one dared to attack the Chinese easily. Even here in Colombia, if you talk about robbery or something, people will just open their eyes and close them. But if you kidnap, they will never end with you. Therefore, Keipo is very jealous of the Chinese tycoon whom the Chen family is fond of. What he is most worried about is, what if the Chen family is back in this circle with the support of that tycoon? You must know that the Chen family was named after the Li family in the circle, and it was even more ruthless than the Li family, and they had 2 accomplices, the Wang family and the Mei family. Only when they saw the downfall of Medellin Group and Kali Group, they were also discouraged by this circle, and they withdrew from this business. If they come back from a new team, with their strength and prestige, whether it is the Rico family or the Rodriguez family, they really can't stop it. The Rodriguez family finally sent back news the next day. The night was when the Li family was going to die and when their defense was weakest. They planned to do it together at this time. At noon, Keipo gathered his own hands, and together with Gonzalo's hands, he had a huge luncheon in his manor. Let the boys play desperately. This swanksing wine before leaving is naturally for others to drink. These years, the subordinates are basically the post-90s and post-OOS. This group of young people is really hard to manage. I don't care about anything. The most important thing is face, money, and feelings about them are nonsense. If you give enough money, people will sell your life. If you owe money to someone, he will dare to shoot you if he raises his hand, regardless of whether you are the head of the family. Therefore, Keipo not only prepared a large amount of good wine and meat, but also a bundle of US dollar bills. Anyway, these flower vendors are the most indispensable. 10,000 per person. You can grab the Li family's money at will. After the action is over, each person will send another 10,000. Yes, there is not much money, but this money is enough for the short mules to go desperately. After all, most people living here earn tens of dollars a month. 10,000 US dollars is already a huge fortune here. The low mules under the stage yelled. There are a few sensible men, and they also raised plastic cups in their hands, where cheap rum was spilled everywhere. Long live the boss! Long live the boss! The little brothers yelled out one by one, and Karappa was even more proud at this time. He seemed to see the day when he took over the Medellin area. By then I will be Escobar too. Before the dream was finished, there was a bang from the gate, and the heavy wooden door of the manor was hit by a black steel monster. Keipo rubbed his eyes and realized that it turned out to be an armored car of the US military standard. After this armored car rushed into the compound, The heavy machine gun on the roof of the car started spraying at those who hadn't reacted yet. There was a violent metal tongue. What is this special? Gonzalo rushed over from the side and grabbed Caper by the collar. At this moment, the veins on his head were about to burst out. Caper shook his head. I don't know either. Countless people in black climbed up to the wall of the compound, but they didn't jump into the courtyard. They used the wall as a cover, the guy, and started shooting at those far away. Unsuspecting gangsters, they were beaten by the opponent's sack and howling, and hundreds of people were knocked to the ground without even having a chance to find a cover. There were some exciting ones, and they overturned the long table and barbecue grill, hiding behind them, and shooting at the gunmen on the wall. But their resistance only lasted for less than half a minute, and they were crushed by the armored vehicles rushing in from the gate. At this time, Caper also saw the killers rushing into the yard from behind the armored vehicles. The people who stepped on the horse were members of the Rodriguez family, as well as the Lee family section team. Bastards, we were betrayed by them. At this time, Gonzalo was hiding behind the stone pillars in the porch, and seeing Lee Yun hiding behind the armored vehicle, and bringing the action team in, he felt like he was almost peeing. Until novel.com he hated Lee Yun, but he was also afraid of him, because he can't forget the corpse of his brother who was blown to pieces by Lee Yun a few years ago. After that, Lee Yun led people to attack their last stronghold in Medellin, killing his father. You must know that they made a trap in their own manner, but they did not expect to be perfectly avoided by this guy. The failure of their sneak attack that time also caused the death of his father. So every time he dreamed back at midnight, this Lee Yun was the object of hatred and fear. Seeing this guy rushing in with the team this time, his legs became weak. Retreat, retreat. Gonzalo greeted his family members loudly, and quickly withdrew. The situation is obvious now. They originally thought they were hunters, but they didn't expect that they were just their prey. At this time, his only thought was to leave the Green Mountains without fear of no firewood. Now there is no point in regretting it. What he didn't expect was that this time the Lee family came with Xiao Feng's instructions to kill Lai Wei. Whoever thinks that their Lee family is over, and they dare to stretch their paws to Lee family, they chopped off these guys' limbs, so that other colleagues will have a longer memory. And the Hernandez family, and the Rico family, are the best objects of prestige. Kill these two families, and the others will be honest. To these barbarians, it is useless to be reasonable. The most effective way to make them obedient is to fist. Chapter 858 Spoils Division Conference. The coalition forces of the Lee family and the Rodriguez family attacked very suddenly, and the offensive was also extremely fierce and swift. At first, the Hernandez family and the Rico family were beaten up, but soon they also reacted. After all, they were large in number. Moreover, this is still the manner of the Rico family, so the counterattack force is still organized. But soon, it was destroyed by the armored vehicle sent by the coalition. After all, for those gangsters who usually only shoot street black guns, this kind of high-end military attack mode with coordinated footwork is not something they can stop. The Lee family only sent half of them this time, but these people are the rest of Lee Yun's elite. In addition, Xiao Feng also placed the backbone of clones in the middle of the team, and the combat effectiveness of these people immediately increased. These people had been trained by Lee Yun for a long time using pure militarization methods, but they hadn't been tempered much, and there was still a gap between them and the real army. But now that these interstellar infantry-level backbones have joined, the Lee family section team immediately has a completely reborn change. These security experts all appeared on the battlefield in the form of small captains, each led by 30 people. There are a total of 5 teams, but the combat power they have demonstrated is astounding. With these captains, the members of these action teams, even if the battlefield situation is chaotic, can keep their heads calm and know where their mission goals are. This is a world of difference from those gangsters who can only rush and fight. Their eyes are red after a while, and they only know that they will burn, kill, and looting. 2 brothers, Gago and Rosario of the Rodriguez family who followed the total team, saw the performance of the Lee family action team, and then took a breath. Fortunately, when the Lee family came to ask for cooperation before, they did not refuse. Otherwise the thought of encountering such a powerful and elite militarized force on the battlefield would cause them both to have a headache. The Rodriguez family used to be big landlords in Medellin and later became warmongers in the area. In the 1960s and 1970s, the former Soviet Union wanted to export revolutions in Central and South America. Coupled with the success of Cuba's independence, many leftists in the region saw hope, so these people picked up their guns one after another, got into the deep mountains and old forests, and began to fight guerrillas. As for the armies of these countries in South America, they are obviously unable to deal with these guerrillas. Later, many countries vigorously encouraged non-governmental organizations to run militias. The Rodriguez family actively responded to the call of the country and established the largest militia organization in the area. Because they were fighting with the guerrillas, they were appreciated by the Americans. Not only did they send instructors, they also asked for money and guns. So these people quickly swelled up, and later they all became local tyrants. Even after the fall of Escobar in the late 1990s, these people took over Escobar's territory one after another and became the new local overlord. The Rodriguez family is one of the best, and when they saw the combat effectiveness of the Lee family action team, they couldn't help but stun themselves secretly. Because of the combat power displayed by the Lee family action team, they immediately compared the combat power of their subordinates. Even the elites of their family are still not enough in front of others. So at this time, they were very fortunate that they had not been enemies with Lee Yun before. Because of the super performance of the Lee family action team, the battle soon came to an end. Kepa and Gonzalo were trapped in a tower at the north corner of the manor, and they looked desperately at the distant city. It's impossible for the police in Medellin not to hear the ping-pong playing here for so long, but they have no intention of coming to support them. Obviously they have been bought by the two. At this time, the other party did not mean to attack. Instead, they made people downstairs and began to pile up piles of firewood. As soon as they saw this situation, the two brothers collapsed on the spot. Soon the blazing fire in the Rico manor meant that the Medellin family, which had ruled the Medellin region for a time, was completely over. 2 days later, the bearded Rodriguez brothers personally appeared at the Lis manor to participate in this celebration ceremony. They shook hands with Lee Zen and Lee Yun one after another. There are countless other small families that belong to the two big families in this area. In fact, the structure of these gangs in Colombia is also very interesting. It is basically the embryonic form of the European feudal dynasty in the past. For example, the Rodriguez family, the big bosses are Gago and Rosario Rodriguez brothers. Their family used to be big landlords in the area. Other small families attached to their homes are other small landlords or middle-class families engaged in other industries. The relationship between them is like the kings of ancient Europe and the lords who are loyal to them below. Even the gangs in the entire Colombia region and most other South American regions have such a structure. This time the Rodriguez brothers brought their little bosses, who are almost 7 or 8 in number. And the reason why they came, so many people also expressed their recognition of Lee Yun and Lee Zen. Although it is very unethical for them to kill the old patriarch of the Lee family, the presence of these people at today's dinner indicates that they have accepted their status. In addition, the dinner tonight is not only a simple expression of recognition of the two newcomers to the Lee family, but also a very important point, which is to carve up the inheritance of Hernandez and the Rico family. So this is not just a celebration ceremony, but also a gathering of the spoils. The Rico family has been operating in Medellin for many years. Before that, it was a big family that shared the world with the Rodriguez family. It can be said that the flour produced in Medellin, the two of them evenly split 70% of the output, and the remaining 30% is the share of the Lee family. And now the Rico's family is down. Naturally these people are going to come over to fight the autumn wind. In the courtyard of the manor, the leaders of the small family are drinking wine, dancing, eating barbecue, and chatting. In the hall at the back of the manor, the Lee family brothers and Rodriguez brothers were setting out their carts and horses. vying for profit. Let's talk about Lila first. Where is the planting field? I think it belongs to us. Gago. What Rodriguez values most is the wheat farming fields controlled by the Rico family. As the surveillance by US nationals has become more and more strictly prohibited these years, it is more difficult to find suitable cultivation fields. The Rico family owns several very good wheat fields, and the best one is the one near Lila. Surrounded by the North Layla Mountains, there is Lake Tadia next to it, and the dense rainforest nearby provides them with very good protection, and there is no shortage of water. So where does the flour produced not only have good quality, but also a high yield? The Rodriguez family, coveting that piece of land, is no longer a day or two. Now that the Rico family is destroyed by the regiment, they naturally hope to take over this field. If they would definitely not seek the advice of the Lee family before, they would force their troops to occupy it. But after seeing the performance of Action Lee Yun that day, they decided to be polite to avoid unnecessary conflicts. All right, that wheat field will be given to you, but the other wheat fields are ours. Lee Zen smiled and nodded in agreement. He promised so happy, which made Gago feel a little uncomfortable. Why did this guy promise so happy? Is there a ghost in? You have to know that although the Rico family has 2 other wheat fields, adding those 2 wheat fields together, the output will be equal to the output of the Lila wheat field, and the quality is still quite poor. The most important thing is that the management and operating costs of those 2 days are not low. But the Lee family actually agreed without much thought. The Julio family, the Joaquin family, and the Lorenzo family are all ours. Rosario tentatively made a second suggestion. These 3 families are the 3 most powerful families under the Rico family. Now that the Rico family is destroyed, they have become fish on the chopping board. The Rodriguez family wants to swallow them in one bite, and that strength must be greatly increased. Originally Rosario estimated that Lee Yun would argue with them on this point. What was unexpected is www.mtlnovel.com. After Lee Yun and Lee Zen actually looked at each other, they smiled and nodded in agreement. The Rodriguez brothers had the hardest time to reach 2 points, but they all reached an agreement smoothly, which was really beyond their expectation. Although they don't know what medicine the Lee brothers bought in the horde, they are so happy in dividing the interests, which still makes the Rodriguez brothers very happy. Then when they divided the properties of other Rico families, they were also rarer and more generous. Many commercial properties of the Rico family in Colombia, as well as many ranches, farms, and ordinary plantations in Colombia, they were very generous and did not compete with the Lee family brothers. Because of these things, they are not valued at all. I asked for more than a dozen symbolically, and distributed them to the little brothers who followed to deal with them. The remaining more than 20 farms and pastures with good quality were all distributed to the Lee family brothers. These farms and ranches will eventually pass the auction, and then they will fall into the hands of the newly established Pan American Asset Management Company, which was established by the cloning financial expert Pablo, for management and operation. As for the Hernandez family's property in Puerto Girardeau, no one mentioned it in this meeting. Because of Port Girardeau, Lee Zen led the team to shoot down. It turned out that Lee Yun led the action team to participate in the offense when attacking Rico's manor that day. And Lee Zen took the other more than 100 numbers in the family, and the mercenary brigade formed by Ambroff, which Xiao Feng supported him, directly copied Hernandez's home in Girardeau. Chapter 859 One direct copy home. One straightforward. The power of the Hernandez family was swept away in Girardeau port. It was all the credit of the Lee family. The Rodriguez brothers were too embarrassed to share the profits over there. Furthermore, Girardeau port, in their opinion, is a place where birds don't shit. Wherever there are fishermen, there is nothing. And there is nothing worthy of points. And the Hernandez family itself is not a big family, and there are no small families to which it belongs, and there is no oil and water, and the Rodriguez brothers simply don't like it. The Rico family, in their opinion, is the big fat sheep. Now that the fat sheep has been divided up, the rest is naturally to enjoy the wine. After the spoils are divided, the Medellin area will change from the original three-legged state to a two-part world. The Rodriguez family will become the largest local flour merchant, occupying 60% of the local flour market share, while the Lee family will be the number 2 market giant, occupying the remaining 40% market share. Everyone is also very satisfied with the current state, and after some binge drinking, it can be regarded as the guests and the host having a great time. When the Rodriguez brothers left with them, Li Yun and Li Zhen immediately disappeared from their previous drunkenness. After being planted by Xiao Feng, these two brothers not only became Xiao Feng's diehards, but the King Bee egg also brought them unimaginable benefits. For example, it promotes the secretion of various hormones, which greatly improves the physical fitness of the two people. So this little wine can't drink both of them at all. As soon as the Rodriguez family members left, they came to the living room upstairs, where Xiao Feng was smoking a cigarette leisurely, looking at the account book copied from Rico's house. After a battle, it can be said to be quite rewarding. Just copy the flour from the Ricos and Hernandez's homes without time. There are 70 tons, worth $4 billion. All these naturally fell into Xiao Feng's pocket, and then in the underground warehouse of the Rico's family, he found more than $4 billion in cash, as well as a lot of gold and silver treasures. The money was naturally divided equally with the Rodriguez family, but more importantly, they found several accountants from the Rico family. These people were secretly controlled by them, and Rodriguez did not know. In the past 2 days, according to their account, they have found several dens where Brother Rico and brothers hid money. The two brothers, like their old predecessor Escobar, like to dig pits and bury their money in the ground. So in the past few days, the money they dug out secretly from the underground has already amounted to several tons, and the total amount can be more than $2 billion. In addition, they also found the two brothers through these accountants, who were hiding in the secret account of Andres Bank. Andres is also a money laundering mecca in the Caribbean, but it is different from the Virgin Islands that belong to the same side and the Cayman Islands. The Virgin Islands and the Cayman Islands mostly launder money for those large multinational companies. Andres is a place for flour traders and corrupt officials in South America to hide money. So Andres is not very famous globally, but here is the most favorite money laundering place for dealers. The secret account opened by the Rico family here still hides about $1.5 billion in assets, but most of them are hidden in the form of various company stocks and national bonds. In the end, these funds, of course, all went into Xiao Feng's pocket. And, really, the family here is stronger than the Li family, and has been in the area for longer than the Li family. Why does the family feel worse than the Li family? Xiao Feng flipped through the ledger and muttered a few words. Li Yun and Li Zhen, who were sitting across from him, looked at each other, and then smiled and answered him. On the one hand, because there are so many members in the family, there are more people who share the money, and their family raises a lot of people, so the labor cost is also high. On the other hand, their family has always liked the extravagant life and enjoys, so I often spend money lavishly. This is no secret in Medellin. Oh, that's how it is. Don't you guys get their ills? Xiao Feng nodded and said with a smile at Li Yun and Li Zhen, "Don't worry, Mr. Xiao, we definitely won't." Putting down the Rico's account book, Xiao Feng picked up the account book copied from the Hernandez family. Compared with the big families like Rico and the Li family, the Hernandez family has small arms and legs, and the family members are only a few $100 million in total. There are no real estate or anything, but there are a few smuggling ships, which in Xiao Feng's eyes are all debted. But what he values is not the assets of the Hernandez family. What he values is the Port Girardeau controlled by the Hernandez family. This port is located on the border between Colombia and Panama. It is the narrowest part of the Isthmus of Panama in Colombia, facing the Pacific Ocean to the east, with the back of the Isthmus of Panama to the west. It traverses the isthmus for about 150 kilometers, and the terrain is flat during the period. About an hour's drive, you can drive to Urawa Bay on the Caribbean coast, where the Hernandez family also controls an unobtrusive small port. Apartado, with a population of 2, a small town of about 100,000. Now these two cities are under the control of Xiao Feng. He wondered, these two ports can still make some articles. Put down the Hernandez's account book. Xiao Feng pinched the bridge of his nose, and then told Li Yun and Li Zhen to say, the 200 million cash copied from Rico's house, we divided it in half. You draw up a charter and distribute it to the brothers below, so you can take more. Xiao Feng took all the other money, but he not only took away this part of the cash. Although he controlled Li Yun and Li Zhen, he didn't control all the soldiers under Li's family. These people have families to raise. I won the battle this time, so naturally I have to give people money. If I don't get the benefits, who will go with you? 200 million are all given out to his subordinates. With just over 300 people, Xiao Feng can definitely be said to be the biggest boss, because each of these people can get nearly $100,000. You know, these years, in Colombia, if you give $100, there are people who are willing to work for you, and Xiao Feng will cost 200 million. As for the future organization and operation, Xiao Feng did not leave too much money for Li Yun and Li Zhen. I copied the old nest of the Rico family, but not only the cash, but also the unsold goods. The Rodriguez people didn't want these goods. If the flour is disposed of, it would be $4 billion. This is enough for Li Yun and Li Zhen to continue to maintain the operation of the Li family. The future Li family can no longer be just a criminal family like before. The purpose of Xiao Feng's continued existence is to maintain a Chinese armed force in South America. He is a private soldier raised by Xiao Feng. As for the source of military expenditure, it is natural to adapt to local conditions and rely on the mountains to eat the mountains. As for the ransacks these times, the cash, jewelry, and other assets were copied from the Li family, the Rico family, and the Hernandez family. These assets will eventually be allocated to the Pan American Asset Management Company established by Xiao Feng and Pablo through various channels, and then the cash will be transferred to Southern Cross Bank. Other farms, ranches, and commercial real estate is left to this company to take care of. The farm must grow high-value crops such as coffee, or plant various fruits according to local conditions. By that time, their output will all be the raw materials for biological extraction in the 9th laboratory, and the remaining part will be squeezed into juice and become a supplier of fast food made by famous chefs. Xiao Feng also plans to look at the output of the orchard and coffee plantation here, and then set up a beverage company. Starbucks can sell dozens of coffees for a cup of coffee these days, and Moxing coffee can be sold in the US just by drumming and spreading flowers. I control the upstream supply of raw materials. Why can't I set up a beverage company by myself? It's done. It's all money. As for the money copied from these two families, although they are all placed in Southern Cross Bank, a special fund management department will be established. In the end, all of this money will be spent on the future construction of Ithaca and the Karapag Islands. Although they have contacted the Chinese engineering team, and the other party is willing to provide them with infrastructure construction for free, but there are still many places where money will be spent in the later stage. Mentalnovel.com, such as those engaged in breeding islands. At least some of the most basic facilities must be constructed, such as road paving, cowboys dormitory, recommended cowshed for shelter from wind and rain, and network power facilities. These all cost money. This time, with the billions of dollars in cash copied from the Li family and the Rico family, Xiao Feng intends to use $1 billion to support the hardware construction in the Ithacan area and the Karapag Islands. In addition to several billions, he intends to invest in software, mainly in personnel recruitment. The cloning experts are already in place, and the next thing is to recruit crazy scientific and technical personnel from China to equip these experts with scientific researchers from Europe and the United States. Xiao Feng is not at ease. he is relieved that he is still recruiting scientific researchers of Chinese descent. Especially with the recent tightening of US policies, many laboratories and universities are engaged in anti-Chinese campaigns. Many scientific and technological personnel in the US have lost their jobs because of their Chinese background. Xiao Feng intends to find these people, but if you want to recruit these people, you don't provide enough money and a good scientific research environment. That's not enough, and this requires a lot of financial resources to support. Although Xiao Feng currently has a lot of industries, he still has a big deal to do in the future, and that is to go to the United States to buy the first chain pharmacy. Therefore, it is difficult for him to withdraw funds at will from the industries under his own name. Even recently, he has asked all enterprises to concentrate all the funds and reserve them at any time. In this way, recruiting people from the United States will be short of money. This time, it is fine. The cash of the Li family and the Rico family helped him solve the problem of cash shortage. Chapter 860. Wonderful person. Li Xingkai is only 30 years old this year, the youngest age for a man. Wearing gold wire glasses, he looks gentle and gentle. Unlike his cousin Leaf, who likes to pretend to be gentle, he is a real gentleman. From junior high school, he left his hometown to study in the United States. Because of his excellent grades, he was admitted all the way to Columbia University. After graduation, he went straight to the stock company on Wall Street. After working there for a few years, he moved to Miami and founded his own fund company. Of course, on the surface, he is a fund company, but secretly, his main job is to help people launder money, such as Brazil, Argentina, Bolivia, Haiti, Panama. Anyway, as long as they are from Central and South America, he is a comer. Don't refuse. Of course, his favorite is the customers from the United States, because compared with the guys in Central and South America, the guys in the US are the big customers. Their money is very easy to come by, and they are also very generous, and they basically have no complaints about the 30% handling fee. Unlike the guys here in Central and South America, who charge a little fee and just jerky and crooked, they will bring a gun to the door to block people at every turn, which is annoying to death. Originally, he wanted to get rid of the wind and water there, intending to work until he is old, but he was called back by his father 5 years ago. It turns out that my father is old, and I hope he can take over the family business. He could only reluctantly suspend the business in the United States, returned to his father, and took over the family business. In fact, he and his cousins, Leaf and Li Kai, have not been very close. In his opinion, what age is this? Why do you want to engage in the business of fighting and killing? Is the business of honest dry cleaning money bad? If you don't touch the flower business, it won't attract the attention of Americans. If you do a good money laundering business, it will be like All Directions. The relationship is bypassed and everyone knows. Isn't this an era of multiple friends and multiple paths? Don't you have more friends than enemies? It's a pity that Leaf and Li Kai both have elm lumpy heads, and they will die in the flower industry. It is true that the industry comes in very quickly, which can be called huge profits. But in Li Xingkai's view, the industry loses its head very quickly. The eldest brother in that industry will change every 5 years, and you will be a veteran in 10 years. If you can last for 20 years, you will be an old monster. Not only must we guard against the government and the Americans, but also guard against going with us, living like that every day. Anyway, he didn't want to. So basically every family gathering, he would quarrel with the brothers. Later, he simply stopped attending family meetings. Some time ago, Leaf and brothers wanted to seize power from the Chen family. In fact, he was ambiguous about this proposal, but he did not approve of the use of violence, because in his opinion, if the Chen family is allowed to decline like that, they will not be able to hold on for long. But I didn't think that the two brothers had to come hard, but I didn't think that they kicked the iron plate. Not only the plan was not achieved, but even the nest was lost. What is even more frightening is that the Chen family did not know where to find such a fierce mainland tycoon, and actually uprooted the Li family's power from the copper country. He can only hide in Recife, He has been here for more than half a year. To be honest, he really likes this city in the east of South America. Open the door and you can see the Atlantic Ocean outside the window. The environment is simply not good. The only pity is that every day has to be frightened. Some time ago, Leif wanted to send someone back to avenge him. In fact, he didn't agree with him. He didn't even rush to take out the treasures on Nantai Island. After all, even if he loses those treasures, it won't cause much loss to him. What he has is money. But Leif insisted on asking him to contribute money and other people in the name of a family bear, and he was very upset. But in the end, considering the unity of the family, he had to agree to Leif's terms. But he didn't send anyone, just gave Leif a sum of money and sent him away. Recently, he has not received a call from Leif for more than 2 weeks, and his friends in Colombia who also told him about the recent changes in Medellin. To be honest, when he heard that Leif's line had all been extinct, he secretly chuckled for a long time. That cruel guy should have died long ago. But thinking again that the strongest barrier of the Lee family was gone, he felt a sense of sorrow in his heart. Leif is dead. What about himself? You must know that his subordinates do not have the loyal action team like Leif, but only a hired security guard. These guys all work for money. As for loyalty, it all depends on the intensity of the enemy's offensive. If the enemy is the kind of country mudlegs with little knowledge, these security guards can still show strong combat effectiveness. If the other party can wipe out the hard stubble like Leif, he is sure that the security guards next to him will be scattered after a few minutes of fighting. In that case, it is better to dismiss them earlier and save yourself a few money. After understanding this, Lee Sin-kai dismissed the security guards, and then lived a happy and prosperous life in Recife. I change a few girls almost every day, and it's not too cool to enjoy it. The best thing about Brazil is that there are all kinds of mixed-race beauties everywhere. White, Indian, and black mixed races are everywhere. It is simply a country with the most amazing ethnic origin. I lived according to the will of the family for decades before, and finally had the opportunity to enjoy myself. Lee Sin-kai has been very indulgent recently. On this day, he finally woke up from the meat forest, paved the meat forest beside him, got out of bed, walked to the balcony of the living room, opened the window to enjoy the gentle sea breeze blowing from the Atlantic Ocean. After basking in the sun for a while, he decided to go downstairs to eat a meal. The Brazilian barbecue in this hotel restaurant, when he first came a few years ago, he only tried one bite, and he liked it, and since then he has never tired of eating it. Later, even in order to be able to eat the special barbecue steaks made by the hotel chef every time, he specially bought this hotel. At present, it seems that this deal is not coming, because it is against the tropics, the climate is pleasant, and there is no difference between low and peak tourist seasons, so every year the hotel can bring him rich returns. He put on loose linen shirts and pants and went downstairs. Every waiter he met along the way expressed respect for him from the heart. After all, he is a well-known good boss here. When the restaurant downstairs is ready, the waiter soon brought him a special grilled meat and a glass of iced mojito. Eat a bite of barbecue and a bite of iced mojito in the monk. Such days are really not for the gods. But today he only took a bite, and a tall young man sat in front of him with a smile. "Give this gentleman a cutlet, plus a glass of iced mojito," he shouted to the waiter, then turned his head and smiled and said to Xiao Feng, "Trust me, my recommendation can't be wrong." Xiao Feng smiled and nodded, and said in no hurry. After a while, the barbecue steak and iced mojito were brought up. Xiao Feng was not polite. He picked up the knife and fork and ate. The two of them seemed to be old friends, and they had a chat while eating. It was mainly Lee Sin-kai who was saying that he had been introducing Xiao Feng all the way to the beauty and history of Recife. It used to be a Portuguese colony, but it was later occupied by the Dutch. Earlier this was mainly the starting point of the sugar trade, and later it was trafficked by black slaves. Xiao Feng smiled and listened to Lee Sin-kai's introduction. This guy was different from any flower dealer he had met. He has investigated the background of this guy, a high-achieving student who graduated from Columbia University, a master of finance. And he is not as cruel as the rest of the Li family. The most important thing is that he received a very interesting message that this guy actually dismissed all his security guards after hearing that the Li family had been wiped out by him in Medellin. This is interesting. Is this a gesture of surrender? In fact, with his financial resources and powerlessness, he can have many choices. At the worst, he can run away. Xiao Feng estimated that at least this guy still had billions of assets in his hands. Even if the existing impairment was changed, he could still exchange billions of cash. With this money, you can go to the ends of the world. But this guy didn't run. He actually stayed in Recife, living a life of drunk meat groves and singing night after night. It seemed that he was going to be drunk and forget about death, trying to enjoy himself before he died. Others don't understand what he thinks, but Xiao Feng understands that this is a smart man. He was waiting for his arrival. Even if he sent Li Zhen and Li Yun over, it would not work for him. He is not afraid of death. He is waiting for himself. This guy is such a wonderful person. So Xiao Feng decided to come to meet him in person this time. Soon the steak was finished, and I drank 2 glasses of wine. The history and sights of Recife were almost introduced. Xiao Feng sat up straight. www.mentalnovel.com smiled and looked at Li Xingkai and said, "I'm here. Do you have anything to say?" Li Xingkai also sat up straight. His face became serious, and then he chuckled. "Well, you look younger than I thought." He shook his head. "I really don't understand. You started as a fast food business. How can you be so familiar with this business? And how did you get along with the Russians?" Li Yun and the others also found a good boss. With the Russian line, they can finally solve the problem of entering the European market. They no longer need to rely on Italians, and their goods can go directly to the Russian route. The East and Central European markets are open. Xiao Feng was taken aback. No wonder Li Zhen and Ambroff walked so close the other day, and they gathered together for meetings from time to time. He didn't seem to be involved too much in the flower business, so he left it to Li Yun and the others. It's just that he didn't expect that Li Yun and the others would actually open the European market through Ambroff and Liu Jin. Chapter 861 to Ocean Railway. But when I think about Liu Jin, he must be inseparable from the Russian mafia. Those guys have a lot of magical powers in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and even Western Europe. The reputation of one of the few gangs who dare to head with the Napoli people in Italy is definitely not covered. Regarding the flower business, Li Yun and Li Zhen also told him that the main market for flour in South America is the United States. Of course, it was once supplied to Japan, but with the rise of the Golden Triangle, the markets of Japan and Asia were taken away by the Golden Triangle. As for the European market, it has always been supplied by the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle. The South American gangs have also tried to enter the European market, but they are too far away. And in Europe, they have no foundation. So many times, they just supply the Napoli people in Italy. As for what they do, they don't care. And this time they can get on the line with the Russians through Xiao Feng, which will open up the European market. Of course, this is good news for Li Yun and Leaf, and it can open up a market. If Li Xingkai didn't tell him this today, he hadn't really thought about these things before. At this time, he looked at Li Xingkai and laughed, and he felt that this man was an interesting and wonderful person. "How did you dismiss the security? Don't you know that you are dangerous?" "Ha. Of course I know, but even Leaf can't stop you. Even security guards like me can't stop you. And even though they are guys who work for money, I have always been skeptical of their professional ethics. If when they are facing a life and death crisis, I suspect that they will betray me as soon as possible. Instead of waiting for them to betray me, it is better to dismiss them as soon as possible. This will save me a lot of money." Xiao Feng couldn't help but rolled his eyes. "You have a very good reason. I was right. Ha ha, am I smart?" Li Xingkai on the opposite side laughed. Ha ha. Xiao Feng looked at this guy, and he felt a little like this guy's character. "Aren't you afraid? Are you afraid you don't have to die?" This answer is very good. Xiao Feng spread his hands. "Since you can't escape death, Why not be cooler? You have time to escape. Where to go? China, Southeast Asia. I have never been, and I don't want to go, let alone your place there. Going to Europe. It's too cold over there, and you know the Russians. I know their ability in Europe. Then only South America, Africa, North America, and Antarctica are left for me to choose from. This guy actually started talking, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Africa is too chaotic, I dare not go. Antarctica is too cold, I don't want to be neighbors with penguins. North America is going there, I'm sorry, many people don't want me to go back. So where else can I go? I can only stay. It's the most suitable here. Xiao Feng nodded. He admired this guy more and more. Facing such a situation, he could still talk freely. This is not something ordinary people can do. At least in his opinion, it is more muscle than brains than Leaf and Li Kai. Only the guy who knows how to fight and kill is much stronger. But I don't think you stay here to wait for me, just to die. A smart person like you can't wait for death. As soon as Xiao Feng turned the topic, Li Xingkai on the other side also laughed. Of course I don't want to die, and I don't want to die. So during this time I have been collecting information about you and researching your preferences. Finally I found a reason for me to continue to live. Oh, then please convince me, Xiao Feng said with a smile. Li Xingkai directly took out a tablet and pushed Xiao Feng over. These are multiple accounts managed by my team, including NYSE, Frankfurt Exchange, London Stock Exchange, Tokyo Stock Exchange, and there are probably more than $10 billion in these accounts. Funds are flowing. In addition, we have more than $10 billion in deposits in our accounts in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Andros Islands. If I die, then all the money will be spent. Who do you think the owner of the money will ask for compensation? Li Xingkai is also betting for him. These customers are also his amulet. Among these people are the Senate of Country M, the major shareholders behind multinational companies, and politicians from several countries in South America, and most of them are the flower traders who lose out to South America. He is now responsible for the laundering of his funds. If he dies, then the money will basically be unavailable. This is also his most worthy amulet for proofs. But Xiao Feng smiled faintly at this moment. Your team in Miami and the team hiding in Andros are basically in our hands now. We have basically mastered the fund accountant path. As for you, if you master the password, it's a big deal to ask a few computer experts to crack it. Compared with the money, I don't think it's too expensive to rent a supercomputer to crack the password. Xiao Feng didn't say a word, and Li Xingkai's face turned pale. Because every time Xiao Feng says something, he loses 1 point of the chips in his hand. At the end, when he heard that Xiao Feng planned to rent a supercomputer to crack those account passwords that only he knew, he couldn't help laughing 3 times. You are really ruthless. You deserve to be someone who can kill Li Fei's family. It really is an exhaustive plan. Thank you, thank you. So now do you think you have any reason to continue living? I bought the shares of the Columbia Western Railway Company, and I have contacted the councillors of Cordoba and Choco. As long as you can keep me alive, I can contact them for approval. Railway construction to Dorado Port. What? Hearing what Li Xingkai said, Xiao Feng finally sat up straight. This Li Xingkai, how could he guess his plan? Sure enough, he is not a simple person. Amazing. You can even guess what you think? In fact, the previous victory in Medellin seemed to him to consolidate the position of the Li family in the region and obtain huge economic benefits. At the same time, the most important thing is to get the ARPA from the Hernandez family. The 2 ports of Altado and Dorado. The straight line distance between the 2 ports is only more than 150 kilometers. But they face the Pacific and the Caribbean. In the future, if he wants to get oil from Venezuela, the biggest headache is how to transport Venezuela's oil from the Caribbean to the Pacific. The closest route is of course the Panama Strait. Previously, he and Huayang Petroleum had planned to obtain oil from Venezuela, then take the Panama Strait, and use small tankers to transport the oil to the islands on the Carapag Archipelago. After refining, it would be sold locally, or repurchased domestically. But in terms of actual operation, one of the biggest problems has to be faced, and that is cost. The cost of pumping oil from Venezuela will not be mentioned for the time being. It is the most troublesome to transport oil through the Panama Strait. After learning about the freight of the Panama Canal, Xiao Feng couldn't help but curse that the country was so dark. Of course, the money must have ended up in the pockets of their major American shareholders, so it should be the American that's so black. This canal currently has about 17,000 ships navigable each year, carrying 600 million tons of cargo, and 38% of these are Chinese cargo ships. The toll paid by Chinese companies in 1 year must be paid. More than tens of billions of soft sister coins. A ship crossing the canal will be charged according to different types of cruise ships, freighters, etc. The fee for freighters is very high. A freighter of 10,000 TES across the river starts at $780,000. At present, the two largest owners of the Panama Canal in the world are the United States and China. However, the major shareholders behind the Panama Canal are Americans, so Americans pay money with nothing more than a left hand for a right hand. But the country of China is different. It's a real slaughter. At present, Huaguang pays tolls on the Panama Canal every year, with almost $20 billion. This shows how much cost will this increase the goods. Now Xiao Feng is engaged in Venezuela soil, and he is cooperating with Huayang Petroleum and the Russian company behind Liu Jin. They are responsible for transporting oil. He does not need to consider the tolls. Sooner or later, he has to leave these two companies aside and engage in oil by himself. So the tolls must be considered. He is not willing to be blocked and robbed by Americans like this. The most important thing is that Venezuelan oil is still being sanctioned by Yankees. If it were detained in Panama, it would be a big loss. So he is considering other alternatives, and the best way is naturally to open another channel in Colombia. He didn't think about the Nicaragua Grand Canal. After all, it would touch the roots of the Americans. But if you open a railway between the two ports of Apartado and Jirardot, together with the two oceans, this time you Americans will have nothing to say, right? Before China did not rise, the biggest benefactor of the Panama Canal was the Americans. Untilnovel.com. So no one wanted to open a railway connecting the two oceans here. But now that China has risen and is still the world's largest trading power, the strategic significance of opening such a railway is quite critical. After all, with this railway, you will not be sacked by the Americans. The construction of a 150-kilometer railway will not cost much at all. The carrying capacity is definitely inferior to the Panama Canal, and it is also very troublesome to unload, load, unload, and load from the two ports back and forth. But the Panama Canal navigable price set by the Americans is helpless, and it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time, which is really too dark. This price is unacceptable just to hear it. Xiao Feng has also sent a lot of investigators these days to investigate the cost of human transportation between the two ports. The final conclusion is that no matter how much you toss, the cost of passing the same goods is definitely lower than the cost of crossing the canal. TXT download address, Fonia reading, Chapter 862. General Manager. Xiao Feng really didn't expect this leak sink eye. He really guessed his own thoughts. In fact, the Rico family was destroyed before and so many assets were robbed, which didn't make him feel too happy. What really made him happy was that he accepted the Hernandez family, the two ports, the wharf, and the warehouse. Previously, the Hernandez family controlled these terminals, which were naturally used for trafficking flour like the United States. But after Xiao Feng took over, he no longer planned to do that kind of business. At first his idea was to build at Wuxing Railway, but that was just an idea. But when he later learned that the Panama Canal was a toll standard, his idea of building a railway here became even stronger. The toll for a ship can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is this Nemu unclear? Of course, if there is no American backing, the Panamanian government would not dare to be so dark. Regardless of the fact that the United States claims to have exchanged the Panama Canal to the Panamanian government, who does not know that the Panamanian government is actually a puppet of the United States. The Panama Canal is still under the control of the Canal Management Committee. The Panama Canal was first built by the legendary American banking tycoon J.P. Morgan, who raised $40 million and hired 80,000 workers. In that era, $40 million was almost equivalent to $40 billion today. Of course, the United States also grabbed enough benefits on this canal, from 1914 when the canal was built to 65 years in 1974 in the last century. This canal has always been in the hands of the Americans, and it was transferred to the Cloud Management Committee jointly established by the United States and Panama in 1974. But in fact, it was mainly the Americans who had the final say. Later, in 1983, Nori added to Taiwan. After this old man came to power, his attitude towards the United States has not been very friendly. He once encouraged the domestic people to take back the Panama Canal. This touched the American people's rebellion. As a result, in 1989, the local government of the United States imposed a drug trafficking charge on the president and directly launched an invasion, arrested the president, and overturned the Panamanian regime. In this way, the Americans once again firmly controlled the Panama Canal, and it was not until 1999 that they signed an agreement with the Panamanian government to transfer the management of the canal back to Panama. But in fact, behind Panama's existing canal management company, the majority shareholder is still American. Otherwise, do you think that the courage of the Panama Canal dare to charge hundreds of thousands of dollars in a one-time toll? A standard 10,000 container cargo ship basically costs $780,000 for a pass through the canal, while in the Suez Canal, the price is at least $100,000 cheaper than the Panama Canal. This is the main reason why, when many domestic cargo ships return to South America from the Atlantic Ocean, they would rather go around the Suez Canal than the Panama Canal. Moreover, the Panama Canal is still controlled by the Americans, and it is very susceptible to political factors. It is too troublesome to board the ship for inspection and arrest. Especially what Xiao Feng intends to do in the future is Venezuela's oil business, and Venezuela is still on the sanctions list of the United States. It is estimated that the ships of the Bear Country would dare to swagger to transport oil through the Panama Canal, and the Panamanians would not dare to make things difficult. If it's your own ship, it's probably the Americans who will inevitably do it. Finally, after thinking about it, it is the most cost-effective to build a railway. However, Xiao Feng only has a preliminary idea for the railway construction plan from Apaltado to Jirado Port. If this plan is really implemented, there are still many joints that need to be opened up. These two ports are located in the provinces of Córdoba and Choco in Colombia. If you want to build a railway with these two ports, you must have the consent of the local political circles. Otherwise the plan will be difficult to start. The other is the Colombia Western Railway Company, which is the only railway company in Colombia, and the country's railways are very unique. It has been hundreds of years since the founding of the country, but the railway mileage is pitiful, from the ports of the Caribbean Sea, extending inland like Medellin, Bogota and other cities. The entire country's railway network is just a long and thin oval shape, and there is not much thinking about radiation from other parts of the country. This railway company was first state-owned, and it fell into the hands of the Jirado family until the privatization of the country in the 1970s. But later it changed hands several times and became a stock company with many shareholders. In the past 10 years, the company's operating conditions have been in good condition. Now Lee Xing-kai has acquired the company and has become a major shareholder of the company. And I know the legislators of those two provinces. From this point of view, this guy is really good at it. Xiao Feng looked at Lee Xing-kai with a smile, and Lee Xing-kai looked at Xiao Feng with a smile. I have to admit that you are really a talent. Well, let me talk about it first. How did you know that I wanted to build a railway between these two ports? On this point, Xiao Feng is very curious. Li Xingkai pointed to his head. Of course it's observation. I have been collecting information about you before, but from the information collected, you are a businessman doing legitimate business. Until you were helping the Chen family in Tongo, there were suddenly many Russians around you. And now in South America, that country has the most Russians? Of course it is Venezuela. I have to say that this guy's analysis of things is really clear. I hate to understand the situation on the Venezuelan side. They are so poor they can't open the pot anymore. What are they going to pay to the people of Maugsan? There is only oil, but their oil quality is not high, and Maugsan is not a country lacking oil. So even if Maugsan gets the oil, he will definitely find a way to deal with it. Considering the principle of proximity, the only friend who can help them deal with the oil is you. Xiao Feng listened to Li Xingkai's analysis and nodded frequently. Since you have already guessed this, why don't you report it like a US citizen? The Americans are very powerful in South America. They are now sanctioning Venezuela. If Li Xingkai reports like them, Xiao Feng is quietly doing Venezuelan oil business, then it will definitely attract sanctions from the United States. Even if Xiao Feng is not directly doing business with Venezuelans, that will not work. The long-arm jurisdiction of the US people is so overbearing. But after hearing this, Li Xingkai shook his head. Who am I? I was originally on the blacklist of Americans. Besides, why should I denounce like Americans? I wish more people would dig the corners of Americans. Oh, listening to your tone, you seem to be very dissatisfied with the Americans. Ha ha, indeed, I have not been dissatisfied with them for a day or two. If you have a mother who died in the hands of a US policeman, and the last policeman was only sentenced to a light sentence, you will be dissatisfied. If you are on when you were in middle school, you were always the target of bullying, and you would be dissatisfied with the United States. Looking at Li Xingkai's slightly distorted face, Xiao Feng knew that this must have touched some unbearable memories of this guy. I originally thought that this guy grew up in the United States and would have an overwhelming affection for the United States. I did not expect that he would have such an unbearable past in the United States. This can also explain why he didn't report on himself like those organizations in the United States. Then I ask one more question. I think you seem to be not opposed to cooperating with me. I really want to know why? Why? If I don't cooperate with you, will you let me go? Xiao Feng smiled and shook his head, and Li Xingkai shrugged. That's all right. Besides, I really don't like those guys with leaf, because since I was a kid, there have been no less than their brothers. At the end, Li Xingkai's face became serious again. It seems that even if they are cousins with leaf, they are not right. Well, if you were to be responsible for the construction of this railway, what would you do? First of all, I will let someone arrange for the people of these two places to go to the parade. Amount? Xiao Feng listened for a moment, and Li Xingkai shrugged. As you know, the employment situation in these two places has not been very good. Many people have no jobs. Now fishing at sea is not that easy. So many people are here, hungry. Xiao Feng still knows this, so the labor in these two places is very cheap. Then I will contact the two councillors in the name of the railway company. On the railway company's side, I will arrange to put forward a railway construction plan, purchase land, and hire workers. The councillors will speed up the approval of the project. Up to 3 months. This will be enough. Made it. It seems that Li Xingkai is very confident in this matter. Xiao Feng frowned. He knows the virtues of the Colombian government and its extremely low efficiency. It can even be said that if you want to do something, but before you start, you will jump out of a gang of opponents and talk to you every day. As for the construction of the Sino-Ocean Railway, many Pru.S. parliamentarians will certainly come forward to oppose it, but it seems to Li Xingkai that this is not a difficult matter. At this time, Li Xingkai seemed to be the roundworm in Xiao Feng's stomach. Mentalnovel.com. Although he didn't say anything, Li Xingkai had already guessed what he was worried about. Haha, those congressmen and officials, don't worry too much, because many of them are my customers. Even if they are not my customers, I still have a way to grab their pigtails. It turned out to be like this. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. Well, in this way, I really can't find a reason to kill you. Your wonderful performance convinced me. My Liangyang Railway Company just lacks a general manager. Xiao Feng smiled and stretched out his hand to Li Xingkai, while Li Xingkai nodded with a smile. Actually, I am not interested in the position of general manager of the railway company, and you didn't ask me what I want. Huh? Do you mean salary? This guy is really bold enough. But Xiao Feng likes this guy's straightforwardness. TXT download address, Fonia reading, Chapter 863 Country of Gold. Remember in 1 second. If you have anything to say in person, it's better than someone who stabbed a knife in the back. And if Li Xingkai didn't ask for it, it would appear abnormal. And to be honest, Xiao Feng's appointment of Li Xingkai as the general manager of the Liangyang Railway Company was actually a test. If he really agreed, Xiao Feng would be even more worried. But for the two ocean railways, with his help, the resistance will definitely be much smaller. I don't need money. I can help you for free in this matter, but I need your help elsewhere. Oh, you mean? Li Xingkai's answer was really beyond Xiao Feng's expectations. This guy was really bold. Just now I was still talking about life-saving, but now I'm actually talked about terms with Xiao Feng, and it turned out to be a bargaining high. Have you heard of this country in Sunan? Huh? Where? An African country? When Li Xingkai reported a place name, Xiao Feng felt as if he had heard of such a place, but he was not quite sure. Li Xingkai chuckled. Gullit, Rijkaard among the Dutch football swordsmen. Have you heard of them? If you haven't heard of them, then the hottest defender in recent years, Van Dijk, you should always listen to. Did you say it? Xiao Feng nodded. When Gullit and Rijkaard were players, he didn't know much about them, but when they were coaches, Xiao Feng had seen their coaching, especially Rijkaard, who used to be the coach of the Barcelona Dream 2 period, is quite capable. As for Van Dijk, he also knows the hottest top defender in the world. Oh, I remember. They all seem to be born in Sunan. That's right. Their parents all immigrated to the Netherlands from Sunan. And Sunan is just above Brazil, next to the Caribbean Sea, and it's a tropical country. What? So is Sunan a South American country? I always thought it was an African country. I'm so sorry for your geography teacher. Li Xingkai smiled bitterly and shook his head. This time it was Xiao Feng's turn to shrug. Who cares about such a small country with no reputation? Apart from a few football players, this country really has nothing to remember. Well, tell me, what kind of help do you need from me? Sunanli was a Dutch colony before. The main population here is Indians, blacks, and Indians, and there are 5% Chinese. Huh? There are so many Chinese? Xiao Feng was taken aback when he heard it. And Li Xingkai smiled and nodded. That's right, they are all the Chinese who fell here in the early days. The main source of income in this country is offshore oil exploration and the aluminium ore industry. This country is very rich in bauxite. Therefore, a large amount of bauxite is exported every year. In addition, this country is very rich in bauxite. There are also some planting industries, and the other most important supporting industry in this country is gold. Okay. When Li Xingkai talked about gold grabbing and refining, Xiao Feng finally sat upright, and he began to be interested in this country. The world knows that South Africa is the most gold-producing country in the world, but few people know that there is actually another country that also produces gold. And this country is Sunanli. I'm afraid this is also the reason why there are 5% Chinese in this country, right? Yes, the earliest Chinese came to this country to search for gold, and later they stayed. It's just that the later Dutch government was uneasy and kind. In order to maintain their local rule, a large number of Africans were moved to this country, and Indians. This has greatly changed the demographic structure of this country. Now the main population of this country is actually Indians. Can you believe it? Xiao Feng was dumbfounded. Then isn't this India, an enclave in South America? Almost any tenth of the population in Sunan is of Indian descent, so their relationship with India is indeed very close. In addition, Almost all of the large amounts of gold consumed by India are imported from this country. Xiao Feng knew that India was the world's largest gold consumer, but he really didn't know that most of the gold consumed in India was actually shipped back from Sunan. Then you want to ask me to help you. You also know that my main job is to help people launder money. And almost all of us Chinese in Sunan earn a living by opening money houses, so they collect gold from those natives. Wait, are there really so many gold reserves in this country? Haha, what do you think? According to geographical analysis, this country belongs to the South African gold belt. The gold reserves are so scary, and many gold mining areas are now in the virgin forest, where they are all natives. On the site, outsiders can't get in and mine at all, so only those natives can mine, but they... Hey, you know. Li Xingkai shook his head helplessly again, and Xiao Feng also expressed his understanding. Although the world has entered a modern society after 2,000 years, many tribes in the tropical rainforests of South America still seemed to live a few centuries ago. But that's fine. The natives often take the nugget gold and go to the gold shop to exchange for money. Sometimes tens of thousands of dollars can be exchanged for more than a catty of nugget gold. Xiao Feng was speechless when he heard it. If he got a catty of doghead gold, he would definitely have to sell a few million soft sister coins. This was a huge profit. I have a lot of gold business there, but recently my business has been threatened by some Indians. So I need carat zero. Remember in 1 second. I want you to protect my business. Li Xingkai finally talked about the help he needed, but Xiao Feng felt that this guy didn't tell the truth to himself. It's really that simple. You should have been operating in Sunan for a long time. Don't you have a few friends? Being able to do gold business in such a country, Xiao Feng did not believe that Li Xingkai would have no friends. In a country dominated by blacks and Indians, making golden saints without 2 brushes would have been swallowed long ago. Li Xingkai stared at Xiao Feng for a while, then smiled and nodded. Okay. There are about 550,000 people in Sunan, and one of them is Indians and people of Indian descent. In fact, there are 10% of Chinese people, but only 5% of them are naturalized, left and right. And these Chinese come from different parts of China, and they are also geographically divided. Hey, Xiao Feng sighed after hearing this. He already knew why Li Xingkai could not find help. Indians have always been the richest group of people in this country, but I don't think this should be the case. After all, we Chinese control all the business of the gold bank. So why are they profitable? So I bought a bank. I didn't expect this bank to be a hole dug for me by Indians. When it came time to play meat at last, Xiao Feng nodded. This guy said so high sounding, I'm afraid he still wants to use this bank to launder money. Can the capital in Sunan free in and out? Xiao Feng didn't know much about the banking industry in Sunan. No. You can withdraw up to $500 a day. Huh? What are you doing in a bank? It's so troublesome to get funds in and out. Xiao Feng was surprised. This was different from what he thought. The key is that gold can go in and out freely, and with a bank, I can connect those gold banks together, form an alliance, and cooperate with my bank in Andhras, so that a capital chain is formed. And just because the funds here are not free to enter and exit, this has become a blind spot in the supervision of the US FBI. Li Xingkai fully explained. Xiao Feng had to nod his head when he heard it. This guy is really a little bold, just playing under the lights under the eyes of the Americans. It is true that the attention of the FBI anti-money laundering department must be more on places like the Viking, the Cayman Islands, and even the Andhras Islands, but in their opinion, this is a remote place in the south of the country. But although the outflow of US dollars is forbidden, you can't help gold. The money is here, buying gold, then spending some water, and finally circulating out in the form of gold. Who can notice it? Moreover, gold, a hard currency that many tycoons like, is very valuable at all times. and it is easy to lose. This Li Xingkai really has a brain. He actually wants to be the leader of those Chinese gold companies in Sunan. Once his bank is established and his own gold bank is linked to the bank, then other gold banks have no choice. If they all become an alliance with his bank, then he has the right to set prices. Here he can use US dollars at the same price to exchange for double or even more gold than other regions, and this extra gold becomes his profit. In this way, he has one more stable profit channel than other money laundering merchants. Smart. Really smart. Then how did the Indian cheat you? Indians mainly control the country's oil system. MTLnovel.com is the most powerful group of people in this country. Recently they have also begun to penetrate into the financial sector. The bank I acquired was originally a Dutch human, but the Indian wanted to grab it too, so they quietly bought a share of a branch. When I bought that bank, the Dutchman didn't tell me about it. The problem now is, although I am the largest shareholder of the bank, I am not an absolute controlling shareholder. Indians have been pulling me back. Speaking of this, Li Xingkai was very distressed, and Xiao Feng probably understood his situation. And some time ago, they also started to take some paragraphs. You know, they sent someone to chase you? Well, I rarely show up in Sunan. They can't find me. But they sent people to attack some of my gold shops and robbed me of a lot of money. Before Leaf and the others were still there, I am naturally not afraid, but now? So I hope you can help me and solve those unnecessary troubles. Xiao Feng touched his chin. No problem, dear. This chapter is over. I wish you a happy reading. Zero. Chapter 864 Golden Channel. Remember in 1 second. But I won't help you in vain. Xiao Feng continued. But Li Xingkai also smiled and nodded. He had already thought of Xiao Feng's condition with him. If Xiao Feng helped him unconditionally, then he would have to consider his own head. So when he heard Xiao Feng's offer to himself, Li Xingkai nodded happily. Go ahead. What do you want? I want some gold bars. No problem. As long as you help me fix the bank, you can have as many gold banks as you want. Earlier, the gold brought in from another world had always been the biggest problem that plagued Xiao Feng. Although this gold has a high reserve value, if it is not circulated, it is not as good as stone. And these foreign golds, as the population of his territory increased, the amount of mining also increased sharply. Now he has more than a dozen tons of gold in his space. He dare not take out so much gold at once. If it is taken out at once, it may disrupt the gold market. He also wondered what he wanted to open a gold shop, but how to explain the source of gold became the most troublesome question for him. Unexpectedly, I encountered Li Xingkai this time, and the problem was solved perfectly. This makes sense for the gold brought in from Sunan, and this country is so chaotic that it is normal to have no invoice or anything. These golds can be deposited in the vault of Southern Cross Bank in an open, and with this gold as collateral, Southern Cross Bank can safely borrow from other banks to obtain funds. The most important thing is that with these gold houses in Sunan, he can continue to export gold in the future. And these gold will be able to help him perfectly solve the financial problem when he went to the United States to buy Voglin. Besides, helping Li Xingkai this time is also to better control Li Xingkai. At least he has revealed all his business secrets to himself. This can be said to be another way of expressing his surrender. He has no secrets about himself. Well, now tell me about those Indians who are giving you headaches. Well, the bank I bought was in Paramaribo, the capital of Sunan. The name of the bank is Maribor National Bank. It used to be an ancestral property of a Dutch named Humphreys, and it was transferred to me last year. At that time, he changed hands to me for 49% of the shares, and he told me that he would help me persuade other shareholders to transfer the shares to me. But I didn't expect him to run away after receiving the money. Later I found out that this other of the 51% of the shares, 11% of them are controlled by some retail investors. The other 40% are controlled by the Paschal and Shamir families. Li Xingkai began to introduce Xiao Feng to the details, and Xiao Feng listened very carefully. I have also discussed with these two companies to see if they can transfer the shares to me, but they either avoided seeing it or offered a very outrageous price, and I tried to find other minority shareholders to talk about acquiring them. But this group of guys also avoided me. They all wanted to estimate the price, and some of them were asking for outrageous prices, which made me unacceptable. Xiao Feng probably understood Li Xingkai's plight, because the shares in his hand were not enough to hold the position of absolute controlling, so even if he wanted to convene a general meeting of shareholders, he could be ignored unless he had 51% of the equity in his hand. Then why do Indians want to move your gold business? Because they think that we Chinese are weak and can be deceived. In fact, our image in Sunan has not been very glorious. Although we Chinese control 90% of the gold industry in Sunan, we are not united. It often happens in fighting, even the situation of Chinese robbing their own people. Li Xingkai said bitterly, although he didn't say it deeply. Xiao Feng could feel his helplessness. He has also heard a lot about these things. Not to mention that in Sunan, the reputation of the Chinese in South America is not very good. Why do the mobs first choose to grab Chinese shops whenever they encounter an economic crisis in South American countries? Because the Chinese are not united in the first place, let alone resist in groups. Usually, the Chinese societies in gangster movies seem to be very awkward, but in fact, they are very abroad, and they can be resistant when they bully themselves. There have been outbreaks in Argentina, Sudan, and even Brazil. The Chinese Bee Society has collected protection fees from Chinese shops, and there have even been many cases of kidnapping Chinese shop owners. And when the mob of Foreign Devil attacked Chinese shops, these Chinese societies, which usually charged protection fees, disappeared. Even in Canada, the Chinese Bee Society, and the Persian Bee Society, and even the Harder the Bee Society, were beaten up by the scandal. It was once captured by the Vietnamese in the nest on Tangran Street. This is the true situation of the Chinese Bee Society. How can you make foreign devils look up to you like this? Looking back at the Koreans, the Black Riot in Los Angeles in 1992 was a South Korean shopkeeper who couldn't stand the bullying by blacks and killed a black girl who often came to the shop to steal in his anger. In the end, he was sentenced lightly by the court, which aroused the anger of the blacks, who threatened to destroy Koreatown. The Koreans also know that the US police are unreliable, so they organized a guard team to buy guns everywhere to guard their town. As a result of the riots for so many days, in the end there were hundreds of black casualties, but only 2 Koreans died. Carat Zero remember in 1 second. Since that war, people of all kinds in the US have never dared to despise the Koreans anymore. Looking back at the Chinese, sometimes it really makes people speechless. So Xiao Feng can understand Li Xingkai's feelings at this time. You said that there were only 50,000 Chinese in the south of Jiangsu province, but just like that, there were still fighting. You say that the Indians don't do you? Who do you do? It is no wonder that Li Xingkai was completely disappointed with them, and would rather ask for help than those people. I guess it's not that I haven't looked for it. I'm afraid I just looked for it, and those people didn't agree. Well, are you telling me who this Pasha and Shamir are? These 2 families are both old-fashioned families in Sunan. The Paschal family is engaged in the oil business, mainly as gas stations. The oil exploration in Sunan is mainly carried out by Chevron. The Mill family has always been a gangster. Usually they often oppress the Chinese shopkeepers. I guess they were the ones who attacked my Jinxing before. Li Xingkai gave Xiao Feng an introduction to his 2 Indian opponents. It is estimated that they only recently wanted to enter the financial industry, and the purpose of acquiring Maribor National Bank should be similar to mine. But I didn't expect Hemfords to transfer the largest share to me. So I guess they want this company too. Absolute controlling rights of the bank. So what about the other retail investors? In fact, there are 2 main ones. One is a Brazilian named Mario, and the other is a Colombian named Livino. They each hold 4% of the shares, but they have not been willing to sell. I have contacted Mario. He said he was willing to sell, but the price he offered was very outrageous. For 4 points of shares, he would cost me $30 million US. and the total market value of that bank was only it's just billions of dollars. Xiao Feng nodded after hearing this. Do you know where this guy is now? He usually wanders around Sao Paulo, mainly making sugar and seed to produce ideas. Well, I think we should go to him first. As long as you get 4% of his shares, you will have an absolute controlling interest in this bank. By then you will have the initiative. Li Xingkai smiled and nodded. That's what he meant. It is a pity that Leaf had been dazzled by the hatred in order to avenge his younger brother, and never sent anyone to help him. The main job here is money laundering, and there are not many violent machines. So trying to do some dirty work is really not easy. Regardless of the fact that there are many bodyguards around him, but those people sometimes even fail to do the job of bodyguards, let alone do such dirty work. Li Xingkai didn't have much confidence in them, so he always had nothing to do with Mario. After all, he didn't want to get involved in lawsuits because his identity was very sensitive. And now with Xiao Feng, this problem can be said to be solved easily. Mario has 4 fat white men with 2 mustaches, and their heads are very bald. This guy was a smuggler in the first place, specializing in smuggling gold from Sunan to Brazil. After some accumulation, he also started money laundering. However, he didn't do much. After making a few dollars, he switched to the import and export business of ocean aquatic products and sugar. Although I don't earn much every year, my victory is stable. After he came out of the company that day, he planned to go to the bar he often goes to for a few drinks, and then have a shot with a few dancers. But when he walked to the alley where he parked, he got a sap on his head. When he woke up again www.mentalnovel.com, he found himself tied to a chair. This place was an abandoned warehouse with dim pipelines. 2 dark guys on the opposite side heard him wake up, and walked over with a smile. After coming over, the 2 guys didn't speak either, so they beat him up first. An old punch almost didn't send Mario, who was in his early 50s, directly to see God. When Mario knelt down and begged for mercy, the 2 came up with a contract. Mario took a look and understood that it was the guy had found, and they came for the shares in Maribo National Bank in his hand. But despite the pain, he signed the contract very quickly. After all, life is more important than money. Seeing that he signed the contract so happy, the other party didn't feel too embarrassed for him. But when he left, he still dumped a few photos on him. As soon as Mario looked at the photos, they were all pictures of his wife and children, and he immediately became honest. He decided that this incident had never happened and he would never go to the police. Dear, this chapter is over. I wish you a happy reading. *0. Chapter 865. How old are you? Remember in 1 second. Shah Rukh. When Pakar got out of the car, he happened to see a Mercedes-Benz coming from the other side of the parking lot. The car drove very violently, and it flicked beautifully near his car and stopped beside him. Then the co-pilot got up and down. A bodyguard went to the back and opened the door. Albara Shamir got out of the car. Hello, man, long time no see. Albalo was very enthusiastic and walked over to give Shah Rukh a hug, but before he got close, he was pushed away by Shah Rukh's bodyguard. Shah Rukh glanced at Albara contemptuously. What is it? Lao Tzu is a Brahmin, and you a lowly Sudra is also worthy of calling me a brother? Don't think that when you go abroad, you can change your face, and you can get into our class. Rubbish is everywhere. Shah Rukh didn't even look at Albara, turned round and entered the elevator, and at the same time greeted the bodyguard behind him loudly. Come in quickly, don't let that inferior person come in. Shah Rukh's 4 bodyguards immediately squeezed into the elevator, and then tightly guarded the elevator door, without the intention of letting Albala in. Looking at the elevator door closed in the distance, Albara's face here was already distorted with anger. He took out a pistol and was about to shoot at the elevator, but he was hugged by the bodyguard beside him. Boss, calm, calm, we are here to negotiate, not to make trouble. This dog thing, I will chop him up sooner or later and feed it to the dog. Albala snarled at the elevator. Yes, he is one of the lowest ranked Sudras in India, and because of his blood, He has suffered all the oppression. Even when he was a teenager, his mother was killed in a caste conflict. From then on, he started wandering on the street until he later became a society B. Later, when he was in his 20s, he personally killed the enemy who killed his mother, and then went into exile overseas. After coming to Sunanli, relying on fierce fighting, he became the boss of the Indian gang here. Over the years, he has made no little money, and has even begun to wash ashore. How can I expect to encounter another self-proclaimed nobleman this time? The bastard. He really had enough. On the other hand, Xiao Feng and Li Xingkai upstairs watched the monitoring of the underground garage and the conflict between Albara and Shah Rukh. They had a panoramic view. At this time, Li Xingkai had to turn his head and look at Xiao Feng with admiration. This gangster is really amazing. He had never thought before that he could provoke the contradiction between two Indians in this way, and he never thought it would be so simple to operate. It turns out that the Indians are not as united as they seem on the surface. Ha ha, once their fight is provoked, then the next thing is much simpler. Soon Li Xingkai's secretary entered the room and said to Li Xingkai, "Boss, the two of them are here." Li Xingkai got up and nodded at Xiao Feng, turned around and went out. They are now in the capital of Sunan, Paramaribo, a small city with a population of only 260,000. The meeting place was on the top floor of the Maribor National Bank. Li Xingkai opened the door and entered the meeting room. Shah Rukh and Albara had already arrived. They were sitting on both sides of the long meeting table, both with expressionless faces. The atmosphere in the conference room is very stiff. It is estimated that if it were not for the occasion, Albala might have drawn his gun long ago. Li Xingkai smiled. "Mr. Shah Rukh, Mr. Albala, you are all major shareholders of Maribor country. This time I called you here mainly to tell you about the business plan of Maribor National Bank in the coming year." Wait, what do you mean? Although you are a major shareholder of the bank, you still don't seem to be an absolute controlling shareholder. Don't we discuss the bank's future business plan? Shah Rukh raised his hand with a gloomy expression to stop Li Xingkai, while Li Xingkai smiled. "Sorry Pashal, some time ago I bought 4% of the shares of Maribor National Bank from Sharjah International Company. Now my total shares of Maribor National Bank are 50%. 3. Therefore, I am the absolute controlling shareholder of this bank. I have the right to make a decision regarding the bank's future development." Li Xingkai's voice was getting colder and colder, and in the end he was even a little violent. Now he is the big boss of Maribor National Bank, and here is what he said. Shah Rukh only holds 20% of the shares, and has no right to speak in the company. He would have been polite to Shah Rukh before, but now it is no longer necessary. Think about what this guy has done to him before. "Oh, it's time for you to come back." And Shah Rukh sitting across from him at this moment. Pashal finally changed his face. He did not expect that Li Xingkai actually took another 4% of the shares. Some time ago, the reason why he had no fear of Li Xingkai was that he knew that this guy did not have absolute controlling rights, and as far as he knew, the other shareholders had no plans to sell their shares. And this guy actually got another 4% equity, which is troublesome now. Unlike his sullen face, Albala, who was opposite, was now smiling. The happier Shah Rukh was, the happier Albala was. His grievances with Shah Rukh had not been a day or two, and it finally broke out today. #0 Remember in 1 second. Ha, okay, Mr. Chairman, please tell me about the future business plan of the Maribor National Bank. Li Xingkai smiled and glanced at Albara and said, "Well, in the next 5 years, Maribor National Bank does not plan to distribute dividends. There are several plans to increase capital and shares, and there are several investment projects that also require shareholder capital injection." The more he said, the more gloomy Shah Rukh's face was on the other side. What is Nima's future business plan? This is clearly to kill all of their minority shareholders. If you don't pay dividends, you have to invest in other projects. This is to drain the bank's money and increase capital and shares. Isn't this to dilute everyone's shares? This Li Xingkai is really vicious enough. If this goes on, the Marabou National Bank will not only make him a penny, but will also become a wound that keeps him bleeding. If he had the final say, he would not agree to any of these plans. Sadly, he just didn't count these things. Who has let the family control more than 51% of the shares? But that is not what he can do as he pleases. He turned his head and glanced at Al-Bara on the other side. This guy also controls 20% of the bank's shares. Together, they have 40% of the shares. Once they join forces and their shares exceed 30%, they can apply for a general meeting of shareholders. And if a general meeting of shareholders is convened, then a show of hands is necessary to vote on major business matters of the company. Once that step is reached, then Shah Rukh has a chance. HMPH, if you really want the company to become your own words, then you have to hold more than 2/3 of the shares, but you are not doing enough now. Shah Rukh turned his head and looked at Al-Bala. Al-Bala, what do you think of the chairman's business plan? I think this is very unreasonable. I think we should hold a general meeting of shareholders to vote on this plan by a show of hands. At this time, Al-Bala looked at Shah Rukh in a very playful look. When this encountered difficulties, he thought of Lao Tzu. What do you think of Lao Tzu? Chamber pot. When I use it, I think about it. When I don't use it, I just kick Lao Tzu aside. I'll go to your grandma. So Al-Bala gave Shah Rukh a perfect smile. No, I think Mr. Chairman's plan makes sense. Asshole, Al-Bala, don't make fun of your money. Shah Rukh never expected that Al-Bala would strike him back at such a critical moment. Opposite, Al-Bala smiled even more happily when he saw Shah Rukh's frustrated look. No, Shah Rukh, I'm not kidding. I think Mr. Chairman's plan is really reasonable. In order for the bank to have a better development, I agree with the chairman's business plan. That's a few $1 million. Al-Bara, don't be arrogant. Shah Rukh stood up and shouted at Al-Bara that they bought 20% of the bank's shares, but they all spent millions of dollars in real money. If Leek Sing Kai is allowed to continue to toss like this, their investment will really be in vain. At this moment, Al-Bala stood up abruptly, shouting at Shah Rukh with a grim face, yes, isn't it a few $1 million? I can afford to lose. If it can make you unhappy, I think it's worth spending millions of dollars. And it makes me very happy. It's no longer a day or two for Al-Bala to be dissatisfied with these self-proclaimed noble Brahmins, these bastards. Isn't it just a little fairer? Isn't it the descendant of the Macedonians brought by Alexander? Is it not enough for them to dominate the heads of Indians for thousands of years? It's already such a civilized age now. McLenovel.com. These still cling to the caste system. I can't help you in India. But here is Sunan. How old are you, asshole? You wait for me. Shah Rukh pointed at Al-Bara, scolded angrily, then turned and walked out of the room with a grimace. He won't just stop like that. Their Indians are not easy to provoke in Sunan, this Leek Sing Kai, and Al-Bala, the bastard. They have to pay the price. Shah Rukh got into the car angrily, but his car got stuck in the road when he drove out of the underground parking lot. Turn. Take Kingston Road. Shah Rukh greeted, and the bodyguard immediately turned the car into a side alley, but only after driving out. A motorcycle chased him up. Dear, this chapter is over. I wish you a happy reading. *0. Chapter 866. Snipe and clam fight. Remember in 1 second. Shah Rukh Pashal's family is regarded as an elite family in the upper class in Sunan. Of course, the early startup process was not very glorious. Although they are indeed Brahmins in India, they are senior castes, but they are not farts after they have left India. Their family was actually the agent of the Portuguese in Goa in the early years. To put it bluntly, it was a rapist, but in fact, as early as when the Portuguese colonized Goa, India did not even have a complete national concept. It can even be said to be a large-scale tribal alliance. The reason why it became the current India is actually a modern country formed after the British conquered all the Indian tribal alliances. And Shah Rukh Pashal's family never thought that they were gangsters. After all, they were high-ranking nobles in the Goa region at that time. But after the Portuguese came, they had been trading with the Portuguese. But the Indians did not think so, especially after the Goa War. The Indians drove away the Portuguese and uprooted all the Indian families who had entered with the Portuguese. Among them was the Paschal family. Fortunately, their family was not only a Portuguese comprador, but also had nothing to do with the Dutch. So the Paschal family fled Goa and came to the Dutch colony just before the purge. Sunan, relying on the family foundation saved by the family in the early years, their family has taken root here. Of course, the dirty dark history is indispensable in this process. It's not an exaggeration to describe their home by deceiving and dominating the market and doing no evil. Even though they have been washed away and become the upper class in Sunan, they are actually involved in many ugly businesses. For example, gold smuggling, or flower smuggling. India has always been their big market. Therefore, the Paschal family is not as clean as it seems. Since the business is not clean, the enemy is indispensable. So Shah Rukh always took a few bodyguards with him wherever he went in and out, and the car he was riding in was also a special bulletproof sedan. But this time, he had to thank his wise decision. It was this bulletproof car that saved his life, because he really did not expect that the other party would actually do something in the downtown area. Although the public security situation in Sunan has not been very good, it is also the capital. The car he was in had just turned onto Kingston Street, and a motorcycle came up behind it. Shah Rukh didn't take it seriously at first, but when the motorcycle caught up, from the front of the alley, a garbage truck suddenly got out of them and blocked their way. This made Shah Rukh's 3 bodyguards nervous at once, and after the motorcycle behind caught up, a black man sitting in the back seat took out a submachine gun from his arms. It was a series of bursts of fire at the tiger's head that Shah Rukh was riding in. The bullets of 5 throbbed the car like a storm. Shah Rukh and his bodyguard almost instinctively got down. Fortunately, although this tiger head pen is a relatively old one, it is a classic model that has been bulletproof and modified. Although the opponent's submachine gun has fierce firepower, it still cannot penetrate the protective layer of the car. Although the windows of the car were cracked and the doors were full of bullet holes, the people sitting in the car were unscathed. The opponent quickly shot out a shuttle of bullets, and one of Shah Rukh's bodyguards vainly came out from the other side of the car door and launched a counterattack. But when he pushed the car door, he was shot headshot by a sniper who didn't know where he was in ambush. Shah Rukh was so frightened that he kicked the bodyguard's body out of the car, then drew the door, shouting loudly for the driver in front to drive. The driver also stepped on the accelerator frantically, and forcibly knocked over the garbage truck in front of the road and rushed out of the encirclement. Seeing that the motorcycle behind did not continue to catch up, Shah Rukh breathed a sigh of relief. Al-Bala, you bastard, you wait for me. Although he has many enemies, the first person he thinks of at this time is only Al-Bala, because other people don't have the guts. Their Paschal family has been operating in Paramaribo for so many years, going to the parliament and going down to the police station, so it can be said that they have their agents. Most people in this place don't dare to do anything to him, and he can think of the only guy who doesn't care about the rules, and that's the Al-Bala. This doesn't understand the rules at all. Having been in Paramaribo for so many years, he has always been doing ugly business, smuggling, selling flour, and smuggling people. This guy is a wicked villain. The face of the Indians was so embarrassing that he completely forgot that his family was also from India. The car quickly drove into a large mansion near the city center. As soon as Shah Rukh entered the house, he immediately blew the whistle. He wants to let the Al-Bala know that there is a reason why these nobles have always been nobles. The nobles are not only noble in blood, but also hard in their fists. Since the afternoon, many blocks of Paramaribo have been blasted by gunshots. War broke out in Indian blocks. Many shops have been robbed and burnt down, and even blatant assassinations have taken place on the streets. It can be said that Paramaribo is in a mess, but the Chinese neighborhood is okay, because this time it was mainly Indians who caused civil unrest, and those Chinese shops were not affected much. It's not because the local police have taken care of the Chinese. It's just because the neighborhood where the Chinese are located is far from the Indian neighborhood. and the war did not spread to them for a while. Carrot Zero remember in 1 second. Come here. As for the turmoil in the Indian neighborhoods, the police have long been used to it, and no one cares about it, and no one wants to care about it. Anyway, the country in Sunan is a small country and the people are poor. Such things usually happen. As long as there are no big figures to intervene, the police will let them continue. Is it just the club shuffle? Just let them quarrel. In the end, the winner will be settled, or both sides will be exhausted. Only then will the police intervene to make peace between the two parties. As for quelling the situation and solving the case and arresting people, I'm sorry. The police's life is also a life, and they receive several thousand yuan in a month's wages, and they lose all their lives for that little money. Anyway, in South America, the public security of all countries is almost the same. It's better outside of Brazil, Argentina, and the big cities of the copper country. Small places are basically this virtue. Li Xingkai and Xiao Feng are sitting in the building of Marabou National Bank. To tell the truth, the night view of the city is really nothing good. This capital, with only 200,000 people, already encompasses nearly half of the country's population. The whole city looks more like a big rural area, and it looks like a city outside the center of the city. A slightly remote block without even paved roads. Their Marabou National Bank is only 7 stories high, and it is already the #1 high-rise building here. One can imagine the level of urban construction in this city. In Xiao Feng's view, even the small county towns in the western part of the country can't match the level of the domestic 18th-tier towns. But the only advantage is that the natural environment here is very good. In the evening, the chef Li Xingkai bought a lot of fish and fresh water from the fishmongers on the edge of the Sunanli River. The two started a sumptuous dinner while listening to the gunshots from time to time in the distant block while drinking red wine. I didn't expect these two guys to fight so quickly. Li Xingkai took a sip of red wine and said to Xiao Feng with a smile, Xiao Feng's method. This time he had taken it. It's just a simple provocation. These two Arsans got their heads out of their heads. They knew that things were so simple, and he didn't have to worry about shares for so long. Don't worry, in a few days, Albara will come to the door. Then, we will. Xiao Feng shook his fist vigorously, and Li Xingkai understood what he meant. It seems that the Paschal family is going to be unlucky. It is estimated that it will be uprooted this time. The snipe and the clam are fighting for the fisherman's profit. After this incident, it seems that President Xiao's task must be paid more attention to, and he must not betray his trust, or else. Li Xingkai shuddered at the thought of irritating Xiao Feng's end. The next day, Li Xingkai took Xiao Feng out to go shopping. Of course, he said it was shopping, but in fact, he mainly strolled in the area of Chinese settlements. In fact, it is mainly a street like Guangyitang, an archway of the boss. Inside is a street, even this country's Chinatown. There are shops on both sides of the street, which is similar to a small commodity street in a domestic scenic spot. However, most of them are restaurants and gold shops. Almost all Chinese in Sunan focus on these trades, such as opening supermarkets, restaurants, gold shops, or trading companies. Li Xingkai brought Xiao Feng here for the purpose of inspecting several gold houses here. Soon I entered the first shop. Novel.com. The sign of the Big Lin's gold shop on the plaque. The owner is an old woman in her 50s. And she was accompanied by a young woman with a few children. Their family did a good business in the past. There are many Brazilians in the forest area. After those Brazilians have picked gold, they also like to come to his house to exchange money. Unfortunately, the year before last, her husband and son went out to pick up the goods, was kidnapped, and finally the other party charged a ransom and burned her husband and son to death. Because of this, she didn't want to do it, but wanted to sell the shop and bring her daughter-in-law and grandson back to China. Li Xingkai whispered to Xiao Feng about the store owner, and Xiao Feng nodded. He couldn't help but regret that he didn't bring Pablo with him this time. It would be more appropriate for him to handle such matters. But when I think about Pablo, he is still busy planning the establishment of an asset management company in Colombia, as well as taking over the assets of the Lee family and those flour dealers. In a month, he must be unable to get away. As for letting other people take over this kind of business, he is not at ease. After all, most of them are elusive businesses. Dear, this chapter is over. I wish you a happy reading. *0. Chapter 869 Escort Post Error. Don't subscribe. 861 to Ocean Railway. But when I think about Liu Jin, he must be inseparable from the Russian mafia. Those guys have a lot of magical powers in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and even Western Europe. The reputation of one of the few gangs who dare to head with the Napoli people in Italy is definitely not covered. Regarding the flour business, Li Yun and Li Zhen also told him that the main market for flour in South America is the United States. Of course, it was once supplied to Japan, but with the rise of the Golden Triangle, the markets of Japan and Asia were taken away by the Golden Triangle. As for the European market, it has always been supplied by the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle. The South American gangs have also tried to enter the European market, but they are too far away. And in Europe, they have no foundation. So many times, they just supply the Napoli people in Italy. As for what they do, they don't care. And this time they can get on the line with the Russians through Xiaofeng, which will open up the European market. Of course, this is good news for Li Yun and Leaf, and it can open up a market. If Li Xingkai didn't tell him this today, he hadn't really thought about these things before. At this time, he looked at Li Xingkai and laughed, and he felt that this man was an interesting and wonderful person. How did you dismiss the security? Don't you know that you are dangerous? Of course I know, but even Leaf can't stop you. Even security guards like me can't stop you. And even though they are guys who work for money, I have always been skeptical of their professional ethics. If when they are facing a life and death crisis, I suspect that they will betray me as soon as possible. Instead of waiting for them to betray me, it is better to dismiss them as soon as possible. This will save me a lot of money. Xiaofeng couldn't help but rolled his eyes. You have a very good reason. I was right. Haha, am I smart? Li Xingkai on the opposite side laughed. Haha. Xiaofeng looked at this guy, and he felt a little like this guy's character. Aren't you afraid? Are you afraid you don't have to die? This answer is very good. Xiaofeng spread his hands. Since you can't escape death, why not be cooler? You have time to escape. Where to go? China? Southeast Asia? I have never been, and I don't want to go, let alone your place there. Going to Europe? It's too cold over there, and you know the Russians. I know their ability in Europe. Then only South America, Africa, North America, and Antarctica are left for me to choose from. This guy actually started talking, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Africa is too chaotic, I dare not go. Antarctica is too cold, I don't want to be neighbors with penguins. North America is going there, I'm sorry. Many people don't want me to go back, so where else can I go? I can only stay. It's the most suitable here. Xiaofeng nodded. He admired this guy more and more. Facing such a situation, he could still talk freely. This is not something ordinary people can do, at least in his opinion. It is more muscle than brains than Leaf and Li Kai. Only the guy who knows how to fight and kill is much stronger. But I don't think you stay here to wait for me. Just to die. A smart person like you can't wait for death. As soon as Xiaofeng turned the topic, Li Xingkai on the other side also laughed. Of course I don't want to die, and I don't want to die. So during this time I have been collecting information about you and researching your preferences. Finally I found a reason for me to continue to live. Oh, then please convince me, Xiaofeng said with a smile. Li Xingkai directly took out a tablet and pushed Xiaofeng over. These are multiple accounts managed by my team, including NYSE, Frankfurt Exchange, London Stock Exchange, Tokyo Stock Exchange, and there are probably more than $10 billion in these accounts. Funds are flowing. In addition, we have more than $10 billion in deposits in our accounts in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Andros Islands. If I die, then all the money will be spent. Who do you think the owner of the money will ask for compensation? Lee Xingkai is also betting for him. These customers are also his amulet. Among these people are the Senate of Country M, the major shareholders behind multinational companies, and politicians from several countries in South America. And most of them are the flower traders who lose out to South America. He is now responsible for the laundering of his funds. If he dies, then the money will basically be unavailable. This is also his most worthy amulet for proofs. But Xiao Feng smiled faintly at this moment. Your team in Miami and the team hiding in Andres are basically in our hands now. We have basically mastered the fund accountant path. As for you, if you master the password, it's a big deal to ask a few computer experts to crack it. Compared with the money, I don't think it's too expensive to rent a supercomputer to crack the password. Xiao Feng didn't say a word, and Lee Xinkai's face turned pale. Because every time Xiao Feng says something, he loses 1 point of the chips in his hand. At the end, when he heard that Xiao Feng planned to rent a supercomputer to crack those account passwords that only he knew, he couldn't help laughing 3 times. You are really ruthless. You deserve to be someone who can kill Li Fei's family. It really is an exhaustive plan. Thank you, thank you. So now do you think you have any reason to continue living? I bought the shares of the Columbia Western Railway Company, and I have contacted the councillors of Cordoba and Choco. As long as you can keep me alive, I can contact them for approval. Railway construction to Jurido Port. What? Hearing what Lee Xingkai said, Xiao Feng finally sat up straight. This Lee Xingkai, how could he guess his plan? Sure enough, he is not a simple person. Amazing. You can even guess what you think? In fact, the previous victory in Medellin seemed to him to consolidate the position of the Li family in the region and obtain huge economic benefits. At the same time, the most important thing is to get the ARPA from the Hernandez family. The 2 ports of Altado and Jurido. The straight line distance between the 2 ports is only more than 150 kilometers, but they face the Pacific and the Caribbean. In the future, if he wants to get oil from Venezuela, the biggest headache is how to transport Venezuela's oil from the Caribbean to the Pacific. The closest route is of course the Panama Strait. Previously, he and Huayang Petroleum had planned to obtain oil from Venezuela, then take the Panama Strait, and use small tankers to transport the oil to the islands on the Carapag archipelago. After refining, it would be sold locally, or repurchased domestically. But in terms of actual operation, one of the biggest problems has to be faced, and that is cost. The cost of pumping oil from Venezuela will not be mentioned for the time being. It is the most troublesome to transport oil through the Panama Strait. After learning about the freight of the Panama Canal, Xiao Feng couldn't help but curse that the country was so dark. Of course, the money must have ended up in the pockets of their major American shareholders, so it should be the American Tetso Black. This canal currently has about 17,000 ships navigable each year, carrying 600 million tons of cargo, and 38% of these are Chinese cargo ships. The toll paid by Chinese companies in 1 year must be paid. More than tens of billions of soft sister coins. A ship crossing the canal will be charged according to different types of cruise ships, freighters, etc. The fee for freighters is very high. A freighter of 10,000 TES across the river starts at $780,000. At present, the 2 largest donors of the Panama Canal in the world are the United States and China. However, the major shareholders behind the Panama Canal are Americans, so Americans pay money with nothing more than a left hand for a right hand. But the country of China is different. It's a real slaughter. At present, Huaguang pays tolls on the Panama Canal every year, with almost $20 billion. This shows how much cost will this increase the goods. Now Xiao Feng is engaged in Venezuela's oil, and he is cooperating with Huayang Petroleum and the Russian company behind Liu Jin. They are responsible for transporting oil. He does not need to consider the tolls. Sooner or later, he has to leave these 2 companies aside and engage in oil by himself. so the tolls must be considered. He is not willing to be blocked and robbed by Americans like this. The most important thing is that Venezuelan oil is still being sanctioned by Yankees. If it were detained in Panama, it would be a big loss. So he is considering other alternatives, and the best way is naturally to open another channel in Colombia. He didn't think about the Nicaragua Grand Canal. After all, it would touch the roots of the Americans. But if you open a railway between the two ports of Apartado and Dorado, together with the two oceans, this time you Americans will have nothing to say, right? In the past, when China did not rise www.untilnovel.com, the biggest benefactor of the Panama Canal was the Americans, so no one wanted to open a railway connecting the two oceans here. But now that China has risen and is still the world's largest trading power, the strategic significance of opening such a railway is quite critical. After all, with this railway, you will not be sacked by the Americans. The construction of a 150-kilometer railway will not cost much at all. The carrying capacity is definitely inferior to the Panama Canal, and it is also very troublesome to unload, load, unload, and load from the two ports back and forth. But the Panama Canal navigable price set by the Americans is helpless, and it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time, which is really too dark. This price is unacceptable just to hear it. Xiao Feng has also sent a lot of investigators these days to investigate the cost of human transportation between the two ports. The final conclusion is that no matter how much you toss, the cost of passing the same goods is definitely lower than the cost of crossing the canal. Chapter 867 Unexpected visitor. Mrs. Lin is very talkative, and the price is not high, $1 million. She is willing to sell the shop. She really wants to go back to her hometown in Hainan as soon as possible. After all, her family is now an orphan and widow. It is too difficult to mix here without a man. Her husband and son were gone. She didn't want her grandson to be in an accident. Public security in Sunan is very chaotic now. It is no longer the simple country when they first came decades ago. They smuggled out of the country 40 years ago, and then came to Sunanli. At that time, the folk customs here were still very simple and the local residents were also very friendly. 20 years ago, more and more people came from China to seek life in Sunan, more and more people were engaged in gold business, and the Chinese made more and more money, and the situation began to change gradually. Those locals who were lazy and stupid began to jealous of the Chinese and moved their brains. Stealing your shop or blocking the way to your gold jewelry are all trivial things. Robbery of Chinese shops, kidnapping of Chinese bosses, such big cases happen from time to time. If you encounter such cases, even if you go to the police to report to the police, it will be useless in the end. Those gangster policemen, not to mention being stupid, and deliberately procrastinating, anything secretly handed over to them can screw you up. I can't solve the case in peacetime, but the fines are the same. Do you come to the Chinese neighborhood to find trouble, and you will be fined at every turn, which makes the Chinese boss angry. In recent years, many Chinese on this street have chosen to leave. Some went back to their home country for retirement, and some went to other South American countries to pan for gold. And this time, she intends to return to the roots of fallen leaves. When she was a teenager, she drifted overseas with her family. Fortunately, she made money in her early years and bought a lot of real estate in her hometown in Hainan. Coupled with the existing savings, she has no worries about food and clothing. Her only idea now is to return to China and raise her grandchildren healthy to grow up. Xiao Feng also took a look at their inventory. In fact, it was just 1 or 2 catties of bulk goods and not very pure golden beans. According to the current market conditions, it is worth tens of thousands of dollars. As for their property, it is even less worthy in Xiao Feng's view. The only valuable thing in their gold shop is the license issued by the Sunanli government that allows them to engage in the gold industry and their family's network of relationships in the jungle. Several important cities in Sunan are all concentrated in the Caribbean coastline. while the inner hinterland is almost all undeveloped virgin forests. Those gold mining belts are all deep in the primeval forest and are controlled by the Brazilians. Almost each of these Brazilian mine owners has a fixed transaction partner. There are many regular customers in the Lin family, and this is their most important asset. Mrs. Lin meant that if Xiao Feng was willing to take over her shop, then she would be willing to join the line and call in and introduce to Xiao Feng the Brazilian mine owners whom her family trades frequently. Xiao Feng laughed and talked about the bargaining at last, and the shop had sold for $500,000. Later, under the introduction of Li Xingkai, 2 other gold shops with a smaller scale were settled, and the total cost was about $1 million. With this gold, it will be much more convenient for Xiao Feng to buy gold from another world in the future, and he is not afraid of people coming to investigate. The most important thing is that with these gold shops, he can let Pablo set up funding channels in South America. With the gold output here, there will be more circulation and in and out of funds in certain areas. Things went smoothly, and 3 gold shops were settled in just one day, which was enough for Xiao Feng. Back at the bank, Xiao Feng contacted Pablo and talked with him about this. Pablo, a cloning financial expert, was very satisfied with Xiao Feng's actions this time. You know that he has taken over a lot of flower dealers' assets this time, and there are many plantations in these assets. To be honest, because it is too easy to make money in the flower business, the flower traders have not taken care of their plantations very carefully, so their plantations are not very good. Recently, with a team of agricultural experts, he took half of the more than 100 plantations they copied from Colombia. However, a serious problem was discovered during this trip, that is, most of these plantations were not fully developed and utilized, and many of them were even semi-abandoned. I have to say that these South Americans are far worse than the Chinese people, who are full of agricultural skills. If you want to plan and sort out all these plantations, then you need a lot of investment. According to the estimation of the agricultural team, each plantation needs to invest at least $1 million. More than 100 plantations would cost more than $1 billion, which is not a big deal for Xiao Feng. But the key is that the plantation needs to be continuously invested, especially those gardens that grow fruit trees, which have to be continuously invested for several years before they can be effective, and the costs involved are relatively high. The other thing is to dispose of some of the flower traders' assets. Those money also need a channel to be washed away. With these gold shops in the woods and areas, his capital chain and channels are much smoother. With the gold in Sunan as collateral, he can easily get money from the bank, and then invert his left hand and right hand. After a few hands, all the ugly assets will appear in the sun. Up. Pablo raised many plans with Xiao Feng on the phone, and Xiao Feng passed them directly. Pablo, an expert in finance, obviously knows better than him. Pablo also said that he would immediately bring people over to take over the gold shop here and get in touch with the mine owners. Just put down the phone. Li Xingkai came to his office. Would you like to see a guy named Sunan? Sunan? Who? An American of Sunan Chinese descent. Or you should contact him first and see what he is coming from. Okay. Li Xingkai nodded, and then walked out of the office. Xiao Feng notified the security and helped him get the surveillance video from the conference room. Soon he saw Li Xingkai's meeting with Nasunan on the TV screen of the president's office. This guy, whose name resembled the Chinese, but he was an out-and-out black. But it can be seen that he is the kind of black who has a very good education, and he should come from an unusual family. Hello Mr. Li, this is my business card. This guy was very enthusiastic, and as soon as he came up, he took out his business card and handed it to Li Xingkai. Even though Li Xingkai is secretly a money laundering dealer, he is a banker on the surface, and he is quite famous in South America. And he took a look at his business card, and he was taken aback. Chevron lives in the Sunan region. President. This title is not low. He put his business card on the coffee table in front of him, and Xiao Feng also saw this guy's title clearly. and he also felt a bit of a heartbreak. Why did this guy come to the door? Lee Xingkai and Sunan exchanged greetings, and the secretary brought them coffee. After chatting for a while, Lee Xingkai asked, "Mr. Sunan, don't know what can I do for you?" "Well, then I won't give up on the circle. I heard that Mr. Lee, you recently contacted a partner. Our purpose is very simple. We want to get some hard currency through your partner." A weird smile suddenly appeared on Sunan's face. Lee Xingkai, who was on the opposite side, stiffened, and Xiao Feng, who was sitting in the office of the president, was also shocked. US people are so well informed. Know your identity so soon? But after thinking about it again, it's relieved. This South American region can be said to be the back garden of the United States. He has made great efforts in the development of Tongo and Chenyonglu. Then they instructed Li Yun and Li Zhen to seize power in Colombia and make such a big disturbance. How could the Americans not know? So what does this guy want? Lee Xingkai was also very curious. "Mr. Sunan, what do you mean by hard currency?" "It's Venezuela's oil." "Okay." Lee Xingkai was also confused after hearing this answer. Even after listening to Xiao Feng, he was taken aback. This Sunan was really straightforward. Can you introduce me to?" Lee Xingkai felt dizzy in his head. It stands to reason that Americans are not short of oil. Because of the maturity of shale oil extraction technology, the US has become a major oil exporter by itself. But why should the south of Jiangxi find Xiao Feng for oil? Then I'll get to the point. In fact, we have invested in several refineries in Texas. In the past, these factories were specialized in processing heavy oil imported from Venezuela. But now, because of national sanctions, we can't deal with, since Venezuela does business, we can't import Venezuela's heavy oil, and these equipment will be left unused. This is a huge waste for the company. Lee Xingkai may not understand yet, but Xiao Feng did. It turned out that Chevron's flesh hurts. When I was planning to do Venezuelan oil business before, you read www.yuukanzu.com. He also investigated the history of Venezuela's oil. When Venezuela discovered oil in the last century, Venezuela's oil quality was still very good. But at that time, almost all of their domestic oil exploration and refining were done by US oil companies. It was Mobil Corporation at first, and after Mobil was split up, almost all of the Seven Sisters who were split up did business in Venezuela. Among them, the deepest deal was Texaco. Later, Texaco was annexed by California Petroleum, and then California Petroleum changed its name several times to become Chevron. Chevron can be said to have always been the main oil exploration and refiner in South America, and the largest upstream distributor in South America. Many countries' oil is directly or indirectly provided by Chevron, such as the Sunanli, although their domestic oil is extracted and refined by the Sunanli National Oil Company. In fact, Chevron is the major shareholder behind the Sunanli National Petroleum Corporation, because their oil extraction and refining, and even storage and transportation technologies are all provided by Chevron. Chapter 868. Careerist. In the 1960s and 1970s, Venezuela's high-quality oil was basically exhausted, and only heavy oil remained. The first country in the world to develop heavy oil refining was the United States. It can even be said that Texaco was the most powerful. Later, Texaco also built several refineries in Texas to refine the heavy oil imported from Venezuela. Later, Texaco was annexed by Chevron, and then these refineries became an industry under Chevron's name. In the 1990s, when world oil prices skyrocketed, Chevron also increased investment and upgraded several refineries in Texas to improve the efficiency of refining. But when you turn your head, the Venezuelan madman will take the stage, nationalize all those oil companies, and then sell a large amount of oil produced to China and other South American countries. At that time, the country's gas was mad, but with the oil support from the Middle East at that time, the country also looked down on the heavy oil from Venezuela. But Chevron is different. They have previously upgraded the refining equipment for Venezuela's heavy oil and invested more than $2 billion. Now that they haven't made a penny, They are in a slump. What do you think of them? Later, Chevron dismantled the equipment one after another and sold it to several countries in South America, such as Copper Country, Brazil, etc., and charged patent fees to teach them the technology of refining heavy oil. But even so, they still feel uncomfortable, so this is what Sunan came to. Now Venezuela is being sanctioned by the US government. All US companies are afraid to do business with Venezuela, and Venezuela's oil cannot be sold. The current prices are very low and touching, while other countries in South America are very short of oil. For example, Colombia, such as Peru, Brazil, Argentina, Copper countries, and even Guyana next to Sunan, and French Guiana, are all oil-poor countries. All their oil needs to be imported, and the main import object is Chevron. In this area, the only oil-producing country is Sunan, and several oil fields have been discovered near their coastline. Part of the oil produced in these oil fields is for their own domestic consumption, while the other part is exported to foreign countries, such as Guyana, Trinidad, and Caribbean countries such as Barbados. The Sunanli National Petroleum Company is nominally state-owned in Sunanli, but in fact it is just a vest worn by Chevron. This is because all the technologies of this company, from exploration, to mining, to refining, and transportation, are all supported by Chevron. Among the more than 600 employees of this company, almost all of them are sent by Chevron except for the workers who work on the front line. Wait, Mr. Sunan, I have a question. Are you Chevron not afraid of sanctions by the US government? Are you not afraid of being reported by the US Ministry of Commerce, or the US Ministry of Commerce discovered that you have a problem with Petroleum Refining and Petrochemical Committee? Xiao Feng called Li Xingkai and explained some of the questions he wanted to ask. After Li Xingkai returned to the meeting room, he directly threw the questions to Sunan. Sunan on the other side was taken aback for a moment, and then a wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Well, I won't hide it from you. Otherwise you can get the news from other channels. We invested in a mining and refinery near Tumburio not long ago. Li Xingkai nodded. When he came to Sunanli last time, he saw a series of local news reports on TV. Said that in Sunanli National Oil Company, a large oil field was discovered in Tumburio. Tumburio is a small village located 55 kilometers northwest of the capital Paramaribo, only 15 kilometers from the coastline. It is said that the exploration company here has discovered a large oil field with reserves of about 200 million barrels. The Sunanli National Oil Company plans to build a large oil refinery near the sea with a daily output of 7,000 barrels. In this way, not only can domestic oil supply be met, but the surplus oil can also be exported overseas. At that time, the news was very hot, and many people in Sunan were rejoicing and believed that the country would usher in a major development. But later, it seemed that nothing happened. If Sunan didn't mention this issue today, he would have forgotten the news that he had read last time. Well, I know that oil field, I have read the news, Li Xingkai said, but Sunan's smile on the opposite side was even more bitter. Later, our factory was also built in half, but there was a problem during mining, because we found that there was not so much oil underground at all. In other words, where the oil was only enough for us to mine for 3 years. This was a complete mistake. Sentence. Amount. Li Xingkai really doesn't know how to comfort this southern Jiangsu, but in the oil industry, such things are very common. For example, Australia discovered an offshore oil field in their western waters. At the beginning of the exploration, they said there was a large oil field with reserves of at least several hundred million barrels. As a result, the share price of the Australian company rose from a few dollars to more than 30 Australian dollars in just a few days. As a result, after only 1 year of mining, the oil below dried up. The company's stock price plunged from more than 30 Australian dollars to a few cents, and finally went bankrupt. This time, Chevron didn't know that it was an error in that link that led to such an oolong incident. But for a size like Chevron, the loss of hundreds of millions of dollars is not a big deal for them. It was originally a bad luck, but for Sunan, an ambitious guy who wanted to climb up, He felt that he had encountered an opportunity, especially after he learned that there was a Chinese in Ithaca who was able to get Venezuela's low-priced heavy oil through Copper National Petroleum. He came up with an idea as soon as he moved his mind. Chevron's refinery in Texas is specially prepared for Venezuela's oil, but there are 2 other refineries left there. The equipment inside has been treated as bad assets by the company and has been trying to dispose of it. However, there was another oolong incident in Tangbiluo in Sunan. After half of the factory was built, it was discovered that there were not so many reserves at all. According to normal thinking, oil companies will definitely not continue to invest in the construction of refineries. As for the kowtow machines invested in the early stage, they must be withdrawn immediately after the oil is drained. But what if the domestic petroleum equipment is secretly reorganized and used? For example, if you transport equipment from a factory in Texas to Tumburio, you are opening up channels to get heavy oil from Venezuela, and refining it here. Then you can directly sell it in Brazil, Colombia, and the Caribbean. In terms of the current cost of Venezuelan heavy oil and oil prices, this plan is simply promising. It is easy to make hundreds of millions of dollars a year. With this idea, Sunan came to the door and wanted to talk about cooperation with Li Xingkai. At this time, Xiao Feng, who was sitting at the back, understood what Sunan meant. He called Li Xingkai again and asked Li Xingkai not to rush to agree, and first come back to discuss it. Li Xingkai agreed, then turned back to the conference room, chatted with Sunan again, and finally told him that they would consider it for a few days. Sunan smiled and nodded. After all, such a big business can't be decided soon. Sunan left. Li Xingkai smiled and returned to the president's office upstairs. Haha, this person is really a surprise, Mr. Xiao. I really want to thank you. Seeing this guy's face full of joy, Xiao Feng felt that this guy must have some ideas. What can we get from this transaction? Have you thought about it? Hey, what I want is to be exempt from the control of capital flow. The benefits of this for the future development of our bank need not be mentioned. Huh? How to do it? Xiao Feng also sat up straight. Although Sunan is rich in gold, the circulation of foreign exchange is very troublesome. If an individual remits money abroad, he can only remit up to $500 a day. It is very difficult to get some money out. It's even more difficult to make a public transfer and make money overseas, and it might even provoke someone to check the account. So many Chinese people like underground banks very much. When you arrive at those banks, as long as you give them the gold, the next day you will receive the same amount of cash in your overseas account. It is fast and convenient. So not only Chinese people like to use it, but many other foreigners who do business here also like to use it. But this approach is not as safe as a regular bank. Once it can get the right to free in and out of funds, then the Maribor National Bank can be a big deal. We can contact the president and ask him to grant us the franchise. What? Can you do this? Of course, what can't it? Li Xingkai rolled his eyes, obviously because he looked down on Xiao Feng's rare and strange appearance. And Xiao Feng finally understood this time. Why do people often say that South America is a magical continent? And are the rules of emotions so childish? All laws and all morals are bullshit. As long as you have access, you can change everything. Can you be more specific? How do you get on the presidential line first? That jot.mentalnovel.com doesn't seem to be a good talker. Before Xiao Feng came, he did a lot of homework about Sunan Li. At least who is the president of this country, he always needs to know. The current president of Sunan is named Dijot. He used to be a soldier. In the 1980s, he launched a military coup and overthrew the government at that time. Later, he held positions such as the Minister of National Military Affairs, and later formed his own political party. He participated in the national elections several times, but in the end he was unsuccessful. It was not until a few years ago that he was elected as the president of this country. At first glance, this resume looks like an old fritter's ups and downs in Huahai. It is definitely not that easy to get him to issue a franchise. Xiao Feng really wanted to know how Li Xingkai handled this matter. And this old guy, although he claims to have Chinese ancestry, but the series of policies after he came to power, it seems that he is not particularly friendly to the Chinese. Chapter 869 Escort. But when I think about Liu Jin, he must be inseparable from the Russian mafia. Those guys have a lot of magical powers in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and even Western Europe. The reputation of one of the few gangs who dare to head with the Napoli people in Italy is definitely not covered. Regarding the flour business, Li Yun and Li Zhen also told him that the main market for flour in South America is the United States. Of course, it was once supplied to Japan, but with the rise of the Golden Triangle, the markets of Japan and Asia were taken away by the Golden Triangle. As for the European market, it has always been supplied by the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle. The South American gangs have also tried to enter the European market, but they are too far away. And in Europe, they have no foundation. So many times, they just supply the Napoli people in Italy. As for what they do, they don't care. And this time they can get on the line with the Russians through Xiaofeng, which will open up the European market. Of course, this is good news for Li Yun and Leaf, and it can open up a market. If Li Xingkai didn't tell him this today, he hadn't really thought about these things before. At this time, he looked at Li Xingkai and laughed, and he felt that this man was an interesting and wonderful person. How did you dismiss the security? Don't you know that you are dangerous? Of course I know, but even Leaf can't stop you. Even security guards like me can't stop you. And even though they are guys who work for money, I have always been skeptical of their professional ethics. If when they are facing a life and death crisis, I suspect that they will betray me as soon as possible. Instead of waiting for them to betray me, it is better to dismiss them as soon as possible. This will save me a lot of money. Xiaofeng couldn't help but rolled his eyes. You have a very good reason. I was right. Haha, am I smart? Li Xingkai on the opposite side laughed. Haha. Xiaofeng looked at this guy, and he felt a little like this guy's character. Aren't you afraid? Are you afraid you don't have to die? This answer is very good. Xiaofeng spread his hands. Since you can't escape death, why not be cooler? You have time to escape. Where to go? China? Southeast Asia? I have never been, and I don't want to go, let alone your place there. Going to Europe. It's too cold over there, and you know the Russians. I know their ability in Europe. Then only South America, Africa, North America, and Antarctica are left for me to choose from. This guy actually started talking, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Africa is too chaotic, I dare not go. Antarctica is too cold, I don't want to be neighbors with penguins. North America is going there, I'm sorry. Many people don't want me to go back, so where else can I go? I can only stay. It's the most suitable here. Xiaofeng nodded. He admired this guy more and more. Facing such a situation, he could still talk freely. This is not something ordinary people can do, at least in his opinion. It is more muscle than brains than Leaf and Li Kai. Only the guy who knows how to fight and kill is much stronger. But I don't think you stay here to wait for me. Just to die. A smart person like you can't wait for death. As soon as Xiaofeng turned the topic, Li Xingkai on the other side also laughed. Of course I don't want to die. And I don't want to die. So during this time I have been collecting information about you and researching your preferences. Finally I found a reason for me to continue to live. Oh, then please convince me, Xiaofeng said with a smile. Li Xingkai directly took out a tablet and pushed Xiaofeng over. These are multiple accounts managed by my team, including NYSE, Frankfurt Exchange, London Stock Exchange, Tokyo Stock Exchange, and there are probably more than $10 billion in these accounts. Funds are flowing. In addition, we have more than $10 billion in deposits in our accounts in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Andros Islands. If I die, then all the money will be spent. Who do you think the owner of the money will ask for compensation? Li Xingkai is also betting for him. These customers are also his amulet. Among these people are the Senate of Country M, the major shareholders behind multinational companies, and politicians from several countries in South America. and most of them are the flour traders who lose out to South America. He is now responsible for the laundering of his funds. If he dies, then the money will basically be unavailable. This is also his most worthy amulet for proofs. But Xiao Feng smiled faintly at this moment. Your team in Miami and the team hiding in Andres are basically in our hands now. We have basically mastered the fund accountant path. As for you, if you master the password, it's a big deal to ask a few computer experts to crack it. Compared with the money, I don't think it's too expensive to rent a supercomputer to crack the password. Xiao Feng didn't say a word, and Li Xingkai's face turned pale. Because every time Xiao Feng says something, he loses 1 point of the chips in his hand. At the end, when he heard that Xiao Feng planned to rent a supercomputer to crack those account passwords that only he knew, he couldn't help laughing 3 times. You are really ruthless. You deserve to be someone who can kill Li Fei's family. It really is an exhaustive plan. Thank you, thank you. So now do you think you have any reason to continue living? I bought the shares of the Columbia Western Railway Company, and I have contacted the councillors of Cordoba and Choco. As long as you can keep me alive, I can contact them for approval. Railway construction to Jurido Port. What? Hearing what Li Xingkai said, Xiao Feng finally sat up straight. This Li Xingkai, how could he guess his plan? Sure enough, he is not a simple person. Amazing. You can even guess what you think? In fact, the previous victory in Medellin seemed to him to consolidate the position of the Li family in the region and obtain huge economic benefits. At the same time, the most important thing is to get the ARPA from the Hernandez family. The 2 ports of Altado and Jurido. The straight line distance between the 2 ports is only more than 150 kilometers, but they face the Pacific and the Caribbean. In the future, if he wants to get oil from Venezuela, the biggest headache is how to transport Venezuela's oil from the Caribbean to the Pacific. The closest route is of course the Panama Strait. Previously, he and Huayang Petroleum had planned to obtain oil from Venezuela, then take the Panama Strait, and use small tankers to transport the oil to the islands on the Carapag archipelago. After refining, it would be sold locally, or repurchased domestically. But in terms of actual operation, one of the biggest problems has to be faced, and that is cost. The cost of pumping oil from Venezuela will not be mentioned for the time being. It is the most troublesome to transport oil through the Panama Strait. After learning about the freight of the Panama Canal, Xiao Feng couldn't help but curse that the country was so dark. Of course, the money must have ended up in the pockets of their major American shareholders, so it should be the American Tetso Black. This canal currently has about 17,000 ships navigable each year, carrying 600 million tons of cargo, and 38% of these are Chinese cargo ships. The toll paid by Chinese companies in 1 year must be paid. More than tens of billions of soft sister coins. A ship crossing the canal will be charged according to different types of cruise ships, freighters, etc. The fee for freighters is very high. A freighter of 10,000 TES across the river starts at $780,000. At present, the world's 2 largest donors of the Panama Canal www.mtnovel.com are the United States and China. However, the major shareholders behind the Panama Canal are Americans, so Americans pay money with nothing more than a left hand for a right hand. But the country of China is different. It's a real slaughter. At present, Huaguang pays tolls on the Panama Canal every year, with almost $20 billion. This shows how much cost will this increase the goods. Now Xiao Feng is engaged in Venezuela's oil, and he is cooperating with Huayang Petroleum and the Russian company behind Liu Jin. They are responsible for transporting oil. He does not need to consider the tolls. Sooner or later, he has to leave these 2 companies aside and engage in oil by himself. So the tolls must be considered. He is not willing to be blocked and robbed by Americans like this. The most important thing is that Venezuelan oil is still being sanctioned by Yankees. If it were detained in Panama, it would be a big loss. So he is considering other alternatives. and the best way is naturally to open another channel in Colombia. He didn't think about the Nicaragua Grand Canal. After all, it would touch the roots of the Americans. But if you open a railway between the two ports of Apartado and Jirardot, together with the two oceans, this time you Americans will have nothing to say, right? Before China did not rise, the biggest benefactor of the Panama Canal was the Americans, so no one wanted to open a railway connecting the two oceans here. But now that China has risen and is still the world's largest trading power, the strategic significance of opening such a railway is quite critical. After all, with this railway, you will not be sacked by the Americans. The final conclusion is that no matter how much you toss, the cost of passing the same goods is definitely lower than the cost of crossing the canal. Chapter 870 Kill the monkey and hack the chicken. But when I think about Liu Jin, he must be inseparable from the Russian mafia. Those guys have a lot of magical powers in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and even Western Europe. The reputation of one of the few gangs who dare to head with the Napoli people in Italy is definitely not covered. Regarding the flour business, Li Yun and Li Zhen also told him that the main market for flour in South America is the United States. Of course, it was once supplied to Japan, but with the rise of the Golden Triangle, the markets of Japan and Asia were taken away by the Golden Triangle. As for the European market, it has always been supplied by the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle. The South American gangs have also tried to enter the European market, but they are too far away. And in Europe, they have no foundation. So many times, they just supply the Napoli people in Italy. As for what they do, they don't care. And this time they can get on the line with the Russians through Xiaofeng, which will open up the European market. Of course, this is good news for Li Yun and Leaf, and it can open up a market. If Li Xingkai didn't tell him this today, he hadn't really thought about these things before. At this time, he looked at Li Xingkai and laughed, and he felt that this man was an interesting and wonderful person. How did you dismiss the security? Don't you know that you are dangerous? Of course I know, but even Leaf can't stop you. Even security guards like me can't stop you. And even though they are guys who work for money, I have always been skeptical of their professional ethics. If when they are facing a life and death crisis, I suspect that they will betray me as soon as possible. Instead of waiting for them to betray me, it is better to dismiss them as soon as possible. This will save me a lot of money. Xiaofeng couldn't help but rolled his eyes. You have a very good reason. I was right. Haha, am I smart? Li Xingkai on the opposite side laughed. Haha. Xiaofeng looked at this guy, and he felt a little like this guy's character. Aren't you afraid? Are you afraid you don't have to die? This answer is very good. Xiaofeng spread his hands. Since you can't escape death, why not be cooler? You have time to escape. Where to go? China? Southeast Asia? I have never been, and I don't want to go, let alone your place there. Going to Europe. It's too cold over there, and you know the Russians. I know their ability in Europe. Then only South America, Africa, North America, and Antarctica are left for me to choose from. This guy actually started talking, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Africa is too chaotic, I dare not go. Antarctica is too cold, I don't want to be neighbors with penguins. North America is going there, I'm sorry. Many people don't want me to go back, so where else can I go? I can only stay. It's the most suitable here. Xiaofeng nodded. He admired this guy more and more. Facing such a situation, he could still talk freely. This is not something ordinary people can do, at least in his opinion. It is more muscle than brains than Leaf and Li Kai. Only the guy who knows how to fight and kill is much stronger. But I don't think you stay here to wait for me. Just to die. A smart person like you can't wait for death. As soon as Xiaofeng turned the topic, Li Xingkai on the other side also laughed. Of course I don't want to die. And I don't want to die. So during this time I have been collecting information about you and researching your preferences. Finally I found a reason for me to continue to live. Oh, then please convince me, Xiaofeng said with a smile. Li Xingkai directly took out a tablet and pushed Xiaofeng over. These are multiple accounts managed by my team, including NYSE, Frankfurt Exchange, London Stock Exchange, Tokyo Stock Exchange, and there are probably more than $10 billion in these accounts. Funds are flowing. In addition, we have more than $10 billion in deposits in our accounts in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Andros Islands. If I die, then all the money will be spent. Who do you think the owner of the money will ask for compensation? Lee Xingkai is also betting for him. These customers are also his amulet. Among these people are the Senate of Country M, the major shareholders behind multinational companies, and politicians from several countries in South America, and most of them are the flower traders who lose out to South America. He is now responsible for the laundering of his funds. If he dies, then the money will basically be unavailable. This is also his most worthy amulet for proofs. But Xiao Feng smiled faintly at this moment. Your team in Miami and the team hiding in Andros are basically in our hands now. We have basically mastered the fund accountant path. As for you, if you master the password, it's a big deal to ask a few computer experts to crack it. Compared with the money, I don't think it's too expensive to rent a supercomputer to crack the password. Xiao Feng didn't say a word, and Lee Xinkai's face turned pale. Because every time Xiao Feng says something, he loses 1 point of the chips in his hand. At the end, when he heard that Xiao Feng planned to rent a supercomputer to crack those account passwords that only he knew, he couldn't help laughing 3 times. You are really ruthless. You deserve to be someone who can kill Li Fei's family. It really is an exhaustive plan. Thank you, thank you. So now do you think you have any reason to continue living? I bought the shares of the Columbia Western Railway Company, and I have contacted the councillors of Cordoba and Choco. As long as you can keep me alive, I can contact them for approval. Railway construction to Jurido Port. What? Hearing what Lee Xingkai said, Xiao Feng finally sat up straight. This Lee Xingkai, how could he guess his plan? Sure enough, he is not a simple person. Amazing. You can even guess what you think? In fact, the previous victory in Medellin seemed to him to consolidate the position of the Li family in the region and obtain huge economic benefits. At the same time, the most important thing is to get the ARPA from the Hernandez family. The 2 ports of Altado and Jurido. The straight line distance between the 2 ports is only more than 150 kilometers, but they face the Pacific and the Caribbean. In the future, if he wants to get oil from Venezuela, the biggest headache is how to transport Venezuela's oil from the Caribbean to the Pacific. The closest route is of course the Panama Strait. Previously, he and Huayang Petroleum had planned to obtain oil from Venezuela, then take the Panama Strait, and use small tankers to transport the oil to the islands on the Carapag Archipelago. After refining, it would be sold locally, or repurchased domestically. But in terms of actual operation, one of the biggest problems has to be faced, and that is cost. The cost of pumping oil from Venezuela will not be mentioned for the time being. It is the most troublesome to transport oil through the Panama Strait. After learning about the freight of the Panama Canal, Xiao Feng couldn't help but curse that the country was so dark. Of course, the money must have ended up in the pockets of their major American shareholders, so it should be the American Tet's so black. This canal currently has about 17,000 ships navigable each year, carrying 600 million tons of cargo, and 38% of these are Chinese cargo ships. The toll paid by Chinese companies in 1 year must be paid more than tens of billions of soft sister coins. A ship crossing the canal will be charged according to different types of cruise ships, freighters, etc. The fee for freighters is very high. A freighter of 10,000 TES across the river starts at $780,000. At present, the 2 largest donors of the Panama Canal in the world are the United States and China. However, the major shareholders behind the Panama Canal are Americans, so Americans pay money with nothing more than a left hand for a right hand. But the country of China is different. It's a real slaughter. At present, Huaguang pays tolls on the Panama Canal every year, with almost $20 billion. This shows how much cost will this increase the goods. Now Xiao Feng is engaged in Venezuela's oil, and he is cooperating with Huayang Petroleum and the Russian company behind Liu Jin. They are responsible for transporting oil. He does not need to consider the tolls. Sooner or later, he has to leave these two companies aside and engage in oil by himself. So the tolls must be considered. He is not willing to be blocked and robbed by Americans like this. The most important thing is that Venezuelan oil is still being sanctioned by Yankees. If it were detained in Panama, it would be a big loss. So he is considering other alternatives, and the best way is naturally to open another channel in Colombia. He didn't think about the Nicaragua Grand Canal. After all, it would touch the roots of the Americans. But if you open a railway between the two ports of Apartado and Dorado, together with the two oceans, this time you Americans will have nothing to say, right? In the past, when China did not rise www.mentalnovel.com, the biggest benefactor of the Panama Canal was the Americans. So no one wanted to open a railway connecting the two oceans here. But now that China has risen and is still the world's largest trading power, the strategic significance of opening such a railway is quite critical. After all, with this railway, you will not be sacked by the Americans. The construction of a 150-kilometer railway will not cost much at all. The carrying capacity is definitely inferior to the Panama Canal. And it is also very troublesome to unload, load, unload, and load from the two ports back and forth. But the Panama Canal navigable price set by the Americans is helpless, and it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time, which is really too dark. This price is unacceptable just to hear it. Xiao Feng has also sent a lot of investigators these days to investigate the cost of human transportation between the two ports. The final conclusion is that no matter how much you toss, the cost of passing the same goods is definitely lower than the cost of crossing the canal. Chapter 871. The overall situation is set. Li Xingkai originally didn't want to come, but as the Li family, he has actually seen a lot of scenes. But he had seen those, mostly fierce fights, and fights. Although sometimes white knives would go in and red knives would come out, but they rarely hurt their lives. Of course, he has experienced a gun battle once or twice, and the dead have seen one or two, but this is the first time he has seen a scene like today's Surefield. Although I have seen such scenes in war movies before, when you are on the scene, in such an environment, watching blood on the ground, the air is full of blood, and there are broken hands and feet everywhere, and the internal organs of the human body. He collapsed all at once. The cat went down and vomited for a long time. The food was vomited out all day, and in the end he even vomited bile. And Albala on the other side was no better than him. Although he had seen more scenes, it was the first time that it was as tragic as today. So Albala also vomited, but fortunately, he recovered much faster than Li Xingkai, and he vomited out in a while. The reason why he adapts so quickly is also because of his hatred of Shah Rukh. He wants to torture him before this guy has died. Under the leadership of his men, he soon came to Shah Rukh. At this time, Shah Rukh had long lost the demeanor of a Brahmin noble. He leaned on a wooden box to linger, with a big hole in his stomach, and his internal organs had already flowed out. After Albala saw Shah Rukh, his eyes flashed. "Thank God, you son of who is not dead yet? Ha ha, how are you now? Honorable Master Brahman, ha ha, you would never dream that one day you will die in one, who looks like a cockroach in your eyes. Is it Indara's hand? Bastard." Albara's expression was a little hysterical. Think about his mother, who was slaughtered by these Brahmin nobles like a dog butcher during a conflict. What is even more hateful is that those judges actually acquitted the Brahmin. So from then on, he hated all these nobles, wishing to kill them all one day. Later, he slashed his enemies and fled from India to Sunan. He didn't expect that these Brahmins were still doing majestic blessings here. Bastard. Fortunately, today he finally killed this Shah Rukh. At this time, Shah Rukh was already in shock due to excessive blood loss, but Albala still did not let him go, and rushed up and gave him a few big mouths. "Asshole, you are not allowed to die. You are not allowed to die. I still have no news to tell you. Do you want to know where Jabber is? Ha ha, Do you think he is loyal to you? He is the same as me. He has been to you for a long time. The bitter hatred. Today is the who deliberately introduced you into the ambush. And he is now in your house, enjoying your wife. As for your little cubs, don't worry, I'll be my boy. Cast them all and send them to Thailand to be shemels. Female, I will send them to the beef farm in Delhi. Perhaps it was the last few words that irritated Shah Rukh. The guy returned to his glory and sat up abruptly, reaching out to grab Al-Bara's neckline. But he was kicked to the chest by Al-Bara, and finally fell to the ground and uttered a few unwillingly, and then suffocated. The enemy finally belched, and Al-Bara was revenge. He immediately turned around and came to Xiao Feng obediently. Boss, everything is done. Although he had discussed many things with Li Xingkai before, he knew that the person behind Li Xingkai was the real boss. And the thunder method that Xiao Feng showed today is to make Al-Bala's legs soft. Of course he knows what Xiao Feng meant by letting him look at the picture. It is nothing more than to shock him. If one day he betrays Xiao Feng, then what is waiting for him will be today's end. And this is also a show for Li Xingkai. Don't think that I admire you very much in the last few days, so you can lift your tail and do things for me. If you have two hearts, then this is Haruk today, and you will end up tomorrow. No matter how many security guards you hire, you can use each one. Take a look at Brian and their bravery. Do you think the bodyguards you hire can stop it? Li Xingkai is a smart man. Even Al-Bara can understand Xiao Feng's intentions, let alone him. Xiao Feng nodded. Leave the rest to you. Shah Rukh's gas station. You send someone to take over, then someone will contact you. Don't overdo some things. I see, boss. After talking, Xiao Feng turned and left. Li Xingkai and Brian hurriedly followed. Al-Bala is a smart man. He naturally knows what to do next. All the gas stations in the country in Sunan are operated by the Paschal family. If all of them are suddenly replaced with Chinese faces, it will easily arouse the suspicion of others. Therefore, it is appropriate to put Al-Bara's people in the front. As long as the financial and supply channels are blocked, you are not afraid of this guy making a ghost. And after today's scene, Xiao Feng believed that Al-Bala didn't have the guts. In addition, it is also useful to have a vicious dog like Al-Bara. At present, the mainstream upper-class economy in the country in Sunan is mostly controlled by Indians. With Al-Bala, the shit-shucking stick, they can prevent them from twisting into a rope, and if there is any dirty work, they can also be dealt with by the people of Al-Bala. After all, the Chinese are law-abiding citizens. There are many bad things, but you can't let your compatriots come forward, just in case they are infamy. The overall business situation in Sunan has been determined, and the rest will be handled by Li Xingkai and Al-Bala. And Xiao Feng returned to Colombia first, and at this time He Xiaojun, Zhao had already brought his team to Colombia. The main reason why He Xiaojun brought so many people here is because the rejuvenation series of healthcare products in the 9th laboratory are too popular. The raw materials in the factory were already in short supply. This time I heard that Xiao Feng had set up a lot of farms in South America, so he led a team to take a look. The healthcare products of the 9th lab mainly focus on rejuvenating health capsules. Recently, it has been too popular. The king of cars has gone from coma to sober, from paralysis to rebirth, and live advertising fermentation that can stand and walk. At first, it spread all over the country, and later it spread all over Asia, and now it has begun to enter the European and American markets in large numbers. The rejuvenation series of healthcare products are more easily absorbed by the human body than other healthcare products because they are escorted by the K-alpha active factor. The healthcare effect is more immediate than other healthcare products, and it quickly gained the reputation of the brand, established the influence of the brand, and brought a hot sales frenzy. Vitamin blend tablets under the rejuvenation brand, VC, and even health products such as fish oil, allicin, anthocyanins, propolis, chondroitin, etc. are all following the big hits. Even in many places, there are often out of stocks. Even the Heiwang pharmacy with Wangongcai has been very busy recently. As a result, Mr. One had to speed up the speed of opening branches across the country. At the beginning, he planned to open 70 branches across the country this year, and these 70 branches will be completed in a year. But as the Rejuvenation series of healthcare products sell well, it has also driven the sales of other drugs in the Haiwang chain pharmacy. Because they control several pharmaceutical factories, the prices of common medicines in their pharmacies are about 20% lower than those of other chains. This time, Neptunus pharmacies are also popular all over the country. Mentalnovel.com 70 branches. Almost the construction was completed within a month, and with a big wave of his hand, Won Gongtsai directly opened another 80 stores, raising the number of pharmacies opened this year to 150. And recently, Lord Won called him frequently and kept asking him how well his new drug is being developed and when it will be launched. There is also how well the testing machine he said is being developed, and how far the self-service medical examination concept has been completed. Xiao Feng also took the trouble, and even hung up as soon as he saw this guy calling. He Fangzhu and Jiang Gofeng, the drugs they developed, are currently undergoing final clinical trials in India. Although the experimental progress is relatively fast there, it is only half a year old. Whatever it takes a year before they dare to put the medicine out on the market. This is already the fastest speed. This is still the case when they spend a lot of money, and launch hundreds of live test drugs at the same time every day. Those big European and American pharmaceutical companies are not as crazy as they are. Those European and American pharmaceutical companies generally have to go through clinical trials for 2 to 2.5 years, and only after a long period of time, even 5 years or so, will they launch new drugs listed. The speed and efficiency of He Xiaojun and Jiang Gofeng's team are much better than those from European and American pharmaceutical companies. Of course, it is mainly related to the two guys' eagerness to produce results. Pulling away, back to He Xiaojun's side. He came to Colombia this time not only to inspect Xiao Feng's newly harvested plantation, but also to bring a team of more than 100 people. He has established the NJ Star Agriculture Company on the Karapag Islands, and the farms and plantations of Pablo's newly established asset management company will belong to this company in the future. Chapter 872 Grand Plan Dominance. As for whether these students will stay in the end, Xiao Feng is not worried at all. He believes that these people will definitely be willing to stay in the end, because they are all smart people and naturally know how to choose as the best choice for them. First of all, from the perspective of their employment, there is no better condition than Xiao Feng, the NJ Star Agricultural Development Company. Think about their classmates in China. After graduating from the agricultural college, a small part of them went to work in the local agricultural bureaus, and many more were unemployed after graduation. And they can go abroad and have more than 10,000 wages a month. There is still unlimited room for growth in the future. The most important thing is that the company's prospects are extremely great. Is there any reason not to work in this company? The students are not stupid. What is the domestic agricultural environment? Almost everyone who has studied agronomy knows that the domestic agricultural environment is really poor. Although there are more than 9 million square kilometers of land, the arable area alone is incomparable with the United States, Russia. China's arable area accounts for only 13% of the country's land area, while the United States and Russia, the arable land area of others, all exceed 50% of the country's land area. In the country, all the farmland is allocated to farmers, so that after farmers lose their land, they cannot find a job and cause social unrest. Therefore, the country does not have the conditions for industrialized planting at all, and the few places that meet the conditions are in the Northeast. But in foreign countries, such as the United States, why can people grow food that can feed more than half of the world with only 2 or 3 million agricultural people? It is because people have completely industrialized agriculture. The extensive use of agricultural machinery has not only greatly improved the efficiency of planting and harvesting, but also greatly reduced labor costs. But in China there is no such condition. because the land is all personal, and the family only has 1 acre of land, or even a few cents of land. What mechanized planting and harvesting. In addition, almost all of the land in the several large plains in the country now shows serious degradation because of the large number of small factories in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. The water sources of many rivers are polluted, and agricultural safety is a problem. In the North China Plain, the soil fertility has been seriously degraded due to land development and cultivation for thousands of years. Nowadays, a large number of chemical fertilizers are used, which has caused serious problems of land compaction. The Northeast Plain also faces this problem, coupled with the constraints of various national policies, wanting to establish large-scale agricultural companies in the country, and wanting to retaliate for major development in agriculture, is undoubtedly idiotic. But NJ in a corner of South America is different. Before coming, who would have thought that there would be such a Chinese autonomous region and such a Chinese company on the other side of the ocean? In the early stage, island farming and deep-sea farming have been started, and now we are going to fully enter the agricultural field. He even bought so many plantations and farms in Colombia. Although the campaign's leaders did not say clearly at the presentation meeting, as long as they are not fools, they can see their ambitions. This NJ company is going to be an agricultural hegemon like Monsanto, Syngenta, and DuPont. According to the campaign's leadership, the company is currently in the copper country. Colombia, Peru, Bolivia and other places are purchasing farms and plantations. The main cash crops currently grown are coffee, cherries, grapes and the like, and a large number of crops with high pharmacological extraction value will be planted at the same time. So no matter how you look at it, the future of this company is great. The environment here is much better than the domestic agricultural environment that can be seen at a glance. Therefore, almost all of these people first inspected the working environment after landing, and after participating in several brainwashing lectures, they immediately signed a contract with the company. In the future, there will be more and more such people. According to Xiao Feng's prediction, his NJ company will at least recruit another 5,000 to 10,000 agronomy college students from China. The natural environment in South America is so superior, but this group of people is really bad. And those people's guesses are correct. In his future hegemony, this NJ company is indeed against such agricultural giants as Monsanto and Syngenta. In the future, he will buy more farms and pastures in South America, especially land in Argentina, which will make his saliva even more greedy. During the Second World War, agriculture alone was able to become the world's top 5 developed countries, but in the end, a bunch of made them look like they are now decadent, which is really violent. It is a pity that the glorious La Plata, the southern cone, fell into the hands of those bastards. In the future, as long as there is a chance, he will buy a farm there, which is destined to be the territory of his NJ company. As for the other group of people, there are more than 60 medical students brought by He Xiaojun. Most of these people are scientific research talents in pharmacology, and Xiao Feng specially told He Xiaojun to bring them here. In the future, these people will be scientific researchers who will work under the celebrities of cloning medicine, Helmer, and Wesley. Although Xiao Feng is now also advertising in Copper Country and recruiting local scientific researchers, to be honest, there are not many qualified medical R&D personnel in Copper Country. Many universities in Tongo have established medical majors, but most of these medical majors are doctors, and not many are trained in pharmacology and pathology research, not to mention medical research and development. Even if the Copper Country has students dedicated to pharmacological research, most of them eventually went to the US and stayed in the US. As for the local people, there are really not many talents in this field. So Xiao Feng just left for a cutscene, and of course he recruited some peripheral staff, such as security guards, receptionists, and so on. At the same time, he is also preparing to build a hospital in the Ithacan area. This hospital plans to recruit a group of people from the local area, as well as a group of medical talents from the mainland. As for this hospital, He has his own planning ideas. According to his ideas, this hospital will be the first place for other pharmaceutical companies to develop new drugs in the future. Because of Helmer and Wesley's technologies, the new drugs and new therapies they have developed are naturally effective, and the reputation of this hospital has been established. Once the hospital's reputation is established, the future goal of the hospital is to be a world-renowned first-class hospital like Mayo. He also plans to contact Benching Medical College to jointly run schools in the Ithacan area and build a medical university to train local medical talents. It's not that he doesn't want to cooperate with those well-known medical schools in China, mainly because people simply don't like him. People can only look at universities like Hopkins, but Ithaca? What the place. Xiao Feng can imagine with his heels, the attitude of those famous domestic schools. So I should keep a low profile, and it is better to look for a well-known college like the Benching Medical College to be more practical. These pharmacological researchers brought by He Xiaojun this time are all good seedlings carefully selected from the 9th laboratory. They are all those who are interested in scientific research and it, but are not very good at socializing. This kind of people is destined to be inadequate in the country, but on the Karapag Island side, such people are most needed. Concentrated on work and scientific research, are not very interested in other things, have low material desires, and are only interested in scientific research and innovation. This is the person who can really settle down for research. And here, Xiao Feng will naturally provide them with the best scientific research environment and conditions. They will have all the food, clothing, housing and transportation covered, so they don't need to worry about it. They only need to follow Helmer and Wesley's future medical experts.untilnovel.com to learn knowledge and engage in research and development. For these people, Xiao Feng also established a Neptune pharmaceutical company, which is also an important piece of the puzzle in his future ambition. As a Chinese, the company will naturally focus on Chinese, and the more the better. In the future, these people are destined to stay in the Karapag Islands. And there are many such people in China, and most of them will be run on by the environment and can't be mixed in the scientific research community. Because the domestic environment is too impetuous, it is a good thing for the country to develop too fast, but it will also bring some negative effects on the other. For example, today everyone has made millions in stocks and real estate. But those who do not know about scientific research cannot even afford a house. How do you make them feel? In the end, maybe I can't do it for a few years, so I'm impatient and change my job to do something else. What good things can be researched out of this kind of talent flow? The other is the domestic scientific research field environment, which is really unflattering sometimes. Private company bosses, especially pharmaceutical companies, are not willing to engage in R&D, because the investment is too large, the cycle is too long, and the risk is too high. Once it fails, the time invested in the early stage will cause the funds to be squandered. State-owned enterprises are reluctant to engage in R&D because everyone understands the reasons. After all, the top leader has only been in office for a few years, and he has invested a lot of money to engage in R&D for a few years. Maybe before the results are produced, they will go on and give it to others. Pick the peaches. Xiao Feng's plan is to let the 9th laboratory recruit people in China, of course, mainly recruit students in this pharmacology field, and then now conduct training and selection in the 9th laboratory in China. Those who have a calm personality, can bear loneliness, and are suitable for scientific research, will be dispatched to Ithaca after a period of observation. Chapter 873 Eve. Finally, after a period of adaptation, these people will leave or stay. I believe they will naturally make a wise choice. As long as the company's structure is set up, the reward and punishment rules, and the financial distribution rules are all adjusted to a reasonable level. If a talent training mechanism is established, there will naturally be soil for scientific research to yield results. Next, as long as you plant seeds and follow the rules, you will naturally gain. To put it bluntly, the soil is there, and then as long as you make persistent long-term investment, results will naturally come out. Almost all of the world's technological powerhouses have come here step by step in a solid manner. Once a virtuous circle is formed, no one is willing to isolate themselves from this system as long as they are not fools. And Yunjuo are very happy that Xiao Feng can equip them with a team of more than 50 people so quickly. Recently, their tasks have been relatively arduous. They have to get Xiao Feng to go through these plantations, farms, and pastures. The soil conditions of these farms, the nearby weather and climate, and the water environment. They will formulate a plan suitable for the future development of this farm based on these. It's a bit hard to rely on just a few of their experts in cloning, agronomy and animal husbandry, but with these 50 apprentices their tasks will be much easier. Anyway, they are now on Nantai Island. Their comprehensive agricultural research institute is currently under construction. Even if the construction is completed later, it will take a while to purchase equipment. During this period, they can just go out and learn more about the natural environment and local crops of the South American continent. Only after they return can they design a reasonable future scientific research direction. Try to produce crops that are more suitable for this planet, and improve agricultural output and quality without causing excessive attention from others. Helmer and Wesley are much simpler. Xiao Feng has already built a R&D center for them on Liss Island. In fact, it was remodeled with a few villas left by the Lee family infrequently. I have to say that the Lee family was really luxurious before. Although he did not live regularly, those villas were built to be very luxurious. Xiao Feng did not live regularly, and it would be a waste to put them there. So he let someone remodel it there and then changed it into a scientific research institute. Is also just enough for the pharmacology R&D team brought by Helmer, Wesley, and Hixia-jun. Moreover, Hixia-jun's trip also brought a lot of scientific research equipment, just so that they can start work smoothly. Of course, behind Ligia Dao, Xiao Feng also set about ranging people and building a larger scientific research center at the foot of the mountain. Helmer and Wesley have already led the team to work quickly. The first task of Helmer is to develop insulin suitable for oral administration, and Wesley's first job is to correct myopia eye drops. The answer from the two to Xiao Feng is that if it is fast in 1 month, if it is slow in half a year, they will be able to achieve results, which makes Xiao Feng very happy. The things in Colombia are almost busy. Xiao Feng returned to Copper Country, but this time his purpose in Copper Country is to accompany Jessie to give birth. Jessie has reached the final stage of giving birth, and Xiao Feng is also looking forward to the arrival of his first child in this world. Finally, in the early morning of a certain day, his first son in this world was born. The new life gives Xiao Feng a more sense of mission and a clearer vision of his future goals. This is his inheritance, and what he wants to ensure is that this child can grow up healthy and continue his career. Go Down opened up a new world for the Chinese. Fortunately, Jessie is from the US. This meat-eating physical fitness is really not good, and it is not a little bit stronger than that of eating grass. People have no concept of confinement at all. Lay in the hospital for 3 days, and then was discharged with her baby. Jessie was also very excited about the arrival of the new life, but this time she didn't have too many distracting thoughts, but sincerely happy that her blood had been continued. After Xiao Feng stayed with the mother for a week, he finally set off again to another world. The last time we came to another world, humans were being besieged by orcs, and even the Gourd Gorge they had defeated before had been lost, and they could only defend themselves in the last line of defense, Runliu City. And Xiao Feng's timely return completely shattered the half-orcs' counterattack, not only recovered the lost ground, but also went to Dragon City. Learn the truth about the origin of life on this planet. After that, Xiao Feng also had the idea of founding a nation. Now the population in his territory is more than 1 million. There are dozens of large and small cities, of course, most of them are in the Hula Gorge, and there are only 2 on the Benivira Peninsula. Before the last time he returned, he had asked several managements in the territory to think about the establishment of the country. I must come back this time, They have almost thought about it. This time Xiao Feng returned. The first place he went was Naples Mountain City, which guarded the mouth of the Hula Gorge. The last time he came back, the place had been broken by orcs and burned down. And after he destroyed the orcs' counterattack, the human army hurriedly regained not only the Gourd Gap, but also the Naples Mountain City. Considering the current human strength, it is still impossible to regain more land, so Xiao Feng stopped the offensive in Naples Mountain City and asked Charles Mann to lead people to build a big city here. And this time when he came to another world, when he came to this mountain city of Naples, he couldn't help being stunned. A magnificent mountain city not weaker than the city of Runliu stood upright with the Naples Prairie, the high platform on the east side. On flat ground, it was not just this mountain city that surprised Xiao Feng, but the opposite side of the mountain city, on the Naples Prairie. The half-orcs actually built 3 large-scale fortresses in front of Naples Mountain City, 10 miles away. Looking at the half-orcs' posture, these 3 fortresses are meant to block the way humans drilled out of Naples Mountain City, and prevent humans from rushing into the prairie. It seems that the orcs were really scared last time, and now the situation on the battlefield has been reversed. It used to be that they wanted to prevent the orcs from coming over at any time, but now the initiative in the war is already on their side, and it is the orcs who want to prevent them from hitting at any time. How long have their fortresses been built? Xiao Feng returned, and all the generals who received the news were naturally there. Bloom had been stationed in Naples Mountain City, while Kyle had been stationed in Kai City behind Naples Mountain City. It was Xiao Feng's butler staying in Benliu City on Friday, while Charles Mann was building a new city between Benliu City and Twin Towers City. After I heard that Xiao Feng returned, these people all rushed to Naples Mountain City. At this time of Xiao Feng culture, Bloom naturally stood up and answered the question first. My lord, when we were building the mountain city, they also started to build a fortress on the opposite side. Oh, then when we built the mountain city, didn't they come to harass? Haha, they have been scared of you by your lord. Let's not attack them. They are lucky. How come they attack us? Ah, very good. Xiao Feng glanced again. The opposite half-orc fortress, and the opposite half-orc apparently also noticed Xiao Feng's appearance. The famous death god of Running City suddenly appeared on the wall of Naples Mountain City, which made the orcs on the opposite side look like a big enemy. The 3 fortresses continuously sent people to send out alarms and ask for help. The half-orc was in a hurry. Xiao Feng laughed, and then he took the people back to the city. The entire Naples Mountain City was designed and built completely in accordance with the model of the Running City. However, because the terrain is not as superior as Runliu City, the city wall is shorter, but it is more than 30 meters high. There are currently 60,000 defenders stationed in the city, and all kinds of food equipment are well stocked. Xiao Feng inspected the construction situation in the city, and then brought a group of senior leaders of the tribe to the core office area of the castle to hold a work meeting. It was just a few springs and autumns when he left. Now the land has undergone earth-shaking changes. He needs to understand the situation here. At present, in the entire territory, there are a total of 1.58 million people, of which 1.28 million live on the Penivera Peninsula. There are 600,000 people living in the city of Rushing, and 300,000 people in the city of Twin Towers. The other 380,000 people settled mainly along the banks of the Rushing River. At present, Charles Mann University is building a new city in Taipei in the middle section of the Rushing River. As the chief steward left by Xiao Feng on Friday.metalnovel.com, I know the realm situation well, and because of Xiao Feng's habit, Friday also prefers to speak with data. In Xiao Feng's view, Friday, the housekeeper, did a very qualified job. Can be his prime minister in the future. The newly built city has not yet been named. Please give it to you. Offered flattery on Friday, which made Xiao Feng very comfortable. The place where Taipei was, there was a big bend on a hilly ground with a relatively large drop after the Rushing River entered the Painvilla Plain, where it was still an important river bifurcation. Running River is there, divided into several rivers, spreading out like a large plain in the distance, irrigating the entire fertile plain. Above the bifurcation, there is also a huge boulder. Charles Mann built the new city on the north side of the Great Lake. According to previous assumptions, this place will be an important starting point for the future development of the Peñísvira Plain, the heart of the Peñísvira Peninsula, and even in Xiao Feng's view, this is the most suitable place to become a royal city. Therefore, he attaches great importance to the construction of this place. The urban area is required to be 300,000 people at the beginning. According to Friday, the place is now taking shape. Let's call it Chang'an City. May the world prosper and have long-term stability. Chapter 874. Long live my king. Good name. My lord is wise. The flattery was offered on Friday, and the others followed immediately. At this time, Charles Mann also offered a map and a sand table. Looking at this city in the middle of the Peñísvira Peninsula, Xiao Feng's heart was unavoidable. On the planet in the Middle Ages, it was such an achievement to create a country and a large city with a population of 1 million. This feeling is comparable to playing computer games, and the sense of accomplishment of the Empire era is stronger and more real. He got up and came to the sand table. To tell the truth, he passed by the location of Chang'an City a few times before, but because it was only a wilderness, he was not too impressed with it. At this time, seeing the site selection of this city, and seeing the prototype and planning of the city, he couldn't help sighing that he had really underestimated the wisdom of the indigenous people in this world before. Just by looking at the sand table, you can see that their location is very mysterious. As the main person in charge of this project, Charles Mann saw that Xiao Feng seemed to be very interested in the city, so he smiled and took the initiative to introduce it. Look, my lord, this Chang'an City is located in the south of Benliu City, about 1,000 kilometers away from Benliu City. This location is just on the Baiyuan platform. To the northeast is the Recklessness spreading from Lianhua Mountain. The jungle is surrounded by the rushing river to the northwest, and the main tributaries such as the Biliu River and Hai River, which stretch out. Because the terrain of this platform is about 30 to 50 meters higher than the surrounding area, there will be no the crisis of flooding. I originally thought that this place was just a plain river, with a little bumpy hill to the death, and it was an unsafe area, but at this time, I heard Charles Mann said that this terrain is actually very good. Although there is no mountain partition, there are vast jungles and vertical and horizontal waterways partitioned. The most important thing is that the terrain here is relatively high. As long as the castle is well built, this is a good place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Moreover, the waterways are vertical and horizontal, and the transportation is developed. From here, it is very convenient to take the waterway in which direction the 5 rounds go to the peninsula. Xiao Feng looked at Charles Mann with satisfaction and motioned him to continue, and when Charles Mann saw that Xiao Feng was very satisfied with his plan, he was excited. To the south of the city is Pearl Lake, and to the east is a large area of wasteland. But as long as it is developed, it will be a fertile field, and it will extend to the east for 50 miles, and it will be Taipei. This wasteland is the floodplain of the rushing river. The fertility. After reading Charles Mann's introduction, Xiao Feng couldn't help being more satisfied with the location of this city. He even thought of the reserve of fertile land. When the time comes, he will mainly govern along the river, so he can be self-sufficient here. To the south of Pearl Lake is the Great Rift Valley, where there is Fellow Waterfall. Laga Lake is underneath. It flows from the catastrophic river along Taipei and finally into Pearl Lake, from Fellow Waterfall to Laga Lake, and then again. From there it rushed south, and stretched out countless new rivers. Charles Mann introduced the situation in the south of the city before the sand table. Xiao Feng couldn't help being more satisfied when he heard this. Further south is the Great Rift Valley with a topography drop of hundreds of meters. This location is the boundary between the northern plains and the Nan Great Plains. From here to the north is a small plain, combined with hills, and to the south is the large plain of Yimei Pingchuan. The location of this Chang'an City is really amazing. It just happens to be located at a raised location near the end of the Baiyuan platform. Although it is surrounded by many rivers, because of the high terrain of the city, there is no need to worry about flooding. And because of the terrain, it naturally has an oppressive geographical advantage to the surrounding area. Surrounded by many large rivers, it is physically isolated from attacks from the north. As for the threat from the south, it is not necessary to think about it. A large rift valley has a land difference of more than 100 meters between the south and here, so although it is not surrounded by mountains like the ancient Chainan in China, it has a more superior geographical advantage than the ancient Chainan. The reason why Huangdi hegemony was achieved in the ancient Han and Tang dynasties was because it occupied the land of Guanzhong, and Guanzhong was really important to ancient China. There is the Loess Plateau to the north, the Qinling Mountains to the south and west, and the Yellow River to the east. It is an absolute place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It is no wonder that Qin was able to take this as a foundation and swept the world. In ancient times where transportation is inconvenient, here is a natural geomantic treasure. But why did the Guanzhong land fall after the Song dynasty? Because it is surrounded by mountains, although it is to ensure the geographical safety. But from the negative side, the traffic is too inconvenient. In the era of peace, from the perspective of economic development, there are great limitations. In the Middle and late Han and Tang dynasties, a strange phenomenon appeared. That is, because the country has been in peace for a long time, the population of Guanzhong area is multiplied and the land is merged seriously. In the end, there was not enough food to eat, and food could be transported into Chainan from the outside world, so that later in the Eastern Han dynasty and the late Tang dynasty, there were emperors who often set up their capital outside Luoyang, outside Guanzhong. Because the traffic there is much more convenient than Chainan, the emperor's governance of the country and the exchange of information with the locality are also much more convenient. The location of Chainan city in this world is much superior compared to ancient Chainan in China. First of all, from the geographical point of view, it is almost exactly in the center of the Penivara Peninsula. Secondly, although there is a slope, the rise is very slowly, and the construction is not difficult. Although it is not surrounded by mountains, it is surrounded by many rivers, and the safety is no problem. There are also fields and lakes around, which can ensure the safety of people living in the city. The most important thing is that the waterways extend in all directions and the transportation is very convenient. In the future, it will not only be the transportation hub of Xiaofeng Kingdom, but it will also become the center of economy and politics. Xiaofeng looked at the city map again, and was very satisfied with the city of Chainan. In the places where several rivers in the north of the city are downloaded, several satellite cities can be built as communication docks, as well as fortresses to protect the safety of Chainan city. And along the river, within 12 kilometers, a castle can be built and garrisoned for defense. Xiaofeng had already planned this Chainan city from his heart as the future royal city, so the security aspect must naturally be paid attention to. After all, this is his basic disk, and this different world does not know how long it will go through the cold weapon era, so these city constructions are still very necessary. On the one hand, it contributes to the safety of Chainan city, and on the other hand, it is also the farmers who open up wasteland in the fields. With the level of traffic in this era, you can't expect farmers to live in the city, and then ride out of the city every morning and walk 50 miles to plow the fields. With these castles along the river, it is also more convenient for the development of this wasteland in the Twin River Circle. Oh, what the Lord said is exactly what I want to arrange for construction in the next step. Moreover, these cities can also be used as waterway stations. In the future, most of our material transportation will be carried out by waterways. However, the ships that take the waterway will always be dark or dark. When the weather is bad, there is always a place to stay. Therefore, I have already selected 7 addresses along the river to prepare the castle for the next step. Charles Mann quickly introduced Xiaofeng, and Xiaofeng nodded. In addition, The planning of this city is too small. I think it will be 4 times larger than the current scale. It will be prepared according to the scale of 1 million people. From now on, I intend to be a king city. The king. Kings. Is it finally going to build a nation? Xiao Feng just said this, and there was already a splash in the room. Charles Mann's hands started fighting. Bloom, Kyle, Friday and other executives, plus the dwarf Groin, Dean, and the dark elf Mudge, who has been promoted to the Minister of Agriculture. At this time, I couldn't help being excited. Finally waited until the adults spoke. When everyone followed Xiao Feng, there were only a few thousand people in the domain of www.mentalnovel.com. Later, it grew to tens of thousands. And now there are more than 1 million people. With such a large population and occupying such a large territory, it is absolutely possible to establish a country in this era. Everyone has been following Xiao Feng for so long, to be honest, who doesn't have that kind of thought? Like the ancient China, they all have the heart of Konglong. After all, even if they don't think about themselves, they still have to think about their children and grandchildren. Among these people, Charles Mann has dedicated his life to science. Are the others not a group of wives and concubines? When I first followed Xiao Feng, I was still a native slave on Friday, but now he has a dozen wives, and his sons and daughters have a basket. Even the elf Bloom has 2 or 3 wives. The adults didn't say it before, and everyone was worried. What if the adults are gone someday? But no one dared to think too much about it. And now everyone is relieved when they hear the news that the country is about to be established in person. With a country, everyone has roots. At this time, seeing the adults set the king's city in Chainan City, everyone stood up with excitement. Then from Friday, he came to Xiao Feng first and knelt on his knees to show allegiance. Long live my king, long live my country, I am the servant you will ultimately be. Friday. With Friday taking the lead, the others also knelt down to express their views. And these people's attitudes towards Xiao Feng are all respect from the heart. How everyone survived the lewd might of the half-orcs was due to Xiao Feng's credit. Without him, everyone might be in the half-orcs slave camp today, trying to grab a piece of wheat cake and fight to death. Long live my king, long live my country. Chapter 876 Country name Darkin 875 The Foundation of Scientific Development. The chapter name is wrong, don't blame everyone. The land outside Chainan City can indeed be called a fertile land for thousands of miles. But Xiao Feng does not intend to let people overexploit it. Throughout the history of China, there will be a period of time for the country to prosper and strengthen the people after the first dynasties. During this time, the country's kings worked hard to develop and restore the country. Therefore, the early stages of the dynasties developed well, but in the middle and later dynasties, because of the long-lasting peace, the emperor also lost the heart to enter and began to only care about pleasure. In order to cater to the king's preferences, a number of treacherous officials came to the stage at this time, formed parties for private interests, and corrupted the law. Later, the dynasty would often have internal strife due to power struggles. At the end, there will be natural disasters or hidden dangers in frontiers. And finally the dynasty will fall into the collapse stage. Throughout the ancient history of China, almost all of them perished in this way except for the last Qing dynasty. In fact, there is an important reason for the occurrence of such a thing, that is, the level of productivity is not enough, and what is produced simply cannot keep up with the rate of population growth, which will result in a shortage of resources. The feudal dynasties in the West and the East faced such problems, and the two sides dealt with it in different ways. The Western method is to launch foreign wars, invade and plunder other countries, and later develop into a colonial world. In China, peasant uprisings, civil strife, and population decline. Then the old dynasty collapsed, the new dynasty was established, and then it went round and round. Two completely different modes, which one is superior, can be seen at a glance. However, the reason why the Qing dynasty did not fall into this vicious circle was completely because of the new foreign species, corn and sweet potato, two high-yielding crops, which resolved the food crisis and prevented the dynasty from falling into the vicious circle of reincarnation of the past dynasties. In Xiao Feng's view, the Penivira Peninsula he currently owns basically does not need to consider this issue for decades or even hundreds of years. First of all, the area of the peninsula is too large, and the geographical environment is too superior. On the left is the mainland of Methodox, on the right is the mainland of Street Sodxo, and the Penivira Peninsula is just below the land bridge that connects the two continents, facing the two continents across the sea. The Penivira Peninsula is inserted into the sea in an inverted triangle, and along the coastline on both sides, there are exactly two mountains stretching from the land bridge, separating the land and the sea. These mountains also happened to form a natural barrier to the surrounding continent. The effect is the same as the Rocky Mountains on the east coast of the United States and the Alibac Mountains on the west coast of the United States, which surround the entire Great Plains of the United States. So this time, Xiao Feng also planned to name the mountains surrounding the Penivira Peninsula, one named Qinling, and the other named Taihang. In the middle of the two mountains, there are about 2 to 3 million square kilometers in the north, which is a slightly undulating hilly platform, while the south is more than 6 million square kilometers, a plain of mapping Chuan. Moreover, between this plain, there are fertile land, rivers, and many moorings. According to Xiao Feng's idea, it is no problem for these land to feed more than 1 billion people. Therefore, within a few hundred years on this land, there will be no problems of not having enough food or being hungry. But even so, industry still has to get started, because there are half-orcs waiting for them outside. If they don't develop, they will be dumbfounded when the half-orcs come over. Between them and the orcs, a desperate battle is indispensable. In his opinion, the Great Rift Valley area to the south of Chang'an City could not be used to develop industry. Once the country is stabilized in the future, to develop people's livelihood, land will always be limited. It is impossible for all the people in the city to plant land, so something has to be done. The factory is the most suitable place to accommodate the population. What is more suitable for industry in this generation than the Great Rift Valley? The Pearl Lake stretches forward for more than a dozen miles and is where the big waterfall is located. The rushing river that overflowed from Pearl Lake continued all the way to the Rift Valley that was more than 100 meters high, forming a large waterfall hundreds of meters wide. The magnificence of this waterfall, in Xiao Feng's eyes, is not at all inferior to the Nicaragua waterfall, which is claimed to be the largest on Earth, and is even more magnificent than that waterfall. A huge amount of river water rushed down from the cliffs, hitting countless moors on the southern plains, and these moors along the terrain, divided into several large rivers to irrigate the southern plains. This is just a geographical posture, but for Xiao Feng, this is a wonderful place to engage in industry. Because of the river flow brought about by this huge topographical drop, if you make good use of it, it can evolve into endless power. He did not intend to engage in hydroelectric power generation, but he could build giant water wheels, and use the huge impact of the water to drive the water wheels, so that they could bring endless power to the industry. Going bigger can bring earth-shaking changes to the metallurgical industry, such as smelting steel, stamping and forging, and even drilling iron pipes and polishing the inner wall. With steel pipes, the endless weapons and engineering equipment can evolve to be smaller. You can grind rice and flour, make agricultural machinery, vehicles and appliances. Moreover, there is a huge swamp in the southeast below the cliff, which is also the main reason why Xiao Feng values this industrial base in Xiao Feng. Because the wastewater produced by industry can be directly discharged into this algae land. On the modern Earth, the algae land is nature's best place to treat wastewater and discharge waste. The microbial environment here will decompose these wastes naturally and harmlessly. Once a series of industrial cities are built under this waterfall, his dynasty will be completely stabilized, and Chang'an City will be completely stabilized. With population and industry, Then with guns, the safety of the city is naturally not a problem. The most important thing is that with this industrial zone, Wangqing can continuously provide impetus for the development of all parts of the country, and other parts of the country will depend on the Wangqing industrial zone, thus forming another economic security model. All regions rely on this industrial zone for blood transfusion, which also strengthened the royal cities through Lower Benevera. After Xiao Feng told Charles Mann about his idea of building an industrial zone, the old man was even more excited and tearful. This idea is really great. These industrial cities are simply set up for people who engage in scientific research. He is also familiar with the history of the mainland. There are so many dynasties in the history, and no dynasty has paid so much attention to these freaks of them. And Groin, the dwarf, and Dean were very excited about the idea of this industrial area. It stands to reason that because they really want to talk about industry, these dwarves can definitely be regarded as the earliest handicraftsmen on this planet. And now the king wants to vigorously develop industry. This is definitely an affirmation of their dwarf race. Both of them have a feeling of being prosperous. Xiao Feng, the great king, is really worth it. In Xiao Feng's view, with this industrial zone, he has laid the foundation for scientific development in this country. This will also allow this country to avoid as much as possible the big pit that China has never gone out of in the history of the country in its future development. Why has the state of China's feudal history for 2,000 years failed to evolve to the stage of capitalism? Why did the Huixia nation once lead other opponents in the era of great voyages, but in the end they didn't get any of the dividends of the era of great voyages? It is because we have restricted ourselves. We have gone wrong on the path of thought evolution. Because I believe in Confucianism too much, and Confucian doctrines have always underestimated the development of industry and science and technology, thinking that those who engage in industry are all crazy skills, which greatly hinders the development of science and technology. Without the development of technology, how can you increase productivity? If you can't increase productivity, how can you transform into the bud of capitalism? How to enter the era of big industry? Why the first industrial revolution occurred in the UK? www.mentalnovel.com is because they did not believe in Confucianism. They do not believe in the hypocrisy of governing the country by virtue, and their managers have only real benefits in the eyes of their managers. Seeing that spinning and spinning wool make money, the farmer drove a large number of tenants into the factory, and then in order to increase productivity, they continued to develop and innovate production machinery and technology. After repeated uninterrupted attempts and various bold innovations, the Industrial Revolution was finally brought about by accumulation. Many people say that at the end of the Ming dynasty of Huago, if it were not interrupted by the Qing dynasty, it is very likely that capitalism would sprout in the Jiangnan area and enter the industrial age. So it was the Qing dynasty that delayed China's development. Is it really like this? That's it. In Xiao Feng's view, even if there was no Qing invasion, those people would not even think about sprouting capitalism and entering the industrial age. Why? Take a look at how the first batch of capitalists in the UK did it back then. Most of them were originally landlords, but they were told to make money by weaving. They drove all the tenant farmers in the territory into the factory, spinning wool and weaving, and after making money, they continued to invest in buying machinery, increasing manpower, and then in a cyclical process of improving machinery in order to increase productivity. And what about the rich man in Jiangnan of China? After making money by raising silkworms and spinning cloth, I went to the countryside to buy more land, and the gold and silver I earned were cast into silver winter melon, and gold cakes were buried in the cellar. As for the factory, that's impossible. The cloth is all peasant women who spun them at home, and then they are buying them and then selling them. In this way, even if he is no longer in this country in the future, this country will not grow crooked and will continue to develop along the correct path according to his ideas. Chapter 877 Entrust the World. This site has opened a novel subscription function. You can subscribe to your favorite novels. If there is any update in the subscription novel, We will notify you by mail as soon as possible. Remember to set up your email address. Dear book friends, hey Ihan, don't worry. But when I think about Liu Jin, he must be inseparable from the Russian mafia. Those guys have a lot of magical powers in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and even Western Europe. The reputation of one of the few gangs who dare to head with the Napoli people in Italy is definitely not covered. Regarding the flour business, Li Yun and Li Zhen also told him that the main market for flour in South America is the United States. Of course, it was once supplied to Japan, but with the rise of the Golden Triangle, the markets of Japan and Asia were taken away by the Golden Triangle. As for the European market, it has always been supplied by the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle. The South American gangs have also tried to enter the European market, but they are too far away. And in Europe, they have no foundation. So many times, they just supply the Napoli people in Italy. As for what they do, they don't care. And this time they can get on the line with the Russians through Xiaofeng, which will open up the European market. Of course, this is good news for Li Yun and Leaf, and it can open up a market. If Li Xingkai didn't tell him this today, he hadn't really thought about these things before. At this time, he looked at Li Xingkai and laughed, and he felt that this man was an interesting and wonderful person. How did you dismiss the security? Don't you know that you are dangerous? Of course I know, but even Leaf can't stop you. Even security guards like me can't stop you. And even though they are guys who work for money, I have always been skeptical of their professional ethics. If when they are facing a life and death crisis, I suspect that they will betray me as soon as possible. Instead of waiting for them to betray me, it is better to dismiss them as soon as possible. This will save me a lot of money. Xiaofeng couldn't help but rolled his eyes. You have a very good reason, I was right. Haha, am I smart? Li Xingkai on the opposite side laughed. Haha. Xiaofeng looked at this guy, and he felt a little like this guy's character. Aren't you afraid? Are you afraid you don't have to die? This answer is very good. Xiaofeng spread his hands. Since you can't escape death, why not be cooler? You have time to escape. Where to go? China? Southeast Asia? I have never been, and I don't want to go, let alone your place there. Going to Europe. It's too cold over there, and you know the Russians. I know their ability in Europe. Then only South America, Africa, North America, and Antarctica are left for me to choose from. This guy actually started talking, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Africa is too chaotic, I dare not go. Antarctica is too cold, I don't want to be neighbors with penguins. North America is going there, I'm sorry. Many people don't want me to go back, so where else can I go? I can only stay. It's the most suitable here. Xiaofeng nodded. He admired this guy more and more. Facing such a situation, he could still talk freely. This is not something ordinary people can do, at least in his opinion. It is more muscle than brains than Leaf and Li Kai. Only the guy who knows how to fight and kill is much stronger. But I don't think you stay here to wait for me. Just to die. A smart person like you can't wait for death. As soon as Xiaofeng turned the topic, Li Xingkai on the other side also laughed. Of course I don't want to die. And I don't want to die. So during this time I have been collecting information about you and researching your preferences. Finally I found a reason for me to continue to live. Oh, then please convince me, Xiaofeng said with a smile. Li Xingkai directly took out a tablet and pushed Xiaofeng over. These are multiple accounts managed by my team, including NYSE, Frankfurt Exchange, London Stock Exchange, Tokyo Stock Exchange, and there are probably more than $10 billion in these accounts. Funds are flowing. In addition, we have more than $10 billion in deposits in our accounts in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Andros Islands. If I die, then all the money will be spent. Who do you think the owner of the money will ask for compensation? Li Xingkai is also betting for him. These customers are also his amulet. Among these people are the Senate of Country M, the major shareholders behind multinational companies, and politicians from several countries in South America. The most are the flower traders who lose out to South America. He is now responsible for the laundering of his funds. If he dies, then the money will basically be unavailable. This is also his most worthy amulet for proofs. But Xiao Feng smiled faintly at this moment. Your team in Miami and the team hiding in Andres are basically in our hands now. We have basically mastered the fund accountant path. As for you, if you master the password, it's a big deal to ask a few computer experts to crack it. Compared with the money, I don't think it's too expensive to rent a supercomputer to crack the password. Xiao Feng didn't say a word, and Li Xingkai's face turned pale. Because every time Xiao Feng says something, he loses 1 point of the chips in his hand. At the end, when he heard that Xiao Feng planned to rent a supercomputer to crack those account passwords that only he knew, he couldn't help laughing 3 times. You are really ruthless. You deserve to be someone who can kill Li Fei's family. It really is an exhaustive plan. Thank you, thank you. So now do you think you have any reason to continue living? I bought the shares of the Columbia Western Railway Company, and I have contacted the councillors of Cordoba and Choco. As long as you can keep me alive, I can contact them for approval. Railway construction to Jurido Port. What? Hearing what Li Xingkai said, Xiao Feng finally sat up straight. This Li Xingkai, how could he guess his plan? Sure enough, he is not a simple person. Amazing. You can even guess what you think? In fact, the previous victory in Medellin seemed to him to consolidate the position of the Li family in the region and obtain huge economic benefits. At the same time, the most important thing is to get the APA from the Hernandez family. The 2 ports of Altado and Jurido. The straight line distance between the 2 ports is only more than 150 kilometers. But they face the Pacific and the Caribbean. In the future, if he wants to get oil from Venezuela, the biggest headache is how to transport Venezuela's oil from the Caribbean to the Pacific. The closest route is of course the Panama Strait. Previously, he and Huayang Petroleum had planned to obtain oil from Venezuela, then take the Panama Strait, and use small tankers to transport the oil to the islands on the Carapag archipelago. After refining, it would be sold locally, or repurchased domestically. But in terms of actual operation, one of the biggest problems has to be faced, and that is cost. The cost of pumping oil from Venezuela will not be mentioned for the time being. It is the most troublesome to transport oil through the Panama Strait. After learning about the freight of the Panama Canal, Xiao Feng couldn't help but curse that the country was so dark. Of course, the money must have ended up in the pockets of their major American shareholders, so it should be the American Tetso Black. This canal currently has about 17,000 ships navigable each year, carrying 600 million tons of cargo, and 38% of these are Chinese cargo ships. The toll paid by Chinese companies in 1 year must be paid. More than tens of billions of soft sister coins. A ship crossing the canal will be charged according to different types of cruise ships, freighters, etc. The fee for freighters is very high. A freighter of 10,000 TES across the river starts at $780,000. At present, the 2 largest donors of the Panama Canal in the world are the United States and China. However, the major shareholders behind the Panama Canal are Americans, so Americans pay money with nothing more than a left hand for a right hand. But the country of China is different. It's a real slaughter. At present, Huaguang pays tolls on the Panama Canal every year, with almost $20 billion. This shows how much cost will this increase the goods. Now Xiao Feng is engaged in Venezuela's oil, and he is cooperating with Huayang Petroleum. Novel.com and the Russian company behind Liujin. They are responsible for transporting oil. He does not need to consider the tolls. Sooner or later, he has to leave these 2 companies aside and engage in oil by himself. So the tolls must be considered. He is not willing to be blocked and robbed by Americans like this. The most important thing is that Venezuelan oil is still being sanctioned by Yankees. If it were detained in Panama, it would be a big loss. So he is considering other alternatives, and the best way is naturally to open another channel in Colombia. He didn't think about the Nicaragua Grand Canal. After all, it would touch the roots of the Americans. But if you open a railway between the two ports of Apartado and Girardot, together with the two oceans, this time you Americans will have nothing to say, right? Before China did not rise, the biggest benefactor of the Panama Canal was the Americans, so no one wanted to open a railway connecting the two oceans here. But now that China has risen and is still the world's largest trading power, the strategic significance of opening such a railway is quite critical. After all, with this railway, you will not be sacked by the Americans. The construction of a 150-kilometer railway will not cost much at all. The carrying capacity is definitely inferior to the Panama Canal, and it is also very troublesome to unload, load, unload, and load from the two ports back and forth. But the Panama Canal navigable price set by the Americans is helpless, and it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time, which is really too dark. This price is unacceptable just to hear it. Xiao Feng has also sent a lot of investigators these days to investigate the cost of human transportation between the two ports. The final conclusion is that no matter how much you toss, the cost of passing the same goods is definitely lower than the cost of crossing the canal. Chapter 878 Mohist World. In addition to these infamous nobles, religion is also inevitable in this country. Xiao Feng has been thinking about the introduction of religion, but what kind of religion should be introduced in order to achieve a balance between the church, the nobility, and the royal family? In fact, as an atheist, Xiao Feng is very disgusted with religion. But in this era, if you don't introduce religion, you can't. Because no matter what means he set up to restrict the development of the nobles, according to historical experience, it is inevitable that these nobles will develop into large-scale celebrities in the end. He can think of the eldest son's succession, and the royal family's acknowledgement method, to set a card for the succession rights of the nobles' heirs. It is inevitable that those with bad luck will survive, and such a guy with bad luck, once he inherits the title, he will do his best to govern and grow the family. Then generations of people worked hard to rule it down, and this family would grow into a clan that directly threatened the emperor's power. Such things have not rarely happened in history. The most frightening thing is that these people will also control the country by monopolizing state affairs. Because of this era, in order to consolidate the imperial power, the marriage between the royal family and the nobles, or the marriage between the nobles, is inevitable. In this way, the nobility will quickly become powerful, and even monopolize the affairs of the court. Once these noble cliques are formed, the most terrible consequence is that the class will be completely solidified, and these people will completely block the ascent of the civilians. In this way, even if the folks have some talents with outstanding ability and want to climb up, they will either invest in these sects, or they will marry these sects. And talents are attracted by these sects, which will make the slogans develop and grow rapidly. Moreover, the nobles will also marry each other, so it is impossible for Xiao Feng to completely control the birth of the clan. So if you want to check and balance these nobles, you can only bring in the church to counter them. But what kind of church should be introduced? Religions such as Christianity, Taoism, and Buddhism are all nonsense in Xiao Feng's view. Buddhism only allows people to pursue the afterlife, and Taoism emphasizes quietness and inaction. This kind of religion is too negative in Xiao Feng's view. As for Christianity, this church has some pioneering spirit, but once the church gets bigger, it will also participate in the struggle for power. Looking at the history of Europe, since the collapse of the Roman Empire, Europe has been ruled by the church, and that period was the most terrifying dark period. The church in every country controls a large amount of land and the country's economy, and even the appointment and removal of the king must be recognized by the church. Moreover, the church is also doing the dirty work of poisoning people's minds and prohibiting the spread of science. Therefore, Xiao Feng would never introduce this kind of religion to the Penivera Peninsula. After thinking about it, he felt that the most suitable religion to be introduced into the Great Qin Kingdom should actually be the Mohist school. The Mohist school can be said to be an important school in the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, especially the later Mohist school, which focused on logic and actively moved closer to the field of scientific research. It can be said that in the late spring and autumn and Warring States period, the important weapons of many countries and the improvement of people's livelihood equipment were inseparable from the shadow of the Mo family. These Mo family members, in modern terms, are both a group of technocrats. Moreover, unlike domestic officials who are pursuing rights, they are more like the various technical committees and national science laboratories in the United States. The world thinks that the strength of the United States depends on their tyrannical army and financial hegemony. But they don't know that the strong foundation of the United States is actually at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, at Oak Ridge National Laboratory, at Los Alamos National Laboratory, at Brookhaven National Laboratory, it is at MIT, and top scientific research institutions like NASA. It is these top scientific research institutions and the continuous outflow of scientific research discoveries that have led the US economy to lead the world for generations, and their scientific research results will formulate development standards for all walks of life, pointing out the correct development direction for future scientific research and economic development. This is the only reason why the United States has become the foundation of world hegemony. Therefore, in Xiao Feng's view, the Great Qin Kingdom also needs such an organization, and this should be the religion that the people of Da Qin believe in. Legalists can be used to govern the country, but if you want the country to maintain long-term stability and stay on top of the world, you must regard the Mohist school as your standard. And in his opinion, Charles Mann's bachelor's degree, a medical expert like Flamel, an agronomist like the Dark Wizard Mudge, and even Groin, a dwarf who is good at smelting, are the most suitable red clothes. Archbishop, in the future, he will select some capable people from all ethnic groups to serve as the cardinal bishop. The number of cardinal bishops must be 7. And these 7 must belong to different factions: mathematics, medical, law, economics, metal smelting, equipment manufacturing, agronomy, and miscellaneous schools including physics, chemistry, architecture, etc. These 7 people can vote on the affairs of the Holy See with a show of hands, so as to achieve a balance within the Holy See and avoid the phenomenon of a dominance. In addition, the grassroots bureaucrats who rule the country will all choose from church schools. Of course, these people also have to pass the public examination, and each different department can select professional talents. In addition, even those who have not passed the exam can also do other jobs, such as applying for a job at the company. And the students of the church will mainly come to the public, which opens up an upward channel for the public and avoids the solidification of the class. In terms of government affairs, Xiao Feng intends to directly copy the Qing dynasty's ruling model. Many people in modern times look down on the Qing dynasty and think that the Qing dynasty was a dynasty established by foreigners, and in the last year, a large number of unequal treaties were signed. The land was lost, the power was humiliated, and it was a decadent and incompetent dynasty. But in fact, looking at the history of China, as long as you look at it from an objective perspective and compare it horizontally with all dynasties, you will find that the Qing dynasty is actually a relatively outstanding dynasty in Chinese history. The problems of Mongolia, Tubo, Western regions, etc., which have always caused headaches for successive dynasties, have been solved in this dynasty, and the territory alone has expanded countless. It can be said that the land area of New China has left the right of legal inheritance in compliance with the legal system. Don't say more. If you say more, you will be harmonized. Moreover, this court is still the most stable internal structure in history. It can even be said that if there is no later British invasion, this dynasty will not be a problem for hundreds of years. Because of this, Xiao Feng intends to directly copy the organizational structure of the imperial court. First, set up 6 departments: officials, households, rituals, soldiers, criminals, and workers. On top of the 6 ministries, 3 provinces, the military aircraft department, the cabinet, and the inspectorate will be established. The military aircraft department is equivalent to the United States Joint Council of Staff, which surpasses the Ministry of Defense. Ministry of Defense. Needless to say, the cabinet helps the emperor handle the day-to-day administration of the country's affairs, and the inspectorate is equivalent to ICARC, which is directly accountable to the emperor. These 3 departments are directly responsible to the emperor, so that the emperor can be freed from the complicated work of the day. At the same time, they are also a kind of power and a check and balance of the emperor's power. In addition, the establishment of the Lithuanian is equivalent to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and it has nowhere to set up internally to take care of the royal purse. Of course, units such as the East Factory and GNY are still indispensable. The East Factory is equivalent to the US FBI, which is responsible for major domestic cases and counterintelligence infiltration. GNY is equivalent to the CIA, specifically targeting the enfeoffment princes and infiltrating other countries. www.intelnovel.com to complete investigations, collect intelligence and other tasks. With such a setup, even if the entire Great Kingdom's system is completed, and then, naturally, it is necessary to recruit personnel and compile the code. This law is mainly divided into civil law and criminal law. The normal operation of the country in the future will be strictly enforced in accordance with the law. Even if a nobleman commits a crime, he must be punished in accordance with the law. Of course, it is necessary to leave some room. After all, the prince breaks the law and the common people commit the same crime. Such things only exist in the slogan. The rest is on the royal family's side. As the first king, he already has 2 sons, and there may be more heirs in the future. While the royal family selects future heirs, he does not intend to formulate rules in accordance with the method of eldest son inheritance, which can only be the last choice when the king does not choose an heir. In order to ensure the healthy development of the country in the future, the selection of the crown prince is absolutely based on the selection and appointment of talents. In Xiao Feng's opinion, the eldest son inheritance system is absolutely undesirable. You can see this by looking at the emperor of the Ming dynasty. And regarding the education of the princes, he did not intend to cultivate the princes into the kind of waste who grew up in the deep palace and had never been out of the imperial city in his entire life. Such a prince would simply not be able to govern the country well. He intends to refer to the way the Spartans and the British train the crown prince. First, he must withstand the tempering, then he must enter the church school to learn knowledge, and then he must have experience in the army. If you can, it is best to have the experience of walking among the people and understanding the national economy, people's livelihood and people's hardships. And his ideas are widely accepted by everyone, because after listening to his ideas, everyone thinks that his ideas are very advanced, and there is no need to object. Chapter 879 News from the South. I have opened a new book. I have a treasure map. I kindly ask book friends who like black technology and double-layer texts to collect, recommend, and leave a message. The ants kowtow. In this way, a few days later, in Chang'an City, Xiao Feng held an enthronement ceremony at the request of many old and new fathers. It is equivalent to holding a founding ceremony. As a miscellaneous scholar, Charles Mann formulated a corresponding etiquette model in accordance with the previous traditions of the mainland kingdom. Everyone went through a cutscene, and then began the ceremony of entrustment. The Penivira Peninsula south of Benliu City is Xiao Feng's private land. This is the foundation of his imperial hegemony, so he only keeps it for himself. Everyone naturally has no opinion. And to the north of Benliu City, to the south of Hula Gorge, to the east are high mountains and rivers, and to the west are the mountains and mountains. There is such a basin in the middle that Xiao Feng named it the Interiva Valley. Dozens of castles will be built here, and Charisman, Kyle, Bloom, Friday, Dean, Groin, Mudge, Yingran, and Flamel will all get here. Enfeoffment territory. Each piece is not big, but no one will have a castle. The reason why Xiao Feng didn't entrust them with more soil is because of consideration that if they make meritorious services in the future, they can continue to entrust them. Moreover, he plans to leave the future Hula Gorge land to these people and young people who will come out with meritorious service in the future. Anyway, if he is meritorious, he will definitely be awarded, and this also makes him very popular. After all, everyone is holding their heads and messing with him. What is the picture? At first, it might be just to survive, but now, naturally, there are other pursuits. As for domestic affairs, these people are currently the main force of the ruling class. With the system built by Xiao Feng, these people have more clearly defined their responsibilities. At the same time, after Xiao Feng's instructions, various schools began to be established in full swing in the country, especially after everyone learns that the officials of the country will be selected from the church schools in the future. Everyone is not a fool. Whoever has many disciples may endure forever. Xiao Feng allocated a certain amount of money from the treasury to prepare for the establishment of universities and some elementary schools. It is pure nonsense to talk about compulsory education in this era. After all, many talents are in the stage of just filling their stomachs, and compulsory education is forcibly carried out. The country does not have this ability. After all, national power is limited, and this is not yet an era of a big productivity explosion. Although the Penivera Peninsula is extremely rich in material, due to the limited production conditions, many people are just filling their stomachs now. Children and the elderly are all laborers, and they are far from extravagant enough. Children can eat and have nothing to do. So he Prophet established a university, and at the same time established a school of medicine in it. The person in charge is Flamel. The person in charge of the equipment manufacturing school is Ying Ran. The smelting school is naturally Groin. The agricultural school is naturally Mudge. As for the School of Law and the School of Economics are several other bachelors that Charles Mann found. As soon as Kyle and Bloom saw the situation, they came to Xiao Feng to lobby, and Xiao Feng asked the treasury to allocate funds to establish a military academy. It is divided into subjects such as army, cavalry, logistics supply, engineering department, and navy. Since the establishment of the country, Xiao Feng hasn't spent a whole day idle. He has been spinning around every day, working continuously for more than a month, finally pushing the country on the right track. Everyone also performed their duties and understood the responsibilities and obligations of their respective duties. It was precisely because the country began to operate normally, Xiao Feng was also freed from the heavy work. At the same time, he also gave instructions that when he was away, Ducati would take his place. Kalo is the daughter of a nobleman and has experience in helping her family manage the territory. It is easy to deal with these daily affairs, especially when Xiao Feng has set up the system. As long as she listens to the opinions of the ministers, and in accordance with some of the guidelines and strategies for governing the country left to her by Xiao Feng, she can govern the country well. The whole country was already on track, and Xiao Feng began to cruise around the territory. I've seen Benliu City and lived in Chainan City for more than a month. He went directly to the Twin Towers city. This city, which is located at the southernmost tip of the mainland, has developed into a prosperous port. If we say that this city was still a half-sea and half-agricultural way of life, after Ying Ran and Ying's people developed a large soft-sail sailboat, it has become a harbor with head and tail. City. In the direction of the ocean, the city has been greatly expanded. Before the Twin Towers city faced the ocean, it was just a small harbor surrounded by mountains on both sides of the strait, but now, the people living here have already spread beyond the mountains. Even outside the harbor, several small fishermen's wharves have been spontaneously built. Although the wind and wave resistance is slightly worse, many fishermen live in clusters near the harbor. This city now has a population of more than 600,000, of which 500,000 depend on the sea for their livelihoods. The sea outside the harbor is so rich in feedback that the fishermen will not return empty-handed as long as they go out to sea once a day. Throughout the year, There will be fishing seasons corresponding to different seasons, and all kinds of fish can be caught. In addition, the shellfish near the sea also provide a wealth of food for the people here. There is also the seaweed here. Since the people of Yingzhou began to cultivate seaweed in the coastal waters, the people here have also received a rich supply of non-staple food. After Xiao Feng came to Shuangta city, he also tasted the seaweed cultivated by the people of Yingzhou. I have to say that these seaweeds are really different from the seaweeds on the earth, both in terms of taste and nutrition. The seaweed here is more tender and smooth. The most important thing is that it has no fishy taste. It tastes better than the wakame that Xiao Feng has tasted in Japan and South Korea. And these seaweeds are extremely rich in nutrients, rich in various minerals and trace elements, especially calcium content is very high. This can be seen from the height of the people in Twin Towers, who are generally about half a head taller than people in other parts of the Peñavera Peninsula. This is due to the fact that they eat a lot of sea fish and can get enough protein supplements, and the other is because they use a lot of kelp and sea vegetables to supplement a lot of calcium. This is actually the same in the modern world. For example, the Southern Koreans, although many people are unwilling to recognize them, international public data show that the Southern Koreans are the country with the highest ethnicity in Northeast Asia. Why are they taller than China? On the one hand, it is because they have enough protein supplement. On the other hand, it is because they eat a lot of kelp and sea vegetables. In fact, many people in the country have common sense misunderstandings, such as thinking that the calcium content in shrimp skin is high, and even thinking that the big bone soup is also high in calcium. In fact, this is a very wrong perception. Common food contains the highest milk content, and the calcium content in kelp is even higher than the calcium content of milk. So if you want your child to grow taller, and the child has lactose intolerance and other problems, you might as well let your child eat more kelp. The calcium content of every 100 grams of milk is only 120 milligrams, and the calcium content of every 100 grams of kelp is as high as 1177 milligrams. So if you want to grow up, eat more kelp and sea vegetables. Xiao Feng is also very happy to see the development of Twin Towers City. What made him even more happy this day was that Ying Ran brought him good news, and the exploratory team he sent out finally came back. Originally, after the battle on the land stabilized, the Great Qin Kingdom built Maple Mountain City, and the orcs built several fortresses on the opposite grassland, and the two sides fell into a standoff. Novel. Common recently, the humans, elves, and dwarves hiding in the mountains have almost come out to talk to each other and belong to the Great Qin Kingdom. As these people surrendered, they obtained less and less information from the outside world. They only knew less and less about the conditions of Methodox and Saint Sodexo. Because of this, after Ying Ran led the people of Yingzhou to build a soft sailing boat adapted to the high sea environment, Friday and Kyle issued an order to send an exploratory team from the sea to explore the conditions of the two continents. Although the soft sailboat built by Ying Ran is suitable for ocean navigation, in fact, the so-called ocean navigation in this era means sailing close to the coastline. He sent 4 fleets to 2 continents, each with 2 ships, and this time, after half a year, he finally returned one. According to the captain, they first went north along the east coast of the Peñavera Peninsula. They were also surveying topographical maps of the mainland coastline along the way. They were also recording the water ripples and the wind direction here at different times. In an era without sextants, it is very dangerous to sail away from the coastline. It was very smooth at the beginning. After a month of walking, I finally finished the route on the east coast of the peninsula. Then enter the turning point. Where is there along the coastline of the Methodox continent all the way south? That area was originally a seaport city with many humans. The Talon Empire, the largest on the road, has become a piece of Lois. Under the leadership of Princess Carbin, the remaining forces of the empire are facing the half-orcs at the southernmost tip of the mainland. But that was the news half a year ago. It is said that there were still several city-states at the southernmost part of the mainland at that time. but I don't know if those city-states were still there at this time. Chapter 880 Go South. I have opened a new book. I have a treasure map. I kindly ask book friends who like black technology and double-layer texts to collect, recommend, and leave a message. And Scout. After the fleet heard the news on the mainland from the man's mouth, it drove south along the coastline of the mainland of Methodos. But after 3 days of walking this time, there was a big storm and the two fleets separated. And their fleet was blown by the storm and one ship hit the rocks and sank. Finally, after the captain rescued the crew of the ship that hit the rocks, he chose to return. Hearing this news, Xiao Feng fell into silence. On the side of street Sodxo, he has not understood very much, and on the side of Mesodxo, because the ancient kingdom of Kalu is located, he does understand a little bit. Before the orcs invaded, the Talon Empire was the most powerful existence on this continent. Their border stretches westward to the Talai River Desert, eastward to the east coast of the mainland, northward to the southern border of the Naples Prairie, and southward to the Lvdajiang area. He is the overlord across the Methodox continent. According to Kalus' description, he estimated the area of this country, at least more than 10 million square kilometers. A country with more than 100 lords under its jurisdiction was not a joke in the feudal era. And in the Talai River Desert to the west of this continent, there are still several city-states. Crossing the Great Green River to the south, passing through the Aloba Forest on the south bank of the river, you arrive at the southernmost peninsula of the mainland, where it is said that there are 3 city-states, mainly relying on the sea for their livelihood. And after hearing that the Talon Empire had fallen, Princess Carbin took the remnants of the kingdom across the Green River all the way south, to defect to her mother's family, Lisa Kingdom. Judging from the information that the captain brought back, they were still carrying out this resistance at the southernmost tip of the Methodox continent. After hearing the news that Ying Ran brought back, Xiao Feng started to think about whether he should go and support these people. After touching his chin, it stands to reason that he should bring people in the past to give those people a little support. But considering that he is also a national startup, everything is in the stage of waiting to be developed. Even if you want to save those people, it's impossible. And among those people, there are still a lot of remnants of local nobles. If these people are rescued, it is inevitable that these people will become demons again on their own ground. So Xiao Feng hesitated about whether to send troops. But if he didn't send troops, he would not bear the population there. Although no exact information was obtained, from the mouth of the deserter rescued by the captain, it was learned that the country that was wiped out on the Methodox Road and the remaining humans were almost all crowded in the few south of the Aloba Forest, in the kingdom. In addition to the original populations of those countries, there are at least nearly 3 million humans living in the peninsula. The population is the most scarce resource for Xiao Feng at present. Now his Great Qin Empire has a land area of more than 10 million. But there are only more than 1 million humans living here. There are only 1.3 million in his Penivera Peninsula, while the other 300,000 live in the bottom of the river valley and in the territory of the Gourd Gorge. He is too short of people here. Even if the country is initially set, the society is stable, and it has entered the stage of cultivation and health. A large number of newborns are born every year. But it will take 20 years for these newborns to grow up before the country can usher in an era of population explosion. But by then, what will the strength of the orcs expand into? When Xiao Feng discovered this continent, he just wanted to use the resources here to live a prosperous life in the modern world. He doesn't really care about the lives and deaths of the natives here. But as he lived here longer and deeper, so that he has now developed to the point of establishing a nation, he can no longer ignore the fate of the local aboriginals. The half-orcs have nothing to do with his Great Qin kingdom, but they still have an advantage over humans in other regions. Xiao Feng couldn't watch those people helplessly, and was becoming a slave to the half-orcs. He doesn't fight for these people. If the half-orcs take all those people into captivity, then the half-orcs' strength will increase by 1 point. Thinking of this, he had decided to go and see the last land of mankind first. At this moment, Flamel suddenly broke in. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Xiao Feng hadn't spoken yet, But Friday Zhu, who was standing next to him, frowned, intruding into the king's palace and making loud noises. How decent is it? Xiao Feng waved his hand. Forget it, he must also be in an emergency. Flamel, come over and speak. After saving this guy from the mountainous area where half-orcs gathered before, Xiao Feng really hadn't seen this guy much. Because once this guy arrived in his territory, it was like a dragon returning to the sea. Especially when Xiao Feng expressed his support for his medical research. This guy began to recruit disciples widely, and every time Maharaja Xiao Feng went out, this guy would organize a medical team to follow behind to provide medical support to the army. Since these wars, through their hands, many wounded soldiers have really been saved. And this guy also took the opportunity to dissect a large number of corpses on the battlefield. And he did all the humans and half-orcs. It is also relying on this guy's anatomy that humans in this world begin to gradually understand the structure of the human body. Knowledge of skin, bones, internal organs, blood vessels, nerves, etc. began to gain popularity bit by bit. Moreover, this guy used his knowledge of anatomy, combined with some of his previous knowledge of medical surgery, and now several large cities have opened several hospitals. For some severe trauma patients, they can still undergo surgery, such as amputation, internal injury sutures, etc. Not to mention that the success rate is not low. It was precisely because of this guy's pioneering spirit that Xiao Feng listed him as the helm of the medical school and sent him to the church to become one of the cardinal bishops. But this time, this guy rushed into Xiao Feng's living room in a panic. Obviously there was something very important to report. What's wrong? What's wrong with Flamel? Flamel came to him. Xiao Feng smiled and greeted him and said, Flamel took a few breaths and breathed smoothly. Your Majesty, Ying Ran's subordinates brought back a few deserters from the Mercedes Road. After communicating with those deserters, I finally got news from my senior. It turns out that he is now on a deserted island over there. Oh, you mean your brother who has a higher medical skill than you? What is it called? His name is Granger. My senior is a generation of geniuses. He is very good at regeneration techniques of severed limbs, and he is also good at gynecology, beauty, etc. What? You say it again? Xiao Fengdong stood up immediately. His limbs regenerating? This is also a problem in the field of modern medicine. In terms of medical abilities in the modern world where he is currently in, transplantation of a severed limb, continuation and other operations are not a problem, but regeneration of a severed limb has always been a problem that plagues the world's medical community. Countless doctors and pharmaceutical companies are studying octopuses and geckos every day. They are studying why these creatures can regenerate their limbs. They want to find out the mystery and apply them to humans. It's a pity that I haven't worked out a reason until now. And now this Flamel actually said that his senior brother Granger was actually good at medical techniques such as limb regeneration, which made Xiao Feng interested. Flamel didn't expect Xiao Feng to have such a big reaction, so he could only bite the bullet and retell the medical skills his senior brother was good at. So you think? I think you can go there and save my brother. I also know it will be dangerous, but for ordinary people at that time. But for the king.mentalnovel.com, those half-orcs are just chihuahua. And I learned from those people that the current situation of humans in the southern part of Methodos does not seem to be very good. This Flamel is also concerned about the safety of his senior brother. If the southernmost point of the Methodos continent, if it is also captured by the orcs, then his brother's condition is that there are finished eggs under the nest. Therefore, he hoped that Xiao Feng could rescue his senior brother, which is also human nature. And he was right in saying that those half-orcs may be very powerful to ordinary people, but to Xiao Feng, they are a group of chickens and dogs. With this news from Flamel, Xiao Feng finally confirmed the idea of Nanjing. However, he didn't plan to set off with the brigade this time. After all, the country is now in the early stages of recuperation and it is not suitable for large numbers of troops. Moreover, If you send troops from the Naples mountain city, you must first pass through the fortress of the orcs on the Naples prairie, and then you don't know how many orcs will be ambushes along the way. Even if he could break through the half-orcs line of defense along the way, when he reached the Green River, he didn't know how many people would be left. So Xiao Feng decided to take the sea route. This time he only took a few people there, and first went to see the situation there. Xiao Feng informed the domestic ministers of his thoughts, but this time none of the ministers objected, because everyone agrees with Xiao Feng's statement that if a country wants to grow and develop rapidly, it must have a sufficient population, and what they lack most now is population. Moreover, if the last human fortress to the south is captured by the half-orcs, once those humans become the captives of the half-orcs, they will weaken one part and the enemy will be stronger by 3 points. Therefore, we can still only use the method of navigating along the coast to find the final territory of mankind. Chapter 881. Think carefully. I have opened a new book. I have a treasure map. I kindly ask book friends who like black technology and double-layer texts to collect, recommend, and leave a message. And scout how, although there is no modern navigational instrument for positioning, the speed of sailboats equipped with marine engines and propellers is still possible. In addition, they did not have the task of coastal mapping this time, so they walked the route very quickly. The route that they took more than a month last time was completed in only 5 days this time. Because of the Jiang'o matter, Xiao Feng has been here for a long time, and he didn't want to waste too much time in another world. So this time he just wanted to make a quick battle. The speed of cruising northward along the east coast of the Penivera Peninsula has also increased a lot. All the way is the sun and the moon, that is, passing by a few good places. The captain will show Xiao Feng to take a look. They are all passing through the mountains from the inland, and finally rushing through the estuary areas of the sea. These places are important sites for future city construction. The future development of the Penivera Peninsula is destined to the ocean, so Xiao Feng had assigned tasks to the captains who came to explore before. They had to observe the topography, landforms, customs, and find a suitable fortification address along the way. Xiao Feng was also very satisfied with the several addresses. The ship soon reached the turning point of the mainland, and then followed the terrain all the way south. This way to the south, the Penivera Peninsula is getting farther and farther. In fact, the Y freeway is to cross straight from the Penivera Peninsula to the opposite Methodox continent. It is a pity that Xiao Feng and the others don't understand this interval. The sea conditions in the deep ocean are also due to the lack of positioning equipment. If you encounter a storm in the depths of the ocean, that strong wind will definitely blow you 180,000 miles away. Maybe you will drift somewhere. The best way is to drive along the coastline of the mainland. Although it is a waste of time, it is the safest and safest. Because Xiao Feng could go out for reconnaissance with drones, they walk very fast along the way, but it took 7 days to travel day and night before reaching the southernmost point of the Methodox continent. Because they saw the entrance of the Lvdajiang River, Xiao Feng also took a few people and soldiers who had escaped from Methodox. These people have a better understanding of the situation in the Methodos continent. According to them, this Green River is equivalent to the Yangtze River in China. Jiangbai has a northern climate, while Jiangnan has gradually shifted from a temperate climate to a tropical climate. The local aboriginals have no idea about the planet. Many people still think that the sky is round. But Xiao Feng knows that the farther south it is, the closer it is to the planet's equator, and there should be the same tropical climate as the Earth. According to the soldiers who came from the Methodox continent, the southern end of the Great Green River is the Alabama forest. Because the forest is densely covered with insects, snakes and beasts, and there are deep pools, algae, and miasma everywhere, it has not been developed. This big green river and this forest became a natural barrier between the Talon Empire in the north of the Yangtze River and the city-states in the south. For hundreds of years, everyone has always kept the well in the river in peace, and can do business from time to time. When Xiao Feng thinks about it, he understands that this Alabama forest is equivalent to a tropical rainforest on the earth, and it is indeed a place rich in biogas. How much hardship did the Xuan endure in the south in order to pacify Nanban? Not to mention the miasma, just a single dissatisfaction can cause your soldiers to lose their combat effectiveness. Not to mention that there are insects and snakes inside. Why did the Dutch occupy the East Indies back then, but they still couldn't colonize it on a large scale? Couldn't it be a large number of colonies like the British developed Australia and America? It's because the mosquitoes on that tropical island are so terrifying. They are so well known that they carry the virus, and you may get malaria with just one bite. If you have malaria, then you can only ask for more blessings. In the 18th century, if you got malaria, you basically had to wait for death, and the survival rate was less than 10%. Before the artemisinin discovered by academician 2, the only way for humans to treat malaria was to replenish a lot of water, and then make you fight hard. If you can't pull you will win, but most people will die of dehydration in the end. In the Qin and Han dynasties, the Chinese discovered the Jiangnan region, but it was not until after the Song dynasty that they were invaded by Mongols that they had to bite the bullet and explore the Jiangnan region. This shows the horror of the geographical environment. In this world, without any modern medical prevention and control knowledge, Xiao Feng felt that he would be waiting for 500 years if he wanted to develop such a forest. And this Albara forest is to humans. But to those raw-skinned half-orcs, it is a paradise. This is their favorite jungle environment, so in the history of China, the human army can rely on the natural dangers of the Yangtze River and dense forests to resist the invasion of foreign enemies. But in this world, it can't be called a natural danger at all, but it is a paradise for the enemy. Although he was very interested in this green river and the forests on the south side of the river, Xiao Feng still resisted the idea of letting the boat take a trip along the Green River into the sea and into the inland river. After all, they are going south to find humans this time. Such expedition work should be carried out in the future. Along the coastline all the way south, they found a lot of small islands. These islands have traces of human life, but now they are empty. Xiao Feng let people go ashore to take a look, mainly because there is no fresh water on the island and it is not suitable for a large number of humans to settle, so people should have evacuated. And this coastline is more and more interesting, because can you see the big rivers extending from the inland into the sea? It can be seen that the south of the Yangtze River here should also be a place where rivers crisscross. But to be honest, he also took a look. The large tracts of land in the south of the Yangtze River are indeed unsuitable for development, because when you look at the mainland from the sea, you can see patches of lush forests. He also released a drone somewhere on the coast and took a look inland, which stunned him. The situation in the interior is no less than that of the Amazon rainforest. If you want to cut down these trees, it is estimated that every few hundred years will not work. But the key is that if these trees are cut down, it is likely to seriously damage the natural environment of this planet. Therefore, it seems that this piece of land is indeed unsuitable for development. The further you go south, the higher the temperature, the more humid the air, and the more cracked the sun. But fortunately, this ship came out with Xiao Feng at high speed and sufficient supplies. Because of the nanny Xiao Feng, he not only carries enough fuel, but also plenty of fresh water and various foods in his space. With adequate supplies, the health of the sailors on the ship is guaranteed, and morale is also good. If they used to work alone, I am afraid that by the time they came here, the morale of the sailors would have been on the verge of collapse. And there is not enough fresh water on the ship. The captain must have been reborn from the disease. But this time their condition is much better than before. In particular, it was discovered that the further south, the signs of human activities became more obvious, and everyone's morale rose a lot. After 3 days of walking, the forest on the land finally came to an end. On the coastline, some human villages could be seen, and some farmland could be seen behind the villages. But everyone was not happy for long, because soon there were changes in those villages, and some black spots ran out of the village far away. Xiao Feng picked up the binoculars and took a look. It turned out to be some half-orcs, all in the form of pigheads and tauren, and some other half-orcs. These people also found their boats, but they don't have any boats to go to sea.metalnovel.com, so these guys, standing on the coast, yelling at their boats, and some guys even going to their boats, throwing stones on the boat. Some grumpy guys even took out bows and arrows, and shot them at them. And in the field far away, countless human slaves are being driven out of the field by some orc soldiers brandishing knives and sticks. It seems that the orcs are going to drive these humans to a large warehouse in the distance. These half-orcs regarded them as a human army that was about to land and invade. And Xiao Feng put down his telescope with a heavy heart. The captain and chief mate next to him are the same, putting down the binoculars. You can see that both of them are very heavy. They could clearly see the situation in this village. There were many pregnant humans and many little orcs dolls. It should be the descendants of these half-orcs after occupying human females, women and land, plus the slaves of half-orcs. This is simply a paradise for half-orcs. With this kind of feng shui treasure, these half-orcs will be able to regain their vitality within a few years. And Xiao Feng couldn't help thinking about it with extreme fear. If this continues, if half-orcs absorb human wisdom, will they evolve to a higher level of civilization? If they also derive modern technological civilization, such as industrialization, how should his great Qin Empire respond? Your Majesty, do you want to teach them in the past? Looking at the half-orcs on the shore with their teeth and claws, the captain and chief mate could not contain the anger in their chests, especially after seeing the oppressed human slaves. Their ship was built by the people of Yingzhou according to the drawings given by Xiao Feng. This ship was also the blueprint of the strongest sailing warship that Xiao Feng collected in the modern world during the days when the sun was not setting in Britain, and then took it back to this world and gave it to the people of Yingzhou. Chapter 882 Sea Monster. I have opened a new book. I have a treasure map. I kindly ask book friends who like black technology and double-layer texts to collect, recommend, and leave a message. And Scout how. It is not easy for people of this age to build such a battleship. First, you must find a tall enough towering tree to know that the keel of this ship is 67 meters long. In order to build such a warship, the whole country madly planted oak trees, and at least the oak trees that were more than 100 years old were needed to build such a big ship. Because the keel made of oak has high strength, high hardness, and is soaked in sea water for a long time, it will not crack or deform. Moreover, after such oak trees have been felled, they have to be placed in the natural environment to dry and be exposed to wind and rain, allowing the natural environment to eliminate the natural tension and stress inside the tree boards before they can be used to make warships. And this process will take as long as 14 years. To build such a huge ship, you need at least 5,000, and at most 8,000 oak trees. Seeing this, you still think that the British dominated the world back then. But it was just luck. Without the spirit of scientific research and the suffering of loneliness, they simply couldn't create the invincible fleet that Nelson led the French fleet. So when Xiao Feng chose his favorite battleship, he naturally chose the most powerful Victory class in this sailing era. Fortunately, in this era, shipbuilding materials are very easy to solve, because this world has many trees and miraculous plants that are very similar to the Earth. For example, there are too many giants in the world, let alone more than 60 meters high, that is, more than 100 meters high, and giant trees close to 200 meters are everywhere. Moreover, the hardness and flexibility are not inferior to the oak trees on the Earth, which is very suitable for shipbuilding. To build such a huge ship, 5,000,8,000 oak trees may be needed on the Earth, but on this planet, according to Ying Ran, only 4,000. 50-year-old red beech trees are enough. The red beech here is also a kind of towering tree. It is tall and straight. Xiao Feng likes this tree very much. This giant tree of 50 years old is enough for the keel of a boat. As for the relief of stress and dry it naturally, Xiao Feng and the others can't wait that long. They adopted the method of drying. After cutting the giant tree, they placed the tree by the firewall and used the firewall to dry it, which greatly accelerated the speed of shipbuilding. Although the ship built by this method is fast, the durability is not very good, to be honest. Before the rise of the British on Earth, the Dutch were still sea coachmen. They used this method to build a large number of merchant ships and flute-shaped ships. Although the quality is not comparable to that of warships, the speed is fast and the cost is low. There is no need to use expensive oak trees. Ordinary fir or even pine will do. But the disadvantages are also very obvious. Boats built using ancient methods and oak trees may last for decades or even hundreds of years. But boats built using drying methods, fir or pine wood, can only cost 30 at most year, because the hardness and toughness of fir and pine are not enough. On the other hand, the fast drying method is used, and the internal tension and stress of the firewood is not allowed to stand for a long time, so it is made into the ship's back. After being immersed in seawater for a long time, the wooden planks on this ship will be prying up and deformed. They often need to be maintained and replaced, and the sealing is not good. Moreover, the strength of the hull is very poor, and it may be blown apart in a storm at sea. But in this world, there is no such problem. First of all, the hardness and toughness of the red beechwood in this world is much stronger than the pine and cedar used by the Dutch crudely built merchant ships. In addition, although the stress has not been eliminated, there will be problems with the deformation of the wood in the future, but the world is rich in a very good gum. When Yingzi people used these gums, they didn't know what strange other hydrosols were filled into the gums, and then they made a strange glue. This glue can not only be used as a boat paint, but also can greatly enhance the strength of the boat. The structure of this ship not only uses the tenon and mortise structure taught by Xiao Feng, but also uses a large number of rivets, and the most used is this kind of gum. Each plank will be brushed with one layer, and then several layers will be brushed between the ship boards. This kind of gum is not only strong, but also has very good corrosion resistance, waterproof, anti-cracking characteristics, and also allows the ship to possess super tightness. Xiao Feng is thinking about returning this material to the modern world. Even if it is taken back to the modern world, this material is a very good paint. Even he thinks it is better than the paint used by many modern world warships. After a large amount of this kind of paint is applied to the whole body, the amount of rivets used is greatly reduced, which greatly reduces the self-weight of the hull. But the strength of the hull does not drop at all. The British Victory has a light weight of 4,245 tons, while their own weight is only 3,800 tons. In terms of weight, it is more than 400 tons lighter than the British Victory. And the strength is not too much. With 1,000 crew members and a 1,200 horsepower engine, which made Xiao Feng sit down on this sea monster today. Xiao Feng liked this ship very much, and appointed it as his flagship, and was named Victory. The Victory equipped with the oil extraction machine can be much faster than the British Victory class of the year. This is the main reason why they were able to travel south along the coastline to the southernmost tip of the Methodox continent in 2 weeks. Xiao Feng used diesel engines to drive battleships on this road. He also encountered several high-intensity sea conditions, but the performance of this ship was very satisfying. The wave resistance and strength are very reassuring, which proves that the strength of the hull is very qualified. The next durability test, because it is a long-term test, may be handed over to Yinggran's navy. This time southward is also a voyage. If this time is successful, Xiao Feng intends to let Yinggran build a large number of such warships in the future. This kind of ship can be used not only as a battleship, but also as an ocean-going fishing vessel, as well as a merchant ship. And from this kind of ship, more ships can be derived. With these ships, the people of the Great Gin Kingdom can sail on the ocean and begin to work hard to explore the planet. Of course, other ships will definitely not be equipped with the diesel engine set on this ship. The reason why this diesel engine is installed this time is because Xiao Feng wants to finish the voyage quickly. In terms of firepower, because the firearms have not yet been developed, the firepower configuration is much worse than the British Victory. The British used this ship to run rampantly at sea, not only relying on the ship to run fast, but also relying on the more than 100 artillery on the ship. Just below the deck, there are 3 firepower output platforms. The lower deck, the middle deck and the upper deck each had 32 8-inch guns. There were also 24 8-inch guns on the open deck, and a 10-foot 68-pounder gun was installed on the bow. This kind of firepower configuration can definitely be regarded as luxurious. No wonder the French fleet, in the Trafalgar Sea battle, was fought all over the ground by the British fleet led by Nelson. But on the side of the Great Qin Empire, because there was no artillery, Ying Ran could only let people fit a giant catapult in the hull. This catapult is not the same as the catapult used for siege. To put it bluntly, it is a giant ballista equipped with a chute. The source of the power group is a thick spring with extremely high tenacity that Groyan led the dwarves to build, using the winch mode. It is very similar to the far-away shot of a crossbow arrow, which can fire giant iron arrows, polished round stone bullets, and fire oil bullets. In fact, this weapon has been developed in the Great Qin Empire for several generations, and it is now an indispensable weapon for the army in field combat. The launch vehicle dragged by a mule and horse can fire horizontally and projectilely. It is very flexible and has an effective range of 500 meters. It is a rare multi-purpose weapon. In order to better use this weapon, Kyle and Bloom even set up an artillery department in the army.mtlnovel.com, and the Navy side is relatively simple. According to Xiao Feng's drawings, Ying Ran the corresponding launch hole was opened directly on the hull, but instead of guns, it was equipped with this giant ballista. The ballista can also be fired flat and projectile, and because the ballista is fixed on a battleship, it cannot help but consider that it needs to be dragged on land by a mule and horse to walk various bad roads. So the ballista must be miniaturized and lightened. So the ballista on this ship is much larger than the ballista on land, and the firing distance is much longer. According to Ying Ran's test results, if it is thrown at a 30-degree elevation angle, a shotball-sized stone projectile can be launched at a distance of more than 2 kilometers, and a kerosene projectile can be projected at a distance of 3 kilometers. Although this combat power is not comparable to the British artillery ship, Xiao Feng estimated that it should be invincible in this world. At this time, the captain and the first officer looked at the half-orcs on the shore yelling at them, as well as the human slaves who were driven out by the half-orcs soldiers in the fields like beasts, and they couldn't help being filled with righteous indignation. Everyone asked for battle, and Xiao Feng also wanted to test the power of this battleship. Simply let people drive the boat to the coast. The hull was crossed, the blast holes on the side of the hull were opened, and a ballista was taken out and fixed to the firing position. In the whistle of the gunner, the sailors used rhythmic force to pull the giant spring to the upper position with a winch, and then put the stone bullet into the launch slot. After the gunner took aim, he called out to launch, and then the launcher used a mallet to smash Kisan. With a whir, a shotball-sized stone bullet drew a perfect arc in the air, smashing toward the orcs on the shore like raindrops. Among them, several half-orcs who stood on the shore and clamored the most fiercely were hit by a stone bullet on the spot, and a sturdy half-orc was hit through the chest by a stone bullet on the spot. Chapter 883 Recent Developments in Southern Countries. Remember in 1 second. I have opened a new book. I have a treasure map. I kindly ask book friends who like black technology and double-layer texts to collect, recommend, and leave a message. Ants kowtow. These half-orcs should be garrison troops left behind by the elite of half-orcs, so the fighting will is not strong. In addition, Xiao Feng sat down on this flagship, and the power was amazing. So when he saw the few guys who took the lead, they were beaten up by the stone bullets fired from the boat on the spot, and the rest of the guys immediately disappeared. Xiao Feng put down his binoculars and came to the side of the boat, waiting for the rope ladder to get off the boat. There was already a rubber boat waiting below. When he arrived on the boat, the pilot who had been trained for a long time started the motor, and the rubber boat rushed toward the shore with a galloping speed. The purpose of their trip was to grab the tongues of a few half-orcs and ask about the situation here. Xiao Feng was not relieved just to let the sailors pass. So I personally boarded the boat and came to protect the law. Soon the small boat rushed to the shore, and then under the command of Xiao Feng, it rushed directly onto a soft beach. A few people were left to protect the rubber dinghy, and Xiao Feng waited for a dozen people to rush to the nearest village on the shore. I ran into several orcs along the way, but before they could react, they were thrown to the ground by the shotgun in Xiao Feng's hand. Browning's number 12 bullet. The brown bears burped as soon as it was fired. What's more, these half-orcs, no matter how thick and skinny they were, couldn't stop the power of the trench sweeper. Soon after he rushed to the village, Xiao Feng commanded everyone to rush towards the biggest house in the village. When we arrived at the door of the house was closed tightly, and it was obvious that the orcs inside were guarded. However, Xiao Feng didn't let anyone violently attack. Instead, he sent his guards directly, and the venomous bee General Pandeli set out with several venomous bees. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, these poisonous bee men were appointed by Xiao Feng as their own guards. They didn't have to fight on the battlefield, but these people were indeed his most loyal subordinates. Because of the natural bloodline suppression, Xiao Feng is most relieved with these people guarding him. When he is away, he will arrange these poisonous bee men to guard Kayla and Biluides, as well as the safety of the children. Although these venomous bee people have not evolved completely, they have a simple and loyal nature that humans don't have. Although their combat effectiveness is average, they can't hold up a large number of people and have powerful stings. It is a very qualified security and assassination expert, and its characteristics are somewhat similar to the ninjas of the Foot Basin country on Earth. This time, the half-orcs in this house were clearly prepared, and a strong offensive would surely bring casualties. Xiao Feng didn't let his crew rush and dispatched these poisonous bees. Sure enough, the beeman opened the door from inside. Xiao Feng led the team and rushed in, only to see half-orcs shot by the stings of poisonous bees everywhere on the ground, including pigheads, tauren, and some werewolves. Xiao Feng asked people to tie up a centaur and a tauren who were obviously the lead, and tied a few soldiers, and at the same time, someone took a few human slaves from the house. Xiao Feng asked his subordinates to take all these people out and walk to the boat on the shore. At this time, the half-orcs in a fort in the distance also learned of the situation here. The door of the wall was opened wide, and more than 100 centaur and werewolf cavalry came out. Xiao Feng looked at it and sneered. It's been a long time since he was soothed. He also had the addiction to shooting today. The M2 Browning heavy machine gun was taken out from the space, and one was placed on the ground. The soldiers next to him immediately began to load the machine gun. Once the bullet was loaded, a huge dong 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 sound resounded across the coast in a moment. The sound of this Browning heavy machine gun is very mellow, and every sound is like beating a drum. And the characteristics of this gunshot are obviously very easy to remember. The centaur and their werewolves who had charged with a fierce momentum seemed to have heard something at once. The centaur rushing in the front braked forcibly, but the momentum of the charge was too strong, and the centaur behind was very close, and immediately rammed him into the paddy field beside the road. Unexpectedly, this happened to save his life. He fell into the paddy field, and the bullet on the opposite side arrived. The carothic flames flashed over his head, and the companion who had just smashed him into the paddy field was bad luck, and he was beaten into on the spot. The centaur and werewolf behind were not much better, as if the autumn wind swept the fallen leaves. sifting the chaff to the ground one after another. Where the two-eyed bullet chain swept across the mainland, there were stumps and broken arms and fog everywhere, and then the screams of undead half-orcs, ghosts and wolves. The few werewolves and centaur at the back, they simply turned back with their tails between them, and ran away frantically. While running away, he shouted loudly, "The death god of Running City is here! The death god of Running City is coming!" Seeing that the chasing soldiers dispersed, Xiao Feng stopped shooting, let people put away the machine gun, and took a few sailors back to the rubber boat on the shore. It may be that the cry of death god in Runliu City was heard by those half-orcs, and no half-orcs dared to emerge along the way. After all, after many battles before, Xiao Feng's horrific reputation has spread to the tribe of half-orcs, and now half-orcs know that after encountering the death god of Running City, the best way is to turn around and run, because they have no chance of winning in front of the death god of Running City. Returning to the boat with a few tongues, Xiao Feng asked people to wake up these half-orcs, and in front of a few half-orcs, he knew. Zero remember in 1 second. In front of them, when the famous death god of Running City, all of them were scared and sifted. They knew all the questions Xiao Feng asked, and none of them dared to hide it. It turned out that their current location was the original territory of the Jiangnan Lizu state, but they have now been captured by the orcs. According to the explanations of these half-orcs, the 3 human kingdoms south of Aruba Forest are basically destroyed. The entire territory of Lizu Kingdom fell, and there were only a few princes, with the remnants, resisting in the territory of the Moon Dance Kingdom in the southernmost part of the mainland. The same was true of Quanwu State to the west of Lizu State. All the borders fell, and only some princes and ministers were in the territory of Yuyu State with the remnants. And now the only country that has not been wiped out is the Moon Dance country, but now it is left to linger on the Wazizu Peninsula, the southernmost part of the mainland. Other humans were either captured or annihilated, or were hiding on several large islands in the South China Sea. On the Methodox continent, the days when the southern human kingdoms finally perish are just around the corner. Xiao Feng asked people to take these half-orc captives down, and then brought a few human captives up there. After some inquiries, he also got confirmation from these people. The half-orcs didn't lie just now. The current human situation is in a precarious state, and it's really not far from annihilation of the country and the race. After hearing this, Xiao Feng immediately made people speed up and headed south with all his strength. After driving along the coastline for an afternoon, when the sky was getting dark, Xiao Feng was in the telescope and saw the outline of an island in front of him. This island is located just outside the estuary of the big river, about a dozen nautical miles away. The area of the island looks so large that it can't even be seen at a glance. Even far away, Xiao Feng saw people constantly flashing in the woods on the island. Obviously the humans on the island also found them, and Xiao Feng made the boat drive closer. But at this moment, a few small boats drove out of the island and drove towards them. This ship has 2 floors up and down. If it weren't for their victory, the ships on the opposite side would have been huge ships in this era. But in front of the victory, these ships can only be regarded as small sampans. Far away, the other party slowed down the boat and waved the signal light in his hand. Who is the one coming? The captain of the victory is Ying Qiu, Ying Ran's own son. This time, Ying Ran arranged to be with Xiao Feng, naturally to win the favor of the king, and Xiao Feng also liked this stimulating young man very much, and he also had the intention to cultivate him. So this kind of scene was naturally left to Ying Qiu to deal with. I am waiting for the ship of the Great Qin State. Who are you waiting for? Great Qin Kingdom. At this time, the ships of both sides approached, and Xiao Feng also saw a white-haired little official standing on the opposite side. He was also taken aback when he heard Ying Qiu's words. Obviously, he hadn't heard of the Great Qin State. However, Ying Qiu quickly asked him to lower the rope ladder and let this person board the boat. Then the two sides communicated on the bow deck, and soon Ying Qiu figured out the situation. The former island was called Shaping Zhu, and the opposite inland river was called Bsha River. Now the island is stationed by a group of people and horses from the Kunwu kingdom. As soon as Xiao Feng heard this, he was overjoyed and immediately asked Yingqiu to drive the boat closer to the island. This island is obviously not long after the new development. The island area is very large, and facing the south direction, there are several good places for deep water ports, but there is no suitable port, let alone the wharf. As he sailed all the way, Yingqiu also asked the little official about the situation of Shaping Chaw. It turned out that this place used to be a deserted island with several fishing villages, until the Kunwu kingdom was destroyed and the defeated troops entered the territory of Yu kingdom. The monarch of Yu kingdom arranged to live on Shaping Island. It can be said that the situation on Shaping Island is very bad. Mentalnovel.com. After the people from Kunwu country came, they also suffered from bird air. When they landed on the island, there were more than 50,000 people. But now there are more than 30,000 people left on the island. The remaining people either died in hunger and cold, or fled back to the main road and went to the Moon Dance country. The situation is already so bad now, but the monarch of the Moon Dance kingdom is still thinking about fighting for power. Hey, it's no wonder they can't become a powerful weapon. This little official walked all the way, shaking his head and sighing. His words were full of resentment, thinking that he had been angry with the people of Yu before coming here. Who has the final say on this island now? It's Your Majesty the Queen, and the national teacher. Hey, this little official said with a sigh, as if he couldn't explain it in a word. Yingqiu just wanted to ask again, but suddenly he stopped because he was suddenly stunned by the situation in front of him. Dear, this chapter is over. I wish you a happy reading. *0 Chapter 884 Palace Coup. I have opened a new book. I have a treasure map. I kindly ask book friends who like black technology and double-layer texts to collect, recommend, and leave a message. Ants kowtow. Under the guidance of the small boat in front, the Victory entered a harbor surrounded by sea on three sides, and there was no decent pier in the harbor. But on the shore of the bay, it was crowded with dense crowds. These people were ragged, unkempt, and skinny. Some of them squeezed to the left in twos and threes, while others lay on the ground with blank eyes. Looking at them, Xiao Feng's first thought was the penguins nestling together to keep warm in Antarctica. It's just that their condition looks much worse than the penguins. The little official saw Xiao Feng and Yingqiu look at the surprised eyes of the people on the shore, smiled embarrassedly and said, "The wind in this harbor is relatively small, and they all hide here to keep warm. And there are more shallows here, which makes it easier for them to find something to eat." Xiao Feng and Yingqiu understood both Xiao Feng and Yingqiu's introduction. While they were looking at the situation on the shore, the small officials around them were also secretly looking at them. The reason why this little official was so obedient to brief them was because he saw their situation clearly. These people said that they came from the Great Qin state, but he had never heard of such a number one country on the road before. And they all spoke with a northern accent. Presumably they came from the north. Each of these people is tall, and their size alone is much stronger than the humans in the southern kingdom, and they must eat very well in normal times. The hair is neatly combed, and the slick is shiny, and the clothes he wears are made of materials that he has never seen before. Looking at the alignment of the clothes, you know that they are very delicately made. Looking at the spirit of each of these people, it is even more incomparable to the Kunwu people who were hungry everywhere. Looking at the leather boots on these people's feet and the long knives hanging around their waists, Yao Quanjian was a little shaken. What kind of country was this Great Qin Empire? Their navy can actually be so powerful. His Yao family was also a prominent family in Sichuan and Wu, and his family has controlled the Kunwu navy for generations. But even when the Kunwu navy was the strongest, it was compared with the Great Qin navy. When I get up, it seems that my feet are inferior. There is no need to say more about the dress and equipment of these sailors. Just say that this huge ship at his feet, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes and climbed up in person, He would never believe that there would be such a big battleship in this world. What made him even more puzzled was that the sails on the boat were not set, and no one was rowing a boat. So how did the boat drive it? He wanted to break his brain, but he couldn't understand it. But later he simply didn't want to, and began to concentrate on introducing Yinkuo to their current situation. And I don't know why, since he boarded the ship and had a conversation with the captain, the frustration that had haunted him before suddenly disappeared. It seems that the prospects of mankind are not necessarily as dark as one had imagined. Of course, the premise is that the Great Qin state can intervene in this war. Just when Yao Quanjian was still thinking wildly, he was suddenly awakened by a boom. It turned out that Yinkuo made the anchor drop. Since there is no wharf, the big ship will naturally not be able to dock, so I could only get on the barge. But Yinkuo was not at ease with the people of Sichuan and Wu, so he let people put all the 3 lifeboats on board down. Although it was a small lifeboat, it was much larger than Yao Quanjian's boat. Each boat was loaded with more than 100 people. For a total of 500 people, they were first sent to the shore to set up a landing field. Considering that Xiao Feng's imperial commander personally conquered this time, Ying Ran sent all his most elite sailors. These sailors were not only good at sea, but also good at land. The movement on the victory side naturally attracted the attention of the hungry people on the shore. Seeing a boat coming, these people hurried over and rushed over. But after the guard came ashore, he was not polite to these people, and kept using the scabbard in his hand to drive away the victims who approached. But the effect did not seem to be ideal, so a few centurions simply hacked to death some of the most violent leaders. As a result, the gang of victims immediately became honest. Hulalan scattered a large area. After the landing field was opened up, Xiao Feng and Yinkuo boarded another small boat and began to land under the leadership of Yao Quanjian, the chief officer. Archie, a Talon fighter selected by Xiao Feng, stayed on the ship with 500 sailors, protecting the ship while also watching the movement on the shore. As soon as Xiao Feng and the others landed, they saw a group of cavalrymen coming from a distance. This pair of cavalrymen seemed to be in good condition. Yao Quanjian was also relieved to see those people. When the cavalry team approached, Yao Quanjian hurriedly greeted him and talked a few words with the cavalry leading the team. Then turned around and came to Yinkuo's side and said, "Your Majesty, the Queen wants to see you." Yinkuo glanced at Xiao Feng, and when he saw Xiao Feng nodded, he agreed to Yao Quanjian's request, leaving 100 people to look at the ship, and with the other 400 people, he followed the cavalry team to the depths of the island. The island is very big. They walked for more than an hour before they saw a dark shadow of a mountain in the distance, and there were dots of lights at the foot of the mountain. But when I got closer, I found out that it wasn't a deep house compound, but a small village. The guests of the Great Qin Kingdom laughed. We had just landed on the island not long ago, and coupled with the lack of supplies on the island, there was no time to repair the residence, so we had to temporarily requisition a village. Yao Quanjian explained to Yinkuo that Yinkuo was leading the way, and Xiao Feng pretended to be a guard by his side, so he always thought that Yinkuo was the leader. Yinkuo nodded. This is the only situation now. Soon they entered the village and were taken to the gate of the largest courtyard in the middle of the village. From the moment I entered the village, I could feel that there was heavily guarded here. There were groups of soldiers patrolling the periphery of the village, and the village was also a few steps away from an outpost. When they arrived at the gate of the mansion, someone even stopped the guard behind Yinkuo. Xiao Feng gave a look, and Yinkuo ordered the guards to wait here first, and then he and Xiao Feng, plus 5 other guards, entered the compound together. After walking a few steps, I entered a slightly larger main house. Inside the main house was brightly lit, and on the couch facing the door was sitting a woman with a tulle face. On both sides were sitting a lot of guys of different shapes. It seems that they should be the Queen's important ministers. "I have seen Your Majesty the Queen." Yao Quanjian bowed and greeted him, but Yingqiu and Xiao Feng just bowed. Yingqiu, these are absolute arrogant soldiers. In this world, they only swear allegiance to Xiao Feng's royal family. They don't recognize any other kings or queens. What's more, for such a group of subjugators, the queen hasn't said anything, but the ministers under her are cold. Bold. There was even a red-faced guy who had an attack on the spot, but the queen waved her hand. Forget it. After all, it is a distinguished guest from the Great Qin Kingdom from afar. The queen was still good-tempered, so she was asked to bring them a chair, and after a few polite words, she started to communicate. These people are mainly asking what kind of country the Great Qin Kingdom is. After all, they have not heard of it before. Yingqiu didn't hide it from them, so he talked about the Great Qin Kingdom, which was a newly established country on the Penivera Peninsula, and the king was the famous death god of Running City. They and the half-orcs for more than 10 years, repeatedly defeated the half-orcs, and finally gathered together to form a country. www.mtlnovel.com, and the queens and ministers of the Quinwu Kingdom on the opposite side were stunned. For a moment, why was the Great Qin state originally established like this? The death god of Rushing City, this name, they seem to have heard of. It is said that it is a mage active in the Northland, leading the humans to keep watching the half-orcs. However, in their impression, those people are just a group of guerrillas, but now it is heard that they have not only defeated the orcs many times, but also established a country. If it were not for Yingqiu to sit in front of everyone and talk, everyone would almost feel as if they were listening to the fantasy. What you said is true. After hearing Yingqiu's description of the situation in the Great Qin state, many ministers couldn't sit still. I think this guy is lying. What Great Qin Kingdom? What death god of Running City? It must be made up. To me, these people are a group of pirates, and they should all be thrown into prison. That is, with their boat, we can leave this shaping chore. Before the queen made a sound, suddenly there were two discordant voices. Upon hearing this, Yingqiu couldn't help but furious, stood up abruptly, and drew his waist knife with a scream, pointing to the red-faced man on the opposite side, and another black-faced brawny man shouted loudly, "Dog stuff, it's really deceiving, going to die today." What about bullying you? The red-faced guy smiled yinly, then waved his hand. Hulala. Immediately a group of golden armored guards armed with spears poured into their main room. What makes him even more happy is that he just heard a name from this black-faced guy's mouth. Grangel. Isn't this the name of that fellow Flamel who has repeatedly confessed to himself, his brother? Chapter 885. The Past of the South. Remember in 1 second. I have opened a new book. I have a treasure map. I kindly ask book friends who like black technology and double-layer texts to collect, recommend, and leave a message. The ants kowtow. The red-faced man and the black-faced man were obviously in the same group. On the surface, they were going to deal with outsiders like Xiao Feng. But the actual target was indeed the veiled woman sitting in the main hall. And it was estimated that packing up Xiao Feng was just a matter of taking their hands. Xiao Feng thought that 80% of them had fallen in love with their boat. Seeing the dozens of lancers and the guards carrying steel knives who rushed in, Yingqiu was not afraid of them. They know Xiao Feng's ability. No matter how strong these people are, there are still half-orcs. If they really have the abilities of half-orcs, they won't be beaten by the half-orcs. However, Yingqiu and the other guards didn't rush up too desperately. Instead, they pulled out a riot shield from behind and stood in front of them. At the same time, the four guards kept moving backwards, tightly enclosing Xiao Feng in the middle, with shields in front of them, forming a small circular formation. Previously, it was estimated that it was to paralyze them, so when they were released into the lobby, the guards of Sichuan and Uzbekistan did not pay their ice blades. I thought that if I could do it later, it would be possible to grow a lot of people and kill them all, but now that the other party is not afraid of it, a few people have formed a small square, and their expressions can't help but change. Xiao Feng, whose body has been transformed, is now an interstellar warrior. The guards on the opposite side seemed to him to be nothing but a group of chickens. At this time, he has pulled out a SMG-9 submachine gun from the space, This gun is a derivative of the North Industries imitation MP5, because the stability and accuracy are better than the MP5, so a large number of them are sold back to Europe. Prior to this, Xiao Feng had also purchased a lot from Liu Jin as a weapon to defend himself against close combat. As soon as he got the gun, Xiao Feng was ready to kill. But at the moment he was about to do it, he suddenly heard bursts of swish from outside the room. He is also a long-standing veteran in the alien world. His face changed a lot when he heard this voice. It was the sound of an arrow flying through the air. Squat down, Xiao Feng yelled at the people around him, and several guards often cooperated together. Hearing Xiao Feng's call, he immediately squatted down and bowed his head. These guards, Xiao Feng, were among the elite, wearing plate armor and flying saucer helmets on their heads. The reason why they were equipped with such flying saucer helmets was to guard against arrows falling from the air. Several people had explosion-proof shields in front of them with round helmets on their heads. For a time, they were like a small steel fortress. Xiao Feng firmly believed that even if the opponent's arrows were violent, they would not be hurt. But the next scene that surprised him happened. Those arrows didn't come at them at all. Pieces of arrows whizzed past their small square head in both sides, and went straight to the rebels behind them. Puff puff. Throughout the hall, the sound of arrows penetrating the human body was endless. Many rebels behind them were killed on the spot before they even screamed. And Yukai Tai, the black-faced man who led the rebellion, hid under a short table, yelling, shield player, sure, grab that fuck." It's a pity that his call didn't work. The shield player did not appear in the main room. The red-faced Shoya just got out of the hiding chair and was shot through his thigh by 2 sharp arrows and nailed to the ground. In a moment, most of the spearmen and swordsmen were wiped out by arrows, and most of those who hadn't died were seriously injured and fell to the ground, screaming and wailing. At this time, a handsome guy with black hair and a black gown appeared at the gate of the yard, followed by dozens of swordsmen carrying long knives behind him. When the swordsmen entered the yard, they dragged the rebels who hadn't died to death one by one to the gate of the yard. They cut melons and vegetables one by one, and sent them to the west. "Granger, you monk, damn. Didn't you go to the hospital?" "Yes, I'm going to the hospital. If I don't go, how can you have a chance to rebel?" The old handsome man smiled and said to the black-faced Yukai Tai, who suddenly stood up in furious anger. And that Granger raised his hand and it was a white light, and then everyone saw Yukai Tai on the opposite side hitting an arrow immediately in the chest. This arrow was so powerful that it not only pierced the guy's armor, but also shot through the chest. Xiao Feng couldn't help but look sideways. This Granger and his junior, Flamel, didn't seem to be the same people at all. When his junior brother Flamel was a black mage, although he would manipulate some undead spirits, he was only for self-defense and did not have such a strong desire to kill. And this Granger seemed to be a cruel and decisive person at the moment. Shoya, lying on the ground, seeing that his brother Yukai Tai was dead, couldn't help but sorrow from it and shouted to Granger, "You adulterers are not going to die. The king will not let you go." And Granger smiled coldly. The king was a tyrant when he was alive. He has already gone to first, and Kunwu country is gone. You, the Kiburi family, also followed the king. Go to hell. Starting today, there will be no more Kunwu country. Say it with a wave. #0 remember in 1 second. Hand. A few guards came out behind him, and a chaotic knife stepped forward, chopping the Shoya into mashed flesh. I originally thought it would be a big battle, but in the end, I saw a farce, and finally ended in this way. Xiao Feng understood that the crisis had been resolved, but Yingqiu and the others still guarded him tightly. Nagrangel waved his hand, and immediately rushed in a group of people, taking all the corpses on the ground and the arrows on the wall. And some people even hit a few basins of water to dry the blood on the ground. Then someone brought a brazier and incense. The smell of blood in the whole room quickly dissipated, and the room was warm again, completely invisible. Half an hour ago, This place was still a killing battlefield. Meet His Majesty King Darkin, Lord Death in Running City. After the servants cleaned the room, Granger waved back the servants, and the servants got out of the room. This guy knelt down in front of Xiao Feng and his small phalanx. Several people in Yingqiu were stunned. Xiao Feng pushed away the guards and looked at Granger, who was kneeling in front of him with a smile. "How do you know that I am the death god of Running City?" Compared to the king of the Great Qin Kingdom, Xiao Feng prefers the title of Death God in Running City, because this title is more shocking in this era. Enlightenment, Lord Grim Reaper. In fact, in the past few years, I have been in correspondence with my junior brother. The last time I received a letter from my junior brother, we learned that His Majesty the King has taken people to the south to rescue us. As soon as I heard today that a ship from the Great Qin Kingdom arrived at our Shapingzhou, I knew it was you. Oh, since you have been in correspondence with your junior brother, why do your junior brothers keep inviting you to my Great Qin country, but you never go? Hi, isn't it for her yet? This Grenule pointed. The queen, who was kneeling on the Kang bed at this moment, saw Grenule kneeling to herself. This woman was also very knowledgeable about current affairs, so she actually lay on the Kang bed. Xiao Feng bowed down. Xiao Feng glanced at the woman, once at this Granger, remembering his junior brother Flamel's evaluation of him. It seems that he was right. This guy is really a love. Flamel could have told himself that this guy went out for women in his early years, and he also had scandals with many noble ladies in the Talon Empire, and was even the target of many nobles who were fighting for assassination. Later, it was precisely to avoid those nobles chasing and killing them, and then went south and disappeared. It turned out to be a dog hiding in the Kunwu country. But this time it was even more powerful. Not only did it become a national teacher, but it also turned the king green. It was bold enough to dare to do such a thing these days. And this old guy, according to Flamel, has to be 200 or 300 years old, but he looks like this, saying that he is believed by people in his 20s. This guy is really good at keeping his face. It seems that this guy is really a guy with some means. Xiao Feng secretly figured it out. At this time, the standing was a little tired. He simply came to the Kang bed in the main hall, and then sat down. Well, let's talk about it. What is going on today? Since this Granger had obviously had the heart to surrender, then Xiao Feng was not polite with him. When he asked about the situation here, Granger had nothing to hide. It turned out that in his early years, in order to avoid the pursuit of the nobles of the Talon Empire, he crossed the Green River of the country, passed through the forest of Alabama, and came to the southern border of the Methodox continent. Here he first traveled to Lizhu country, Kunwu country and Moondance country www.mtlnovel.com, and finally settled in Kunwu country. At the beginning, he was still a disciple for the nobles, but later I didn't know how to speak in the royal court. A few years ago, she got into the royal court, became a national teacher, and even hooked up with the queen. I had a pretty good life at the beginning, but I didn't think that he was invaded by a half-orc. The king of Kunwu Kingdom of this generation was a tyrannical person, and he was unpopular in the country. At this time, a powerful enemy invaded again. After the elites of Kunwu Crane were defeated on the front line, Kunwu Crane's domestic collapse immediately. The king died on the front line, and he took the queen, some ministers, and part of the royal family fled all the way south. In the process of fleeing, they learned that Lizhu state was also over, and now only Yuyu state was still organizing resistance by relying on its geographical advantages. However, the king of Yuyu country is not authentic. He is a well-known lecher. When he saw Li Yan's true face, he became malicious and wanted Li Yan to marry him. How can I agree? The two royal families of the Kunwu Kingdom, Yukaitai and Shuyu, have been inspiring Li Yan to camp, and that Shading Chuan's request has resulted in today's Scourge of Swordsmen. Dear, this chapter is over. I wish you a happy reading. *0 Chapter 886. I underestimated the heroes of the world. I have opened a new book. I have a treasure map. I kindly ask book friends who like black technology and double-layer texts to collect, recommend, and leave a message. And Scout How. When Granger said this, Xiao Feng basically understood it. It should be this Granger and the Queen hooked up. Then Yukai Tai and Shoya knew about it a long time ago, and have been dissatisfied with them for a long time. After they fled to the Moon Dance Kingdom, Sha Dingquan, the king of the Moon Dance Kingdom, coveted the Queen's beauty again, and wanted to accept the Queen. Reminiscent of the situation introduced by the little official who took them ashore before, the king of the Moonwu Kingdom allocated tens of thousands of people in their Quinwu Kingdom to such a small output. Even the birds did not come to shit on the desert island. It was obvious that they were wearing small shoes. It is estimated that he wanted to force the Queen to agree to his terms, and Granger and the Queen were naturally unwilling. But Yukai Tai and Shoya are in various thoughts, and they want to dedicate their emperor's wife to Sha Dingquan in exchange for prosperity. And today's sudden appearance here is actually just an introduction to their rebellion. Even if Granger's introduction was not detailed, Xiao Feng basically made up for the situation here. Then what do you plan to do in the future? Xiao Feng smiled and glanced at the veiled Queen beside him, then turned his head and looked at Granger and asked. Grinule and the Queen looked at each other first. Then Grinule gritted his teeth. This Quinwu Kingdom is also dead. Since entering the Quinwu Kingdom, there has been no such person as Queen Lian, the king of Quinwu. We are willing to transfer the remaining 30,000 people from Quinwu Kingdom to the Great Qin Kingdom and become a commoner. In this era, to be a queen, there must be a big family behind the Lian clan. Even if the Quinwu Kingdom died, it would take a lot of courage to ask her to abandon her family and follow Granger to the Great Qin Kingdom thousands of miles away. But if the two want to be together, they can only choose to defect to the Great Qin Kingdom, because if their story goes out, it must be crusted by other human nobles. After all, compared to their entanglement, the nobles are even more unacceptable that they have broken the class order, which means subversion of the class. In this year, nobles have been nobles for their entire lives, and their descendants are nobles. Even if Granger is a powerful wizard with magical skills, he can't break the class barrier. What's more, he is the wife of the royal family. If you let him spread it out alive, wouldn't this tell everyone in the world that they can learn something? So if Xiao Feng and Da Qin were not there, it would be difficult for them even if they wanted to remain anonymous. By the way, I heard from your junior brother, you are very good at regeneration from severed limbs. Since you want to take refuge in my Great Qin country, you must have value. Our country is not a garbage recycling station. Xiao Feng's meaning is very clear. In the process of communicating with his junior and younger brother, Granger also learned about the death god of Running City and was very interested in his medicine skills. And the guy who can be a national teacher naturally has a kick-out and exquisite heart. Hearing Xiao Feng's question, Granger naturally understood what Xiao Feng meant. Yes, Your Majesty, I do have some specialties in this respect. This is not the time to be humble. So Granger gave a positive answer if he did his part. Oh, Xiao Feng raised his eyebrows, and Granger immediately shouted at the door, and then a guard walked in. Granger motioned the guard to come to Xiao Feng and the others, and then asked him to lift the trouser legs of the two trousers. Xiao Feng took a closer look. The man's left and right legs were obviously in two colors, and the upper edge of the right leg was obviously connected. This right leg looked like a prosthetic leg. This is the reborn new leg. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, Xiao Feng could hardly imagine that in this backward and ignorant era, there are actually doctors here who can perform regenerative surgery on humans. That's right, without them, how can I have the connections to compete with Yukai Tai and Shaw? The guards who accompanied me in the raid today are all patients I have treated. They are all of the Quinwu country. A veteran who has experienced many battles was wounded on the battlefield, and eventually became disabled, and then I was treated. Speaking of these, a look of pride naturally appeared on Granger's face, because the one that Xiao Feng asked about was indeed his best field. So it was inevitable that he was a little bit arrogant. Can you tell me how you did it? Xiao Feng asked again, and this Granger pondered a little, then said with a smile, in fact, it's okay. The reason why I stayed in Kunwu is also because there is a magical inland sea in the Kunwu state. There are many magical creatures in this sea area, such as magical creatures under the water corals, and a magical jellyfish. This Granger told Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng finally understood it conceptually. It turned out that Granger used this coral to make human bones, and then used the nerves of the magic jellyfish to make tentacles. After that, he used a kind of magic material that he had never heard of to make a human body. Muscles and skin were finally connected to a broken limb. After Xiao Feng listened to his description, he felt as if he was stunned. Originally, he thought that this guy used some kind of technology in the future to cut his limbs and grow out of his own accord. It turned out that it was not. He used all the magical materials on this planet to make substitutes for broken limbs of humans and installed them on humans. The most important thing is that these substitutes have no rejection reaction after contact with their human body, and the connection is still very successful. In fact, scientists on Earth have been searching for such materials, but they have not been very successful. For example, although 3D technology is very advanced, many laboratories say that they have successfully used 3D technology to create artificial bones, but not many of them are used on the human body. At present, in orthopedic surgery, doctors use the most substitutes for titanium alloys, such as hip joints and ankle joints, because artificial bones are still more or less inadequate. Some are not hard enough, some will have rejection reactions after implantation for a period of time, and some will be corroded by body fluids. Therefore, the first choice for orthopedic surgery is to choose titanium alloy substitutes, but they can only replace hip joints and ankle joints. For patients with severe disability, titanium alloy bones cannot be used to replace leg bone implants or arm bone implants, because titanium alloy is not bone after all. Even if it is made into the shape of bones, there are no small seams like bones in the bones. The bone marrow cannot circulate into these bones, and these bones lose their hematopoietic function. Without hematopoietic function, connective tissues such as fascia attached to bones, blood vessels, muscles, and nerve tissues cannot get enough nutrients to survive. Therefore, such titanium alloy artificial bones are not suitable for regenerative surgery of severed limbs. It is said that scientists on the Earth have been looking for the most suitable substitutes for human bones, and for now, a certain type of coral is the most suitable. Coral is made up of the corpses of coral polyps, but in fact the main component is calcium, and there are very fine gaps in the middle, which is very suitable for the survival and circulation of bone marrow. The most important thing is that the bones polished out of coral will not produce rejection reactions after being implanted in the human body. Therefore, in the medical laboratory of the University of Cincinnati in the United States, there has been an attempt to use coral to make substitutes for human bones and perform regeneration surgery for severed limbs. And I have already made many capsules, and the postoperative results are good. Of course, the surgery they performed is mainly for the kind of comminuted fractures. The bones are broken, but the muscles, blood vessels and nerves can still be repaired. Replace the bones with coral polished substitutes, while muscles, blood vessels and nerves continue to be used after repair. This can only be said to be a bone replacement surgery, not a severed limb regeneration surgery. MTLnovel.com. But a severed limb regeneration surgery, the most troublesome problem for doctors is, even if you find a suitable bone substitute, what about the nerves? This is the most troublesome problem. Blood vessels can currently be manufactured by 3D printing, but nerve tissue can be manufactured. At present, people cannot manufacture artificial neurons. Without neurons, even if bones and muscle tissue are attached to you, there is no way for you to control the severed limbs connected. And this Granger gave a magical answer. He found a kind of magical jellyfish in an inland sea of Kunwu country. As we all know, a jellyfish is actually a bunch of simple neuronal cell tissues, especially his tentacles, which are actually a string of exposed neuronal cells. And this Granger was actually very genius to use these jellyfish cells instead of human neurons. According to him, after he connected the tentacles of these jellyfish to the human nerves, it took only a day for both sides to grow into one body, and there was no rejection at all, and no side effects. It is exactly the same as the regeneration of human nerves, and with the nerve thread, the subsequent amputation operation is more than half successful. After finding a suitable laurel tree, take the flesh of the laurel tree and make it according to the shape of the muscles of the human body, and then use the diameter tube inside the laurel tree to make blood vessels, which are connected to the muscle tissues and blood vessels of the human body. The most important thing is to bury the nerves in the replacement muscle tissues, and then a wonderful reaction occurred, and finally the two sides merged. The final composite is a new limb that is completely replaced. After hearing this, Xiao Feng couldn't help sighing about the magic of the Creator. There are so many creatures on this planet that there will be no rejection reaction when connected to the human body. I have to say that the Creator really loves this planet so much. Chapter 887 Zero Island Country. I have opened a new book. I have a treasure map. I kindly ask book friends who like black technology and double-layer texts to collect, recommend, and leave a message. Ants kowtow. Oh, why? After listening to Granger's description, Xiao Feng felt that the operation was very simple. How can it be that simple? The first problem is to correct the coral's body shape. Make sure that it is the same length and thickness as the injured person's other hand and foot. This is very difficult. The shortest one requires 1 month of careful polishing, and one is improperly operated. All previous efforts will be abandoned, and the entire material will be scrapped. When Granger said this, Xiao Feng understood that if you want to undergo regeneration surgery for a severed limb, you must first make sure that this bone is the same shape as the bones of another hand and foot. This is a difficult problem, because in this era, there is no modern machine tool processing. It can only be made by hand after observation by the human eye. If one is not good, there will indeed be the end of all previous efforts. If you don't polish it well, just connect it to someone. It is very likely that there will be problems with long and short feet, or thick and thin legs. Even if it is connected, it is possible that he is one still has a disability. Even in the field of modern medicine, this kind of surgery is a problem in orthopedics. For example, in orthopedics, it is often necessary for doctors to bring in scary guys such as electric saws and electric drills, because the materials need to be corrected. Those titanium alloy substitutes can be very hard, so the orthopedic surgeon must not only have a lot of strength, but also be very good at orthopedics. Otherwise, if the replacement product is implanted in the patient, even if the corners are not repaired, it will often cause inflammation and cause pain and other problems to the patient. And if the bone substitute made of this coral is used, it is much easier to polish, and even X-rays can be used to determine the length of the other bone before the operation. Then, based on this, the coral substitute is polished on the machine tool to keep it consistent with the bone data of the other leg or arm. Xiao Feng figured out this joint and felt relieved. This problem was a problem for Granger, but it was not difficult for him to solve. There is also the problem of post-operative recovery. Although we have tissues that can replace muscles, blood vessels, nerves, and even bones, we have not found suitable skin substitutes. Therefore, after the operation is completed, we have to face the hurdle of sepsis. If the patient can survive, then the operation will be successful. If not, then. When Granger said this, Xiao Feng understood that the wound infection problem was also faced here. Let me just say, the operation will be as simple as that. But this is also not a problem for Xiao Feng. If he goes to his Sunshine Burn Hospital, the artificial skin problem has already been resolved. Skin regeneration is now the signature technology of their Sunshine Burn Hospital. The technology is the only one in the country, and it can even be said that the world is the leader. He nodded, then asked again, then those corals, jellyfish, and other laurel trees you mentioned can only grow in the waters of Kunwu country? Granger looked at Xiao Feng in a daze for a long time. No wonder junior brother said that this mage was a shrewd guy, and he could ask every word about it. He gritted his teeth. Of course not. I have been studying these kinds of products for so long in the country of Sichuan and Wu, and what kind of environment they are suitable for. Now I have successfully mastered the method of artificially breeding them. Well, Xiao Feng slapped his slap happily. Such a Granger is a mage worthy to him. If he leaves Kunwu country, he will not be able to complete the amputated limb regeneration operation, and he will have no existential value. You are welcome to join Granger. Of course you'd better not lie to me. Thank you, Your Majesty. A big rock in Granger's heart finally landed. With Xiao Feng's words, it meant that the Great Qin Congress provided him with asylum. Even if Lai Yan's relatives disagree, the matter between them, or other princes and nobles, are still dissatisfied with their affairs, but they can do nothing. He had heard about the power of the Great Qin Kingdom. He had a few hidden regrets with half-orcs. Not only did he not suffer, but he also beat the half-orcs to their feet. What kind of ability is this? And here, Lizu Kingdom and Kunwu Kingdom were all destroyed by half-orcs, and even Moon Dance Kingdom was beaten up with heavy losses. Okay, let's not talk about it yet. First, tell me what is going on here. What is the strength of Moon Dance Country? How long can they support it? Okay, Your Majesty. In fact, it has been 5 years since the orcs came out of the Alabama forest and invaded the southern border. The Kunwu Kingdom, which was facing the enemy at first, was caught off guard, and only persisted for more than a year before being wiped out. Then there was the Lizu State. Because of the warnings of the Kunwu State and the integration of the defeated army of the Kunwu State, Lizu State lasted a little longer, almost 2 years. However, it was eventually destroyed by the half-orcs. After that, the orcs renovated for a while. When Xiao Feng heard this, he knew that it was the half-orcs who had been attacked by him from the back, and then the whole army marched north, taking advantage of the time he was not in the counterattack. That time, they were pushed back to the city of Runliu. Fortunately, I came back in time to repel them, but this also gave the Moon Dance Country to the south a buffer time. Through this period of time, the Moon Dance Kingdom heightened and strengthened the castle, used the rivers in the country to deploy multiple defense lines, and at the same time rectified the defeated forces of the Kunwu Kingdom and Lizu Kingdom, and also trained more of its own country the troops. It was these preparations that allowed them to resist until today. Did they suffer serious losses? Xiao Feng asked again, and Granger pondered for a moment. It is serious because they have lost a lot of land, but it is not serious because they have maintained a large domestic population. Oh? How did they do it? Hearing what Granger said, Xiao Feng couldn't help but become interested in this Moon Dance Country. In fact, the main reason is that before the half-orcs launched their offensive, they had transferred most of the population of the country to the island. In fact, the land area of the Moon Dance Country on the road is not large, and his land is mainly dependent on there are many islands on the sea. This country, within its borders, is densely covered with islands. It used to be nicknamed the Country of 1,000 Islands. Hearing what Granger said, Xiao Feng couldn't help being more interested in this country of 1,000 islands. Oh? Do you have a map of this country here? Show it to me. There are some, but it's just some simple maps. Granger asked his attendants to take out a simple map of the southern border of the Methodox continent from the back, hung it on the front wall, and then pointed out the location of the Moon Dance Kingdom to Xiao Feng. To tell the truth, in Xiao Feng's eyes, the level of drawing this map is the level of elementary school students. But under Granger's explanation, the general situation can be seen clearly. From the shape of the southern border of the Mesodese continent, it looks very similar to the topography of South Asia on the Earth. And this Moon Dance Kingdom is located at the southernmost tip of the mainland. Judging from the map, the area of their land on the mainland is really small. But not far from the mainland, there are 3 big islands that belong to them. From the map, you can see that these islands are not small in size and have different shapes. Outside of these three big islands, around the big island and the coastline, there are also thousands of large and small islands scattered around, all of which are the territory of the Moondance Kingdom. The Shaping Chor where they are now is one of them, but it is a very barren kind. There are mainly three large islands, one island Delta Island, the other is Anji Island, and the other is Liuan Island. These three large islands are very large in area. They are large enough to accommodate their citizens, so in the Orcs before the invasion, they transferred most of the people in the country to these three islands. Yeah? So where is the last line of defense of Moondance country now? It's here, Wazizu Peninsula. Granger pointed to the southernmost peninsula on the map, extending from the mainland to the sea. When he looked at this peninsula, Xiao Feng thought of the Liza Peninsula in China. The shapes are very similar, narrow and long. The line of defense of the Moondance Kingdom www.mtlnovel.com is at the widest part of the peninsula and the mainland, and the army of the Moondance Kingdom can hold this line of defense. The main thing is that they dug a canal in front of the position according to the topography. This canal completely cut the Waziza Peninsula and the mainland into two sections. At present, the defenders of the Moondance Kingdom and the army of the Orcs are facing each other on both sides of the canal. There has been no war for more than half a month, but I guess this should be the Orcs brewing a fierce attack. Granger gave a briefing on the situation, and Xiao Feng nodded. Not to mention that Shadingzu, the king of the Moondance Kingdom, in addition to being a bit lustful, he did have some talent in commanding. At the very least, he can stand for 2 years under the strong attack of half-orcs, and can transfer all the people to the island, which is considered to be a great contribution to mankind. But the Moondance country is not so good here. Huh? Why do you say that? A few days ago, I heard that Shadingzu, the king of the Moondance Kingdom, suddenly got a strange disease. Now he is vomiting and diarrhea every day, and there is no sign of getting better. Maybe he may belch, and if he dies, the Moondance country will be over. Because his two sons don't accept anyone. They all want to be kings. Hey! When Xiao Feng heard this, he couldn't help sighing. It's about time. He didn't forget to fight for power. It really is a human characteristic. Granger on the other side also shook his head, and then continued to explain to Xiao Feng. His eldest son, Shigiri, wants to force the princess of the Talon Empire. Carbin marries him, and then integrates the Talon Empire and the remnants of the Liza Kingdom. And the second son, Sharja, seems to have the same idea. Although it has not been clarified yet, the contradiction between the two parties is no longer reconcilable. Chapter 888 Subjugated Princess. I have opened a new book. I have a treasure map. I kindly ask book friends who like black technology and double-layer texts to collect, recommend, and leave a message. The ants kowtow. Oh, it sounds like this Princess Carbin, or a third party here. When Xiao Feng heard this, he couldn't help but become interested in this subjugated princess. The opposite Granger nodded. Yes, this woman has great ambitions, but the strength she currently has is really no better than the two princes of the Moondance Kingdom. But she is indeed a very capable person. Woman. Granger described the profile of the Princess Carbin to Xiao Feng. It turned out that after the Talon Empire was destroyed, she took the remaining royal family and hundreds of thousands of citizens, and the soldiers sailed all the way south to her. The mother's home country, Liza country. Her mother used to be the princess of Lizu State, but after she arrived in Lizu State, the news she brought back did not get the attention of Lizu State. There are even many people who are unruly towards her because of her beauty. From that time on, she would only be the navy of the Talon Empire, and she continued southward and entered the territory of the Moondance Kingdom, but this time she did not land. Instead, he directly commanded the soldiers and forcibly occupied Liuan Island, the largest overseas of the Moondance Kingdom, and placed the citizens and soldiers of the Talon Empire on the island. At that time, the army of half-orcs hadn't come over, and Moondance Kingdom didn't pay much attention to these overseas islands. Although the area of Liuan Island is large, There were not many people living on the island at that time, that is, a few small fishing villages and hundreds of fishermen. This Princess Carbin, in the name of the ship stranded, forcibly occupied the island, and also gave the Moondance country a step. Of course, every year, she gave the Moondance nation no gold and silver treasures, and drove the power officials who purchased the Moondance country. The main power of the Moondance nation at that time was still on the mainland, so she didn't take her seriously. Later, Quanwu Kingdom and Lizu Kingdom were defeated by half-orcs and destroyed the country one after another. She sent out a fleet of ships and went ashore to collect the population. In addition, within the territory of Moondance Kingdom, she also constantly fled overseas and arrived on her island. People. In just 1 year, the population she ruled exceeded 1 million, and she took root on this island of Liyuan. After hearing Granger's introduction, Xiao Feng couldn't help but sigh that this Princess Carbin is really a strange woman. Sure enough, his wrists are powerful enough, and he is indeed an incredible figure to earn himself such a family business in troubled times. When Lizu State and Quanwu State were destroyed one after another, Shadingzu of Moondance State began to pay attention to these overseas islands and began to emigrate the domestic people to the islands. Only then did he discover that this Carbin has become a tyrant in Moondance Nation. However, there are half-orcs invaded outside, and there is a chaotic and collapsed social order inside, so he has no intention of managing Carbin. As long as Carbin still obeys his command, just give it up. Xiao Feng nodded. Not to mention that this Shadingzu is lustful, but there is still some ability. But his 2 sons didn't seem to be so arrogant anymore. Before the father died, the 2 were already preparing to fight for the throne. Even the women they dare not to provoke, the 2 of them actually dreamed that they wanted to marry someone into the house and integrate resources. I really don't know what these brothers thought. The current situation is like this. If Shadingzu dies, I am afraid that before the orcs come over, the canal front will collapse. Shigiri and Sharjah will definitely start an internal fight. At that time, the Waziza Peninsula will definitely not be defended. Retreat to the island. You can guarantee safety for a while, but after a long time, who knows if the orcs who integrate human resources will develop a tyrannical navy. Definitely, half-orcs are not fools. Xiao Feng has learned their war wisdom. Maybe they did not make much progress in development and construction, but in terms of war and conquest, these guys are natural military experts. If not, they would not force all humans to be like this. How many people live on these islands in Moondance country? Xiao Feng asked casually. Almost 5 million, right? What? Hearing this data, Xiao Feng was shocked at the time to know that his Great Gin Kingdom has a population of more than 1 million now. And there are more than 5 million people living here. If you add some hidden natives on the island, there should be more than 6 million. Granger gave an affirmative reply at last, and Xiao Feng immediately became calm. Originally, the purpose of his trip was to come here to have a look, and if appropriate, to take a group of people back. As for the war between humans and half-orcs here, he depends on the situation to decide whether to intervene. But now when he thought that there were more than 6 million people living on these islands, he made up his mind. He was settled on this war. There is no need for the Moondance country, but these populations must be preserved. Even for the long-term stability of his Great Gin Kingdom in the future, this Moondance Kingdom really doesn't need to exist anymore. And if you want to get rid of Moondance country, that Princess Carbin, it is necessary to meet her. Granger, please contact Princess Carbin. I want to meet her. Don't worry, Your Majesty. This bag is on me. I'm on Ruan Island and I have some friends. 3 days later, Xiao Feng came to Liyuan Island. In fact, he had already arrived on the outskirts of Liyuan Island 3 days ago, but he was not in a hurry to land on the island. Instead, let victory circle the island. He wanted to see how big the island really is. But the real situation surprised him. The area of this island is definitely larger than the area of the treasure island he knows. If it is really compared, it is estimated to be a little smaller than the Sumatra island on Earth. Moreover, The island has a typical tropical island climate, with dense jungles and a lot of rain. In the past few days they have circled the island. There have been 3 heavy rains on the island and the nearby sea. It seems that if this island is developed, it will not be a problem to feed tens of millions of people. This day he finally got news from Granger, Princess Carbin, and agreed. Xiao Feng simply let Ying Qiu take the victory into the only port on the island, Port Kowloon. This port used to be the seat of a small fishing village. Later, after Princess Carbin arrived with the remnants of the Talon Empire, she landed here on the island. Because the port conditions here are not to mention. The water is deep and surrounded by mountains, blocking the ocean currents and storms from the ocean, so they built this port of Iran here. The navy of the Talon Empire was also stationed here. The Imperial fleet currently has a total of 24 warships, all of which are Thestry warships. Even when compared with the navy of the Moon Dance Kingdom, their strength is not much better. But when the 4,000-ton Victory sailed into Iran port, the harbor was immediately messed up. Standing on the platform outside the palace on the ridge behind the harbor, Princess Carbin, who overlooks the port of Iran, also opened her mouth wide in surprise by this giant ship. This is the navy of the Great Qin Empire? Yes, Your Majesty. This is the battleship Victory on which Our Majesty is riding. Granger, who was standing behind the princess, had an expression of wronging at this time. Indeed, when he saw the Victory parked in the harbor after dawn, he was also stunned. Can the people of Qin build such a big battleship? How did they do it? He thought about this question for several days and didn't understand it. Later, he simply didn't think about it. Anyway, he will be a citizen of the Great Qin Kingdom. At this time, seeing the surprised look on Princess Carbin's face, he was naturally very happy. You must know that 2 days ago, he convinced Princess Carbin, and when he met Xiao Feng, the princess was still very proud. She even believed that she was a liar and cut her head because she had never heard of the Great Qin Empire. If it weren't for his clever tongue, plus he still has a few friends who are important ministers of Princess Carbin, these people helped persuade him. He might not have seen the Victory enter Hong Kong today. And today, Your Majesty's Victory has a face. The blonde and tall Princess Carbin stood on the large platform outside the palace, watching the huge ship in the distance put down a small boat, and soon a group of people landed ashore. Then this group of people www.mentalnovel.com, accompanied by the Imperial City Guard, soon came to his palace. Have seen Your Royal Highness. Have seen Your Majesty. Looking at Xiao Feng, who was wearing a bright armor, Carbin suddenly felt his heart jump wildly. The Lord of the Great Qin Kingdom seemed to be very young. And it looks so handsome. At this time, Xiao Feng took out a letter from his arms and asked him to pass it to Princess Carbin. And this letter is Kayla. Ducati wrote to the princess. Duchess Ducati was also a prominent family in the Talon Empire. She had studied under the same academician as Princess Carbin, and even had some blood relatives from afar. The two are also considered to know each other, but the relationship is not too close. However, before Xiao Feng's departure this time, Kayla still wrote a letter to Carbin. In the letter, on the one hand, he introduced his current situation, and on the other hand, he also introduced the situation of the Great Qin state. And Princess Carbin, after reading this letter, she really relaxed a lot. Because the master of the Great Qin Kingdom, but Kayla's husband, he and himself are relatives. And she has repeatedly confirmed that the letter must be Kayla's handwritten letter. The letterhead is sealed with wax seal, and there is Ducati's badge on it. This must not be faked. So Kayla absolutely did not deceive her. The death god of Running City, and his Great Qin Empire, are both real. Thinking of the far north, there is still a human empire, and Princess Carbin, for some reason, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Well, Your Majesty, why are you looking for me this time? Alliance. I hope we can form an alliance to block the army of half-orcs north of the Grand Canal. Chapter 889. One Arrow Double Eagle. I have opened a new book. I have a treasure map. I kindly ask book friends who like black technology and double air texts to collect, recommend, and leave a message. And Scout Xiao Feng looked at the woman opposite. She was tall and graceful, Her face was tough and resolute, and she looked like a typical Western beauty. But after learning about the princess experience from Granger, he firmly believed that this woman was not simple. Even if she read Kayla's letter, she understood her origin. The woman on the opposite side was also constantly calculating at this time what the real purpose of the man on the other side was. And then Princess Carbin pondered for a while, and finally asked her most concerned question. Sure enough, this woman has no small ambitions. What do you want? Xiao Feng asked with a smile. The face of Princess Carbin on the opposite side was slightly unhappy. Xiao Feng asked too directly, which made her feel very disrespectful. If Xiao Feng had spoken to him like this when the Talon Empire was still in the past, he would have been dragged out and hanged. Xiao Feng also noticed Princess Carbin's displeasure, but he didn't take her seriously. This woman is very ambitious and has a tough wrist, but if she wants to get things done, she can't do without our own support. His Royal Highness, if we want to cooperate successfully, I think we'd better be open and honest. The situation here is very delicate. Once the current king of the Moon Dance Kingdom, Shadingzu, is dead, do you think his two sons can hold on to the present territory? Xiao Feng's question is very acute, and this is what Princess Carbin is most worried about. With Shadingzu, she can hide on Liyuan Island and train soldiers to accumulate strength. But once Shadingzu died, this ingenious balance would definitely be broken. She couldn't be more clear about the virtues of Shadingzu's two sons. One is greedy and lustful, and the other is brave and intrepid. No matter who they are, these two are not suitable for inheriting the position of King of Moon Dance Kingdom. Not only can we not guard the territory, maybe there will be a civil war between us quickly. Carbin has seen through those two wine pouches. The reality is so cruel. Once Shadingzu is dead, then Shiguri and Shaja will definitely fight for the throne immediately, and may even join hands to deal with themselves first. And with her current strength, she definitely couldn't stop the two brothers from jointly attacking. So, if you agree to my terms, then I will help you to restore the country of Tilon. With a sound of wow, Princess Carbin stood up abruptly. Xiao Feng's words pointed to her heart. Recovering the homeland and rebuilding the kingdom. But she has long cherished wish for a long time, but she has never said these words to others, and now the king of the Great Qin Empire actually promised to help him restore the empire. How can Princess Carbin bear it? Are you serious? Why should I lie to you? Then how are you going to help me? Then I will tell you the truth. I want to regain my homeland now. I'm afraid it's not realistic. But I can help you swallow Moondan's country, which is across the sea from the mainland. Half-orcs will not build ships for a while. Come, so you can cultivate your voice and accumulate strength here. As for the future, it depends on the timing. Xiao Feng's remarks were very simple, but it was precisely this kind of expression without bragging that moved Princess Carbin at once. Because she is also a very realistic person, she also knows that it is very unrealistic to regain her homeland in the current situation. In fact, her idea was to look for opportunities and swallow Moondance country, but it was a pity that she had not had that strength before. But now with the help of the king of the Great Qin Kingdom, this seems not impossible. So what do you want? People. I think there are about 4 or 5 million people living on this island, and the living conditions are not very good. Once there is a military disaster here, many people will not be able to live, so I hope to take them away and resettle them. My country. Besides, for you, if there are too many citizens of Moondan's country, it will be a destabilizing factor. What do you think? Although Xiao Feng was talking with a smile, his smile looked terrible to Carbin. As a princess who has learned the way of king and dominion, she certainly knows the importance of population to a country. If Xiao Feng moves all the population of Moondance country, then what is the use of her swallowing Moondance country? But Xiao Feng's words are right. Once a military disaster occurs, how many of these people will survive? Moreover, the number of citizens of the Moondance country is so large that it is indeed an unstable factor for him. If she was not on the front line against the orcs, and if she was given a longer time, she would be able to digest the population slowly. But the problem is that she doesn't have time. and the current environment does not allow her to make any mistakes. Well, 3 million for you. No, 4 million. Xiao Feng said with a smile. With Carbon's ability and the production capacity of the population on the big islands where they are located, it would be enough to feed 2 million people. No matter how many people are left to her, they will end up starving to death. But if these people are transported back to the stable rear of the Penivera Peninsula, it will cause the strength of his great Qin kingdom to explode exponentially. Okay, just 4 million. Carbon thought for a while. There were many women, children, old and weak on the island. These people were a drag in the war years, and they would die if they stayed on the island. It's no problem to give all these people to Xiao Feng, so the transaction between the two parties was concluded. 3 days later, Shadingzu, the old king of the Moon Dance Kingdom, took his last breath in the camp on the front line of the canal. However, his two sons kept secret. Instead they gave Carbon, who was hiding on Liyuan Island, an order. The front line was tight, so Carbon immediately led 30,000 horses to the canal front line to support. If it were in the past, Carbon would definitely not agree, but this time she ordered her soldiers and horses together and boarded the warship and went straight to the front of the canal. After sailing for 2 days and 2 nights, they finally reached the Grand Canal of Wazizu Peninsula. But the sky was full of gunpowder smoke. The orcs have chosen to cross the river at this time. The canal defense line is a canal that Shadingzu commanded soldiers to excavate in Wazizu Peninsula, the narrowest place connected with the mainland. The entire canal is 15 kilometers long and 3 kilometers wide. Soldiers from the Moondance Kingdom are guarding on the south bank of the canal. The half-orcs had tried several times before forcibly crossing, but they were all unsuccessful. So the two sides have been confronting each other along the river. The camp of the Moondance Kingdom is located on the south bank of the canal. Standing on the bow of the Victory, holding the binoculars Xiao Feng assigned to her, Princess Carbon was observing the battlefield in front. The expression on his face is overcast and sunny. Your Majesty, you'd better ensure the success of this plan. If not, the Wazizu Peninsula will not be able to be defended. We humans will lose the last fulcrum on the mainland. If the orcs occupy here, catch the craftsmen who live in the peninsula shipyard can force them to build big ships to attack our island. It turned out that this battle was naturally caused by Xiao Feng. On the day when Shadingzu, the king of the Moondance Kingdom, died, he chose to disclose the news to the orcs through some special channels. He even deliberately asked Carbon's men to throw a few boats over to the orcs. And the orcs did not live up to his expectations, and very cleverly adopted the leapfrog tactic. It turned out that there are dozens of islands, large and small, in the sea on both sides of the canal, close to the mainland. As for the people of Moondance country, the most closely guarded place was originally the Grand Canal, and the half-orcs with the boat chose to send an elite team to bypass the canal defense line and take the sea route to attack the islands, and then use the leapfrog tactics from the island to jump onto the Wazizu Peninsula and bypass the canal line of defense. This is the battle on the shore. Looking at the situation in the telescope, the half-orcs had the absolute upper hand at this time, and the camp of the Moondance Kingdom was in chaos. Obviously, the orcs suddenly appeared behind the big camp, completely beyond everyone's expectations. Originally, the fighting power was not as good as the half-orcs, and at this time, it was even more hurriedly beaten by the half-orcs. On one side were the elite half-orcs killed from behind the camp, and on the other side, the half-orcs also began to release simple wooden rafts from the front of the defense line and began to forcefully cross the river. At this time, the defense line of Moondance Kingdom is completely messed up. Mentalnovel.com. The warships in the canal defense line. Some people want to land to support the camp, and some people want to use boats to stop those half-orcs wooden sign. As a result, there was confusion in his thoughts, and he immediately made a mess. The big camp behind, under the fierce attack of the elite half-orcs team, had begun to show signs of collapse, and some people had even begun to flee. Seeing such a situation, Princess Carbon really didn't know if it was the right choice to follow Xiao Feng's plan. Looking at Xiao Feng next to him, This guy didn't seem to be in a hurry. Don't worry, wait for the half-orcs to help you get rid of the two sons of the Sha family, and we are intervening with them. You don't need to carry infamy, which can reduce your resistance to conquer people. After we sweep over the orcs, it will also help you build up an image of bravery. Believe me, this strategy of two birds with one stone can't be wrong. Carbon still felt a guilty conscience as he watched the men next to him talk freely. You seem very confident. Xiao Feng put down his binoculars, turned his head and glanced at her. If I don't have such confidence, how can I create a huge empire with my bare hands? Carbon was not talking, so he could only hide his embarrassment by raising the telescope. She didn't understand Xiao Feng's strength, but he was right. Without that strength, he would never be able to master an empire with his bare hands. Chigiri appeared. Carbon screamed, with a hint of excitement in his voice, and after waiting for a long time he finally saw the Lord. And the elite team of half-orcs obviously also found the target of their trip. And the elephant warrior who led the team even screamed and rushed towards the target with a whistling. Chapter 890 Killing Machine. I have opened a new book. I have a treasure map. I kindly ask book friends who like black technology and double-layer texts to collect, recommend, and leave a message. Ants Kowtow. Xiao Feng has fought with half-orcs countless times, and he has a deep understanding of these half-orcs. These guys may not have made any achievements in construction, but on the battlefield, they are natural soldiers. Maybe their brains are not very bright at ordinary times, but they have this unique and extraordinary war wisdom in the war. This can be clearly felt from the half-orc generals who have fought with him. Every time he fights with those guys, every time a frontal battle encounters an unfavorable situation, the half-orc commander can always come up with some ways to deal with it. Therefore, Xiao Feng had long anticipated that they would choose the combat method of the elite coming over and attacking. And the performance of the orcs on the battlefield was exactly the same as he had guessed. Sure enough, elite fighters were dispatched. There were 3 elephant warriors in front of them, followed by lion warriors, tiger elites, and a few python archers at the end. Such half-orcs formed an elite assault team, which is simply rampant in the human camp, and people resist killing. And the soldiers of the Moon Dance Kingdom, although they have fought the orcs for many years, they still have no rules in the way they deal with the orcs. When they rushed, they swarmed, and they didn't even know how to maintain the formation, let alone form a large square formation like the infantry of the Great Qin Empire. And their way of dealing with half-orcs is undoubtedly the most stupid one. It is clear that their size, strength, and fighting skills are not dominant, but they still choose to head-to-head. Those who take the lead are undoubtedly brave, but even in bravery, in front of the elephant warriors, they will end up hitting rocks with pebbles. The human soldier who took the lead was probably a warrior-level warrior. He was 2 meters tall, but in front of an elephant warrior who was more than 5 meters tall, he looked like a child. Without a chance to get close, he was split in half, and the team of soldiers who rushed up with these warriors were quickly killed by the lion warrior and the tiger head warrior who rushed up from behind the elephant man. The elephant warrior is like an invincible heavy tank on the battlefield. It takes the lead in front, and there is no semi-combined general in front of him. The lion warriors and tiger head warriors who guarded him are also people blocking and killing people. Just a dozen elite teams are rushing from left to right on the battlefield, looking at each other. Soon he rushed to a place only 30 meters away from the Chigiri. When Chigiri saw that the momentum was not good, he immediately greeted the guards around him and turned around and was about to flee. But how quickly did he pass? The bound arrow in the hands of the python longbowman flashed a white light, and the guy was nailed to the ground. Seeing this scene, Carbon standing at the bow of the ship couldn't help but sigh, and the most difficult Chigiri actually died like this. Look, isn't that over there? Sharjah? Xiao Feng reminded him again that Carbon quickly turned the telescope and looked at the other side of the camp. I saw a guy wearing bright silver armor, riding a horse, rushing towards the west gate of the camp under the guard of a team of attendants. But when I arrived at the door, I heard a bang from the door, and then the door collapsed, and all the people waiting were smashed under the door by the door. The elephant man rushing over from behind the gate stepped on the wooden gate. Far away, when Carbon saw such a scene, he felt his bones hurt. This scene was terrifying. Those who were under the door must have been trampled on by two elephant men into mud. Yes, it should be Sharjah. Well, since they have already died, it should be our debut. Yinquo, the warship speeds up. Xiao Feng ignored Carbon's reaction and greeted Yinquo behind him. Speed up, speed up. The shouts from the ship were endless, and Carbon felt his body shook suddenly, and then he felt the battleship under his feet jump out ahead of him like a wild horse. To be honest, she hasn't figured it out very much. The boat has no sails and no oars. But how does it drive? The Victory rushed in the direction of the entrance of the canal, and the sailing ships of Toulon lined up in a line behind and followed all the way. The canal was actually widened based on the original river, so the river is 3 kilometers wide, and in order to prevent half-orcs from crossing the river, the depth is more than 10 meters deep. In this era, this is definitely a big project, and because of this, Xiao Feng dared to drive the Victory directly into the canal. Of course, there is another reason, because his boat is equipped with a combination of diesel engine and propeller power. If it is pure sail power, he would not dare to let people drive the boat into the canal. The appearance of the Victory at the mouth of the canal quickly attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield. A battleship full of nearly 7,000 tons is definitely a well-deserved giant in this era. At this time, many half-orcs had passed through the canal and boarded the opposite bank on the raft, but there were more rafts, just halfway through, just in the center of the canal. And this giant ship, sailing into the heart of the river, directly knocked over the wooden platoons and broke them. The wooden platoons carried werewolves and light infantry such as kobolds. But these light infantry are also wearing armor. These armored soldiers fell into the river, and there was only one end, and that was drowning. Even if they were good at water, the hippo and crocodile men who are already good at water are like toys in front of this huge ship. Even though they are huge on the land, they rarely meet rivals. But in the water, in front of the 7,000-ton giant ship, they are just little dolls. The collision angle in front of the giant ship can separate their heads with a light touch, and even if they dodge the collision angle in front, the propellers behind cannot escape. Xiao Feng did not purchase the copper propellers. To deal with these guys, it would be like chopping melons and vegetables. Of course, Xiao Feng was also distressed about the propellers, for fear that these guys would damage the propellers, so he quickly ordered the helmsman to avoid these amphibious fighters as much as possible. Of course, the archers on the deck can also take care of these guys. The orc warriors who are crossing the river have no resistance to the archers on the ship. In a moment, hundreds of people were shot dead and wounded. In such a river, once shot and wounded, it is no different from being shot to death. Open the launch hole, prepare, aim, release. The firing holes on the upper, middle and lower decks of the battleship were all opened, and one ballista was pushed down on the gun position, fixed, and loaded. Then, in the whistle of the gunners ordered the string and placed the incendiary bombs. Then the gunner aimed, and finally fired the shells amidst the slogans. One by one kerosene bomb pierced the night sky, carrying a perfect parabola, and smashed into the camp of the orcs. On the front line of the canal on this side of the mainland, rows of orc warriors lined up in a neat phalanx, preparing to board the wooden row and cross the river to fight. These people have become the best living targets for kerosene bombs, and kerosene bombs roaring into their camp. The explosions of boom 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 are endless, and the most terrifying thing is not the explosion, but the spattering sparks after the flaming oil bomb exploded. Those viscous liquids carry flames, and once they fly to the body, no matter how you tap them, they will not go out. Many half-orcs jumped into the water in a panic, trying to extinguish the flames on their bodies, but the flames were extinguished, but they couldn't get on the shore. The heavy armor on their bodies became their shackles, leading them to the bottom of the canal. Others who were smarter saw such a scene and lay down on the ground, and then let people bury themselves in soil. But the flames were finally extinguished, but the formation was completely messed up. What's more, the huge ship is still throwing kerosene bombs over. So the Orcs' battle formation by the land canal finally collapsed, because everyone saw it. Standing here is waiting for death. I didn't know which leader was the one, and started to run backwards. So more and more people followed and retreated to the inland areas. Standing at the bow of the ship, Carbon looked completely stunned. She couldn't think of the warship at her feet. McLenovel.com actually having such a powerful force. This is simply a perfect killing machine, invincible on the water. He didn't fight melee with the Orcs at all, so he rushed the wolves that the Orcs had beaten. Although she had known that the battleship at her feet was so powerful, she had never expected it to be so powerful. The might of this battleship had completely surpassed her imagination. The horrible power of the Victory not only frightened Carbon, but even the Talon Empire fleet that followed the Victory was also frightened by the power of the Victory. The navy of the Talon Empire was well versed in the level of combat power of the navy in this era. In the past, their ships had a certain advantage against the upper half Orcs, but they were far less powerful than the Victory. This Victory hit the half Orcs, just like an adult hanging and beating a child, and their role along the way was just to follow the Victory to play support and pick up people's heads. This kind of feeling is not too cool. The water is full of hippo warriors and crocodile men who were rushed by the Victory. In the past, they were the most troublesome when confronting such amphibious Orc warriors. Because these guys are very fierce, they often hide in the bottom of the water, then suddenly rush up and attack, and they often even climb onto the boat. But now these guys were either killed by the Victory or stunned, or they were struggling desperately in the water to avoid the Victory. This gave them plenty of time to operate the giant crossbow on the ship and shoot these guys one by one with precision. Having fought with half-orcs for more than 10 years, these naval forces of the Talon Empire have never been so relaxed. Soon Victory had already crossed the canal, and then on the other side of the canal, it made a U-turn and began to turn the bow. Chapter 891. Is this too simple? I have opened a new book. I have a treasure map. I kindly ask book friends who like black technology and double layer texts to collect, recommend, and leave a message. And Kowtow. Princess Carbon, standing at the bow of the ship, was completely shocked by the efficiency of the Victory's slaughter. She can go all the way south, escape to the territory of Moondance, and occupy Liyuan Island, relying on the navy of Talon. She knew the fighting power of the navy of Talon very well. As far as she knew, the navy of the Moondance Kingdom could compete with the navy under her. But now it seems that the navy that she has always been proud of is completely scum in front of the Victory of the Great Kin State. The Victory swept along the river from the other side of the canal, just like sweeping a hole in a plowing court. The army of half-orcs that looked invincible before, is not even a toy in front of this giant ship. It was just a little bit without resistance. Several desperate hippos even rushed to the front of the giant ship, smashing the meteor hammer in their hands. It is a pity that apart from leaving a white spot on the giant ship's body, their weapons never left any traces. Then the hippo men and crocodile men, who are usually rampant and armed like iron cans, are like butter that has been cut by a knife, being crushed and squashed by the huge ship. It sank to the bottom of the river before even whaling. What's more terrifying is the ballistas fired from several decks of the giant ship. The kerosene shells fired by these blisters pierced the night sky and smashed into the camp of the Orcs. Wherever the kerosene bomb went, it would immediately turn into a sea of flames, and the half-orcs waiting to cross the river on the bank were the ghosts crying and howling wolves burned by the fierce blow. With this huge ship taking the lead, the navy of Talon following behind, felt for the first time that fighting with half-orcs could be so easy. Even this completely turned into a one-sided massacre. They could slaughter the half-orcs on the shore and in the water without any damage. The battle progressed here. It can be said that everything is going very smoothly, and the situation is developing in the direction they expected. The half-orcs north of the canal set out their positions, and at this time they had completely messed up their positions. The kerosene bombs fired by the Victory made it a mess. The half-orc soldiers, who were completely messed up, ran all over the mountains, and the starting position had collapsed. Not to mention the half-orcs in the river, The wooden sign they were riding on was knocked over by the huge ship, and they didn't even use the archers to shoot them to death. The heavy equipment on them can make them sink in the canal. The only trouble is the orc soldiers who have rushed to the south bank of the canal. At this time they also noticed the fleet that appeared behind them, and found that the starting position had been cut off by the fleet. The fire oil bombs launched on the Victory can also attack them indiscriminately. When these half-orcs found that their back road was broken, they had no reinforcements, and there was a giant ship behind after they continued to fire oil bombs at them. These half-orcs were also crazy, and they rushed to the human camp in front of them madly, because they all understand that the faster they rush forward, the faster they can get out of the range of the Burlist who on that huge ship. The most important thing is that as long as they take the lead in destroying the human camp in front, then the human soldiers on the fleet will not land again, because they no longer have the strategic significance of landing, and no goal worth saving. Carbin on the Victory also discovered the tendency of these half-orcs to go mad. At this time in the camp of the Moon Dancer, the elite commando team led by the Elephant Man is still on a rampage, slashing and killing. When the tens of thousands of violent half-orcs rushed up outside the camp, Carbin felt his heart cold. Seeing this, it seems that this big camp can't be held anymore. Although Shiguri and Shaju are dead, if this camp is destroyed by orcs, then the human side will lose the last support point on the Wazizu Peninsula. Then Wazizu Island, but there is no more danger to defend, that is, its strategic significance. The thought of this made Carbin anxious. Your Majesty, what about your second plan? She thought of Xiao Feng telling her before she set off that he would arrange a second attack plan after the canal was blocked. But what exactly was the attack plan at the time, he didn't tell himself. Now the big camp of the Moon Dance Kingdom was in danger and was facing collapse at any time. She looked at Xiao Feng and waited for him to take action. Xiao Feng looked at Carbin and smiled. Well, it's also time. Then he got off the boat, boarded a small boat, and swiftly headed to the shore under the stunned eyes of Carbin. The small boat plunged into the darkness in the distance, and returned after a while, but Xiao Feng on the boat was gone. Just when she just wanted to ask those soldiers where Xiao Feng had gone. Suddenly, there was a huge roar on the shore, and then a huge black figure soared into the sky, whizzing towards the sky above the camp of the people of Yu. There were a lot of flaming oil bombs fired by the Victory on the shore, smashing on the ground, and blazing fires from the lit bushes. There is no lack of lighting conditions on the battlefield, so Carbin can see the dark shadows flying across the sky clearly. She also couldn't tell what it was, but the black body and the iron pipe protruding from the front made the dragonfly-like monster look particularly hideous. As soon as the monster flew above the big camp, a long chain of fire was ejected from the iron pipe in front. The Golden Eagle men who were raging and dropping bombs in the sky above the human camp even fell from the air amidst a wailing. Carbin saw clearly that there were two unlucky ones. One was broken into two stages by the chain of fire, and the other was even worse. It was shot directly by the volley, and the hit was disintegrated in the air. What kind of guy is that? Carbin felt like a layer of goosebumps all over his body, and by her side, groups of soldiers from the Great Qin Kingdom were already cheering. Your Majesty. Wan Sheng, Wan Sheng, Wan Sheng, Allah. Obviously the monster flying in the air was controlled by the king of the Great Qin Kingdom. This reminded her of some rumors. Someone seemed to have said that the king of the Great Qin Kingdom was originally a mage. Those golden eagles who were originally the most annoying, but helpless, were shot down one by the black shadow in the air. In just such a short period of time, Carbin saw that at least more than 20 were shot down. Seeing the golden eagles falling from the sky screaming, Carbin couldn't help but his eyes began to blur. These demons were the nightmare of the soldiers of the Talon Empire in the decisive battle in front of the Talon Empire 8 years ago. The heavy armored cavalry of the royal court only started to charge, but the commander was caught in the air by these golden eagle men and threw it down to death. Then the huge stones that these golden eagles dropped from the air even smashed the cavalry of the Talon Empire. The last 30,000 elites, even in front of the royal city, were all jade pieces, and did not cause any harm to the orcs at all. Until now, the scene of the fierce battle, still dreaming back at midnight from time to time, would appear in her dreams. And these golden eagles, in her dreams, are the kind of unrivaled existence. But now these golden eagle men, in front of the king of the great Kin kingdom, are completely a group of chickens and dogs, let him slaughter wantonly, and there is no ability to resist at all. Soon the golden eagles disappeared, and the sky above the Moon Dance Country camp became the world of that monster. He first whizzed and flew to a team that was slashing and killing in the middle of the camp, and the Elephant Commando hovered over it. Then a series of rockets sprang out from under the monster's wings. Suddenly, under the foot of the invincible half-orc commando team that the team had just attacked was aflame. Explosions, screams, and smoke and dust from the explosion. The human soldiers besieging the orc commando were all standing on the spot. Before they could react, the monster had already flew to the other side. When they came back to their senses, they looked forward again. The half-orcs who had just slashed in front of them had disappeared, leaving only a large hole on the ground. There are also stumps and broken arms everywhere, and it is certain that those stumps and broken arms belong to those half-orcs. Because of the sturdy arms and thighs, it looks like the Elephant Man and the Lion Man. www.mentalnovel.com. So quickly, these half-orc commandos were slaughtered. Everyone feels that their brains are not enough, and Princess Carbin on the deck of Victory in the distance is even more blank. Killed all those half-orcs in that simple way? Is this too simple? At this time, the aerial monster had hovered the other way, killing the head of the orc commando in Shahjabar. As before, it was another series of rocket attacks. After the explosion, there was a big pit on the ground, and nothing was left besides the remains of the orcs. The morale of the human soldiers who had been on the verge of collapse was even stronger at this time. Although Shahja and Shigari are dead, there are other generals. Everyone knew the consequences if Waziza could not be held. So after someone first greeted them, these soldiers immediately rushed to the wall. The more than 10,000 orcs who had just crossed the river had already begun to attack the wall. The wall of this camp is made of wood, using towering trees tens of meters high. The wall of the village is almost 10 meters high, and sandbags are filled behind the wooden wall. At the highest point of the wall, a 5-meter wide city wall was formed. At this time, there were still many defenders standing on the wall, shooting arrows frantically at the orcs rushing forward, because they all knew that if these half-orcs rushed into the camp, they would all be dead. But although these people are very tenacious in combat, the offensive of the orcs is crazy, and there is no unified command. The defenders on the wall can only fight individually, and the group of defenders rushing to support at this time also boosted the morale of the soldiers who were in danger. Chapter 892 Tiger into the flock. Xiao Feng extinguished the 2 orc commandos that bloomed in the center of the camp. After extinguishing the 2 groups of people, the army's mind in the human camp became much more stable. Although both Shahjabar and Shigari were dead, the soldiers did not immediately collapse. The experience of fighting against half-orcs many times told them that if they ran away at this time, they would only die faster. What's more, this Waziza Peninsula is so big, where can they go? And once they got out of the city wall and entered the wild, they couldn't escape the chasing mode of half-orcs at all. And in the wild, once they get into a field battle with the orcs, without the support of the city wall, they have only a dead end. Therefore, more people, at this time, under the call of the officer, took up their weapons, rushed directly to the wall, and began to fight the orcs that hit the city wall. The half-orcs that rushed ashore were also very fierce offensive. According to the plan, they first wanted to establish a landing field on the south bank of the canal. After waiting for the follow-up reinforcements to land ashore, they used this landing site as a starting base to attack the human camp. But because of the emergence of the Victory, the canal bank has become a sea of flames, and it is not a safe place within 2 kilometers. The orc commander who landed also found that the back path was broken, and the reinforcements must have been unable to keep up. Taking into account the supplies they carried with them when they set off, if they continue to wait on the shore, as long as the reinforcements cannot break through the blockade, there will be no food to eat. Once the food is cut off, the appetite of their half-orcs will not last a few days. Therefore, the commander bit his teeth, and the soldiers would start to charge hard. In this human camp, they have also reconnaissance, and there are probably 100,000 human soldiers stationed there. These human soldiers are different from the human soldiers at the beginning of the war. The human soldiers were defeated by them at the beginning of the war. Coupled with successive failures, the morale of the human army is low. As long as they charge, the human race will disperse. But now this situation won't happen again, because humans have been forced to the last step, and humans at this time are the last and most ferocious trapped beasts. Behind them is the vast ocean, and on the island behind them are their family members. They have no retreat. Human soldiers who dare to work hard are still very terrifying. So half-orcs have always been afraid of the humans in this camp before. But at this time, they can't take care of it anymore. Even if they pay more casualties, they will have to take this camp. Soon, the two sides collided on the city wall. The orcs are tall and strong, and occupy an absolute advantage on the battlefield of the Cold Weapon era. But the human soldiers were also forced to retreat, and they greeted them with the same fearlessness. One was chopped off, and the second rushed forward. After several consecutive rushes, these half-orcs also lost their positions, and soon someone was thrown down and then hacked to death by human soldiers. At this time, the Black Shark piloted by Xiao Feng just adjusted its course and returned to the top of the city wall. Seeing these human soldiers who had never retreated half a step back, they couldn't help but feel admiration. These soldiers are much better than the group of human soldiers he first met. Although their tactics are stupid, at least they are not afraid of death. As soon as he pressed the joystick, the Black Shark rushed down with howling. But only halfway down, his heart slammed, and suddenly pulled the joystick. The Black Shark rushed into the sky as soon as he raised his head. It happened to pass by the stone bullets and the giant arrows whizzing from behind. Xiao Feng circled the battlefield for a while, only then saw that it was in a bush a little farther in front of the wall. There are dozens of python longbowmen, and brown bear grenadiers, who are the guy in their hands, aiming and shooting at him. At this time, the Black Shark had already left the scope of their attack. Those longbowmen and grenadiers could only yell at the sky while looking at the ground. Xiao Feng turned the nose fiercely, then set the orc's launch position into the launching sight, and pressed the launch button fiercely. The 36-round rocket nest was shot out in an instant, and the sniper position of the half-orcs was smashed on the spot. Xiao Feng fished the boat heading, turned around and rushed towards the wall. At this time, the orcs had already set up a ladder in front of the wall, and kobolds and werewolves were constantly climbing up the ladder. There are teams of pigheads and tauren behind, lined up in the army, ready to charge. Xiao Feng drove the Black Shark and whizzed past these half-orcs, launching bullets and rockets into the half-orcs camp without interruption. The dozen or so ladders on the city wall were interrupted on the spot, and hundreds of orcs screamed and fell to the ground from the air. The half-orc heavy-armored infantry standing behind the ladder has become a living target. When a rocket nest is emptied, hundreds of heavy-armored infantry can be killed. Xiao Feng swept back and forth in front of the city wall twice, and soon the orcs in front of the wall were swept away by him. The morale of the defenders on the city wall was boosted, and people kept waving their weapons and cheering at the Black Shark. The Black Shark had shot out all the ammunition, and Xiao Feng directly drove the Black Shark to a distant hill to stop. After putting away the Black Shark, he released the T-90, and then drove the T-90, rushing all the way from the top of the mountain. Princess Carbine on the victory in the distance, now with her mouth widened and looking at the battlefield. In previous letters to her, Kayla once described Xiao Feng's bravery and a series of miracles he created. But she didn't believe it very much, because she felt that although the mages did have some strength, They were not so powerful that they could stand alone against half-orcs. But now she believed it. Xiao Feng, the great mage, was different from any mage she had ever seen before. It can even be said that it is much fiercer than those mages. One person operating that magical machine ruled the sky on the battlefield and brought huge damage to the orcs. The big camp that helped Moondance Nation quickly stabilized its position and interrupted the ferocious offensive momentum of the orcs. But what made her puzzled was that the momentum was just right. But why did Xiao Feng's helicopter suddenly disappear? Until she saw the helicopter disappeared behind the small mountain bag, suddenly rushed down a steel monster. The half-beasts in front of the city wall were already very depressed, and they were only one step away from the collapse. But the sudden disappearance of Xiao Feng and the helicopter caused their morale to rise again quickly. Under the command of the orc officer, they regrouped. Although the ladder was blown off, for the half-orcs who are good at climbing, the wooden wall with wooden thorns everywhere is simply their playground. Countless apes were tied with ropes, and they began to climb up the wall quickly, then tied the ropes to the wood on the wall, and then threw the ropes down, allowing more orcs to climb up. The heavy armored infantry also rushed to the door of the Zaman, and began to crash into the Zaman frantically. The battlefield situation that had just stabilized was immediately plunged into a crisis. But at this moment, from the right side of the battlefield, a steel monster suddenly rushed down. After rushing to a place about 800 meters away from the battlefield, the black monster stopped. Carbon on the Victory is full of question marks in his mind at this time. What is this? She tightly held the telescope in her hand, and through the telescope she saw that it was a strange iron box. On the top of the iron box is an inverted round basin, and a long iron pipe protrudes from the front of the round basin. At this time the round basin was rotating, and the iron pipe was constantly adjusting its direction up and down. Suddenly a flame of more than 1 meter long spouted from the front of the iron pipe, and under the city wall afterwards. There was a huge explosion sound at the camp of the orc heavy armored infantry who was violently hitting the city gate. The fire was everywhere, and the 20 orcs that could be seen in the camera just now, as well as their driving cars, all disappeared in an instant. As if the consequences of being bombarded by the legendary Sky Thunder were exactly the same, those half-orcs were all killed. Even after a while, Carbon still saw a few pig-headed arms and torn thighs falling from midair through the telescope. She couldn't help but shudder. What is that iron box? Can it launch the magic weapon of the Sky Thunder? And the sailors of the Great Qin Kingdom around her, at this time, looked like they were accustomed to. Even when the iron box didn't fire a shot, they would burst into cheers. It seems that they have long been accustomed to such situations. Xiao Feng operated www.metalnovel.com and kept aiming, but unfortunately he didn't bring Friday and other drivers over this time, so he could only operate the tank by himself. So he drove the tank very close to the battlefield, stopped, then got into the turret and started firing. Fortunately, there is an autoloader next to him, so he only needs to aim and launch. With more than 20 shots fired in one breath, the front position of the orcs finally couldn't be stretched. These half-orcs have only heard of the name and legend of the Death God in Running City, but many of them have not had a hard time with the Death God in Running City. But today they finally had the opportunity to taste the treatment their compatriots in the north had been treated. Coupled with the legendary legend that they had heard before, the front line of the orcs finally collapsed. The uninterrupted Sky Thunder bombing is simply torture for them. Although they also found the tank in the distance, when they thought that the ferocious Sky Thunder was drawn by this iron box, none of them dared to rush towards this side. After another group of heavy armored infantry was destroyed by the T-90 Heavy Artillery Regiment, it was finally unknown who led the way, and these half-orcs began to collapse. Seeing such a situation, Xiao Feniu drilled from the turret and returned to the front cockpit. With a kick of the accelerator, T-90 roared towards the orcs. It's like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. No matter where he rushes, the orcs just disappear in a rush. No one dares to turn around and make the slightest resistance. Seeing this situation, Princess Carbon on the victory only felt a moment of dryness in her mouth. She turned and rushed to the messenger behind her and shouted, "Tell our people, get ready to land." Chapter 893 Return in the early morning, the battlefield that had been fighting for the night finally calmed down, and the flames on the battlefield had gradually been extinguished. There are still many wailing sounds on the battlefield, but soon there will be human soldiers walking by and killing the half-orcs who are not dead and clean. Carbon, who hadn't slept all night, didn't feel tired, and even had a very, very good spirit. At this time, she had come from the victory to the camp of the people of Moon Dance. The old king Shadings had just died, and the two princes Shiguri and Shaju also fell last night. There were not many choices left to the people of the Moon Dance country, and a few of the more deadly nobles of the Moon Dance country soon had their heads hung on the flagpole outside. The rest of the people also understood the purpose of Carbon's trip, and behind her, there was the unpredictable state of Gin who supported her. Soon the nobles of the Moon Dance nation expressed their interest in the princess of the Lun Empire surrendered. In fact, the remaining upper-class nobles of the Moon Dance kingdom knew that the war had been fought. If they want to continue to fight against the orcs, they must choose a leader. But the line of the old king had already lost his blood, and he wanted to choose an heir from the other relatives who were related to the king. It seemed the time was too late, and those relatives of the Sha family seemed to have no outstanding talents. In case if a mediocrity is selected, then at such a critical juncture, let the idiot lead everyone. Wouldn't everyone be finished? And your Sha family's relatives are not few, but currently there is no one who is outstanding and can convince the crowd. If you choose this one, you will definitely be dissatisfied with the other one. If you really choose one, it might lead to a civil war. Even if the civil war does not break out, it will definitely fall into a long-term internal friction, and the current Moon Dance country can't afford it at all. Instead of that, it's better to elect the princess of the Talon Empire as the top. What's more, the female princess of the Talon Empire, and the hero of the Great Qin Kingdom, last night turned the mansion in full swing. Without them, everyone would not have the chance to sit here until today. What the Lord of the Great Qin Kingdom meant was that everyone supported Carbon's supremacy. And the nobles of the Moon Dance Nation, after thinking about it again and again, felt that this proposal was not bad. It seems that Princess Carbon is indeed a very suitable choice. First of all, she is a nobleman with noble blood, and the Talon Empire from which she was born was a first-class hero on the road of Methodos. Secondly, this is Princess Carbon, but he fought with the orcs all the way, although the Talon Empire was destroyed. However, people can take tens of thousands of soldiers all the way to the Moon Dance country in the south by boat, and take the opportunity to grab an island, which shows their ability. It's better than the less clever nephews of the Sha family. So the morning meeting lasted less than an hour, and Princess Carbon was elected by the only remaining nobles and generals of Moon Dance country as the new king of Moon Dance country. And she did not disappoint. After completing the king's enthronement ceremony hastily, she immediately issued a series of orders. First, send someone to count the number of people, renovate the camp, and count the losses. At the same time, the cavalry in Dazhai was sent out to chase the orcs hiding in the surrounding bushes, and at the same time, they were sent out to the battlefield. The canal waterway was cut off by the victory and the Talon Empire's navy, and the half-orcs on the opposite bank had been completely defeated by the victory. So there is no need to worry that they will cross the river and land, and those half-orcs who landed yesterday before the big camp, after being broken by Xiao Feng, he escaped everywhere in the mountains and plains. Although part of it was surrendered by the soldiers who landed later, Carbon estimated that there were still thousands of people hiding in the wilderness around the camp. After the remnants of the orcs are cleared, they will retake the islands where the orcs leapfrogged under the cover of the Talon Empire and the victory. In fact, there are not many orcs on the island, because they don't have many boats. The follow-up battle lasted for another 2 or 3 days. With the help of Xiao Feng and the victory, Carbon completely controlled the Moon Dance nation and stabilized the frontline battlefield. The orcs on the other side of the canal, because of the existence of the victory and Xiao Feng, retreated 30 kilometers all the way back, which gave them a huge buffer zone. When she saw that the king of the Great Qin Kingdom had such great power in the hearts of the orcs, Princess Carbin couldn't help but look at Xiao Feng even more. On this day, after helping Carbin control the last offshore island on the left side of the canal, blocking the possibility of another leapfrog attack by the orcs in the future, Xiao Feng finally bid farewell to Princess Carbin. And Carbin's attitude towards Xiao Feng's imminent departure was also a bit vague. In fact, her attitude towards Xiao Feng and Da Qin was very contradictory, especially after seeing Xiao Feng's abilities and the combat power of victory. Such a huge ship of the half-orcs, plus Xiao Feng, a magical mage with powerful mana. If they take root here, it is estimated that in 1 or 2 years, her Princess Carbin will become a polished commander. After all, in such troubled times, people naturally like to rely on stronger ethnic groups as their backers. Therefore, for Carbin, who has always wanted to restore his past, Xiao Feng's existence is a threat. So when he heard Xiao Feng was leaving, Carbin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, please rest assured, I will definitely fulfill our promise. Well, after a while, I will send a boat to pick up people. Xiao Feng also nodded. He was not afraid that Carbin would regret it. He has seen those islands, and the current development can't keep up with them. And there is no specific anti-malaria medicine. With the technological level of human beings in this era, if you want to develop such a tropical island, you will surely suffer heavy casualties. And if those islands cannot be developed, with the production capacity of these people, Carbin will not be able to feed those people. So in the end she will definitely give up those people, and once these people are transported to the Penivera Peninsula, it will be different. The Great Qin Kingdom can definitely be said to be the safest place in the alien world at present. If the population of 2 million is pulled down on that peninsula, you can immediately get the sound of cultivation. With these people, Xiao Feng can build more ports and more cities. Princess Carbin kept her promise very much. When Xiao Feng left the next day, she actually sent a fleet to go back with Xiao Feng and the others. When Xiao Feng saw it, he knew Princess Carbin's intentions. This fleet was composed of the navy of the original Moondance Kingdom, with more than 200 large and small ships. At this time, the boat was full of food and all kinds of people. Xiao Feng estimated that these people must be diehards who were unwilling to surrender to Carbin. He asked people to count them. There were 20,000 of these people. With so many people, he didn't plan to travel back along the coastline. The speed of walking like this was really too slow. Although it straddles the ocean between the 2 continents, he doesn't know how wide the ocean is, but he still wants to try it. There is no sextant to help identify the direction and identify the location. He intends to use the most primitive method to locate it manually. He parasitized some seabirds with a king bee, and then let these seabirds find their way in the air. In the form of relay, the 5 seabirds are connected in the air to locate, and when they are tired, they retreat to rest, and new seabirds replenished them. Seabirds have special positioning systems in their heads. This is the main reason why they can always return to land even though they often fly around in the sea. With these seabirds, they were constantly relaying their positioning in the air. Originally, it took more than 20 days to walk along the coastline. This time they crossed the ocean in only 1 week. And with the positioning of these seabirds, they also avoided several major storms smoothly on the road. Of course, Xiao Feng's victory also played a vital role. These moon dancers are the first people on the Methodox continent to eat the sea by the sea, so their shipbuilding skills are fairly good. The ship is very sturdy, and under the power of the sail, the speed is also acceptable. But it is still difficult to catch up with Xiao Feng's victory. Xiao Feng simply asked people to connect the boats in a line, using a chain link www.mentalnovel.com to drag the victory in front, because they came back with a smooth wind, coupled with the drag of victory. Coupled with the fact that the captain of the Moondance Kingdom is pretty good at maneuvering the ship, they can finish such a long journey in 1 week. However, several ships sank due to various accidents in the middle, and more than 1,000 people died in the end. The rest of the people followed Xiao Feng to the Twin Towers city smoothly. Era, Baluides and the ministers were very happy about Xiao Feng's return. After all, this time was different from the past. Xiao Feng went to the south by sea. Everyone knows the unpredictable weather at sea, so seeing him come back, everyone naturally fell to the ground with a big rock in their hearts. And the other happiest person was naturally Franmal. This time his brother Granger took the Queen of Quinwu and followed Xiao Feng all the way back to Great Qin. After hundreds of years, the two brothers finally met again. But they were both overjoyed. The first thing Xiao Feng explained after he returned was to ask Friday and Carl to immediately summon hundreds of soldiers who had previously been disabled by the war. Then let Grangel perform surgery on them. He wants to see if this Grangel really can perform regenerative surgery of the severed limb as he said. And this Granger didn't really disappoint Xiao Feng. This guy actually brought a special boat, and the boat was full of various surgical consumables prepared by him. He was using these consumables, and with the cooperation of his younger brother Flammel, he completed hundreds of severed limb regeneration surgeries. With Xiao Feng's anti-inflammatory drugs, the success rate of these operations is as high as 100%. Chapter 894 China Speed. I have opened a new book. I have a treasure map. I kindly ask book friends who like black technology and double-layer texts to collect, recommend, and leave a message. The ants kowtow. When Xiao Feng woke up, it was 3 shots in the sun. This time I went there for more than a month, but it really exhausted him. Looking at Jesse beside him and the son in the other crib, he couldn't help but think of his 2 sons in another world. After returning from Methodox, he stayed with Kayla and Baluides in Twin Towers City for a while. Of course, it is mainly to play with the 2 sons for a while, because of the uncertainty of time conversion between the alien world and the modern world he lives in. When he came back this time, his 2 sons were already over 2 years old, and he missed the birth of the child, which made him very regretful. Accompanying the children to rest for a period of time, handled the official affairs of the Qing dynasty, and handed over the country to the cabinet to run the country. After the death of Kayla and Baluides, he crossed back. This time I left for more than a month, and Jess missed him too hard. However, she always thought that Xiao Feng was handling official affairs in Colombia. Looking at his wife and children who hadn't seen him for more than a month, Xiao Feng felt guilty. Naturally, he enjoyed the family happiness with Jesse that day. After a while, the son woke up first, so he took his son out of the room and played on the large terrace on the 3rd floor for a long time. It took a while to realize that Jesse had actually appeared at the door of the terrace. Breakfast is ready. Come and eat. It turned out that not long before Xiao Feng went out, she was already awake and went downstairs to make breakfast. Put the son aside in the cradle and let the servant breastfeed him. Xiao Feng ate and chatted with Jesse. How is the development of Southern Cross Bank? Ha, very good. Now our branches have covered all major cities in Copper Country, and there are 15 branches in Copper Country. Xiao Feng nodded when he heard that. The Copper Country is not large in area, and there are not many big cities except for the capital Santiago. It's pretty good to be able to open 15 branches here. In addition, we have opened branches in Peru, Colombia, Bolivia, and even Sudan. Recently, I am planning to enter the Argentine market. Ha ha, good job. But don't worry, you have to eat bites at a time. Xiao Feng laughed. He knew Jess's ability, but he didn't expect this woman to be so agile and open the branch to Argentina so quickly. However, Argentina is not that easy to mix. The local strength there is very stubborn. Once Argentina is settled, the next step is to enter Brazil. Well, don't worry, I know what to do. Southern Cross Bank is very popular among the Chinese community. Before that, there were many Chinese from Argentina who came to our bank in Copper Country to open an account. So I wondered, start with those Chinese. Well, yes, and don't ignore the local forces. I have a list here. When you open a local branch, you can pay attention to these people. If appropriate, we will choose to work with them in the future to open a celebrity chef in Argentina. Make fast food. Xiao Feng took out a list that Li Xingkai had previously prepared for him. These people are some of his clients in Argentina. Some are local businessmen, some are local politicians, and some are local snakes. More or less they have a lot of resources in that country, and these people have more or less laundered money through Li Xingkai. In Xiao Feng's view, if celebrity chefs want to enter Argentina, of course they cannot do without the support of these local snakes. Apart from other things in Argentina, the price of 8 yuan a catty of beef has already made him salivate. The World Meat Bank was the place he coveted for a long time. This time the entry of the Southern Cross was just a test. When he next comes, it will be the time to really start the march. Don't worry, I know what to do. With the gold you provided, and the gold in Sunan, we have hard currency that can facilitate financing. Recently, the bank has very sufficient funds and must let the money circulate. Jessie is more proficient in finance than Xiao Feng. In her opinion, only by allowing money to circulate can the value of money be maximized. After dinner with Jessie, Xiao Feng went to the dock and went to the north of the dock first. There is now a refinery being built there. Recently, Liu Jin has brought in a steady stream of heavy oil from Venezuela. Most of them were taken away by Copper National Petroleum, and they used heavy oil in exchange for a lot of refined gasoline and diesel oil from Copper National Petroleum. At present, most of them are stored in oil storage tanks near the refinery, and it is these oils that support the construction of Ithaca City. As the construction teams from China moved in one after another, the construction of Ithaca has also entered the fast lane, and the whole city can be said to be the same every day. The work enthusiasm of many locals has also been mobilized. After all, this is their new home. After visiting the refinery and learning about the construction of Ithaca with Bella, Xiao Feng went straight to the Karapag Islands by boat. After 2 hours of speeding, his yacht appeared near Lis Island. At present, the entire Karapag Islands, especially the main island of Mua Island in the middle, has also become a large construction site. President Qin of Huayang Petroleum is very helpful. In just over a month, he has recruited more than 10,000 construction workers on the Karapag Islands. There are more than a dozen large and small construction teams alone. After these people took over the construction of Mua Island, the construction of Mua Island suddenly accelerated. Before that, they were also construction teams invited from China, but compared with the construction teams with the initials of the country, they were the grassroots team. When the construction teams with the prefix of these national characters came, the situation immediately changed. The planning drawings were handed over, and then people started construction immediately, and the construction machinery was transported all the way from the sea as if it were free of money. Then there are construction materials. Cement, steel bars, these things they used to purchase from domestic. But after the construction team hired by Mr. Qin helped take over, they didn't need to use these materials at all. The excess domestic production capacity has been surprisingly released here. Cement, steel reinforcement and various construction machinery are transported in a ship like no money is needed. Many people might think that what Huago did was a loss of money, but this time, it really wasn't. Because Chen Yonglu and the others were in the north of Karapag, they rented a few islands for President Qin and his Huayang Petroleum to build an oil storage warehouse. Construction on those islands is now in full swing. Once those warehouses are completed, China's oil imports from Venezuela will be guaranteed. In Qin's words, with this transfer station, the price of the Venezuelan oil they shipped back to the country was at least $5 lower per barrel. This is a profit. After all, the domestic demand for oil can be described as almost unlimited. Especially in recent years, the country has been upgrading energy security. More coal is banned, and more fuel is needed to fill the holes. This is also the main reason why the country vigorously promotes electric vehicles. After visiting the construction of the main island and learning about the progress of the project with Chen Yonglu, Xiao Feng returned to his Ligia Island. After all, there are cloning experts he pays most attention to here. When he arrived on the island, he was taken aback, Behind the island, a research institute has been completed. This has only been over a month, and the construction of a laboratory so quickly made Xiao Feng feel too siffy. Even the cloning medicine experts Helmer and Wesley were taken aback by the speed of these Chinese engineering teams. On the contrary, Xiao Feng was not too surprised by the speed of such construction. After all, China's speed is world famous these years. The foreman of the construction team on the island proudly introduced to Xiao Feng that they adopted a modular construction method. Because the laboratories requested by Helmer are not high-rise buildings, the rooms in these laboratories are prefabricated with reinforced concrete in China, which have been built long ago. It can be assembled directly by ship to the island, and then it is connected to water and electricity, and waits for the renovation project. Therefore, the entire project took less than a month, and their medical laboratory had already been set up, and the construction of the agricultural research institutes of Antar and Yunzhuo on Nantai Island has basically been completed. But because the island was a deserted island before, road construction was required, which was much slower. Xiao Feng visited the research institute www.mtlnovel.com and then took Helmer and Wesley over. He took out the jellyfish, coral, and laurel that he had brought from the wizard in the alien world Grangel, and gave it to Helmer and the others. Then he told them the distance of Granger's severed limb regeneration. Helmer and Wesley were quite thick, and they seemed to have started suddenly, and they were exclaiming again and again, "Wow, this method is really amazing." No, it should be these new materials, it's amazing. Regeneration of a severed limb was not a difficult operation for the era of Helmer and Wesley. The way they dealt with in those days was to put the wounded in a culture tank and then soak the wound with nutrient solution. Using 3D printing technology, with stem cells as raw materials, to print severed limbs, muscles, blood vessels, and even nerves. In their time, the use of stem cells has already been in full swing. But these years, if you want to use a lot of stem cells on the Earth, you have to face cost issues and ethical issues. And this Granger's method provided two cloning experts with a very good idea. After the two listened, they waited for a few materials and went into the laboratory to study the characteristics of these materials. Xiao Feng smiled and found Antar and Yunduo. "This is the cow and horse I brought back, and the seeds of the pasture over there." In the past, Xiao Feng had always wanted to introduce majestic cows and horses from other worlds into the modern world. Needless to say, cattle from other worlds are huge, produce more meat, mature quickly, and have better disease resistance. There is also alfalfa from another world. If introduced, it will definitely set off a revolution in modern animal husbandry. Chapter 895 Pan American Agricultural Development Corporation. I have opened a new book. I have a treasure map. I kindly ask book friends who like black technology and double-layer texts to collect, recommend, and leave a message. Ants kowtow. And seeing that Xiao Feng took out these forage seeds and Wajui, animal husbandry experts Antal and Yunduo were very happy. This is the seed of Yunduo number 5. In order to cultivate this kind of new forage, I had to traverse several galaxies and searched hundreds of planets before cultivating this super forage. Yunduo looked at the seeds of the pasture and said happily, "It turns out that this kind of pasture is not the kind of alfalfa on the Earth that Xiao Feng understands, but the pasture carefully cultivated after clouds have traveled over a dozen planets." It turned out that when Yunduo was working on the front line of animal husbandry in the early years, he discovered that alfalfa is indeed very suitable for high nutrient feed. But cattle and sheep cannot always take alfalfa as their staple food, because it is rich in dates. If you eat too much, cattle and sheep will have flatulence in their stomachs, and many of them will directly swell to death. Moreover, although alfalfa is rich in crude protein, it is difficult for cattle and sheep to absorb too much. Therefore, it can only be mixed with some other feeds to feed cattle and sheep, which greatly increases the cost of feeding. There is also a bit of cattle and sheep who eat too much alfalfa, other grasses, and beans, and they will fart a lot. But don't underestimate the fart of this animal. Australia is because of over-raising cattle and sheep in the past, so that there are too many cattle and too many cattle farts. In the end, the fart of the cows actually smoked a hole in the sky above their heads and the ozone layer. Australia has become a place with a high incidence of skin cancer. Since then, Australians have also begun to pay attention to controlling the number of cattle and sheep grazing. It is precisely because all kinds of feed have certain defects that Yunduo has traveled across more than a dozen planets, using various special plants to hybridize, and cultivated this Yunduo No. 5 pasture. Compared with ordinary alfalfa, this forage has countless advantages. First of all, in terms of nutritional value, the protein content is extremely high, not only for cattle and sheep, but also for other farmed poultry and livestock, and even for humans. In addition, this kind of cloud pasture is also very easy to raise. It does not pick water and soil, and it can be used on dry land or paddy field. Anyway, it has strong vitality and is extremely resistant to disease. The cost of planting is very low, and this forage is not only rich in plant protein, but also rich in dietary fiber and vitamins, from A to K, all of which are rich in machinery. Listening to Yunduo's introduction, Xiao Feng was shocked. Then, can this crop be used as the vitamin extract of their healthcare product factory? Wouldn't it be possible to greatly reduce the cost of their healthcare products factory? Of course can. Yunduo gave an affirmative answer decisively, and Xiao Feng was very happy when he heard it. This has found another way to make money. He used this kind of forage as a simple fodder before, but now it seems that Yunduo No. 5 has a great effect. Then you have to keep the seeds, and don't let others steal them easily. Xiao Feng suddenly remembered the importance of this forage seed. How can DuPont, Syngenta, Bayer and Monsanto dominate the agricultural sector these days? Isn't it the good crop seeds they cultivated? But these people also have tricks. As long as you don't buy their seeds for a year, in the next year, the seeds you smashed from their crops will degrade, and the yield per mu and the resistance to diseases and insect pests will be greatly degraded. So farmers have to spend money to buy seeds from them every year. Taking into account the extremely high economic value of this crop, Xiao Feng naturally would not let this kind of child spread out in vain. After all, this will only make the world's major animal husbandry countries cheaper, such as the United States, Australia, and even South American countries. And among these countries, South America, other countries such as the United States, Australia, and Canada, seem to be very few against China. Especially in Australia and Canada, there has been an anti-China vanguard momentum in recent years. Every year, he would do a lot of nasty things, filling our country with disgust. Xiao Feng naturally didn't want to make them cheap, and here, Yunduo smiled and charged Xiao Feng with an okay gesture. Don't worry, boss. No one can take advantage of us. As long as I make some genetic editing for these pastures, others can't steal it even if they want to steal it, even if it is stolen. Hey, they will only taste serious consequences. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. That's right. This Yunduo No. 5 pasture, I think it is very good. You should do a good job in agriculture. Yunduo nodded with a smile, and then Xiao Feng turned his attention to Anta's side. This frozen cowie can be used, right? This time, the nui that Xiao Feng brought back from another world was actually what Antal ordered him to do. Like the pastures of clouds, this bison growing in another world is actually a new breed of beef cattle that Antar has traveled to more than a dozen galaxies, looking for all kinds of beef cattle and creatures, and bred after crossbreeding. This Antal No. 3 beef cattle has a docile temperament and a large amount of meat. The most important thing is that the meat is delicious. It has always been the main ingredient in the fast food restaurant made by the famous chef Xiao Feng. But considering that the company is now getting bigger, there are a lot of eyes staring at him. He doesn't dare to use outsider beef too blatantly. Now it is also starting to purchase some beef externally, which is mixed into the restaurant's supply. But this will only increase costs in the long run. There used to be no breeding bases, but now there are islands in the Karapag area, enough for Xiao Feng to engage in island breeding. It's also time to bring the cattle from the outside world to raise, but it can't be done blatantly. After all, the bulls in other worlds are twice as big as their cousins on Earth. If such a behemoth is created, it will definitely attract unnecessary attention. So Xiao Feng wondered, let Antar step by step and get some good breeds of cattle out, and this task is a piece of cake for Antar. You can rest assured, boss, with the cooperation of Yunjuo No. 5 pasture. In a few years, the good breed cattle can be freely listed. When the time comes, you definitely don't have to worry about the meat yield. At least it is now in Antar. It's 1.5 times that of beef cattle, and the quality is nothing to say. Okay, very good. With you, my agricultural company will soon be on the right track. Several major grain merchants in the world can make a lot of money every year just by buying seed pesticides, and Xiao Feng will naturally not let them be more beautiful than before. So recently, he has registered a Pan-American Agricultural Development Company in the Ithacan area. When these new varieties are successively listed, his Pan-American Agricultural Development Company can take the stage. By the way, those horses will be handed over to you. You have to train me a batch of excellent horses as soon as possible. I am useful, Xiao Feng said to Antar, and Antar nodded confidently. Don't worry, boss. This horse is also a breed I carefully bred. It turned out that when he was in another world, Xiao Feng had a very good impression of the war horses in the other world. Almost all of those tall horses can be used as heavy cavalry vehicles. Moreover, he had been dealing with war horses from other worlds for a long time, and Xiao Feng discovered that these war horses were not only tall, but also fast and had good endurance. It's simply a collection of many excellent war horses. On the Earth, such excellent war horses are very rare. The Mongolian horse has good endurance, but its short stature is not suitable for heavy cavalry. Arabian horses are tall and handsome, powerful and fast, but they have no endurance. The Don horse can be regarded as a military horse with relatively good overall quality, with good speed and endurance. But if it is used as a heavy cavalry horse, its load-bearing capacity is not enough. But the kind of warhorse found in another world is just a collection of the advantages of hitting the warhorse. The horse is tall and handsome, with strong load-bearing ability, explosive power, and particularly good endurance. The most important thing is that this kind of warhorse is also very easy to feed. I don't want Arabian horses to be so squeamish. They can run far away with a little bit of food, and they are not picky about food. Cold resistant, heat resistant, and highly adaptable to the environment. After understanding the advantages of these horses, Xiao Feng almost fainted. Isn't this horse too perfect? But at that time, his career had just started, and there was no suitable talent under his hand, so he didn't dare to easily get the horse breed over. But now his business has a solid foundation, coupled with the basics of the Karapag Islands, and experts like clones who don't have to worry about leaks. Now Xiao Feng can confidently bring the horse breed over. In the current world, although war horses have long since retired from the military sequence, those world powers still have a large number of horses. The United States is the world's #1 horse-raising country, and the horses they raise are mainly used to participate in various races. There are more than 10 million horses in the United States alone, and more than 5 million people have participated in the horse industry in various capacities. The horse industry alone provides GDP to the US government in excess of $50 billion each year, and directly provides millions of jobs. Australia is the world's #1 horse racing country. There are more than 300 racecourses in the country alone. Every year, there are more than 500 races of various horse races. On average, there will be one race every day. In Europe, the United Kingdom and France are also not to mention www.untlenovel.com. The history of horse racing in the UK has more than 300 years, and horse racing is now the second largest sport in the UK after football. There are 270 racecourses in France alone, second only to Australia. They are the world's second largest horse racing country. As for our neighbors, Japan and South Korea, who are engaged in horse-related industries, their output value is also amazing. The Footpot has always been the most sold lottery ticket for horse racing, and the horse race gamblers of the Footpot are well known all over the world. For example, in the economic downturn in 2006, the betting volume of the foot horse fans was as high as $31 billion, twice that of the United States. The Southern Dynasty is also a later developing country in the horse racing industry. After the ban was imposed in 1981, the horse racing industry in the Southern Dynasty is booming. Now every horse racing lottery is bought and flying, which is not much worse than that of neighboring countries. How could Xiao Feng miss such a big piece of cake? So he was ready to enter this market long ago. And with the horse breeds brought back from the outside world, I believe that Antar will soon be able to breed a batch of invincible fast horses, and then it will be time for him to reap wildly. Chapter 896 Medical Technology. I have opened a new book. I have a treasure map. I kindly ask book friends who like black technology and double-layer texts to collect, recommend, and leave a message. Ants kowtow. Those alien war horses, just picking one up, are enough to kill the champion horse of this world in seconds. Of course, these war horses can't be brought over blatantly, because like those cows, these horses are too big. It is too conspicuous to make it directly, so it must be handed over to Antar to train some weakened versions. After all, it must follow the evolutionary rules of gradual order. Of course, even a weakened version of the horse is enough to kill the champion horses in this world in seconds. When these horses become famous, there must be countless people who will come to the door and ask for breeding. Wouldn't it be beautiful to earn hundreds of thousands of dollars in one breeding? This is really not an exaggeration. World champion Mar Galileo costs $500,000 for a breeding. For a batch of love horses of the Middle Eastern tycoons, the cost of one breeding at Dubéville is openly asking for £300,000. Therefore, raising horses is an extremely profitable way. The most important thing is that by raising horses, you can get in touch with many bigwigs in Europe and the United States. The real rich people like to do horse breeding, which is even more popular than golf. Therefore, raising horses can provide him with a direct channel to the upper ranks of Europe and America. This is what Xiao Feng values most. He didn't go to Europe and the United States very much before. He controlled the European and American markets through Pierre and Helen. But now he is going to enter the United States, especially after some time. He may have to buy Vogelin, which requires contacts in the United States. That's why he asked Antar to breed horses first for emergencies. After talking to Antar and the others, Xiao Feng returned to Lijiadao. This trip to the South Pacific is coming to an end, after which he will return to China to rest for a while. Before returning home, he had to ask Helmer and Wesley to find something here. Back at Lijiadao, he went straight to the laboratory on the island. In Helmer's laboratory, he saw that this guy was debugging a machine with the help of mechanical cloning expert Charles. The size of this machine is quite large, as big as a small room. Seeing Xiao Feng walking in, Helmer stood up and said hello to Xiao Feng. "Boss, you are here. Well, what are you studying?" Xiao Feng was very interested in this big guy, and Helmer reached for his forehead. "Boss, this is the self-service perspective machine you asked me to develop before." "I'm going, it's so big. Didn't you say that you can make very small ones?" Xiao Feng looked at the container-size guy in front of him and was very surprised. Helmer sighed. "I think this task is too simple." It turned out that after Xiao Feng left last time, Helmer used the computer to check the world's technological situation. This investigation shocked him. The current level of science and technology on this planet is equivalent to the prehistoric level of his time. It can be said that it is not a star and a half lower than his time. It is simply impossible to develop the kind of human body perspective scanning equipment he envisioned with the current level of technology in this world. So he thought about it, and with the help of mechanical expert Charles, he designed this self-service scanner. Although it is a bit larger, The effect is really good. As long as the program is set up, a full body scan can be performed after the person enters. If you suspect that there is a disease in a certain place, you can also specifically perform a perspective on a certain place. There will be 3D three-dimensional patterns. Helmer explained to Xiao Feng while letting Charles stand inside as a model. The operation panel outside, let alone say, a 3D pattern of Charles' internal organs was created in a short while. Xiao Feng was also dumbfounded when he saw this technique. Although this gadget is large in size, this technology can be more powerful than the fluoroscopy equipment used in all hospitals in the world. What CT, X-ray, MRI? How can this be so powerful? And those devices are only used for different diseases, and CT also has radiation. But this kind of equipment, according to Helmer, does not have to worry about radiation at all, just use it with confidence. Although the volume of this device is a bit larger, the effect is much better than that of CT, MRI and other devices, because the light film taken by CT and MRI, even a doctor must be very experienced to be able to read it, and also pay attention to some inconspicuous places. If one is not careful, there will be misjudgments and misjudgments. With this machine, there is no need to worry about wrong judgments or misjudgments, because this machine can produce 3D color printing patterns. As long as a doctor looks at these 3D images, he can immediately diagnose the disease in the patient's body, because the image is too clear. This thing can definitely bring a technical to the modern medical world. How much does this thing cost? Isn't this exactly what Xiao Feng wants? The network doctor diagnosis platform that he discussed with Wang Gongcai most needed this kind of self-service diagnosis equipment. Well, this cost is more expensive, because it uses a lot of equipment specially developed by Charles and I. If you build one, the cost is estimated in the Earth currency, which is probably more than $1 million. But if it is produced in large quantities, then the cost will definitely come down. If 10,000 units are produced a year, then the cost can be controlled to about $500,000. Okay. That's it. You go to the company's legal department and apply for patents for these technologies as soon as possible. In addition, our equipment must be equipped with anti-imitation modules. Don't worry, boss. We will install a black box on the equipment. Even if the patented technology is disclosed, others will not be able to imitate it. Helmer said confidently, and Xiao Feng nodded. With this equipment, he and Wang Gongcai's plan can be accelerated. After reading this equipment, Helmer led Xiao Feng to see some other inspection equipment. For example, some blood tests and urine test equipment. These things are actually on the market. These newly developed by Helmer, the detection speed is faster and the accuracy is higher. This made Xiao Feng very satisfied, and ordered Helmer to apply for a patent for these devices. Coming out of Helmer's office, Xiao Feng went to Wesley's room again. This guy is an orthopedic master, and he is responsible for the research on the limb regeneration technique he obtained from Granger in the outside world. Those polyps, jellyfish, and laurels were all cultivated on Earth by him. When Xiao Feng entered his laboratory, he happened to see that he had just prepared a large gang of seawater, and then put a few jellyfish in it. I configured this environment according to the information you brought. I believe these jellyfish can survive here. When Wesley saw Xiao Feng entering the office, he smiled and said to him. Xiao Feng nodded. By the way, how come that laurel tree looks like a cactus? Granger cut strips of plant flesh from the stems of these plants, imitating human muscle tissue and attaching them to the bone sticks polished by corals, and then used the jellyfish's tentacles as nerves to link them to the human body. Not to mention, the meat of this plant is really very similar to human muscle tissue, and the survival rate is very high. Granger called this plant laurel, and in their culture, laurel is an immortal plant. In Xiao Feng's view, this plant is more like a mixture of aloe and cactus. Well, this is indeed a miraculous plant. Their tissue fluid is 99.9% similar to human tissue fluid, and the cell tissue is also 99% similar to human muscle tissue. The only difference is that they don't have a nucleus, so they won't reject the human body. After hearing Wesley's introduction, Xiao Feng's eyes were even brighter. You say that, isn't this a great cosmetic material? Now his 9th laboratory is the chief lever in the field of medical aesthetics. Recently, he has faintly become the Asian brother. According to a report by Ha Tai-jun, who is in charge of the Department of Medical Beauty, many artists from the southern dynasties began to contact their hospitals for medical and aesthetic operations. What does this mean? The reputation of their Sunshine Burn Hospital has reached the southern kingdom. McLenovel.com and even some southern Koreans have realized that their Sunshine Burn Hospital's technical level in medical and aesthetics is better than that of the southern dynasty. His counterparts are also great. And all of this, the new medical beauty materials developed by the 9th laboratory have naturally made great contributions. For example, in the past, people used hyaluronic acid for medical beauty operations, face pads, and forehead pads. However, if hyaluronic acid is used too much, not only the face will be stiff, but long-term use can also cause kidney failure. After the 9th lab developed a variety of new materials to cushion the face, this made the 9th lab's reputation and received more attention. Because they use the new material to cushion the face, it is safer and has fewer side effects. But after all, the face of the pad is always pad, and it needs to be repaired several times and maintained regularly. And now with this kind of plants that can grow almost the same as human muscles, then it means that a new era in the medical aesthetics industry has really come. Coupled with the kind of coral polyps that can be cultivated similar to human bones, this means that it is possible to permanently change a person's face in the future. No longer have to worry about catastrophic incidents such as a nasal bone burrowing out or a face collapsed. Even with the tentacles of jellyfish, people can directly control facial muscles after plastic surgery. In this way, the little fresh meat and the little flowers no longer have to worry about the stiff face of the injection, and can no longer make expressions in front of the camera. Xiao Feng said his thoughts to Wesley again, and Wesley patted his chest and said to him that this matter was covered by him. Give him 3 months of events, and he will be able to deal with this new material and new medical procedures. After forming the standard process, he will hand over the materials and technology to Xiao Feng to take back for promotion. Chapter 897 Sunshine Hospital is about to change its name. I have opened a new book. I have a treasure map. I kindly ask book friends who like black technology and double-layer texts to collect, recommend, and leave a message. The ants kowtow. Well, great, but this time I'm looking for you, not for this. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. Wesley immediately reached out and patted his forehead. Oh, I remembered, this is what you want. Wesley took out 2 tubes of potion and pushed down Xiao Feng's front. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded to him. Very well, you can show me it. Wesley nodded, then got up and went to his office, picked up the phone. Xiao Li, coming. Soon a vague-looking young man with glasses entered Wesley's office. This young man was someone He Xiaojun brought from China some time ago. It is a researcher carefully selected by the 9th laboratory, named Li Xiao, because his temperament is relatively simple, but the person is not stupid. He was selected as his assistant by Wesley. President Xiao, are you there? Mr. Y, what can you do with me? When Li Xiao came in and saw Xiao Feng, he was also taken aback. He still knew Xiao Feng. The boss of the celebrity chef group often appears in the 9th lab. Although it is not stated clearly, many people in the 9th lab know that Xiao Feng is actually the real boss behind the 9th lab. However, this guy was rather dull and didn't like the flattering set, so when he saw Xiao Feng, he just greeted him lightly. Xiao Feng also smiled and nodded. He really didn't like the set of others kneeling and licking, and he had seen this set a lot, and he was not uncommon. Come on, come here. How short-sighted are you? Wesley asked Li Xiao with a smile, and Li Xiao was taken aback. He didn't expect Wesley to ask this. My eyes are Chibaidu. Li Xiao's glasses are very thick, similar to the bottom of a wine bottle. Xiao Feng was also taken aback when he heard it. Hey, it's really not low. Well, I used to have bad study habits, and I always liked reading on my stomach, so my myopia is getting worse. Li Xiao scratched his head and said, it costs a lot of money to go with a pair of glasses, right? Yes. Now if you want to match a pair of good glasses, how can you spend 700 to 800? Choose a better frame, even more than 1,000. I usually change a pair a year. Li Xiao replied that he works in the 9th laboratory with a salary of more than 20,000 yuan a month. With various bonuses and subsidies, it is not a problem to get 5 or 600,000 a year. So let alone bring 1 or 2,000 glasses, it is not a big deal to bring 1 or 2,000. Well, Chi Baidu, wait a while. Wesley took out one of the potions and walked to the console on the other side of the office. Then, without knowing what potion he took out, he blended it again. It took only 10 minutes, and then took the tube of eye drops and came to Li Xiao. Here, try it in your eyes. Li Xiao took the eye drops suspiciously, and Wesley laughed. Don't worry, the liquid glasses I developed at this time are not the same as those of Bausch & Lomb. It is more comfortable to carry comparable Bausch & Lomb. The ingredients in it, as long as it is a kind of potion, will be in front of you according to the degree of myopia. A liquid film is formed, which is equivalent to forming a pair of glasses. After hearing Wesley's explanation, Li Xiao's eyes lit up. Is it so magical? Don't you know if you try it quickly? Li Xiao didn't even think about it, so he took off his glasses and dripped in. He is highly myopic and has been wearing glasses for more than 10 years. At the beginning, he didn't feel much, but when he waited for college, and later entered social work, he found that wearing glasses was too inconvenient. First of all, wearing glasses is easy to affect the appearance. The thick bottom lens is hung on the face, and the bridge of the nose is often pressed out. And it's easy to breathe on the lens in winter, and I often have to wipe it. Wearing glasses in summer is very inconvenient to exercise. Playing ball and running are very inconvenient. When looking for a job, wearing glasses is more likely to encounter industry restrictions, not to mention when looking for a target. Not wearing glasses will naturally add points. He also tried to take Bausch & Lomb, but his myopia is too high. Bausch & Lomb can't take it. Now that Wesley says he invented a kind of magical liquid glasses, he is naturally the happiest. And after the drop of the potion entered his eyes, he immediately felt a difference. The potion seemed to be alive. It actually walked around in the eyelids, completely covering the front half of the entire eyeball. Then he opened his eyes, and immediately he was shocked. In the past, if he didn't wear glasses, his eyes were basically white, and he could see things within 50 centimeters of him as far away as possible. Beyond this distance, many things are simply invisible. And now, he can see clearly the contents of the paintings on the outer wall 10 meters away. At this time, Wesley even walked to the eye chart on the wall, asked him to come to him, and gave him a vision test. He dropped the eye drops on his right eye, and his vision was directly restored to 1.5, while the other one that didn't drop it was still a nearsighted eye of Chi Baidu. This is amazing, right? Li Xiao looked at the eye drops in his hand and felt like he was going crazy. Boss, how do you sell this item? When will it be mass-produced? Haha. It's estimated that it will take a few months. It depends on Mr. Xiao's arrangements when he goes back. At present, this is only a trial version in your hand. Wesley replied with a smile. Li Xiao immediately turned to look at Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng waved his hand helplessly at him. Don't look at me for this. If you need it, you can ask Mr. Y. I don't have any stocks in my hand. Wesley laughed, then waved at Li Xiao. You go out first. Don't worry, this tube is used up. Come to me again. I will help you with the tube. When Li Xiao went out, this guy introduced Xiao Feng again. This kind of eye drops has very mature technology and is widely used in our time. It can be used even if there is no myopia, and it has an effect on eye health. Of course, people with different myopia levels need to be equipped with different concentrations, eye drops, and astigmatism, hyperopia, etc. also need to be equipped with different eye drops. Xiao Feng nodded after hearing this. Take this eye drops back. It is definitely a new generation killer of Sunshine Burns Hospital. China is a big country with myopia. More than 600 million people in the country have myopia. The rate of myopia among young people in urban areas is more than 80%. With this eye drops, the Sunshine Burn Hospital can definitely become the leading eye hospital in China. It seems that the name of the Sunshine Burns Hospital will be changed in the future. By the way, how long is this potion effective? Haha, the effective time for one installation is about 4 hours. After 4 hours, the effect of the medicine disappears automatically and you need to instill it again. If you use a small bottle of 10 milliliters frequently, you can use it in about a week. Well, yes, how much does that cost? Hey, for mass production, the cost of a small bottle of 10 milliliters is less than 50 cents. Haha, not bad. Xiao Feng couldn't help but punched this guy, and he found that this Wesley was really a wonderful person. He is much more interesting than the serious-faced Helmer, and this guy is not only a medical expert, even if he goes into business, he will definitely become a successful profiteer. A small bottle of 10 milliliters is not expensive for 20 yuan. Right? Now a bottle of ordinary eye drops costs more than 10 to 20 yuan. Enough for a week, and then renew after a week. The money can come in continuously. I believe that those female friends who are looking for beauty can take this eye drops crazy. By the way, will strenuous exercise affect this eye drops? Haha, don't worry about using it. Drop this eye drops, let alone playing basketball, football and other strenuous exercises. Even if you keep your eyes open, it will be useful. This medicine is more equivalent to erecting directly in front of the eyeballs a protective film. Well, this is really good. Xiao Feng listened and nodded frequently. This black technology of the future really broke. By the way, where is this potion? Oh, it's not easy to show you this. This is for fillings according to your requirements. However, I made an animation simulation. You can take a look. Let alone this Wesley, he is so versatile. Of course, the computer technology of this age can't be bothering him. He took out the computer www.intelnovel.com and clicked on a video file, then pointed to the computer to explain it to Xiao Feng. I have done some investigations. The current dental treatment in this world is mainly root canal treatment. Once the tooth is corroded by bacteria and the nerve leaks out, it is necessary to open the crown and root canal and put medicine to kill the nerve, and then clean the nerves. Finally, use fillings to fill and fill the teeth. Not to mention that his animation simulation is still very vivid, and he has done all the dental surgery process. However, Xiao Feng was very uncomfortable watching that scene. But doing so will cause a lot of pain to the patient. Moreover, it takes time and effort to go to the hospital many times, and it is easy to make the patient feel disgusted. Moreover, after the dental nerve is killed, the crown is retained. But in the later stage there will be problems such as gingival recession and easy tooth loss. With this potion, there is no need to take the diagnosis and treatment methods to kill the nerves. We only need this. The new treatment plan for sick teeth appeared on the computer screen. In the early stage, the crown was also opened, the nerve leakage point of the tooth was found, and the medicine was injected directly. This potion is like glue. It will block the dew point, and also has anti-inflammatory and sterilizing effects, and directly treats the inflamed nerves. Then, without waiting, you can just plug the drilled crown again and it's okay. The whole process is as simple as that. In the past, it took several trips to the hospital to cure a diseased tooth. Under the treatment of this new material and new technique, it only takes one trip to get it done. Although this technology lags far behind Wesley's era, it can be said to be absolutely far ahead in this era. If this technique is taken back, it seems that the Sunshine Burns Hospital will really be renamed this time. Chapter 898. It's not easy to make something out of nothing. I have opened a new book. I have a treasure map. I kindly ask book friends who like black technology and double-layer texts to collect, recommend, and leave a message. Ants Kowtow. In the past, Sunshine Burns Hospital only focused on burns and scalds and medical aesthetics. But now it's burns, medical beauty, ophthalmology, and dentistry, especially in ophthalmology. Once this kind of eye drops is actually on the market, it will bring a rapid improvement to the reputation of the Sunshine Burn Hospital. In the past, the Sunshine Burns and Scald Hospital only had a burns and scald department and a medical aesthetics department. So many people might not come to this hospital for the rest of their lives. But once ophthalmology and dentistry are developed, they are different. Especially the launch of this new type of eye drops in ophthalmology, which is destined to be an important product that will affect a generation of Chinese people. Xiaofeng has been investigated before, and there are currently nearly 700 million people in China who have myopia. With the continuous growth of young people, the domestic deformed education system has caused more and more people to suffer from myopia. Wearing glasses can indeed solve the problem of myopia, but the same glasses are also convenient for aesthetics and so on, which brings a lot of inconvenience. Once such eye drops are on the market, it means that at least the general population in China will benefit. Even if only half or a quarter of these people with myopia are willing to choose to use this kind of eye drops, that is the audience base of nearly 200 million. It is equivalent to 1 out of every 6 people in the country, or even every 2 people, using their products. Think about it. What is this concept? In Northeast Asia, the southern dynasties, and the pedestrian countries, which have similar academic difficulties, there are also a large number of myopic people. In addition to Southeast Asia, there are more than 300 million potential customers here alone. Thinking about the world, Xiaofeng felt his heart jump out of his throat, and this dental potion is also very magical. In the past, dental treatment, even for fillings, had to go to the hospital many times, and a course of treatment would take at least a month. The patient suffers from spending money, and also wastes time. But now with this potion, it is different. It can be solved at one time without killing the dental nerve. It can help the patient retain the dental nerve to the greatest extent. This is definitely an upgrade of dental treatment technology. Once it is promoted across the country, the market prospects will be bigger. Speaking of myopia, it is a big problem in China, but when it comes to tooth decay, it is a big problem all over the world. Especially in European and American countries known for their sweet tooth, Americans spend more than $1 trillion on dental fillings each year. Of course, this also has a lot to do with the consistent asking prices of American dental clinics. With this upgraded technology, if you get the United States, wouldn't it also make money? So this time I went back, and after setting up these 2 departments, it is a top priority to promote these 2 emerging medicines and medical treatment methods to the whole country. After leaving Wesley's room, Xiaofeng went directly to Hoffman. Before this guy, he told Xiaofeng a way to refine liquid hydrogen, which was to cultivate some alpha star seaweed, and he didn't know how far the work was going. So Xiaofeng came over and took a look. After all, refining liquid hydrogen is a development direction he values very much in the future. The power laboratory led by Hoffman is currently also on Ligia Island, but it is located on the south side of Tongshan Mountain in the center of Ligia Island, and is located across the mountain from Helmer and his medical laboratory. Prior to this, there were not many talents on energy and dynamics in the 9th laboratory because they had not been involved in energy and power. When He Xiaojun came to South America this time, he didn't bring him many people in this area. So now in the power laboratory, there is an old brother Hoffman, but Xiaofeng has already ordered He Xiaojun. After returning home, they immediately recruited talents in energy and dynamics, and then sent them directly. When he entered the laboratory, he happened to see Hoffman, and he fell viciously to the ground. "What's happening? Sorry boss, I don't know you are coming." Hoffman didn't expect Xiaofeng to appear in the laboratory suddenly, a little embarrassed. It's nothing. Why, I don't think you seem to be happy." "Hey, I just failed the experiment of preparing alpha star seaweed. This is the 109th time. It turned out that I wanted to use the seaweed on Earth, and then implant the alpha star seaweed gene into it. Alpha star seaweed can be cultivated, but now it seems that I think all of this is too simple. Hoffman's words were straightforward, and he didn't conceal his failure. Xiao Feng also nodded. He had never heard of this alpha star seaweed before. That is, this clone would not lie. He had to believe it. Otherwise, even if this Hoffman broke the sky, he would not believe that there is still a kind of seaweed. As long as the juice is squeezed out, liquid hydrogen can be harvested. But the universe is so big, there are no surprises. This must be true. The discovery of a new material is likely to subvert the entire industry in minutes. Imagine human beings in the pottery age. How could they think that there will be such white and hard porcelain in the future? How did the people of the Bronze Age think that one day they would encounter humans who used iron weapons? In the Steam Age, human beings believed that coal was energy. No one would have thought that oil, which could only be used to light kerosene lamps, would become a new generation of fuel to replace them in the future. Therefore, the liquid hydrogen that humans seem to be unavailable at present may really be easily available on other planets and widely used. Just want to prepare this alpha star seaweed on the Earth, which is completely equivalent to being born out of nothing, and the process will certainly not be that easy. Well, can you tell me about the shape and characteristics of this seaweed? Next time I go to another world, I will help you find it. Maybe I can find it over there. Xiao Feng Hoffman said. There are many creatures in the alien world that he often enters and exits. In fact, they all evolved from the species carried on the Falcon starship. For example, the pastures on the planet, bison, wild horses, and even those half-orcs, are just toys of the Falcons back then. So this kind of seaweed might grow in a corner of that planet's ocean. When Hoffman heard this, he also nodded. Well, this kind of seaweed generally lives in offshore areas, and they emit purple light all over the body. They look very beautiful under the seabed. After drying, it will be very good fuel. When Hoffman said this, Xiao Feng was shocked. It turned out to be purple seaweed. But it's normal to think about it. It's not a species of the Earth. Go back and ask Yingren them. After all, they are also experts in the local ocean. This kind of seaweed likes to grow near the sea. If they have seen it, they must know where it is. Okay, I wrote it down. But now that you can't cultivate this alpha star seaweed, can you help me study this work? Hoffman turned around and looked at Xiao Feng. If you have anything you need, just talk about it, boss. Anyway, I've been very free lately. Next door Helmer, Wesley, and Ontel, who studies farming, Yunjuo, they all have achieved results. But as a chemical expert, they have not achieved any results. Of course Hoffman is a little anxious. That's it. You see, this is a kind of heavy oil produced by Venezuela on the Earth. We hope that through a special method, we can dilute this heavy oil to get gasoline and diesel that can be used in cars and ships. You see, is there any good way? If liquid hydrogen can't be produced for a while, let's fix the matter of Venezuelan heavy oil refining first. After all, the Ithacan area is now full of construction sites, and the demand for oil is relatively large. Now it is definitely not enough to rely on the evaluation oil they exchanged from the Copper National Petroleum Company. They even spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy oil every day. After all, construction on the Karapag Islands requires a lot of engineering equipment. Hoffman glanced at the oil sample in the small bottle that Xiao Feng brought. This is simply too pediatric for him. Humans in his time have long since been separated from fossil fuels. Even since he was born, he has never used this kind of fuel. However, although he has never used it, the method of deployment of fossil fuels does not bother him. Mentalnovel.com. After all, this problem is, for him, a math problem for elementary school students. Well, you can use spray atomization to dilute the heavy oil and then pressurize it. Huh? Can you tell me more specifically? At present, the main method of refining Venezuelan heavy oil in several major oil refineries in the world is high-temperature hydrogenation to dilute the heavy oil and reduce it to gasoline and diesel. Hoffman's method is similar in principle, except that it uses coal-based liquefied gas. This thing is not lacking in the copper country. If you know the amount of liquefied gas produced by the copper country's oil every day, you don't know how much it is. This thing is exhaust gas. This thing has a lower calorific value than natural gas and has a lot of impurities. Many people don't like to use this thing. Therefore, Tongo Petroleum's refinery has a big pipe that directly burns the liquefied gas every day. In fact, it's not just a country of copper, but in China. Hoffman's method is to use this cheap liquefied gas instead of adding liquid hydrogen, which greatly reduces the cost. Of course, in the process of intermediate chemical reaction, he will add two kinds of stabilizers and catalysts that he formulated himself, which will greatly speed up the process of chemical reactions. Moreover, the whole process does not need the traditional special high temperature and high pressure reactor at all, which greatly saves costs. Then this kind of stabilizer and catalyst are not difficult to configure, right? This won't be possible. According to the future chemical preparations on Earth, it can be easily prepared and the cost is not high. Xiao Feng felt very satisfied with this answer, because Hoffman opened up another source of money for him. At that time, if these catalysts and stabilizers are sold to China National Petroleum Corporation, they can reduce the cost of importing Venezuelan oil by a large margin. Chapter 899 Build a 0-year-old store. I have opened a new book. I have a treasure map. I kindly ask book friends who like black technology and double-layer texts to collect, recommend, and leave a message. Ants kowtow. When returning home, Xiao Feng chose a chartered flight. $300,000 a time. A voyage of more than 10,000 kilometers is definitely more comfortable than flying in first class. With his current wealth, this little money is naturally a matter of course. But when he goes to the United States this time, he plans to buy a plane. After all, with his net worth, he definitely can afford it. The reason I didn't buy it before was mainly because it was expensive to stop at the airport and the maintenance was also very troublesome. In this regard, Xiao Feng is unwilling to be slaughtered as a fat pig. Buying a Gulfstream only costs more than $50 million, but the real big part of the domestic expenditure is in parking the aircraft. Renting a hangar at the airport costs millions of dollars a year. For refueling, maintenance, etc., it costs 10 million yuan a year for all of these. Xiao Feng didn't want to be slaughtered, but now that he has his own territory in Karapag, this private jet will naturally be equipped. The big deal is that the plane usually parks here, and when it is used, it is more cost-effective than renting a hangar in China. Moreover, with these security personnel and mechanical experts coming from other worlds, Xiao Feng was most relieved by entrusting the maintenance and driving of the aircraft to them. He couldn't be trusted to hire crew members from the outside. Thinking of Kobe, Xiao Feng couldn't help but feel sad. To be honest, he really doubted for a while whether the death of Black Mamba was a conspiracy by a certain K organization in the United States. And as a billionaire, he still has so many unlisted potential stocks in his hands. Who knows if anyone is thinking about it. Therefore, Xiao Feng has never bought an airplane before. Many people say that the thing is safe, but in Xiao Feng's opinion, it is the most insecure. The probability of an accident is low, but once an accident occurs, it is terrible. But now it's different. There are clone security experts who are proficient in various skills, and flying a plane is a piece of cake. There are cloning machinery experts who specialize in maintenance and eliminate the potential safety hazards without outsiders' intervention, which makes Xiao Feng more at ease. The plane landed in Binching. This time Suzuki came to pick him up in person. He has been here for more than 3 months, but he can't think of women enough. Xiao Feng was also taken aback when he saw the woman's lower abdomen that had begun to bulge. A few months. Why didn't I hear you mention it before I left? Humphrey, you are so busy, how can you have time to listen to me? Saoru, it's me who is wrong. Here, this is the gift I brought you back. Xiao Feng smiled and took out a string of emeralds made of emeralds. There were only 3 emeralds with large fingernails on it. Wow! This is... Suzuki's eyes straightened at once, and as expected, no matter how old a woman was, She couldn't stand the temptation of this shining stone. The necklace made of emeralds from Columbia Music King. I made it for you, Xiao Feng said with a smile. These emeralds were copied from Leaf, and he still has a bag. Suzuki's eyes brightened after hearing this. She is not an unseen girl, she is from a well-to-do family, and her parents also know a lot of local rich in Greentown. She naturally heard the news about Colombian emeralds. There are actually only two kinds of emeralds recognized internationally. One is emerald, among which the most sought after from Colombia's Museo mine. The other one is tourmaline. As for things like jasper and jade, they are also circulating in the Chinese circle and in East Asia, even going abroad, and they don't even recognize the Foot Basin and the Southern Kingdom. So you look at the high prices of jasper and jadeite in the past few years. But now, all fell to the price of cabbage. Even the price of jade has dropped a lot from before. And this Colombian emeralds will not, especially the emeralds produced in the Museo mine, have been sought after by the royal family and the rich in Europe and the United States. And the price can be said to be higher year by year. It has even surpassed diamonds to become the top gem in the international jewelry industry. This time Xiao Feng took out such a lavish gift in one breath. She naturally forgave him. In fact, did she know that he hid a woman in South America? It's just a smart woman who will never take the initiative to break. Especially now that Xiao Feng's family business is getting bigger and bigger, and men in this class are surrounded by a few fixed confidants. It's better than changing women every day and frying lace. After returning home to comfort the woman, Xiao Feng returned to the president's office of the Twin Towers early the next morning. All the executives of the Celebrity Chef Group are naturally there. When he was not at home, Katya was the chief butler of the Celebrity Chef Group, but she usually spends most of her time on the Door Island, mainly responsible for the production of the factory's ingredient packages, and now it has added the production of other products such as canned fish. In addition, it supervises the production of fast food by famous chefs and the accounting of their hospital. As for the operations of celebrity chefs, Zhu Jing, Xiaolin, and Suzuki are usually responsible for them. As for the Sunshine Burns Hospital, Guan Zhenhai has always been in charge of operations. The boss often shakes his hands out to be chic, and everyone has become accustomed to it. But every time the boss comes back, everyone has to report on their work, which is also a normal operation. This is an opportunity to take credit for the boss in front of the boss, so everyone reported very enthusiastically. Mr. Xiao, in the past 3 months or so, our newly joined stores in China have basically opened. Among them, Jintai City, and Diala City, the 1,100 stores they joined, opened first, and the others more than 2,000 have been renovated and opened one after another. At present, we have more than 5,500 branches in China, and their operations are pretty good. In the past few months, Xiaolin has been running around the country as the person in charge of store supervision at the headquarters. His current rights are not ordinary. Regardless of whether you are Jintai City or Dale City, such a large business, or an individual small business, as long as you join our famous chef to make fast food, you must follow our rules. The decoration drawings must be selected from the several plans we have made, and the decoration materials and construction team must be specified by us. It was okay when Yida joined in the past. Yilai Wang Gongcai and Xiao are always friends, and Yida has its own construction team. So give them the drawings, let them go back and buy the materials by themselves, and just build and decorate them. But now Jintai City and Dale City do not enjoy the same conditions as Yida. No way. Who made you and Mr. Xiao not friends? At that time, the reason why Yida agreed to operate on its own was because the celebrity chefs at that time were not strong enough and the brand was not strong enough. It even needs to rub the popularity of other people's Yida reputation. But now made by famous chefs, he is a domestic Chinese fast food, a big brother, and a popular fried chicken in the international fast food industry. There is no need to rub your enthusiasm between Dale City and Jintai City. In terms of economic strength, The cash flow created by other famous chefs is even better than your Dale City or Jintai City. So this time, when Xiao Lin faced Jintai City and Dale City, he was extremely strong. Anyway, we issue the drawings. The construction materials and the construction team must be specified by us. If you accept it, then it's okay for everyone to cooperate. If you don't want to, then shoot 2 shots and separate them. Anyway, the number of people who want to join the famous chef is gone. If you don't do it, countless people immediately jump out and rush to do it. So just this time, Kobayashi helped the group earn a lot in terms of renovation costs. Now domestic franchise stores have opened business. According to statistics, the average daily net profit of these branches can be between 5,000 and 10,000. This is just opening, and after a while, advertising and publicity are in place one after another. The distribution of these stores is done, and the business of these stores will be on a higher level. According to their previous big data analysis of single store marketing, the average daily net profit of these stores exceeds 10,000. Which is absolutely not a problem. What Xiao Feng likes most is that everyone makes money together, just like a green city horse. Why is my old man in high position in the business world? It is because while he is making money, he also allows the people and companies around him to make money. That's how Xiao Feng's original purpose of setting up a celebrity chef manufacturing is. These stores have a net profit of more than 10,000 yuan per store, and they can earn back their investment in basically 3 years. This year, if you look at another industry, what kind of business can guarantee such a stable cash flow, and 3 years can make you pay back? This celebrity chef made www.mentalnovel.com. Xiao Feng intends to operate it as a century-old store, and he even plans to make this store a 1,000-year-old store. He wants to make the sign of this store a golden sign. Just like Coca-Cola. The CEO of Coca-Cola once said that even if a fire one day burns all Coca-Cola factories in the world, but as long as they still have this sign, they can make a comeback. This is the power of brand power and goodwill. He is made by this celebrity chef, even as long as he achieves the same brand power as others. Then he doesn't have to worry about his future operations. With the urinary nature of the Chinese, the franchise qualification of his chef after manufacturing can definitely become a financial product. Just like fried garlic, fried license plates, and fried uncompleted flats, the signatures made by his chef will be given financial attributes by those guys. This is not an exaggeration at all. Domestic capital has done just that. Well, that's good. Now that we have received the money from others, we have to make the store well. How about the advertising investment? Xiao Feng glanced at Tan King again. Tan King has always been in charge of this aspect. The store is getting bigger and bigger, and the reputation of celebrity chefs has spread throughout the country. But the more such advertising, the more you can't relax. Brand power has been promoted from generation to generation in this way. Look at the Golden Arches, Kaifeng Cuisine. Do people lack reputation? No shortage. Isn't it the same, advertising on TV regardless of the cost? Therefore, advertising is still to be done. We have already prepared the new advertising budget. We plan to invest a total of 300 million yuan this year. In addition, we have invited Jeju and Xiaozhuai as our brand image endorsements this year. Chapter 900 Beneficial to others. I have opened a new book. I have a treasure map. I kindly ask book friends who like black technology and double-layer texts to collect, recommend, and leave a message. Ants Kowtow. Jeju is a new generation of national florets. It looks pretty and is famous for its long legs. Xiaozhuai is a new generation of Xiaoxianru. He was born in the Youth League and has a very high nationality. Now he is studying at the Film Academy. Both of these are very well known in the country, especially in youth groups. Considering the growth of the brand in the future, we must pay particular attention to cultivating and developing customers in the youth group. Therefore, Tan King chose these two individuals as the image endorsement. Xiao Feng thinks it is very good, because nowadays, elderly parents and adults over 30 years old rarely watch advertisements, and because of family life pressure and other reasons, they rarely choose to eat out. On the contrary, young people are more willing to consume. So choosing these two people as endorsements, Xiao Feng feels that the positioning is very accurate. He nodded in agreement, and Tan King was relieved. After all, it was like brand image endorsement, but the boss had to make the decision. If you choose someone that the boss doesn't like, it will be a hassle. And there is generally no reason to talk about this. The boss likes it if he likes it, and he doesn't like it if he doesn't like it. The most important thing is that the team of these two people promised to give her a lot of benefits. The reason why the team of these two people is so eager to create endorsements for celebrity chefs is because they recognize and even value the influence of celebrity chefs. Nowadays, celebrity chefs make fast food and have gone overseas, even entering the European and American markets. This is the first domestic fast food chain to make such an achievement. So many people have heard of this company even if they have never tried it. Even professors in many schools and colleagues in the business world follow them as examples. It is not an honor for these two people to be able to endorse such a company. The relationship between everyone can be said to be complementary. Don't limit the target to only these two people. Others should also look for more. For example, comedians should also find some. We also do some characteristic advertisements. Okay. I know, Mr. Xiao. Tan King nodded. She naturally understood what Xiao Feng meant. Mr. Xiao is going to take the advanced route. The endorsements of ordinary celebrities who look at their faces can no longer satisfy him, and characteristic advertisements, such as the Golden Arches and Burger King's History of Grievances, are naturally more advanced and easy to remember. In fact, it is precisely this so-called high-level management that accumulates brand power over time. For example, Toyota, Honda, and these Japanese cars have slowly accumulated their current brand power by relying on such quiet word-of-mouth accumulation and advertising. Some of their products, such as Domineering and Performance, are really better than Havel's H9. The internet is overbearing in the past, but the H9 can easily pass. And in terms of body rigidity, safety, etc., the H9 is not bad. It can be sold at a price that is several times more expensive than new, and the value retention rate is still several times that of you. Why? This is the brand power that supports the beliefs of consumers. That's why it has only been a few years since celebrity chef manufacturing was born. Although it is now famous all over the country, it is still early to form such a brand. So this kind of subtle propaganda is naturally needed. It is far from enough in Xiao Feng's opinion to rely on the kind of brainless handsome men and beauties. By the way, how did the celebrity chef send it that to build it? Xiao Feng suddenly remembered the takeaway delivery problem. So he turned around and asked about Xie Hongtao. This project was proposed by Xie Hongtao before, so he is also in charge. Well, the team has now been set up, and we have started trial operation in Benching and the provincial capital. In the next 3 months, we will expand to the whole country. Xiao Feng was very satisfied with Xie Hongtao's words. With the opening of celebrity chef manufacturing branches all over the country, this takeaway delivery has become a headache for them. They have been working with Liang Tuan before. Are they still full? These two food delivery companies have worked together. Among them, Liang Chen has the most orders. After all, they are the company with the largest share of the takeaway market. But with the deepening of cooperation, more and more franchisees, as they reacted, this company is not authentic. The delivery fee used to be not high, but now it will cost about 30% of the delivery fee. In addition, they always force merchants to engage in promotional activities. In fact, they are asking merchants to pay to help them retain customers. This NEMA is simply perverse. When they used to rob the market, they paid crazy subsidies, and now they have become the market brothers, wanting to make money back. Everyone can understand this, but you can't be unrestrained and blood from the merchants without a bottom line. How can you let the majority of merchants play like this? When Xiao Feng was in South America before, he also followed domestic news and heard that many local catering associations held meetings. Call on merchants in the association to boycott this enterprise. Later, Xiao Feng also learned about some of the actions of this company, and after learning about it, his impression of this company quickly collapsed. You said that you scam so much money from the restaurant. It's okay if you treat a little takeaway, but their attitude towards the delivery staff is also extremely harsh, and they deduct bonuses at every turn, which is very excessive. It can be said that they are takeaways and eat at both ends of the business, and all the benefits are taken up by them. Many of the merchants that do takeaways are actually the most typical small and micro enterprises, but you are also stuck with their oil and drinking their blood, which is too much. Therefore, Xiao Feng has a new idea for giving away to celebrity chefs this time. Very well, during the trial operation stage, we will make our own takeaway first. During this period, we will try to send our celebrity chefs to the outlet to exit. In the future, we will also start the business of other catering companies. After hearing what Xiao Feng said, Xie Hongtao's eyes lit up. Mr. Xiao, what do you mean? Yes, our celebrity chefs are definitely not limited to only delivering our own takeaways. We also have to go out and deliver takeaways to other companies. Then, I know what to do. Xie Hongtao patted his chest confidently. In fact, the delivery staff sent by their celebrity chefs, but many people rushed to do it. Unlike the takeaways who do Liang Tuan, are you full? They have a basic salary. It's similar to the takeaway system in Golden Arches and Kafing dishes. It's not like Liang Tuan and full. It all depends on commission. Moreover, the daily volume of their own business is quite astonishing. If you add orders from other companies, you will definitely make more money. As far as Xie Hongtao is concerned, if the celebrity chef can go out, it will have an absolute advantage over Liang Tuan. He is full. How does the Bright Group and Fullness work? Completely satellite operations rely on the two internet giants to inject capital and burn money for them to grab the market. Celebrity chefs have a natural advantage over them. They have more than 5,000 physical stores across the country, and they can make blood on their own. Coupled with the backing of the group, it is not afraid of burning money. In addition, now Liang Tuan, are you full? Because of the increase in prices in the industry, the reputation has been completely tarnished. At this time, if the celebrity chef came out and shouted, hee hee, which side the merchants would go to, it is natural to imagine. In this respect, we have a natural advantage over them. Our customers themselves are highly viscous. Now our ordering applet and app have more than 100 million registered users. We will burn some money in the future, and users will definitely continue more. At that time, you can just add the takeaway program directly to it. Unlike them, in order to let people download the app, they burned billions of dollars just by burning money. When Xie Hongtao talked about promotion, his eyes were bright. In fact, he had thought about this before. But he has never found an opportunity to tell Xiao Feng that now the big boss is taking the initiative to make a decision, and if he wants to take the initiative, he will naturally speak out some of the plans he has already thought of. And not to mention customer stickiness. They have to force merchants to cut prices and promote activities to ensure customer stickiness. As long as we are made by famous chefs, we can guarantee customer stickiness. At that time, we will cooperate with other merchants to make some food. This one, send another drink, or eat this one, send another coupon, and other joint actions. Naturally, the daily life of customers will increase. It is estimated that other businesses are also eager to log on to our takeaway platform. In many cases, Xie Hongtao has already thought about it. At this time, it is even more exciting. Novel.com. These are the advantages made by celebrity chefs, and the Bright Group and Fullness are not available. Well, very good. If the celebrity chefs are given away, then we must formulate more flexible charging methods for merchants, especially for small, medium and micro merchants. We must minimize their costs so that everyone earns. It is really earning. Xiao Feng has never forgotten his original intention of doing business in China. When money has accumulated to a certain level, his pursuit of wealth is no longer as hungry as he was at first. and he values the social responsibility of an entrepreneur more. In addition, we have to contact more suppliers to form a platform to reduce the cost of supply as much as possible. Once these small, medium and micro enterprises enter our takeaway platform, we will also help them connect those who purchase goods, resources, reduce their operating costs, and at the same time allow vegetable farmers to make money. Xiao Feng said his new idea again. But Xie Hongtao slapped his thigh with joy. Mr. Xiao, this is a good idea. Now everyone can often see that the vegetables of vegetable farmers are rotten in the ground, but the vegetables in the city are easily priced at 7 or 8 yuan, which the ordinary people can't afford. This price is let the middle link raise the price going up. If we can support several large-scale suppliers and open up downstream channels, the cost of this dish will naturally come down. As long as the merchants stationed on our platform, they can get benefits, and the people can get benefits. Okay. Following Xiao Feng's time for a long time, Xie Hongtao also gradually began to understand Xiao Feng's feelings. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded, yes. What we have to do is to benefit others while benefiting ourselves. Think about it, the fact don't lie. The price of things is so low, the service is so in place, but people still have money. There is so much for us to learn.